Hey everyone, welcome back to the channel. I know you love listening to audiobooks, and we've got over 100 novels ready for you to listen. Plus, if there's a novel you want to hear, just send us the title and we'll turn it into an audiobook for you. To access this exclusive feature and support our work, join us on Patreon, the link is in the description. Chapter 85, First. What are you doing? As he held the tender hands that were about to rub his sensitive region from behind, Shinra asked, speechless. Ah, did I wake you up? Do you think I can continue to sleep when you try to do that to me? Shinra turned his body and looked at Robin, who had naughtily come to his room before he stopped the words that were about to come out from his lips, especially when he saw how lewd this woman had become. Despite not having a single light turned on in his room, a moonlight slipped from the gap of the curtain and bathed over her womanly body, which was clad in a rose-colored silk nightdress. The thin straps couldn't hide her round, smooth shoulders, and exposed the whiteness of her large breasts. As the fabric was quite thin, he could even see the two pointy parts in the middle of her breasts, hidden, yet tempting him, who tried to rest. His breathing grew harder, and the heat started to grow on his body, causing a natural reaction every man has when such a gorgeous woman stays by their side so close that their skin touches each other. Her lavender scent made his mind dizzy, almost melting his rationality, but he took a deep breath, watching her seductive expression that seemed to be having fun with his reaction, then covered her with the blanket. Whatever, just rest and sleep. While the Arabasta kingdom was a desert country that was hot most of the time, the temperature dropped significantly during the night, making it quite cold. Then, let me help you to rest. Still, while Shinra turned, Robin moved her body closer, placing her chin against his shoulder, and whispered in a sweet voice against his ear. You can't sleep like this, right? He couldn't refuse since her tender hands had already grasped his erection, stroked it, and played with it, which made him curl, thinking that her hands felt so wonderful that it made him crazy. Stop it. Yet, instead of stopping herself, Robin became even more intense, kissing his neck and licking it like an animal as her hands continued to move ever so smoothly, her palms covered in his pre-cum. The more he refused her, the more she stuck with him, never intending to leave him until finally her hands felt scorched as they were covered in the slimy, naughty liquid that was so thick that she could imagine that she would get pregnant when he poured that inside her womb. Still, as he was young and strong, it was impossible for him to be flaccid with just a single shot, and he was as hard as ever, making Robin think about how it felt to have such a huge thing inside her. Enough. Shinra was a bit angry. Do you want me to force myself on you so much? As he held her wrist with his hand, he pushed her and put her under him to show her, who was the one that was in control of everything, yet she didn't show fear and even showed a provocation. Can you do it? Despite being pushed like this, she wasn't afraid. Instead, her act grew even lewder as she stuck out her snake-like tongue, licking the tip of his erection, licking it, and wrapped her tongue around it as she started to suck him so deep like a vacuum, causing him to give up to think and just follow the pleasure that was given by this woman. That night all the restraints between them were torn apart, like how he tore her expensive nightdresses like nothing, exposing her beautiful naked body, letting him to enjoy them in a full pleasure, such as sucking her two beautiful pink nipples that were taut and tight. H&H. As she tried to hold her moan, Robin rubbed Shinra's head softly as she said, nothing will come out even if you suck them. Yet, while she rubbed his head, she also used her devil fruit's powers, creating another two hands between Shinra's thighs that continued to stroke him and milked him. This power was so perverted, he thought, yet this made him even more fascinated by her. The thought of having to pour his semen deep inside her, marking her as his, and impregnating her couldn't be stopped, and even subconsciously, he rubbed his hardened part against her glistening entrance, that were all wet and shiny. The color was beautiful pink, and it was open, seemingly ready to welcome him. Robin also couldn't wait any longer, holding his shaft as she guided him to the place where he should be. Here. Just push it inside here, and you will lose your virginity. Many words were about to come out of his lips, but in the end, Shinra couldn't say anything, and at this moment, he was no longer a human who could restrain his desire and use his rationality to make a decision. Instead, he was a beast that followed his desire completely. Pushing his erection deep inside her, he could feel her warmth, the tightness of her inside that enveloped him, giving him a pleasure that couldn't be described by mere words. His mind went blank, and Robin also showed a similar reaction, as her mind went completely blank, feeling the first pleasure she had ever experienced. The two pressed their lips against each other and started to have a lewd, deep kiss. As their lips were connected, their bodies were also connected, becoming the slaves of their desire completely. The feeling of their skin, lips, and his erection inside her made her unable to think properly, and by then, she was completely trained by him. Sex was an unfamiliar subject for her, and for him, who had been with several women, he knew what to do, and knew how to make her submit completely. Being toyed with, trained, and then being loved. Robin was like a small boat within surging, intense, fierce waves. As their lips parted, his large palms held her thin waist as he pounded her deeply in the missionary position. Ah, you. Robin, who had completely lost her rationality, couldn't think of anything, and just clutched the blanket tightly, trying to endure this pleasure before her eyes rolled as she screamed sweetly when his semen was injected deep inside her womb before she laid motionless, then clung to him, pulling him closer, and sucked deep on several parts of his neck and shoulders as if marking him, thinking that she would make him completely hers. Then, despite her place being in such a mess, they continued until dawn, completely filling her inside with his semen till finally she passed out and decided to rest, sleeping together, clinging to each other as they were delighted with their first lovemaking. Chapter 86, Banana Republic. At noon, Shinra asked all of the executives of the Baroque Works to gather together for a meeting, especially since he planned to go on a journey after this, yet he had to say, the physical ability of the people of this world was so strong since after a good enough of a day of resting, they had more or less recovered. But, strangely enough, they were all in silence and seemed hesitant. What's wrong? Are you still not feeling good? Everyone. Could they say that they were all speechless because they saw many red marks on Shinra's neck? They weren't so crazy. They didn't want to die, after all, but at the same time, they couldn't help but look at Robin, who appeared to be radiant and became so beautiful somehow, to which Mr. 2, Bon Clay, or Bentham, raised his hand. Boss, can I ask you a question? Go ahead. How old are you, boss? Everyone. Shinra frowned, but he thought for a moment, and said, I should be about to become 17. Everyone. Bentham was stunned, then looked at Robin with doubt. Miss All-Sunday, how old are? Dos Fleur. All of a sudden, 2 arms emerged from Bentham's neck, then. Clutch. Crack. It hurts. I won't ask. I won't ask. Stup. As Bentham begged and apologized, Robin smiled at everyone and asked, do any of you have any questions? All of them shook their heads furiously, but Miss Valentine, or Makita, Miss Daublefinger, or Zala, Miss Goldenweek, or Marianne, glanced at Shinra with a meaningful gaze. As for Miss Merry Christmas, or Drophy, who showed a flirty gaze at Shinra, when all of them glared at her, she quickly lowered her head. Makita, Zala, and Marianne aside, if Drophy dared to seduce Shinra, they all knew that they would die. Knock. Knock. When Shinra knocked on the table quietly, everyone went quiet. Can I talk now? No one said a word, and they lowered their heads, waiting for his judgment. While they weren't sure what Shinra had done, they knew that he had gained the power of Suna Suna no Mi, and in front of this power, all of them were powerless. Look up. Shinra leaned back in his luxurious leather chair, resting his elbow and pressing the tips of his fingers together in a steepling pose. Let me talk about what we will do from now on. So, what would they do? First, I will abandon all the plans that cost a lot of money, including the plan to take over this country. Everyone was stunned, then Mr. 3, Galdino, asked speechlessly, are you going to give up on taking over this country, boss? Yes. Shinra nodded. Frankly, I am not a fan of a desert country, and it is bothersome to stick in just a single country. It would be better for us if we could be mobile, moving to other places when the situation calls for it, moving to a more comfortable country, or do you want this country so much? When they heard Shinra's words, all of them remained silent, for frankly, they also didn't have much affection for this country, and they were insistent on getting it. Also, going to another country might be much better, they thought. If there was something special about the Arabasta Kingdom, it was the fact that it had one of the largest populations in the world and one of the largest land areas, especially when 99% of the world was filled with water. I want a country with 4 seasons. Isn't it better to have 2 seasons? Shut up. Let the boss talk first. Shinra rubbed his temple, thinking that he couldn't rely on them, but when he thought that he was about to be disappointed by the low IQ of everyone, Galdino asked, Boss, before all of that, can you tell us what your goal is? Galdino, right. Ah, yes. You are good. Shinra felt that this man with a funny three-shaped hairstyle was probably the smartest among all of them, thinking to leave most of his business to this guy. As for the rest, it was just good enough to let them become thugs. My goal is simple, and that is to become stronger. You still want to become stronger, boss? In the grand line, I might be strong, but it doesn't mean that I am the strongest, and there are many who can make me run away. Run away. Not a defeat. The stupid one might not realize it, but the smartest one realizes the meaning behind his words. So, more or less, I will just focus on growing my power and changing the focus of this organization into a pure business. Pure business. Well, let's say it is a company now, and you are all my workers. Workers. That word was so strange, but Galdino asked with hesitation, so we're no longer assassins. It's a bit hard to live without using force in this world, so you might need to fight sometimes depending on how it is, but in the future, when we grow strong enough, and no one can live without us, then we can be like those nobles who enjoy their lives by tax of their subjects, or live peacefully and calmly achieve your dream. Instead of trying to take over the country, Shinra was more interested in the economy, since controlling an economy, to some extent, meant controlling the country. He gave the example of a banana republic in his previous life, where a private company would take over several countries in South America by controlling their economies. As for the governments, they didn't matter, since if they tried to interrupt their business, Shinra would support the opponent and create a situation where he would be above them financially, much like how the daimyo in the world of Naruto became the ruler of the world of Naruto. What's wrong? Why are you all looking at me like that? No, nothing. All of them felt like their tears were about to come out when they heard Shinra's words. To live peacefully without being afraid, would that be possible in the future? In this world, one could only either become a civilian who was being oppressed by the ruler or a criminal who was free. The thought of having a stable life without worry didn't exist at all. Yet, without a doubt, Shinra's strength was powerful, and he would become even stronger in the future, and as they had decided to follow Shinra, they also wanted to be part of his dream. Shinra wasn't sure what they thought, but he decided to discuss his plans, which involved acquiring many important parts of the lands, especially the ports, markets, and farms. He was accustomed to a business, and Crocodile had a lot of cash, as his business was related to a cash-rich industry, namely usury and the casino. Still, Shinra sought more than that, and even included a source of water, an oasis, and many water-related areas, acquiring at least half of them, especially in this kingdom. At the same time, he also felt that the Suna no Mi had another interesting ability that made him wealthy, but before that, he had to uphold his promise with Robin to find the Poneglyph. Only when everyone heard Shinra's plan to take over many vital areas of this kingdom, causing all the people in this kingdom to fully depend on them, did they wonder whether Shinra really didn't plan to take over this kingdom. By the way, help me acquire many books, whatever it is in this area, since I plan to go on a trip tomorrow. Huh? A trip? Where are you going, boss? To become stronger. Just wait for a while. While they weren't sure how Shinra planned to grow stronger, they nodded and just followed his words, especially. Mr. 3, from now on, I will leave the company to you. Huh? Me? Yes. Can I ask why? Galdino asked with confusion. Because you are the smartest among all of them. Everyone. Don't praise me like that, boss. However, Galdino appeared so smug and proud, watching everyone, who could only look at him as they ground their teeth. At the same time, you are also weak and can be killed easily by everyone when you betray. Galdino. Please watch him over everyone. Yes, boss. As Galdino saw their malicious smile, he felt a cold sweat, but Shinra knew that now, he could start his trip to get the Bato no Mi, model, vampire. Chapter 87, Immoral. Are you really not going to usurp this kingdom? As Shinra and Robin were on their way to the capital of the Arabasta kingdom, Alyabarna, he tried to use the power of Suna no Mi to detect the inside of the deserts, and somehow, he happened to find gold, or other mineral resources, and naturally, oils and gas reserves in many areas along their trip. Still, he didn't feel surprised, since the Arabasta kingdom was like one of the Middle East countries in his previous life, so it, of course, had rich oil reserves. Unfortunately, if he wanted to make money from oil, he had to develop the technology, which he was lazy about, even though it was possible for him. His goal was to become stronger, after all, and wealth was only a secondary problem, since without power, it was impossible to protect all of his wealth. Then again, in this world, he wanted to live comfortably, and to live comfortably, he needed money, so instead of abandoning and destroying the Baroque Works, it was better to develop it well, especially when this organization could help him with many inconveniences. Fortunately, the Suna no Mi allowed him to make money by searching for resources in the desert and selling sand as a construction material. Finding resources aside, unexpectedly, in his previous life, the total market for sand as a construction material reached $146 billion, and as he could produce as much sand as he wished, could he not sell his own sand? Regardless, as he thought about his Suna no Mi, Robin's words brought him to a reality. Do you think I want to conquer this kingdom? Aren't you? Not really, but a business just happens to be like this, so it might appear that I plan to acquire this country. Shinra only wanted money, as for the rest, he didn't care much. If you try to become a king, then it will be wonderful. However, Robin saw a different answer for this world, which had always been clouded by dark clouds due to the wars and tragedies. To live in this world was hard, and everyone had to fight for their lives, but Shinra showed a different method, using trade. With trade, many unnecessary wars could be avoided. If one country lacked a resource, it could obtain it from somewhere, and when it needed money, it could sell its resources or specialties. Unfortunately, the world was blocked by Red Line, a vast ring-like continent that wrapped around the entire planet, which separated the East and South Blues from the North and West Blues on both sides, as well as separating the two halves of the Grand Line, so while many countries existed in this world, they couldn't be connected together. However, Shinra somehow believed that he could monopolize the entire trade in the first Grand Line. Still, before that, he had to uphold his promise to Robin to search for the Poneglyph, the record of the lost history, and according to his guess, the king of this kingdom should have known where it was, so he decided to infiltrate the palace, hypnotize the king to search the location of the Poneglyph. As expected, everything was easy, and besides Crocodile, nothing was strong enough to stop the two, especially when Hana no Mi could also work as a surveillance, creating copies of her eyes on various parts, and walk toward the king's chamber. More importantly, as Shinra was a ninja and also possessed a talent for infiltration, everything went smoothly, and they were able to meet the king of the Arabasta kingdom, Nefertari Cobra, directly. The Poneglyph is located at the Tomb of the Kings. Under the power of his Sharingan, Cobra, who was being hypnotized, told everything, to which Shinra nodded, then looked at Robin. What's wrong? No. Robin shook her head and said, I am just glad that I followed you at that time. The Poneglyph that she sought so much was discovered so easily by Shinra, and at the same time, she also had much more confidence in him, and even fully depended on him as if he were her everything. Should we go now? Okay. As they had gathered the information, they left, but Cobra, the old king, woke up before looking around, sighed, and thought about what he should do with his kingdom, which had grown chaotic. While Shinra didn't plan to conquer this country anymore, Crocodile left a lot of mess in this country, and naturally, it wouldn't be easy to clean up, especially when the people in this kingdom were hardly capable. On the other hand, Shinra and Robin, who had arrived at the location where the royal family of the Arabasta kingdom kept the Poneglyph, finally came upon it. While Robin quickly gazed upon this historical record with disbelief, as everything seemed so easy, Shinra also drew closer and examined it, which had the shape of a cubic stone with an identified material and a dark blue color. Can you read it, Shinra? Robin asked curiously. No, but I am just curious what kind of material they used to make this thing. Tapping the Poneglyph with his fist, Shinra could feel how hard it was. Its density was incredible, and it felt like a giant mountain that had been compressed so that it wouldn't budge or break, no matter how one tried to smash it. Then again, if Whitebeard, the strongest man, came and smashed this object, Shinra wondered whether it would crumble to pieces. Do you want to learn to read it from me? No. Shinra was speechless and said, just read it, okay. We can go back soon, after that. What are we going to do when we go back? As Robin showed her naughty smile, Shinra was speechless and looked away, making her giggle, then started to read the Poneglyph with great focus. Then, as expected, what was contained within was the record of Pluton, one of the three ancient weapons, alongside Poseidon and Uranus, that was capable of destroying whole islands in a single shot. As expected, what is written here is about Pluton. Pluton. It's an ancient weapon that is capable of destroying whole islands in a single shot. It is said to be the strongest battleship yet, but also the worst. Unlike in the original story, Robin hid nothing from Crocodile, she didn't hide it from Shinra and told him everything. Oh. Shinra nodded, but Robin was speechless. Is that it? Don't you feel curious about it? Like how we need to eat food, so we can live, or a ship that needs wind to move. To move such a dangerous weapon, it naturally needs a certain type of energy, and do you think such an energy exists in this world? Robin. Even if I somehow get this weapon, do you think it can be used? Even if it can be used, how much do you think I will have to spend on it? Robin rubbed her chin, thinking that Shinra's explanation wasn't wrong, and even if one gained this ancient weapon, whether one could use it or not was a different matter. Unless there is an unlimited source of energy, it isn't practical to use this weapon. Instead of such a weapon, Shinra might as well make himself stronger. Well, that's true. Robin nodded, feeling that this ancient weapon was too expensive to use, which was impractical, and after one use, there was a high chance that the weapon would be useless. Instead of using this weapon, it would be better for them to focus on the Bato no Mi model vampire. Okay, let's go back. Good. That said, when they planned to go back, Robin suddenly clung her arm against his as she whispered, "So, what do you want for a reward?" "I can do anything, you know." Blinking his eyes, Shinra was speechless, but it made her laugh and pushed him before they had this immoral exchange in this place where they weren't supposed to be, yet without a doubt, the pleasure was greater than they had imagined to be. Chapter 88, Let's Not Be Greedy. With many books, food, and many other necessities that they needed for their trip to the New World, Shinra and Robin didn't waste their time and were ready to leave. "Do you not want to bring me?" Zala asked, thinking that it was better for Shinra to bring her too, since she could fight. "There is no need to." However, before Shinra said anything, Robin said, "More people will be a hindrance, and we won't take much time for the trip." Then, she looked at everyone, staring at them sharply with a hint of danger. "But before that, let me remind you that once you try to betray, then don't ever think you can stay alive." While Shinra didn't seem to care even if the members of the Baroque Works betrayed him, Robin needed to remind all of them, telling them that even if they somehow contacted the Marines, or tried to betray them, then when Shinra returned no one would be left behind and all of them would die in the most painful way. Everyone. "If someone somehow betrays you, what will happen?" Bentham asked nervously. Robin wasn't sure how to answer, and looked at Shinra, to whom he sighed inwardly, and said, "I will crucify them, stab their bodies with several blades, and leave you in the middle of desert as you die from the heat, hunger, bleeding in the most painful way." Everyone. "Just kidding." Shinra smiled. "Living under me is nice, right? Whether you seek fame, control others, acquire wealth, or achieve your dreams, you can attain all of these when you serve me. Being with me will give you peace of mind, erasing your fears and anxieties, but can you find that when you are on your own or under others? I will leave you with that question as I leave. Let's go, Robin." "Yes." Robin nodded as she thought carefully about Shinra's words. The others were also thinking about his words, considering that instead of serving others or standing on their own feet, wasn't it more comfortable to be under him? Peace of mind. As Shinra was on the ship on his way to the New World to get the Bato no Mi model vampire, Robin, who stayed by his side, questioned him about his previous words, and then it led to the purpose of people living, which he answered with a peace of mind. Whether it is by becoming rich, wealthy, just having friends, or working under someone, all of them make people feel a sense of peace. Then, if others rely on you to gain their peace of mind, how do you gain a peace of mind? Facing Robin's question, Shinra smiled and gently wrapped his arm around her. "Isn't it enough to have you on my arm like this?" "Oh, you." Robin sighed helplessly, yet her smile was so sweet like a blooming flower, which made her naughty since instead of rising up from her position, she lowered her position further, moving into his pants, which then naturally reacted into an unbelievable firmness, but as she licked him up with great affection, all of a sudden, he saw two arms once again emerge on his thighs, which made him speechless, thinking that this ability of Robin really made one to think of many possibilities that could be done in their immoral activities. However, even if every day was enjoyable since many things could be unlocked with Robin's Hana no Mi, and if she developed further, she could even create copies of herself, which made him realize how much he needed to power up. He also felt quite helpless since his Eye of Usurp was almost at the limit. The Suna no Mi's ability was amazing, and if he had further developed it, he could have touched the concept of dryness, turning everything into sand or even transforming this planet into a desert wasteland, similar to those in the movie Mad Max or the novel Dune. However, he didn't want to live in such a world, after all, and while Suna no Mi had made his strength improve so much, he felt that it was far from enough, especially when he still needed to be wary of the water. Naturally, it only worked if the amount was high, and if it was low, then the water would be dried first by his sand. Regardless, this power of sand was far from enough for him to go back to the world of Naruto. He needed at least 1 or 2 more powers and learn the special or unique abilities of the people in this world. Yet, as his Eye of Usurp was on the limit, the only thing that he could rely on was the ability to merge with the Kaija number 9. Unfortunately, while the merging ability was amazing, it worked better on the dead person since a living person would definitely fight against his ability, but if he merged on the dead person, he wouldn't be able to gain their Devil Fruit's ability since when the user died, the Devil Fruit would return to the cycle of reincarnation, becoming a new Devil Fruit and waiting till a new user ate it. Lastly, while the Eye of Usurp could help him to selectively rob what he wished, it wouldn't work on the merging since, as he gained the power of the one that he merged with, he also gained their disadvantages. So, if he merged with those who had eaten the Devil Fruit, then he would naturally be weak and lose his power when he was inside a water, which was something that he didn't want, especially since he had to go back to the world of Naruto, which had many powerful water jutsu that would definitely cause him a lot of trouble. Yes, the merging ability was powerful, but it worked better on those with a special bloodline, giving a certain character a special ability, such as the Uchiha with their Sharingan, or the Hyuga family with their Byakugan, in the world of Naruto. If it were in the world of One Piece, then it would work better for those with an exceptional talent in their respective field, such as swordsmanship, martial arts, unique talents, etc. Still, it would be a waste of so much time to get all of that, especially when the ocean was vast, and the faster he got the Bato no Mi, model, vampire, the better it was. What are you thinking? As he was in the middle of a thought, Robin asked him this question. Come on. Share it with me, maybe, I can help. Facing her cornered eyes, Shinra decided not to be greedy and focused on developing the Suna no Mi first since it was enough, and there was even the Supa no Mi, which also had a good development, so for the next plan, let's wait till he got this the Bato no Mi, model, vampire first, which he was sure that it would become the basis of all of his powers. Chapter 89, You wonder how to go to the New World? Yes. There were 2 ways to enter the New World from their position, the first half of the Grand Line. The first method involved gaining permission from the world government to pass through the Holy Land of Mary Geos, although this route meant that a crew would have to leave their ship behind and acquire a new one on the other side. However, this wasn't a problem for Shinra, who could put his ship in his storage seal. The problem is, do you think it is possible for us to gain the permission from the world government? Robin's eyes twitched uncontrollably since, as the only one who could read the Poneglyph, she was wanted by the world government, and she would definitely be killed if she dared to go to the headquarters of the world government. Then, is it only the second method? The second method was to submerge to Fishman Island, by using their ship. While it sounded impossible since his ship was a sail type and wasn't a submarine, in this world, a technology known as a coating existed, which was a special process in which a ship is coated with special resin from the Urukuman mangroves, enabling it to sail underwater and survive the crushing depths of the ocean such as at the bottom of the Red Line, where the Fishman Island was located. Yet, frankly, compared to the first method, Shinra felt there was a huge danger in the second method since while he could disguise himself as a marine or staff of the world government, then slip into Mary Geos, then pass to the New World, the second method would expose him to the bottom of the ocean where many sea monsters with the size of a giant that reached easily of hundreds of meters. More importantly, it was hard to believe in the skill of those coders since a certain trust was needed between him and the coders since his life and death were in the hands of the coders. While Shinra believed that he could somehow drill himself into the Red Line to escape death, he was afraid that Robin would die, as the pressure of the deep sea definitely wasn't a joke. Also, unlike him, who had no weakness from the Devil Fruit's ability, Robin was full of weaknesses. I understand your concern, but do you have 100% confidence that we can pass the Mary Geos? Robin would be lying if she weren't worried, but she felt the danger posed by the world government was higher since many powerful men existed. As she was with him, she naturally knew the existence of the special power, and among them, some people had the power to detect Shinra's disguise. I do. Robin. But you are right. Shinra nodded, understanding Robin's fear. While I can pass the first method, you might not be able to. His transformation jutsu was good, and as long as he became one of the low-level soldiers, everything would be okay, but it might be a little troublesome for Robin since she couldn't use the transformation jutsu, and even with a makeup skill, everything was limited. But all the scholars have mostly died, leaving only the idiot one, so even if we dress up like a small soldier, everything will be okay. Robin wanted to argue, but she couldn't since she knew well that most of the smart people had died in her island, O'Hara. All of the people had died, being bombarded with cannons by the world government, so naturally due to this experience, her fear toward the world government was higher than anyone, which unlike Shinra, who didn't care much about the strongest organization in the world. That said, since there is a chance we might be discovered, it is better to think of another method. Another method? Robin was confused and asked, is there another method? Let me try first, but if it isn't possible, then let's try the second method. I am quite curious about Fishman Island. As expected, as a man, it was impossible for Shinra not to be curious about the mermaids, and at the same time, he knew that the Poneglyphs also existed on that island, so it might be good if they could go to that place. Did you think something weird? Yes. Robin stared at Shinra for a while before several arms emerged from his thighs again, causing him to curl up, thinking that he had to grow stronger. Still, while everything was enjoyable, they were about to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago, where they would search for the coders, so they could start their travel to the Fishman Island as soon as possible. With Shinra's Sharingan, he could hypnotize people, and he could get more or less correct information, but on this sail, he looked at the thick fog in the distance with some hesitation. That's the Florian Triangle, Robin explained, and I saw the thick, dark cloud in the distance. According to what I have learned, all the people who entered it are unable to leave and are forever trapped in that place, and then they died together on the quiet, dark sea. Yet, strangely enough, she somehow smiled and said, isn't that romantic? Do you want to enter together? Shinra. Let's forget it. We should just go to the Sabaody archipelago as soon as possible. Okay. While Robin nodded, she appeared so disappointed, making Shinra feel a cold sweat, thinking that her joke was dark, but frankly, he wasn't scared since he knew well that what was inside the Florian Triangle was treasure, and inside that place, there was also a certain legendary samurai that could help him to increase his talent in the swordsmanship. Shinra had the Supa no Mi, after all, and while his talent in swordsmanship wasn't bad, if it could be better, then why not, right? Yet, he thought to wait for the Bato no Mi, model, vampire, since with this devil fruit, he knew a better way to make himself gain those talents, or special abilities. Regardless, before long, they had arrived at the Sabaody archipelago. Shinra might not have had knowledge of navigation before, but if he was being honest, it wasn't that hard to learn this knowledge, and despite the highly volatile and unpredictable weather, it was all fine since his ship was better than most ships in the world of One Piece due to its being created with advanced technology to fight and escape from water type of kaiju, and as long as one was careful, everything was smooth. If a problem existed, it was pirates or those bandits, who came to attack them, especially when they saw his gorgeous ship, thinking to rob him, but as expected, all of them died when they approached him, as he used the power of Suna no Mi to kill all of them. Shinra might have many unique abilities, but he realized the convenience that was brought by the Suna no Mi, especially when he faced a group of people. While only at the bottom of the sea could one find sand, Shinra could also turn non-living beings, such as a ship, into sand by absorbing all the liquid, then made them quietly sink, causing everyone to die while being mummified by him. No, as his fist came closer, their bodies also turned to sand, as the liquid inside them was absorbed to the limit, becoming dry and then transforming into sand. Your mastery over this power has become even better than crocodiles. Robin, who was on the side, was stunned by Shinra's mastery over the Suna no Mi. The concept of dryness was the pinnacle of the power of the Suna no Mi. However, Shinra knew well that it was still far away from reaching that point, but to face everyone who wanted to rob his ships, whether it was pirates, criminals, nobles, or even marines, no one was left behind by him as they quietly sank to the bottom of the sea, became one with the sands at the bottom of ocean. Still, their attacks also added to his wealth, as those people kept many treasures, cash, luxurious items, and even weapons on their ships. As for being wanted and becoming a criminal, while Shinra had made up his mind to join the Marines, it would definitely cause him trouble, but that wasn't the case since he had the camouflage space ability from the Kaiju number 9, which made him able to cut off radio frequencies and vital signs, so the people outside the area of the effect unable to detect anything. Naturally, as he came into this world, this ability also enabled him to cut off the electric transmission from Den Den Mushi, the telepathic snail that serves as a means of vocal and/or visual communication across the world, as well as the Vivre card. Yet, this also made a certain someone, who had always protected Robin secretly, feel confused before he came to a certain place, and Buru. Buru Buru. As Shinra's Den Den Mushi rang, he felt confused, but he answered the call and asked, "What's wrong, Mr. 3? Chapter 90, Woman is a source of a trouble. Boss, when are you going back?" While it seemed that Galdino, or Mr. 3, missed him so much, Shinra knew that wasn't the case, and if this guy called him, then there must be a reason. So, what was the reason? It definitely couldn't be him, since Shinra knew that his stay in this world was short, and there were hardly any people who knew him. Except for being more handsome than most people in this world, as no one knew who he was, no one would pay attention to him except for the slave traders, pirates, or other criminals, who wanted to sell him as a sex slave to wealthy people. In other words, this must have been due to Robin, and as his gaze met hers, she also stared at him in silence. It shouldn't have taken that long. I am going to arrive at the Fishman Island now. Eh? You are on Fishman Island? Really? How could Galdino not be surprised? How long had it been since Shinra had left the Arabasta Kingdom? Yet, somehow, Shinra was about to arrive at the Arabasta Kingdom. I will be returning soon. Just wait. After Shinra finished the call, it was impossible to be called again, and Galdino turned his head stiffly due to the cold and pressure that came from this man, yet even so, he forced his smile. Why, you have heard it, right? Fishman Island. The man was in doubt, then asked, "Are they going to the New World?" I remember that they said that. Okay, I will wait here. Galdino. While Galdino wished for his boss to return as soon as possible, the man wanted to learn more about this young man, known as Shinra Uchiha, who had suddenly appeared and become the leader of one of the largest organizations on the First Grand Line. By the way, where is Crocodile? Ah, he was killed by the boss. The men. While the men tried to get all the information about Shinra from Galdino, Shinra looked at Robin and said, "Something must be happening there. Will it be okay?" "It will be fine, since the one who is caught is only Galdino, and even if he is caught, the others can still manage the Baroque Works." Yes, Shinra might have chosen Galdino as someone who would manage the Baroque work when he left, but Galdino was just one among many, since he had controlled the backbone of the organization, especially those who were focused on brain-related matters instead of fighting, so even if Galdino wasn't around as he was killed or caught, everything would be okay. Galdino. But when I return? Shinra was a little annoyed, but he knew well that as he had taken Robin, he also had to bear the weight behind her, since this woman wasn't just a normal woman, yet despite how difficult it was, how could he give her up? "Who do you think it is?" Robin asked. "I don't know. It might be Crocodile's acquaintance, but there is no need to be in a hurry, since as long as I get the devil fruit, everything will be fine." Instead of Crocodile, Shinra knew that the man, who had caught Galdino, should have come for Robin. The Devil Child. This was Robin's epitaph, as she was the sole survivor who could escape from the O'Hara incident, and she was also the only living person who could read the Poneglyphs. Regardless, due to this, she was often betrayed and was always on the run, as everyone sought to hand her over to the world government, given her high bounty. 89 million bellies. As long as they had such a lot of money, they wouldn't have to worry about eating and drinking for their entire life, especially when those people were poor and miserable. However, for Shinra, such an amount of money was just small, and he could get that amount of money at any moment, which made him more trustworthy than anyone in the eyes of Robin, especially when she also knew how much wealth he had after he acquired the Baroque Works. Well, they were in love, too, so everything was okay. Still, for Robin, who had received such a bounty and was targeted by many, how could she, who was 8 years old at the time, stay alive till now? Shinra knew the answer, and because of that, he knew that the person should have come to visit him, wishing to see the guy who had messed with his daughter's life. Shudder. Shinra still recalled Kokoro's father, Isao Shinomiya, who knew that he also impregnated Mina, which made him shudder. "What's wrong?" Robin asked worriedly as she gently caressed his head. "It's fine. I just remember a tough memory." Still, like his life in the world of Kengan, in the world of Kaiju number 8, his life was also good as he had Mina and Kokoro, but what about in the world of One Piece? Still, before that, The two were about to arrive at the Sabaody archipelago, but he felt that it was better for them to be careful, especially when he wanted to be low-key. His ship was special, after all, and he was afraid to attract attention, so... Are we going to stop here? Robin was surprised and confused. Yup. Shinra carried Robin in his arms, feeling her mature, soft body wrapped tightly around him, which was so irresistible, but he had to be patient, he thought. Unlike when we arrived at night in the Arabasta kingdom, it is still noon here, and I don't want to attract much attention. As he said so, he left his ship and put it in his storage seal, but Robin was stunned silly. Not because of the ship, as she had seen his abilities to keep many items inside the storage seal, but due to how Shinra was able to walk on the surface of the water. There are certainly many things that he can do. If Robin knew that Shinra could also learn to make copies of himself by using Kage Bunshin no Jutsu, then she would be even more at a loss. Still, with this, the two could enter the Sabaody archipelago quietly and arrive at this gigantic mangrove forest that formed something like an island. It was unique, he thought, as it was his first time to see many immense trees that reached even the clouds, making him wonder whether it was possible to bring some back to another world, and while he knew he had to search for the coders for their ship to go to the Fishman island, it would be wasteful if he didn't use this chance to enjoy this place. As his eyes met Robin's, she also felt a similar feeling to him. Let's play around first. Okay. Oh, let's get all the books. That's a great idea. The two of them loved to read books, and they knew that the new world wasn't going to be as gentle as the Grand Line, and they needed to make their preparations. Still, while the two thought to enjoy themselves, they also thought to put on a disguise by wearing a cap, as it was enough, considering the level of intelligence of the people in this world. Yet, watching her beautiful, silky black hair tied in a ponytail, showing her white nape as she wore her cap, then looked at him seductively, Shinra sighed helplessly, thinking that this woman was a seductress. Only when Robin wanted to cling to Shinra's arm, his arm was taken by someone. Dear, please save me. 2x. Shinra and Robin looked at the young woman, who suddenly clung to Shinra's arm with a strange gaze. While Shinra had a subtle gaze as the young woman presented her deep abyss-like cleavage, she also pressed her soft, large breasts against his body, but his face remained stoic. Why did he show such a reaction? It was because Robin's gaze was just too intense. Yet. You bitch. How dare you steal from us? Is he her boyfriend? Catch the two and sell them to the slave traders. Shinra. Chapter 91, The Side Character. Women are bad, especially the beautiful ones, since they make men crazy and unable to make love with them. Still, watching this young woman, who acted like a timid, yet fragile bird, showing her most natural charm that caused any man to feel that they should protect her, Shinra was cold and directly slapped the back of her head. Slap. It hurts. The young woman cried as she held the back of her head in pain. What are you doing? When she asked angrily, Shinra asked blankly, do you even need to ask that question? Why am I angry at you? The young woman was at a loss for a while, then quickly begged with tears in her eyes. But, what can I do? I am just a weak woman, and they want to sell me as a slave. Please help me. You bitch. How dare you steal our treasures? Mad Treasure-sama is going to get mad. Shinra didn't say anything and just stared at this young woman in silence. Even though she tried to cover herself with a large hat, as he slapped the back of her head, her long purple hair was displayed, tied in a bun, as was her beautiful face. Only. Shinra quickly looked away since he could feel Robin's naughtiness that created a hand on his thigh again as if trying to do something to him. Yo. 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 Karina. How did you do all of that? Mad Sama is going to be mad. The young woman didn't just bring a group of thugs, but also a strange, petite guy in a hoodie, who kept rapping somehow. Karina. Shinra glanced at the young woman beside him, who tried to show her best smile before he stood in front of Robin to protect her and not to make her be discovered. Karina. Still, this act also made Robin smile at Karina's direction. Karina. Regardless, instead of Karina, Shinra was more interested in the character before him, the man with dark skin and a hoodie reminiscent of a street painter, and continued rapping. If his guess was correct, everyone before him was a follower of Mad Treasure, one of the famous pirates and a notorious treasure hunter. More or less, Shinra had learned all the important characters that needed to be remembered or thought to have a certain potential to grow, and naturally, Mad Treasure was one of them. How do we determine whether an individual can grow? The answer is simple, and that was to be special or weird. Those who could reach the peak had, more or less, a trait that was different from that of normal people. Either a genius or a simple idiot, but due to that trait, they could become stronger as they tried to walk into a path that was different from others, and naturally, whether they would reach the peak or fail in that journey, it was something that could only be decided in the future. Anyway, catch all of them. They look good. We can sell them for a good amount of money. Let's just enjoy them for a bit. Bang. 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 As Shinra took his gun, he shot all of them directly, a headshot, and killed them without making much of a fuss. They had planned to harm him and Robin, so why should he hesitate? More importantly, as those people disappeared from this world, it would bring more peace to the people in this world. Yet, those pirates who were shot and killed were stunned as they had never expected that Shinra's gunmanship was so powerful that he killed one person in a single shot. The petite man was also startled and panicked, especially when a bullet that he tried to deflect with his shoulder entered his body. Aragag. While his shoulder was bloody, the man took out a spray can, and all of a sudden, his body turned invisible. Oh. What kind of devil fruit was this? Shinra was somewhat curious, as he hadn't expected this man to be a devil fruit user. Frankly, when he was near the Florian Triangle, he wanted to get his hands on the Suksuk no Mi, a devil fruit that could make one become invisible. Being invisible, while it might seem like a strong ability, was an amazing ability, but as the user of this devil fruit was more or less one of the important characters in the story and was also the subordinate of a troublesome guy, Shinra hesitated to get this devil fruit, especially when he wasn't sure how much consumption was needed for him to use the Eye of Usurp on the Bato no Mi model vampire. Yet, while he hesitated, he also felt that the devil fruit of the men before him was good. Using a spray paint to make himself invisible, what kind of devil fruit was that? As he thought so, he tried to use the regeneration power that he gained from the Kaiju No. 9 and Myriki giant Kaiju on the world of Kaiju No. 8. The regeneration power of the Kaiju, especially those powerful ones, was crazy since the Kaiju No. 9 even used its own fingers to shoot a bullet. As Shinra robbed such ability from the Kaiju No. 9, of course, his regeneration was crazy, and it helped him to recover his eyes, but he had to say, sometimes, the thought of having his eyes blind made him helpless, especially when he hadn't gained the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, as he was sure that the process of evolving his eyes would take a lot of energy and might even turn his eyes blind, but the ability of this man was far quite good as it could help him for his trip later. With that determination, Shinra made up his mind and shot the man's limbs, so the men couldn't escape. Bang. 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 All the bullets hit every part that was intended by Shinra, and the men fell directly on the ground as he screamed in pain. B-Boss definitely will avenge me. If you dare to do anything to me, then. The men was in fear, but tried to threaten him, but Shinra didn't show any mercy, since if he was weak, what would happen to him? Shinra activated his Sharingan, then learned about the devil fruit that was eaten by this man. Iro no Mi. It is a paramecia-type devil fruit that allows the user to create paint with various effects. Shinra didn't hesitate and used the Eye of Usurp, but as he gained the ability of Iro no Mi, an arrow was shot in his direction. Bang. Boom. As expected, it wasn't a normal arrow as Shinra noticed a purple-like substance near the tip of the arrow, and as he shot it, the arrow released a powerful explosion, which made him wonder what kind of substance it was, but before that, he knew he had to defeat the large and powerful men before him. Jararara. How dare you kill my followers, boy? Along with his entire group, Mad Treasure looked at Shinra with pure killing intent. Chapter 92, Burst. With spiky purple hair, the muscular man stood in front of many people, showing an intense rage as one of his men was killed by Shinra. The goons and small fries aside, the hoodie man was an important part of his crew, as the devil fruit of this man could help him with many things. Yet, unexpectedly, Shinra killed the men without mercy, twisting the neck of the hooded man in front of him. Mad Treasure felt humiliated, and his heart was filled with anger as he looked at Shinra, with the intention of making this young man wish that death was far better than meeting him. Still, facing all of the treasure pirates, including their captain, Mad Treasure, Shinra looked at the two people who attracted his attention. One was the captain of this pirate group, Mad Treasure, and also a female archer in the group, who shot an explosive arrow. Mad Treasure aside, as Shinra knew that this guy was a devil fruit user, he was more interested in the explosive arrow that was shot by the woman, wondering how that weapon worked, but before that, he knew that he had to defeat all of them, so in that moment, he took out 2 weapons from his storage seal and held 2 Thompson submachine guns. When all of them thought that a discussion or a talk would happen between the two, unexpectedly, Shinra would directly attack them, and bang, 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 bang. While the physical abilities of people in this world were strong, it didn't mean that everyone could resist bullets with their bodies. Luffy might be able to bounce all the bullets that came in his direction, and was practically immune to it, but those people who didn't even eat a devil fruit and didn't even have a bounty as they were just goons or small fries would more or less die during the fight. None of them were able to escape from the hail of bullets shot by Shinra. Hide yourselves. Damn it. Damn it. Shoot back. Shoot back. I will kill you. Before one of them finished their words, they were killed by Shinra. At this moment, Shinra was like a killing machine, dispatching those pirates with precise accuracy and utmost efficiency. While using the power of the devil fruit, he could kill all of them instantly, but he wanted to keep the power of his Suna Suna no Mi for a while. As for his other devil fruits, whether it was Bane Bane no Mi or Supa Supa no Mi, the 2 abilities needed him to get close to his opponents, and frankly, Shinra didn't really want to, since from a distance, he could smell how smelly they were. You bastard. Under Shinra's brutal submarine gun, no one could escape. Even the archer who shot the explosive arrow was shot, so that she couldn't pull the string of her bow, causing Karina, who had intended to run away, to stop and hide as she watched his fight that overwhelmed the treasure pirates, which could make her helpless, and she ran away in despair. Yet, facing Shinra, this pirate group, which had caused so much terror, was being massacred. How could it be? While Karina was startled, several arms emerged from her body, then twisted her and locked her. Crack. It hurts. You want to run away. Robin, who had followed Karina, looked at this troublesome young woman with a blank expression. I am sorry. I will do anything to make you forgive me. But I could tell that he was strong, so I came to him, asking for help. I am sorry for causing you trouble. You only have 2 choices. Robin cut Karina's words, and said, be our slave, or I throw you there and let your body be shot, riddled with grotesque bloody wounds as you can only scream in despair as no one will help you as you. Slave. I will be your slave. Good choice. Robin's hand patted Karina's smooth cheek, causing her to sigh helplessly, thinking that while she had escaped from the wolf, she was caught by a lion. Yet, even so, Robin and Karina quickly moved on as they watched Shinra fight using gunmanship, which was so rare, they thought it was their first time seeing someone who could be so powerful with it. Still, while Karina wondered how Shinra could take out such powerful firearms one after another from his body, Robin thought that it seemed he wanted to hide the power of Suna Suna no Mi first. However, without a doubt, the 2 of them knew that Shinra's victory was about to arrive, but was it that easy? The small fries aside, Mad Treasure is different. Karina showed a heavy expression when she thought of Mad Treasure's power. How is he different? He is a devil fruit user, and he has eaten Mad Chain Gigantea. Several chains emerged from Mad Treasure's body, wrapping around his entire body as they formed into a durable armor, similar to a Mammillaria gigantea, a type of cactus, and like a cactus, those who touched him would be hurt. Yet, facing Shinra's bullets, all of them were deflected by his chin armor. Ding. 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 The metallic collision sounds echoed as their battle began to attract everyone, leaving them feeling dumbfounded and frightened by the battle between Shinra and all the members of the treasure pirates. Giararara. Your attack is useless. This will be your end, boy. As Mad Treasure laughed arrogantly, Shinra didn't stop his attack and continued to shoot his guns at this guy, thinking of Mad Treasure's devil fruit, the Jara Jara no Mi, a paramecia-type devil fruit that allowed the user to grow chains from their body. Was it a good ability? Shinra couldn't say that it was bad, especially if someone could use a string to become one of the most powerful people. In the end, even if the devil fruit's ability was weird, if the user was strong, then they might be able to change their fate. Mad Anchor. Still, as Shinra's bullets never ended, Mad Treasure felt a pressure since the impact of the bullets that hit his chain-durable armor caused his body, muscles, and bones to tremble, and he was afraid they might be broken. Yes, Mad Treasure's physical ability was strong, but he wasn't the strongest, and Shinra's weapons weren't an antique firearm that was made in this world. Instead, it was an extremely advanced weapon that could change the direction of the war and bring someone victory instantly. However, if Shinra thought that he could win, then it was wrong. This was just the beginning. As Shinra's bullets were emptied, Mad Treasure shot out several chains from his body to trap Shinra. Then, when Shinra was trapped, Mad Treasure would beat him to death. Yet, before the plan could be implemented, Shinra took out the gun again and shot out all of those chains that were about to catch him. Bang. 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 As those chains were shot, they fell on the ground, but Mad Treasure didn't give up and charged forward like a bulldozer. Chain hammer. Wrapping chains around his fists and hands, Mad Treasure raised both of his fists together, ready to slam them into Shinra, but... Mad Treasure widened his eyes as Shinra suddenly took out a sniper rifle and shot at him. Bang. Erbrgafk. The bullet directly penetrated the gap of his armor, and hit one of his eyes, making one of his eyes burst, but this didn't end since his body was kneed by Shinra. Bang. Crack. Go away. Mad Treasure fell as his chain armor slowly dissipated before he heard a voice that he wouldn't forget in his life. You are in luck. Bang. 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 As Shinra stomped Mad Treasure's head till this person passed out, he shot this guy's body so many times till he was sure that this guy was fully incapacitated. Yes, this guy was lucky that Shinra was afraid to make his eyes blind and couldn't use his Eye of Usurp anymore, as he knew that he had to keep it for the future, especially when he had taken the power of Iro no Mi before. Still, as he used firearms, the consumption of the bullet was quite high, but as he looked at Mad Treasure's luxurious ship, he was sure that he would gain several times the return on his investment. Yet, for those who saw Shinra's fight, they thought that they could have a chance to steal his everything, but... Boom. Somehow, one bomb exploded after another in those places, whether one was curious or had bad intentions toward him, causing many to die, and terror, yet without a doubt, in this single battle, Shinra's name would be famous. Chapter 93, I Am God's Punishment. Here is all of your bounty. Before Shinra could say anything to receive his bounty. Boss, let me take care of it. I will count all the money perfectly without missing a single piece. I think you are the one who will steal it from me. No, boss. Everything is yours. Even my body. Karina swayed her body lewdly as she looked at Shinra with misty, yet determined eyes. Everyone. Shinra stared at Karina for a while, then made a chop on her head. Stop saying stupid things and work. It hurts. Karina pouted, but her hands were honest and counted all the bounty that Shinra received from the Marines for the treasure pirates. Mad Treasure was cruel and famous for robbing all treasures, whether it was from nobles, Marines, or many others, and he also often kidnapped men and women to be sold or kept as slaves, which made him become the enemy of many, and naturally, his bounty was high. Still, the only income for Mad Treasure wasn't just from the Marines, but also from his ship, which was filled with many treasures that couldn't be counted. As for the slaves inside the Mad Treasure ship, Shinra didn't really have an interest in them and thought of giving them to the Marines, but the majority, or all of them, wished to follow him, which left him speechless. Fortunately, he had acquired the Baroque Works, and the rest of the work could be handled by his followers later, yet he also understood why they wanted to follow him, as he knew well that they had lost their home, family, and everything as Mad Treasure had robbed and destroyed their lives. When Shinra thought of that, it might be a karma that Mad Treasure had loved him with everything, and he had no guilt whatsoever for taking away Mad Treasure's everything. Probably, he was the punishment that God had sent to the world. Still, when he thought of that, he couldn't help but laugh inwardly. Who was he? Genghis Khan. Yet, a thought of colonizing this planet existed within him. Similar to how Shinra had planned to take down the world of the Kengan and also the world of the Kaiju number 8, taking their resources, and waiting for a powerful individual to appear, so he could take away their talents, abilities, knowledge, and everything, so he could become even stronger. Shinra also had a similar wish when he saw the world of One Piece that was filled with unlimited potential, especially in physical ability and special abilities that came from the devil fruit. Oh, there's also technology. Despite having a setting like those in the 17th century, Shinra knew that the long-lost technologies existed in this world, especially one that came from the lost history that was sought after by Robin. He might say that he didn't have an interest in the ancient weapon, but if he was given one, why should he refuse, right? Using a weapon to harm others might be wrong, but it wasn't wrong to have one to protect oneself, right? Instead of having those dangerous weapons being wielded by a bastard, it was better to have them wielded by him, right? Regardless, Shinra never expected that he would get such a weapon so easily in this world, which was known as the Dyna Stone. The arrow used by Naomi Drunk, the archer of the treasure pirate, was equipped with Dyna Stones, a weapon of mass destruction, which was also considered the trump card of the Marines. It stated that Dyna Stones had a similar might to the ancient weapon, but if so, then Shinra had to acknowledge that the ancient weapon was more or less similar to a nuclear weapon, since, in the end, Dyna Stones, no matter how one named them, were just explosive weapons. Still, this was also a good weapon since it was from Shinra, and he wouldn't refuse a weapon that was given to him by Shinra. Ah, it was robbery. But I am surprised that you didn't kill them. The Marine before him folded her arms as she asked, "Aren't you afraid that they might escape the jail and do their revenge on you?" What the heck was this woman saying? While Shinra was speechless, he also had to admit that the woman Marine before her was beautiful, with short, fluffy black hair and rocker-like attire, a simple black t-shirt that exposed her belly button and small waist, tight leather pants that displayed her long, beautiful legs, yet the choker around her neck made him wonder whether this woman had a deep desire to become an obedient pet of her man. Still, he couldn't say those words. "Will you release them, Vice Admiral Dahl?" "Of course not. From now on, they will be sent to Impel Down. The impregnable and the best prison in the world. As long as someone is there, no one can escape." "What about Golden Lion, Shakky?" "That's an exception." Dahl was a little flustered. "Do you think there are many people who have the ability to fly?" "Well, that's true." Shinra was too lazy to argue and thought to go back since Robin was waiting for them, as Robin didn't follow them, considering her fame as the Devil's Child. "So, have you thought of becoming a Marine?" Dahl suddenly asked. "Me? Marines? Why not?" Dahl moved closer and pressed her palm to his shoulder, rubbing him with an unexpected palm that was soft and warm. "I can tell that you are strong, but you still have a lot of potential. If you want to tap all of that potential, the best place is the Marines, and I believe the headquarters won't be so blind to ignore you and will definitely raise your rank in the organization quickly." Shinra also understood that Marine was a good place to strengthen himself, and he planned to enter since this organization was related to him and would bring him closer to the secrets of the largest and most powerful organization in the world. Yet, why did it feel like Dahl wanted him more than that? When their eyes met, while he hesitated, she could see her eyes filled with blazing desire that couldn't be described, and it was far from being morally right as she started to move closer, making her mature, yet gentle scent felt by him, and how her palm moved from his shoulder to his neck lightly caressed him, to which he stepped back as he took a deep breath to calm himself. "I am sorry, but I don't have such a plan now." Dahl was slightly at a loss as her palm couldn't reach him again. "Really? Are you going to continue to become a bounty hunter?" "No. No. I plan to become a merchant with the money I get from this bounty." "Merchant?" Dahl was surprised, but she nodded, thinking that it was far better than the bounty hunter. "Yes, open a shop, buy farms, sell rice, nuts, and many others." While Shinra said so, Dahl looked at him with an incredulous gaze, and Karina was also included, since the two never expected that he had such a plan. "Then, why are you strong?" Dahl asked about the last part of her confusion, since Shinra had collected many weapons, and he was also strong. Would such a person be satisfied with the status of a merchant? "If I am not strong, then can I protect my goods?" Dahl. "You are right." Dahl nodded, since the sea was horrible, and if one wasn't strong, then they would die. "By the way, where are you going to open your shop?" "I haven't made my decision yet, but I plan to go to the New World." "New World? Then, do you want to follow me?" "Follow you?" Facing his confusion, Dahl generously said, "I am about to become the commander of the G-14 Marine base, so you can follow me to pass through the red line from the Mary Geos." "No, no. How can I let you know that? I am going to pass through the Fishman Island." "Really? Don't you know that place is dangerous? What if your ship sank there?" I will be careful, and if I am afraid of the danger, then I won't have arrived in this place, right? Well. Doll sighed, then took out a note, and said, "Here. You can go to this place if you want your ship to be coded. Just say that you know me." Oh. Shinra nodded and then thanked Doll. "Thank you, Vice Commander Doll. Just call me, Doll. Or, you can add Big Sister to it. Doll Neeson." Doll took a deep breath, then took out another note from her deep pocket. "Here is my contact information. Call me if you change your mind." Oh. Shinra couldn't refuse since Doll pressed to his chest, moving so close as she gave him a whisper. "If you become a Marine, I can let you be my direct subordinate, so think about it, okay?" With a charming smile on her face, she appeared so playful, which made his face so red, but as he excused himself and left with Karina, he rubbed his face, thinking that it was hard for him to act like a virgin. "Boss." "Yes. You have the talent to become a gigolo." Shinra stopped, then looked at Karina, who looked at him with a smile. "Get the hell out of here now." "No. Don't abandon me, boss. I am willing to follow you forever. My life is yours." As she cried while clinging to his thigh, Shinra felt her naughty hands that grabbed him in that area. Be big. Looking up at the distant sky, Shinra wondered whether there was a good woman in this world. Chapter 94, ABCD. "So, you got a recommendation from her?" "Yup." Shinra didn't hide anything, since there was nothing to hide, and Robin also didn't say much, as she understood how Herman was filled with potential that was definitely sought by many. "What do you think?" "It is tempting." "Really?" "Unfortunately, I don't have a plan to become a Marine now. At least for now." His goal was to get the Bato no Mi model vampire. "By the way, boss, are we really not being seen from the outside?" Karina suddenly asked curiously. "Yes. We're invisible in everyone's eyes now, but don't be so loud since it is only our figure that is hidden, not our voice." This was the reason why Shinra took away the ability of the Iro no Mi, as it could help him become invisible. Unlike Psycho P, the original owner of the Iro no Mi, who could only use a spray can to use his devil fruit, Shinra had no need for such a thing, and directly used his mind, changing their colors, turning the three of them invisible to the eyes of many. While in the development of invisibility, the Suksuk no Mi might be better since Shinra felt like this devil fruit not only could turn the user's body invisible, but also hide their voice, presence, and everything as if erasing themselves from the world. The power was developed further, reaching the peak state or known as the awakening. The power of Iro no Mi was more varied. The power of a color. Besides being able to turn the user and others invisible, Shinra could create an optical illusion, or, more likely, he could even create paintings that came to life. At the same time, the color could also affect emotions. His subordinate, Miss Golden Week, or Marianne, had an ability known as the Colors Trap, which was a unique hypnotic type of technique that used colors. While Shinra didn't think that the Iro no Mi could turn him into the strongest, it had a lot of potential and interesting developments. This power is like Miss Golden Week's ability. Right. Regardless, Robin was glad that Shinra had chosen this ability, as it made many things convenient. "Then again, why did you make us invisible, boss?" Karina asked. "You two are beautiful, after all. There are many slave traders here. I am too lazy to fight them. If Shinra had a certain reputation, it would be great, so that way, the weak wouldn't think to harm him, but as he had no such reputation, he would be haunted by those annoying flies that wanted to do bad things to him and his companions, so this Iro no Mi was a perfect way to escape all of that." "That's true." Karina nodded. "You are also so handsome, boss. Many will try to kidnap you and turn you into a slave." "That's true." Robin nodded. "If I were a wealthy noble, I would buy you and make you my sex slave." "Are you trying to praise me or mock me?" Yet, whether it was Karina or Robin, the two of them felt that Shinra was the most handsome guy that they had seen, especially when most men in this world had a muscular, rough face, and short lower limbs. On the other hand, Shinra's face was manly and handsome, yet also delicate, which made him the taste of the majority of women. Like how men appreciate beautiful women, women also appreciate handsome men. "That said, are you going to follow us?" Shinra asked as he looked at Karina strangely. "My everything is yours, boss." As Karina begged for Shinra not to abandon her, Robin said, "Don't we need a maid to clean up our ship?" Well, even if their ship had a cleaning robot that could help them to clean up their mess, it wasn't to the detail, and many parts of their ship had to be cleaned up manually. While neither of them was a lazy type, they had many things to do, whether it was studying the new world or managing the ship, since sailing in the world of One Piece wasn't an easy task. The ocean is rough, the weather is unpredictable, and there are many bad people, whether it is pirates, criminals, nobles, or groups of people who think they can do anything because they have power. Sometimes, Shinra was tired and wanted someone to give him a massage, too, especially when Robin didn't know the technology, and his ship often needed maintenance, especially the energy source parts, which included tidal energy, solar energy, wind energy, oceanic heat, and seismic energy. Shinra knew well that the world of One Piece lacked a source of energy, especially when 99% of the planet was covered in water, so he could only rely on those renewable types of energies, and it took a lot of his time, especially when he had to train his abilities, too. More importantly, what was needed the most was water, since the surrounding areas were covered by an ocean, making it impossible to obtain clean, fresh water. Therefore, his ship contained a desalination machine, which required a significant amount of energy and necessitated extra care and maintenance. Whether he or Robin had many things to do, if they had a maid, then it would be better. Naturally, Karina was Robin's choice, especially when she had caused a lot of trouble and led them to be targeted by a powerful pirate group. If Shinra wasn't strong enough, then what would happen? Hearing those words, Karina could only lower her head and knew that she had caused trouble, almost making them, so she didn't have complaints about their treatment toward her, as she deserved all of that. Frankly, she could run away, but when she thought of their abilities, whether it was Robin or Shinra, she decided to follow them, especially when they weren't bad, and if possible, she thought of stealing Shinra from Robin. Still, Robin didn't mind that Karina became his woman, too, since he was strong, and it was normal for women to tempt him, especially when he was also so handsome. Once they got to know Shinra's Bane no Mi and his technique, Robin was sure that any woman would be conquered by him, which wasn't an exaggeration to say that he was the most dangerous man on the whole planet. That said, do you really want to become a merchant? Robin asked curiously. Even though Robin didn't follow Shinra and Karina to exchange the bounty, she used her ability to create ears and eyes by their sides to listen to their conversations, and naturally, she heard how he wanted to become a merchant selling rice, nuts, oils, and many others. Why not? Everyone needs food. 2x. Even though his words were light, Robin and Karina weren't stupid, and they knew Shinra's aim was more than that. Monopoly over food. Shinra's goal was to be like the ABCD grain companies that handled 75% to 90% of the world's grain. Gulp. 2x. While Robin was stunned, Karina gulped and then clung her womanly body closer to Shinra. Yet, before all of that, his goal was to go to the New World, but before that, they had to go to the Fishman Island. What is there on the Fishman Island besides mermaids? As Shinra made a wonder, he arrived at the location where Doll made a suggestion. Shakky's Rip-Off Bar. Karina frowned, then asked in a suspicious tone. Is this the place, boss? The name of the bar was weird, and it definitely wasn't a good place, she thought. Let's go inside first. Okay. 2x. Anyway, with Shinra as their backer, Robin and Karina were afraid of nothing, but as they entered, they could feel a powerful pressure that stunned them and almost made them pass out and fall, but... boom. Shinra, who felt annoyed, stood in front of Robin and Karina, protecting them, and somehow started to release the same pressure and crack the bar to almost destroy it until... slap. What the hell are you doing? A beautiful, mature woman slapped the head of an elderly man with a sandal in anger before she looked at Shinra, Robin, and Karina, who turned visible, and welcomed them, but before she said anything, Shinra said, "It was the fault of your man. I won't be responsible for your broken shop." The woman. Chapter 95, Do you want to die? You want to coat your ship? Yes. Okay, 1 billion belly. Shinra didn't waste his time and quickly stood up, ready to leave along with Robin and Karina. 1 billion bellies. Don't be kidding. They might need someone to coat their ship, and if possible, a skilled one, but they wouldn't want to be taken advantage of. At worst, Shinra thought to learn the knowledge of coding from the book, hypnotize the master coders on this island, or, if the situation forced him, he was thinking of making a hole in the red line by using his Suna no Mi. Yes, Shinra had this idea before, creating a large hole on the red line, a vast ring-like continent that wraps around the entire blue planet, separating the oceans within this world. If it was anyone else, they would have had trouble creating a hole, but for him, while it took time, he believed that he could turn the reddish mineral wall that divided the oceans partly into a sand, and created a large hole, which connected the first and the second parts of the Grand Line, so that way, the two places could be connected without diving into the Fishman Island or climbing up to the Mary Geos. Stop. Stop. I was just kidding. But the price depends on the size of the ship. Let me see your ship first. The elderly man quickly begged Shinra to stop when the mature woman stared at him in anger. Still, the man and the woman could tell that Shinra wasn't weak, and while they weren't sure about his identity, it wouldn't be good to become Shinra's enemy, especially when they saw his tricky ability to become invisible. Was that Shinra's devil fruit? More importantly, Shinra also had that special ability. Yes, just as the men released that tremendous pressure that caused people to lose their will and submit, Shinra also released the same pressure. While it couldn't defeat the man's pressure, it matched him, despite being Shinra's first time to awaken that power. Though, I can teach you the power that you can awaken for 1 billion bellies. The man suddenly said, looking at Shinra with a hint of teasing. Haki. This was the name of the special ability that was owned by the people in this world. While many types of Haki existed, the one Shinra had just used was the Supreme King Haki, the rarest form of Haki that was only awakened in one person out of millions. The man was surprised that Shinra was able to awaken that ability, but he was sure that Shinra was curious about this ability. However, Shinra only looked at this man as if he were a comedian before he left, holding Robin and Karina in his arms as they were still weak from the pressure that exuded by the man. Still, Shinra would be lying if he weren't curious about the man's ability, and if possible, he wanted to get them since he knew the man's identity well. Dark King, Silver's Rayleigh. Unexpectedly, the one that Dahl had recommended to him was the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates, which made Shinra speechless. What kind of marine recommends a pirate? While Shinra was helpless, he also couldn't deny that Rayleigh's ability as a coder, since this man was the one who coded the original MC's ship, Thousand Sunny, so it swam swiftly to the Fishman Island. However, this was because Rayleigh understood that Luffy was the one who had inherited his acquaintance's will. On the other hand, Shinra was just a stranger, and he would be lying if he wasn't worried about letting the coder's process be taken care of by a stranger. Sorry, Robin suddenly apologized. Shinra looked at Robin, speechless, and put his forehead against hers. What are you apologizing for? It's better to rely on myself than entrust our lives to someone that we don't know. With his experience in the world of Naruto, it was weird of him to trust Rayleigh so easily, even if he had remembered the story of One Piece more or less. No matter how much Luffy had tried to make the image of a pirate great, a pirate was, in the end, a criminal. Or rather, instead of a pirate, Luffy was more or less an adventurer, someone who sailed along the ocean. However, Rayleigh was different since this guy was a pirate, someone who robbed others to live. Shinra wasn't sure whether Rayleigh had stolen from others or not, but he was certain that someone who could follow Gold Roger, the one who had caused the golden age of pirates, where pirates were everywhere, bringing tragedy and terror to everyone, was definitely far from a good person. Still, as for why Robin wanted to apologize, it was because she knew that Shinra wanted to fight Rayleigh, and if possible, rob Rayleigh of everything, but as Rayleigh's level was higher than any of the enemies that he had to face, while Shinra wouldn't be defeated, as Robin and Karina were around, they would become his burden. Yet, even if Shinra didn't fight Rayleigh and didn't even get the coat that he needed, his gain was quite good as he had awoken his Supreme King Haki. As he thought so, Robin looked at Karina, whose eyes couldn't look away from her men as she rolled her eyes, then leaned on him, resting and became even more addicted to the sense of peace that she gained by his side. You are stupid. What are you doing provoking others so carelessly like that? However, as Shinra left, the mature woman was in wrath as she looked at the elderly men. Can you blame me? They use their ability when they come. I need to be careful. Then, why do you have to provoke them? I never thought the young man was so tricky. The woman sighed. You should erase your habit as a pirate, or do you want to live like a pirate till you die? Was there even a future for a pirate? The future of a pirate was being killed on the ocean, as they died being forgotten, and loneliness as they sank into the deep ocean became the nutrients for the fish. Rubbing his temple, Rayleigh wondered whether there was a way to solve all the problems. As he thought so, he thought of leaving, thinking of a countermeasure, but all of a sudden, his neck was grasped by the woman. "Take all of your money. I need to repair my shop." Yet, Shinra, who had left, realized that he was luckier than he had thought since he discovered another master and really found several books about the coding technology. This technology was quite easy to learn, far easier than learning navigation on this harsh sea, but to make sure that everything was okay, he decided to do a test with several ships that he stole from the nearby criminal organizations, doing a test to see whether they could successfully go to the Fishman island. Still, watching Shinra, who did the test and experiment for several days with genuine pigs, the criminals, to enter the sea, Robin and Karina thought that they should soothe his heart and body. "Boss, drink this cold orange juice." "Thanks." Shinra didn't turn as he made a record, letting Karina feed him with a straw, ignoring her moist yet tempting gaze, as he was about to reach the critical point, learning everything about the coding until finally, he fully coded his ship. Done. As he said, the one who gave him an answer wasn't Robin or Karina, but someone else. "You really did it. You really learned how to code a ship." The voice was filled with disbelief, yet Shinra didn't have a good feeling and just asked coldly, "Do you want to die?" Still, Shinra didn't waste his time and said softly, "Habub." At that moment, as his voice fell, the world was covered in a massive sandstorm. Chapter 96, Suna Suna no Mi vs. Divine Departure. The Sabaody archipelago is the final island in the first part of the Grand Line, close to the Red Line. Although it is called an archipelago, it is a massive mangrove forest that grows out from the middle of the ocean, with each tree in the forest serving as an island on which people live. This place is notable for the bubbles created by the massive mangrove, but while the people of this island were accustomed to the bubbles and even developed a culture around them, they never thought they would see a sandstorm in this place. What's happening? What is this? Why is there sand everywhere? Why the hell is there a sandstorm here? No one understood why a sandstorm appeared in this place, but Rayleigh, this man, who was the right hand of the famous pirate king, understood the reason, and he had never thought that he would become the reason why a disaster happened on this island. Stop. Stop. I don't come with a bad intention. I only thought to help and apologize. While Rayleigh said so, he tried to search for Robin and Karina, but unfortunately, he couldn't feel them since the two were hidden by Shinra within the sandstorm that was mixed with the camouflage space that created a barrier against any detection type of machines with abilities. Yet, without doubt, Rayleigh wondered how Shinra could even create a sandstorm. Wasn't that the ability of the crocodile? Why could Shinra use this ability? Or was it a different type of devil fruit? After all, the ability of the Suna Suna no Mi of crocodile wasn't that powerful since Shinra's ability could even cover the entire island, which left Rayleigh at a loss. The island was completely in chaos, and everyone thought a disaster was about to happen. Yet, unlike Rayleigh, who knew what had happened, no one expected that this disaster was man-made, created by somebody whose name hadn't even been heard. Still, Shinra knew that his reaction was quite exaggerated, but he knew well that Rayleigh had never thought of them from the same position. In the eyes of Rayleigh, Shinra was lower, and because of that, he thought that he could visit his place without even asking for permission, taking a peek, and do whatever he wanted without thinking of the consequences. Respect. This was what Shinra wished for from Rayleigh. When others treated him kindly, Shinra would do the same. However, if others treated him harshly, then they should expect to be treated the same way. Even in the modern world, people wouldn't peek at the secret of others, so how could Rayleigh expect to be forgiven just because he apologized? Let me see how strong the Dark King is. You know me, yet you still act like this. Still, Rayleigh was stunned when Shinra knew him, yet he still showed this attitude. However, he also understood why Shinra was so arrogant. Yet what could Shinra do with this sandstorm? Blinding others with sand and dirtying the island. Still, even so, Rayleigh took his sword, ready to face Shinra if Shinra attacked him with a sneak attack. Rayleigh, what the hell are you doing? However, while Rayleigh was preparing, he got ready with his sword, and Haki, ready to face Shinra's attack. Whenever it came from, an angry female voice was heard. Shakuyaku. Why did you make the situation more serious? The island is covered in the sandstorm. Calm down. Nothing will happen. Yes, in his mind, what Shinra would do with this sandstorm was just to give a sneak attack, yet he had never expected that Shinra's attack would become a disaster. Al-Harb Haddad. As Shinra's voice fell, a gigantic black sandstorm was formed, but what made this sandstorm frightening wasn't its intense wind that would tear anyone who was hit or pulled inside the wind. Did you say nothing will happen? Rayleigh couldn't say a single word, and he was extremely panicked by how vile Shinra's attack was. Dead. Everything is dead. All the people and vegetation, including the gigantic mangroves, died as they turned into dust whenever this black sandstorm passed. What made this technique frightening wasn't the wind and the sand, but instead its ability to rob all the surrounding moisture, thus making everyone in the affected range become dust. The lush, green area became a desert wasteland before it disappeared into dust. It was a scene that only appeared in distant dystopian fiction, and many trees in the lawless area were dried out as all of their moisture was robbed. The air, the heat, and everything became dry. Even if Relay and Shakuyoki protected themselves, they could feel their skin start to become dry and aged, but fortunately, they had a unique special ability, or else. Do something. While Shakuyoki was in a panic, Rayleigh was in a similar reaction, and panicked, never expecting that Shinra's attack would directly destroy several large trees where people lived. If they let him continue, this island would disappear and die. No, he couldn't let that happen. Rayleigh thought so, his eyes grew sharper, and he drew toward the black sandstorm, his entire arm and blade covered in a bluish-black armament, as reddish-black lightning crackled around his blade. It had been a while since he had used this technique, and frankly, he hadn't used it for more than decades, yet even so, he was still familiar with it, and whether he wanted to or not, he had to use it, or else, he was afraid this island would be destroyed. While he was a pirate and didn't care about the lives of others, he had been living on this island for so long, so he had a certain affection toward this island, and it was impossible for him to let this island be destroyed. Sorry. Rayleigh apologized since he was going to get serious, and if Shinra died, then he couldn't be blamed, especially when Shinra had provoked him. Yet, if Rayleigh's pride hadn't made him think he was above many, then this situation would not have happened. At the same time, Shinra opened his Sharingan, and Divine Departure. As Rayleigh's blade fell, the heavens and earth itself was cut. Boom. The strongest sword technique that was developed by the king of pirates. The slash that could cut anything, which would make even God run away. Divine Departure. Naturally, Shinra's black sandstorm was cut and destroyed by this technique before the sandstorm in the nearby area was also cut by this sword slash. The sky, the earth, and even the ocean were all cut. It had been a while since Rayleigh made a move, but when he made a move, he showed a strength that was worthy of the position of the vice-captain of the King of Pirates group. Only, while the sword technique of Rayleigh was amazing, the ability of Suna Suna no Mi that was wielded by Shinra was even more amazing, since soon, the cut sandstorm recovered, and the island became a world of sand that erased all of the hope and pulled them into despair once again. Rayleigh, you really caused us a lot of trouble now. Ah. Rayleigh's eyes twitched, and he wondered what he should do at this moment. Chapter 97, Let's Learn Under Kaido-sensei. Apologize. When Rayleigh wondered what he should do, Shinra said that word. Apologize to me. Rayleigh. While Rayleigh was stunned, Shakuyoki frowned and asked in a whisper, what did you do? Rayleigh hesitated, then said softly, I peeked at what they did for the past few days. Shakuyoki directly slapped the back of his head as she shouted. Apologize. Yes, Shinra might not be able to kill the two, and if they wanted to, they could run away, and he wouldn't be able to catch them, but they were afraid of his ability, which could turn everything into a desert. Unless one had a powerful Haki, it was impossible for them to defend against this attack that robbed all their moisture. Aside from the Sabaody archipelago, if Shinra somehow knew where their home was, what would happen? They could imagine that their home would become a desert wasteland where no one could live. I am sorry. Because of this, Rayleigh lowered his head and apologized, yet, even so, Shinra didn't erase the sandstorm and still caused a disaster on the island. As for the outside, it was impossible to know what was happening since all communication methods became meaningless under his camouflage space, and unless one could leave the island to report on what was happening, no one would know what had occurred. Are you not going to erase this sandstorm? He had apologized, but Shinra hadn't erased all of the sandstorm, yet when he was about to say something, Shinra said, teach me that special ability first and give your sword to that woman beside you. Rayleigh. Shinra was lucky that Rayleigh didn't plan to kill them, and just peeked at them secretly, but inwardly, he wanted to curse this bastard for scaring him. The ability to hide one's presence. Rayleigh had this ability that made it hard for him to be detected, and Shinra didn't feel surprised when he saw it. Instead, he felt that it was abnormal if Rayleigh could become the vice-captain of the Roger Pirates with just his swordsmanship and a simple haki. Letting out a helpless sigh, Rayleigh gave his sword to Shikuyaku, and as expected, Shinra appeared as the sandstorm slowly disappeared, but even so, the sand was everywhere, causing a mess on this island. Still, when the two wanted to ask something, Shinra said, "Just focus on teaching me. I won't answer any questions." Rayleigh and Shikuyaku. They had many things that they wanted to say, but in the end, they held them back. Why did they do so? Because Shinra was powerful. If Shinra were so weak, he wouldn't be given such respect and cautious treatment. After all, Shinra wasn't Luffy, who had the backing of many, or Porges d'Ace, who was similar to his father more or less. Or rather, in the world of One Piece, all the connections started with a fight. When one's fighting ability reached a certain point, those with a high position started to have respect for them and wished to work under them. So, Shinra's big reaction to turn several gigantic mangrove trees on this island wasn't wrong at all. Instead, by using the power he gained, he earned their respect and understanding that he wasn't someone they should mess around with. The world of One Piece might appear fun and happy, but Shinra knew well that for those who were weak, their life was like living in hell. Still, facing Shinra's unfriendly nature, Rayleigh scratched his hair helplessly, then looked at the destruction that was caused by Shinra, yet strangely enough, he didn't have a rejection to teach him. "Let me teach you about Haki." Haki. This was the special ability of the people of this world. While many people describe this ability in various ways, if Shinra had to put it simply, it was a will, an aura, or simply a form of life energy manipulation. Within the application, 3 types of techniques existed, known as the Observation Haki, Armament Haki, and the Supreme King Haki. Observation Haki was named as such, as it utilized an aura to detect everything in its surroundings, much like a sixth sense. The Armament Haki, on the other hand, manipulated one's aura into that of armor to defend, to increase their attack, and also to be able to fight those whose bodies couldn't be touched, like Shinra, who had taken the ability of the Logia type of the Devil Fruit. Lastly, the Supreme King Haki was a rare type of Haki that was awakened within 1 in a million. As for the use of, it was to dominate. The simplest way was to release their Supreme King Haki, causing their opponents to lose their will to fight and defeat them without even doing anything, or inflicting a weakening effect. Frankly, all the types of Haki had further developments, and as long as one could further develop such an ability, they would definitely become one of the powerhouses in this world. Okay, that's enough. We will leave now. Rayleigh was stunned silly after Shinra said that. Why do you suddenly want to stop? Don't you want to learn it? He could see that Shinra was the most talented young man, especially in terms of learning, and as a teacher, of course, he was happy to learn from a smart student, but unexpectedly, this guy told him to stop. No, I have learned all of them. Rayleigh, Shikuyaku, Robin, and Karina. Also, you are a shitty teacher. Your explanation is simply horrible. Shinra felt so exhausted when he recalled how Rayleigh taught him, but fortunately, he wasn't as idiotic as Luffy, so he understood more or less what Rayleigh wanted to say, and even if Rayleigh couldn't explain, he could use his Sharingan to copy him. Rayleigh. Shinra didn't lie since Rayleigh wasn't a good teacher, especially if one had watched One Piece. Under the tutelage of Rayleigh, while Luffy had grown stronger, his growth was just so, and he didn't even understand the further development of Haki. Instead, when he was beaten by Kaido, one of the 4 emperors or one of the strongest pirates, his growth quickly became so high that it even awakened the Nika Nika no Mi form. Shinra couldn't deny that Rayleigh was strong, but if one compared the improvement that was gained by Luffy after being taught by him to Kaido, who could teach Luffy to manipulate the Supreme King Haki, further application of the other type of Haki, and even awaken the Nika Nika no Mi in just few fights, it was easy to tell who was a good teacher, right? Let's learn under Kaido-sensei. As Shinra thought so, he left with Robin and Karina toward the Fishman Island, causing Rayleigh to be in a daze, then let out a helpless sigh. However. Thank you, Rayleigh. Their beginning might be rough, but even so, Shinra learned a lot from Rayleigh, and in the future, if this guy needed something from him, he didn't mind helping. In the end, he gave them money, which Rayleigh wanted to accept, but was taken by Shikuyaku. Rayleigh. Still, Rayleigh looked at his old lover, who was staring at the ship that started its journey to the Fishman Island, then asked, "Say, Shakuyaku, do you think I am a shitty teacher?" "Well, yes." Shakuyaki nodded since even she didn't understand Rayleigh's explanation. "Rayleigh. What did you expect? You are a pirate, not a scholar." "Rayleigh. Can you just comfort me by saying that I am the smartest man in the world?" While Rayleigh asked helplessly, Shakuyaku looked at him softly and said, "Well, you might not be the smartest, but I love you." Rayleigh was in silence, then reached Shakuyaki's slender waist. "Still, part of him is similar to me." "You mean you want to keep more lovers like him? You bastard." As Rayleigh was once again beaten, Shinra, Robin, and Karina started their journey to the Fishman Island. "By the way, are you okay to let him go?" Shakuyaku asked. "What do you mean?" "I mean, he might cause trouble for Shanks and the others." It's fine, isn't it? The world of pirates is like this, after all. The strong devour the weak, and the weak can hide in the corner if they don't want to be eaten. The age of pirates had been started by his captain, and frankly, Rayleigh was a bit tired of waiting, as it had been so long, but no matter how the world would be, at his old age, he just wanted to rest and watch from the corner. Still, he probably never expected that in the future his life would be far from peaceful. Chapter 98, Fishman Island. We really enter the sea. Karina was dumbfounded, but Robin said, "Didn't you see his experiment?" "I did, but I am still surprised." "Okay. Aren't you surprised too, Robin?" "Well, I am." Karina. As the two were on the dock of their yacht with Shinra, who managed the ship on his own and didn't leave it in automatic mode, considering the danger and their safety, they couldn't help but marvel at the scenery of the bottom of the ocean that was filled with a variety of fishes from small to huge, corals, and many others that couldn't be explained as the deep ocean was filled with mystery. "Shinra, don't forget to use your Iro no Mi." While the scenery was beautiful, it also made Karina nervous, and it was safer if they used Shinra's Iro no Mi to turn their ship invisible, right? "I have done it. Don't worry." Then, again, how do you think the Fishman Island was created, Shinra? "I don't know." Shinra didn't know how to answer Robin's question. Maybe in the past, technology was so advanced, and this Fishman Island was part of that long-lost technology. 2x. Shinra's explanation, they felt like it contained a lot of the truth. While Karina was unfamiliar with many things, as she came to know Robin's identity, she also gained insight into what Robin and Shinra were trying to understand. Void history. The past history that was erased 800 years ago by the world government. What had happened back then? Yet, no matter what, the level of technology at that time was definitely far higher than the current timeline. An island that could exist 10,000 meters below the water surface, if one told them that it was naturally created instead of man-made, no one would believe. Still, it is meaningless to think about all of that. My brain might be smart, but I am not smart enough to think about how to make an island able to live underwater for centuries or more. Well, that's true. Let's stop thinking and focus on the sailing. Karina and Robin agreed that with their brains, trying to understand technology was like trying to reach the moon by only using stones, which they arranged into a tower. In other words, it was impossible. More importantly, instead of trying to learn those technologies, it was better to learn how to grow stronger, at least at his current level of power. "So, do you understand Haki, Shinra?" As they were close to Shinra before, when he was taught by Rayleigh, they also came to understand the existence of Haki, a supernatural power that could enhance their strength. "I understand." Shinra wasn't lying since he had to say that Haki was similar to chakra to a certain extent, but instead, more or less, chakra had a deeper application, whereas Haki focused mostly on physical improvement. Yet, this was normal since the style of fighting between ninjas and people of this world was different. If ninjas fought in a dirty way and used ninjutsu, then the people of this world relied on their physical ability, so naturally, the way they improved their special abilities was different. People might say that Shinra was strange to say that chakra and Haki were similar, but in the world of Naruto, a type of ninja known as a sensory type, which made them able to detect others' existence, which was more or less similar to the observation Haki. At the same time, one's chakra could be used to strengthen one's physical ability, like how the armament Haki was. If there was a difference, it would only be the color. As for the Supreme King Haki, since ninjas were known as workers to manage daimyo or the lord's ruler over their subjects instead of a king of people, wasn't it natural for them not to awaken it? If somehow the ninjas changed their perception of the daimyo, thinking that this lord of people wasn't as amazing as they had thought, and became the king of their own, Shinra was sure that the Supreme King Haki would be awakened. While some might argue otherwise, the fact that Haki could create lightning-like elements, and even fire, showed that it was quite similar to ninjutsu, as its focus was on creating those elements, such as fire, wind, lightning, and others, as a method of fighting. Still, while they were somewhat similar, they were different since their focus was different. While the ninja tried to create stronger ninjutsu, the people of this world improved their physical ability. As for who was stronger, it didn't really matter since to become stronger, Shinra would do anything, including learning Haki. Still, what he had to do was to sharpen and hone the basics of the armament Haki, observation Haki, and the Supreme King Haki. Yes, he might be talented due to the talent of the Uchiha, which made him able to learn fighting style in almost near perfection, but of course, he had to train himself. Regardless, while he worked hard, he also didn't forget to relax, and Robin tenderly helped him with several hands, and sometimes legs that she used in a way that made him go into a daze, completely stupefied. As for Karina, she was all numb and just curled softly on her bed, hiding under the blanket, trying to cover her ears from Robin's sweet cry that was so lewd, yet attractive. Robin, the one who was cold, and always showed her elegance and grace, was ruined into a whore by Shinra, yet Karina became even curious, so she walked silently toward their room and lightly opened the door until a small gap was opened, and she saw what the two were doing as her breathing grew harder and subconsciously her hand reached toward her nether region as the flooring on the ship grew wetter and made a small pond due to her love juice. Yet, as they grew deeper, Shinra also knew that he had to take the sailing seriously. Still, facing his figure, who was serious about his work, Karina was in a daze, staring at him from a distance, while wondering whether she was so unattractive in his eyes that he never thought to do anything to her. What's wrong? Robin, who rubbed her shoulder helplessly, noticed Karina's gaze and smiled meaningfully. Don't tease me, okay? I am not teasing you. You are the one who is naughty. Karina. But you are right. He is too strong. I need your help. When Robin thought that Shinra would grow even stronger, especially after he gained the Bato no Mi model vampire, she felt that it should be okay for him to get a new lover. It was a little tough to handle him alone, after all. Karina. Oh, we're about to arrive. As the world grew darker and nothing could be seen except for some large eyes that seemingly glanced in their direction, Robin and Karina moved closer to Shinra since they realized how insignificant they were, especially when they saw many ocean creatures whose size reached hundreds of meters or even kilometers resided at the bottom of the sea. Oh, there are many undersea volcanoes here. Are you going to erupt and destroy our ship? Stop saying something scary, Robin. While Robin and Karina had their comedic duo, Shinra thought that those volcanoes could become an energy source for many things. Unfortunately, it was too small and its land was too small, too. It was so tiny, like those islands in Hawaii, which made him sigh inwardly. More importantly, freshwater did not exist in those areas, which made it difficult for him to develop them unless he was willing to invest a significant amount of money. Yet, when he considered the fact that the ocean's level continued to rise and he lacked a group of smart people to help him with his ambition, he sighed helplessly. Still, he could think of that problem later, since as they passed the darkness with only boiling lava as the light, they finally reached the bottom of the ocean, 10,000 meters below the surface. This is the Fishman Island. While Robin and Karina were in a daze as they watched the unbelievable scenery before them, Shinra didn't let his guard down and continued to check the surroundings until he was sure that everything was okay till he saw a shining metallic item move toward the island. What is that? Did you see something? Is it a treasure? It might be. Regardless, as the three entered the Fishman Island, without a doubt, all the eyes were on them. Chapter 99, There is always a problem. As the three entered the Fishman Island, no one stopped them, and they smoothly entered even under the guide of the guard, who smiled at them like a dog happily. Did you do something to him? Karina asked strangely. Just a simple hypnotize. Karina blinked her eyes and asked, Can I learn it? It's an innate ability. Shinra thought for a moment and said, My children will inherit this ability, though. Oh. At that moment, the eyes of Karina and Robin became thoughtful as they subconsciously reached for their bellies. Shinra. Still, Shinra's eyes were more attracted towards a certain flag at the entrance of the island. By the way, what's the flag? Oh, that's the Whitebeard pirate flag. Whitebeard pirate. The strongest pirate in the world, Whitebeard. With the smash of his fist, the world would shake due to an earthquake. Like Shinra, who could turn the island he was inside into a desert wasteland, Whitebeard was a walking disaster that could cause an earthquake and a tsunami. Isn't Fishman Island part of the world government? Do they still need the protection of Whitebeard? There are Northwest Marines guarding this place. How can they protect themselves against the invaders? Invaders. Like many weak countries that couldn't even protect themselves and had their people kidnapped and sold as slaves, the Fishman Island had a similar fate, but fortunately, their fate was better, since they lived under the ocean, 10,000 meters below the water surface, so the criminals had a hard time kidnapping those gorgeous mermaids and powerful fishmen as slaves. By the way, how can you get sunlight in this place? Robin had been curious about the light that bathed gently over the island. Oh, it's from a tree known as a sunlight tree Eve. This is the superior type of Uchiha mangrove at the Sabaody archipelago. Oh. 2x. Somehow, Robin and Karina looked at Shinra at the same time. Why did you look at me like that? If they don't cause trouble, will I have to do that? That's good, then. The two of them had seen how powerful Shinra was when he was serious. The power of Suna Suna no Mi was too disastrous as it would bring death to any lands that it was in. Shinra also didn't want to cause destruction to the limited land in this world, but what could he do? His means of attack were too limited, and whether it was Bane Bane no Mi or Supa Supa no Mi, it wouldn't bring him much of an advantage during his battle with Rayleigh. While it was possible for him to use the special ability of the Manjikyu Sharingan, he tried to limit himself to the power of Manjikyu as he needed to use the Eye of Usurp and Eye of Beyond. Then, what about the power of Kaiju? Frankly, when Shinra saw the power of Divine Departure, he knew well that no matter how powerful the Kaiju was, they would be cut down by Rayleigh. Shinra was lucky that he got the Suna Suna no Mi, otherwise, he would have been beaten by Rayleigh, and his attitude toward this old guy would have been more respectful since he couldn't defeat Rayleigh, but as he had the Suna Suna no Mi, there was no need to worry about anything. Still, once again, the ability of Suna Suna no Mi was too dangerous as it would destroy the land itself, which was already limited, so it was better for him to use other methods. Fortunately, there weren't any strong people on Fishman Island, so he had no need to use the Suna Suna no Mi. So, what are you planning to do here, Shinra? Isn't it better for us to go directly to the new world? Shinra's goal was clear, and that was to get the Bato Bato no Mi, model, vampire, so it was better not to waste their time. Let's walk around first. We might be able to find something interesting here. Such as treasures. As Karina's eyes shone brightly, Robin quickly realized something and asked softly, but the excitement in her eyes betrayed her calm expression, is it? Probably. Shinra felt that there was something that Robin had always wished for in this place, and instead of wasting their time visiting this place again in the future, it was better for them to use this chance to search for poneglyphs. Let's tour around the island first. Okay. 2x. Under the guidance of the guard, whom Shinra had hypnotized, the three walked around the Fishman Island like a group of tourists. While many glanced in their direction, no one took the approach to talk to them, especially when their group was led by a group of guards. When they saw Shinra's appearance, they thought that he was a noble family from above, especially when he exuded an aura that was different from others, and frankly, they were also happy to welcome him since Shinra's consumption was high as he spent his money like water in this place. Whether it was Robin or Karina, the two loved shopping, so of course, they spent a lot of money on clothes, all the books, and even many unique items. Still, as they passed a group of fishmen, who seemed to be poor, they snorted. Keh, what are you bowing to a group of lower humans like that for? You are a disgrace to our race. You should cut your head off to act like a servant toward a group of humans. Shinra glanced in their direction, and then all of them shut their mouths before they made a rampage over the area. What are you doing? Guard, catch them. You bastard. Shinra hypnotized several guards as his bodyguards, so they wouldn't be bothered, but even so, it seemed that the situation of the Fishman Island was worse than he had imagined. What was wrong with them? Karina frowned. Lower human. So what were they? Is it always like this? Shinra asked. Unlike the mermaid, the appearance of the Fishman is like that, and most of them are living at the bottom, and you should also know the treatment of humans toward us. Well, that's true. Even the same human, but just came from a different region, language, or even skin, could make a conflict. Then what about the Fishman, who lived on the water and had a visage similar to a fish? On the other hand, a mermaid was accepted more easily since their visage was good and they were good-looking. It was unfair, but this was how reality was, right? Yet, as Shinra, Robin, and Karina continued to tour around the Fishman Island, ignoring all the troubles that they had caused in the area, and walked toward the Sea Forest, a place northeast of Fishman Island, also known as the Ship Graveyard. Or just a place to throw away waste. Oh, there it is. However, in this place, a single cube existed, the steel that kept the long-lost history. As Robin was in a daze, Shinra pushed her back. Go. Thanks. Robin smiled sweetly and kissed his cheek before she stepped forward as she started to read. Meanwhile, Shinra and Karina just chatted about the value of the Fishman Island, yet in another place, many quickly took notice of Shinra and his group. A strange human is being led by a group of guards. What are they doing? They are suspicious. Also, why did those guys fight and cause destruction in the market? They are just bandits. What did you expect? Shut up. A shark-like Fishman looked at all of them solemnly and said, no matter what, they are suspicious. We have to catch them. Chapter 100, Power. So, is there a treasure in this place? It should be, but it won't be much, and the value is limited. Really? Yup. Shinra nodded. There is nothing on this island, after all. The Fishman Island, while it was beautiful, as it was located at the bottom of the sea and didn't even lack sunlight due to the special type of a tree that could emit a sunlight and oxygen needed by all the creatures who lived in this island, it was completely empty, without any resources except for good-looking mermaids and corals. The land was so poor and located so deep within the ocean's depths that it was troublesome to access. If this island were similar to Singapore, which worked as a transit country, it might be good, but unfortunately, the location was too dangerous to access. Don't think too much about this island. It's worthless since it is troublesome to manage. Karina. What made money, then? Those islands that have clean fresh water. As long as there is water, everything is possible, and it is even better if it has better access. As long as there was water, everything was possible, and that was why the Fishman Island could become part of the world government, paying the heavenly tribute, or tax to the strongest organization in the world while many countries and kingdoms were so desperate that they could only wage a war, raised the tax, or sold their own people. If Shinra thought of all the lives in the world, the life of the Fishman Island, despite being located on the gloomy bottom of the ocean, was nice as their problem was only a few pirates, which could be taken down easily since the ocean, the Fishman, and the mermaid were the king. Also, we're just too different, so it is hard to work with them. Is it? Even humans from a different region can fight, so for us, who have a different appearance, our conflict will be even higher. Well, that's true. Even if everyone were human, everyone would still fight each other, so how could fishmen and mermaids, who were simply a different race, be able to live in peace? Is it really impossible for us to live in peace? By that question, do you mean only humans or different races? Karina thought for a moment and asked, what about different races? Even in the same nation, can they be at peace even if they are all human? Do you think it is possible for several races to be in peace together? Karina. Well, it's possible. Huh? Really? How? To have an external powerful enemy, where everyone has to work hard together to defeat. Karina, Robin, and everyone. Powerful enemy? How strong is it? Air, on the scale of planet destruction. Everyone. Or. Shinra was speechless when his words were cut, but he continued and said, or have a superpowerful individual who is almighty as a god to rule this world, so everyone is afraid to cause trouble to each other, as they might be punished by this ruler. Everyone. Is it only by power that peace can be achieved? Is it not possible by talking to each other? Is it? Shinra knew that his words might sound ridiculous, but the truth was that since before the nuclear bomb was discovered, all the countries in his previous life had more or less about the same military power, and a war often happened, but due to the nuclear bomb, as everyone knew how dangerous it was, since no matter who they were, whether they were wealthy, poor, nobles, and even beyond many, they would die under the explosion of the nuclear bomb. Even in the world of Naruto, it was because Hashirama Senju was known as the strongest that he could destroy a country or two that everyone was willing to be at peace. Even Naruto, who always tried to talk, so everyone could be at peace, was also known as the strongest in the world of Naruto. If Naruto wasn't the strongest, Shinra was sure that the world would be in a war already. Even Luffy, in this world, had to become the strongest and awaken the Nika Nika no Mi. So, with all of that, could peace even be achieved by talking to each other? It was because Naruto, Luffy, and those shounen manga MCs were powerful that they could achieve their ambitions by talking. If they were weak, then they would meet their demise at the hands of the antagonist. More importantly, in this world, there are many individuals who have the power to destroy a country or two. Facing such an individual, can words stop them? No. If you have a power that makes you able to do anything without thinking of the consequences, will you listen to those whom you can kill at any moment? When Shinra asked them such questions, they also had to admit that it was hard to stop their desire. If Karina had such an almighty power, she would definitely collect all the wealth in this world. If Robin had such all-powerful abilities, she would return to the past, protect everyone, and then try to uncover the past history. Some people would say that they were wrong with their wishes, but when they had the power, could they stop their desire and listen to who stopped them? Definitely not. It was like the current situation of the Fishman group, who thought that they were born better, as their strength was 10 times that of a normal adult. Over there. Catch those humans. They are criminals. Karina and Robin were speechless, but the guards around them quickly tried to stop their friends. Hey, stop it. What are you all doing? Shut up. We have identified that group of humans as criminals. You can't protect them. Still, while the number of soldiers continued to increase, trying to encircle them, Shinra was calm. Are you done, Robin? Yes. Robin nodded, then asked, what are you going to do? Fortunately, I have a new power now. If Shinra used the Suna Suna no Mi, he would destroy the land of the Fishman Island, and he wasn't so crazy to do that to the land of innocence, unlike on the Sabaody archipelago, where he went on a rampage, which was the place where all the criminals belonged. Still, he wouldn't show mercy toward this group of people, though. Boom. As Shinra glanced at all of them, they felt their hearts fill with dread before all of them passed out and fell on the ground. Everyone. Supreme King Haki. With Shinra's talent in martial arts, the talents of the Uchiha clan, and many other results of his hard work, it was easy for him to master the basic use of the Supreme King Haki, which was to release pressure to destroy the will of those who wanted to become his enemies. It was a nice ability, especially when facing small fries, as he was too lazy to fight them one by one. Yawning, Shinra stood up and said, let's go. Okay. While Karina and Robin were stunned, they nodded and followed him. What did you do? Hey, answer me. Unexpectedly, one soldier still stood up, frightened, and then looked at Shinra in anger, as this guy had completely ignored him. How dare you look down on me, you lowly human? He thought so, and put several pills into his mouth, then his body grew stronger as his muscles grew larger before he dashed and was ready to tear this lowly human apart. Die. His speed couldn't be followed by eyes, and instantly, he arrived in front of Shinra, ready to kill him, causing Robin and Karina to be stopped, but Shinra was quite at ease, only raising his finger lightly. The Fishman soldier's arm was cut. Everyone. How? Isn't a human a lowly being? Weak and cowardly. How can you defeat the mighty and strong, Fishmen, like me? Still, Shinra didn't answer the men and took the box of pills that the Fishman soldier had kept. How? Give that back to me. The Fishman was stunned and tried to reach for Shinra, but by using the power of Supa Supa no Mi, once again, Shinra made his finger as sharp as a blade, then. Stop. At a distance, a fat shark type of Fishman shouted with all of his lungs, trying to stop Shinra, but it was too late. Why? The head of the Fishman slid down from his neck and fell before he died. Hodi Jones. Chapter 101, To talk peaceably, you need to fight. You bastard. Instead of facing the anger of the fat sharkman, Shinra was more interested in the pill that Hodi Jones had eaten. Hodi Jones. Shinra felt that this character should be quite famous, but he decided to ignore it and focus on the pill that could make one become stronger. On the other hand, Robin and Karina quickly hid away as Shinra used the power of Iro no Mi on them. Yet, this fat sharkman didn't care about the two and dashed directly, launching an attack on Shinra. Fishman Island had always been the home of the fishmen and the mermaids, so how could a human dare to make a mess in this place? No, there were many who dared to make a mess, but even so, Jinbei, wouldn't allow them. As the strongest fishman despite his huge body, Jinbei's speed was so fast, and his fist was heavy. Yet, when his fist was about to smash Shinra, it felt like he had hit cotton, and instead of the powerful impact that he had expected, it felt like everything was absorbed before he saw a dark, piercing spear that aimed into his head. Devil Lance. Shinra's 5 fingers pressed together, forming a hand spear. Yes, this was Kuroki Gensai's trademark technique. While it might seem like a meaningless technique as it was in the world of One Piece, Shinra's physical ability had improved so much, and he also had the Supa no Mi, making his body into that of a blade, and naturally, as his hand spear was as sharp as a real spear, and when all of that was combined with the armament Haki that he learned from Rayleigh, the result was obvious. Splash. Blood gushed out from Jinbei's chest as Shinra's devil lance stuck inside his body. Jinbei was dumbfounded, but this was the end, since Shinra's hand spear had formed into claws, similar to those of a dragon, and then twisted. Crack. Shred. Shinra's razor-like fingers quickly cut Jinbei's chest, forming a hole as the inside of his chest was seen. Jinbei's skin, muscles, and bones were torn, and if he didn't step back at that moment, his lungs would also disappear. On that single exchange, Jinbei was almost defeated, and he realized his opponent was stronger than he had imagined. Who are you? As Jinbei asked this question loudly, he wondered what this young man planned to do on the Fishman Island. Still, at the same time, he knew well that he wasn't Shinra's opponent, as this young man's technique and power were strange. Did Shinra eat the devil fruit? If so, then what was it? Yet, for a young man who could awaken his Supreme King Haki at such a young age and even had such control over it, Jinbei knew that the Fishman Island was in danger with such a young man around. Should I call Daddy? As Jinbei had such a thought, Shinra asked, I should be the one who asks you that question. Why were we surrounded by soldiers and called criminals, then attacked for no reason and almost killed by you? On that question, Jinbei fell silent, and he couldn't say a single answer since he wasn't even sure how he should answer that question. Do you want me to destroy this island? Shinra let out a helpless sigh, thinking that all the respect and everyone had to be gotten through a power, whether it was from a reputation, an authority, or simply an individual power, and it was also due to this reason that he decided to release that nightmare on this island again. Haboob. At that moment, once again, the sandstorm that brought terror to the Sabaody archipelago emerged and covered the Fishman Island on the world of sand. What's happening? Why is there so much sand on the island? Help! As everyone was in a panic when a sudden disaster hit them, Jinbei shouted, Stop! If you don't stop, then you will become the enemy of Whitebeard. Then, let's see whether Whitebeard can arrive to save you first or whether this island will be destroyed first. As he said so, Shinra sighed helplessly, hoping to get a new power that wasn't so destructive, as he had to admit that it was a bit of a shame to destroy the Fishman Island, but except for Suna no Mi, he hardly had an area-type attack. However, pain was the best way to teach someone, so he had to do this. River of Seth. As his voice fell, the sea of sand emerged and filled the Fishman Island. Jinbei widened his eyes, trying to stop all of this, but everything was futile. Even if he could control water to a certain extent, he couldn't stop the river of desert that emerged on the Fishman Island. Everything was covered in the sand, and naturally, many of them, especially those who lived at the bottom of the Fishman Island, were directly drowned by the sand. Under the sand, no one could escape, and they were all under Shinra's mercy, especially if he used his ability to absorb all the moisture. Still, to make Jinbei understand what could happen to everyone on this island, Shinra absorbed Jinbei's body moisture, causing him to become skinny and dehydrated, with parched skin, and he realized what Shinra could do to the people of this island. Stop. I beg you. Still, Jinbei quickly realized the severity of his action, and instead of blaming Shinra, he blamed Hodi Jones' stupidity for provoking Shinra. That bastard. I am sorry. Jinbei bowed his head, kowtowed directly, hoping for forgiveness. Yes, while Jinbei believed that Whitebeard would be able to avenge Shinra and even defeat Shinra, could Whitebeard appear and save everyone before Shira sank the Fishman Island and killed everyone? The answer was easy to come up with, and that was, no. I will do anything. That's what you said. The sand didn't fully disappear, but Shinra's figure, which had sunk into the desert, emerged and looked at Jinbei. You will do anything? Yes. Even if Jinbei's consciousness was hazy, as if he could pass out any moment, he nodded and kept banging his head. So, please erase this sand from this island, Your Excellency. Letting out a helpless sigh, Shinra wondered why he had to show his power first, so he could have a peaceful communication. Still, what could he get on the Fishman Island? Even if Shinra had to admit that the Fishman's power wasn't that bad, the ruler of this world had always been a human, and the improvement given by the Fishman was limited. Let's see what is valuable from this island first, but hopefully I can find something. However, if I can't find anything that can catch my eyes, then don't blame me, as you have provoked me, okay? When one commits a crime, they will be punished by the law. While Shinra wasn't above the law, when one provoked him, they should expect the consequences. Gulp. I will do my best. No matter what, Jinbei had to satisfy Shinra's demands. Chapter 102, Who is Joy Boy? Hurry up and transfer all the books. Get your money. More is needed. The Fishman Karate and the Fishman Jiu-Jitsu are like this. Robin wanted books, Karina wanted wealth, and Shinra got all the martial arts and everything that took their interests. As for everyone's impression of him. Damn that Hodi Jones. Why should he provoke a disaster? Die, Hodi Jones. Hodi Jones. As everyone saw the sand filled with the Fishman Island, no one dared to become an enemy of Shinra or provoke him. Because of this, they became angry at Hodi Jones, who had brought the disaster to their home. Shinra and his group had only come to visit Fishman Island for a while, then decided to leave. However, they were unexpectedly provoked, so was it wrong of them to fight back? As for Jinbei, although he was hurt, he still forced himself to teach Shinra everything he knew. Frankly, he didn't have many expectations, thinking that a human would have a hard time learning the martial arts created especially for the Fishmen. Jinbei, you should rest for a bit. No. No matter what, everything was his fault, and Jinbei couldn't raise his head since he knew that if he was careful enough and talked with Shinra peacefully, Shinra would get angry and destroy the Fishman Island. Only. Fishman Karate, 5,000 tile true punch. Shinra sent a powerful punch that generated a shockwave and moisture in the surrounding area. Boom. It's simpler than I thought. The martial arts in the world of One Piece were simple, and what made it frightening was the physical ability of all the people in this world, since some were born as monsters. Jinbei and everyone. Teach me jujitsu, too. Why yes. As Shinra mastered the Fishman Karate and the Fishman Jiu-Jitsu easily, all the fishmen and mermaids, who saw all of this, had a complicated mood as they trained for so many years to master those two martial arts, yet they were mastered by him in just a single glance. While his mastery wasn't perfect, it was almost perfect, making them hopeless and frightened by the full potential of this human. Meanwhile, Shinra, who had mastered the Fishman Jiu-Jitsu, felt like this martial art was more or less similar to the water ninjutsu, but without hand signs. While it was convenient, it wasn't that powerful, Shinra thought. Moreover, water was a simple element, and what made it dangerous was its volume. The more water, the better, but it took a lot of energy. As Shinra thought of energy, he somehow thought of the Bato no Mi model, vampire as soon as possible, as it could help him to get energy from blood or the life force of people. Meanwhile, the king, the nobles, and the ministers of the Ryugu kingdom were in despair as they couldn't contact the Whitebeard pirate or anyone. At this moment, as Shinra used his camouflage space, no one could contact this island, and this place was completely isolated. Tell your king that if they do something stupid, I will kill him and everyone first. Right away. When the king and those who wanted to contact the reinforcements to help deter Shinra all bowed and apologized directly. We're sorry. No matter what their status was, whether they were kings, nobles, wealthy, ministers, or even if they were above many, in front of overwhelming power, they could only beg. Shinra smiled and asked, shouldn't you do your best to fight me, and would rather die than apologize and beg like this? Come on. Show some fighting spirit. Everyone. We were too stupid before, but let us apologize for our mistake. If it isn't enough, then you can kill me. Father. 3 princes looked at their father in shock. Don't stop me. It's my fault for being blind, thinking that I can contact Whitebeard. Tell Shirahoshi that I am sorry. I am such a failure as a father. Slap. Shinra slapped the king of the Ryugu kingdom and said, shut up. Ah, yes. Neptune was so submissive. Everyone was humiliated, yet what could they do? By the way, what is this? Shinra took out a pill from his pocket and showed it to everyone. That's energy steroids. How did you get that? I got them from the soldier who wanted to kill me before. Everyone. Was Shinra lying? Yet, what was the point? So, they knew well that Hodi Jones, the cause of all of this trouble, also stole the energy steroids. Still, the energy steroids are special pills that can greatly enhance the physical strength of the consumer, as well as increase their muscle mass, but the pills will shave some time off the user's remaining lifespan. Will you drink it, Shinra? Karina asked as she laid her chin on his shoulder, staring at the pill curiously. Let's see how it goes later. Would Shinra eat the steroids? Frankly, he planned to take them since the effect was amazing. One pill enhanced the user's strength twofold, and its impact was cumulative, so taking more would further enhance his strength. The only problem was that as he took more, the medicines would lose their effect and shave away at his life. Yes, this improvement might not last forever, but as he took more till the overdose, it would give him a great improvement. Yet, he knew well that as he had done to the Fishman Island, he had become the enemy of the Whitebeard pirate, as this island was Whitebeard's turf, so he knew that he had to prepare himself, if the situation really called for it. As for the side effect of having his remaining lifespan taken, frankly, he felt that it was nothing since many ways existed to increase his lifespan in this world, including by using the Bado Bado no Mi model, vampire. I think that you had better not consume it. Robin folded her arms and looked at Shinra strictly, taking the pills away from him. Still, let's keep them, then. Hopefully, I won't use them. Anyway, it wouldn't hurt to keep the energy steroids. Robin hesitated, but in the end, she followed his words, keeping them in a secret place as she let out a helpless sigh. Still, she looked at Neptune, who was still submissive, and asked, by the way, can I ask something? Ah, me. Yes. What is it? Is it a treasure? Do you know who Joy Boy is? Neptune blinked his eyes and showed a dumbfounded expression. Why you? Do you want to say more than let him destroy your kingdom? Ah, I am sorry. Neptune quickly shut his mouth, then asked with a forced smile. What do you want to know? After reading the Poneglyphs, instead of a piece of history, what was written was only an apology from Joy Boy to the princess of the mermaid, Poseidon. Poseidon aside, who was Joy Boy? Robin was curious, and facing her question, what could Neptune do except give an answer? Yet, hearing Neptune's answer, Robin and Karina looked at Shinra with a strange gaze. Chapter 103, The Last Value of the Fishman Island. Who is Joy Boy? In simple terms, he is a savior. Someone who will save everyone from the plight, distress, and difficulty, and everything, the Messiah. It could be said that Joy Boy was a so-called god who would rule the world after the evil world government fell. Like what Shinra had said before, so everyone could be in peace, there were only 2 methods. One was to have one powerful enemy that one would work together and erase their internal conflict, or have a godlike ruler that would make anyone unable to refuse his words, so everyone would be living in a peace. In the end, no matter what the method, one needs a powerful strength to resolve all the conflicts in the world. Still, if someone such as a godlike existence were to come up to save everyone, who was in pain, suffering, and agony, really emerged, Robin and Karina probably wouldn't follow this existence as they didn't know this existence well, and was there any guarantees that this new god that brought everyone happiness and tore away their sadness could be trusted? Then again, the existence of a god, whether in reality or from a previous life, while a god was known for being tolerant, kind, and magnanimous, a god was also known for being cruel, brutal, and unforgiving. Why did Shinra say that? If one had ever learned about religions, then one would see the other side of gods, from many religions, as all of them had given humans punishments, whether it was drought, floods, earthquakes, and many others, erasing the majority of sinners and starting again from the beginning with few people that were known as good. Yet, no matter what, for Shinra, who lived in a world where the strongest was the supreme and had control over their fate instead of fully depending on the ambiguous existence, he would work hard to become stronger, so he could control his own fate and wouldn't encounter the same tragedy like how he was in the world of Naruto. Regardless, the inside of the Poneglyphs on the Fishman Island was all about the apology of the Joy Boy toward the previous mermaid princess, Poseidon, who was also known as one of the ancient weapons. So, did that weapon still exist? Robin wasn't sure, but she knew that instead of being in the shape of a ship or even a certain type of weapon, Poseidon was a biological weapon, or the mermaid princess, whose ability was to control all the sea kings in the world. Poseidon, the mermaid princess who existed in the void history, had passed away, but would she reincarnate into a new body in today's era? Robin wasn't sure, but once again, compared to the past history that only told her about the ambiguous prediction, prophecy, or divination, which someone would take down the evil that had haunted this world for 800 years, she believed in Shinra more. That said, when all the values of the Fishman Island had been taken, it was time for them to leave for the new world. Should we go? Okay. 2x. When Shinra, Robin, and Karina prepared to leave, everyone sighed in relief, but somehow, all of a sudden, a gigantic axe rotated, swirled, then moved into the palace, ready to cut anyone who was in its path. Swish. Still, Shinra only looked at the swirling axe as it didn't hit him, and he wasn't in the path of the axe, so whether he, Robin, or Karina were unaffected, they were saved. Frankly, the three of them noticed that the kingdom had hidden something, or an existence that Neptune and the others didn't want them to see, but they wouldn't bother since the value of the Fishman Island was limited. On the island that was located at the bottom of the sea, except for the geothermal energy that could be easily obtained from the group of volcanic mountains nearby, what one could get from this island was just beautiful mermaids and corals. Mermaid. Shinra had seen them before, and he also had to admit that they were beautiful, with legs that were different from humans, yet they still could tingle his heart. Fortunately, Robin and Karina were on his side, so he wasn't swayed by the honey trap set by the Ryugu kingdom. What is that? Only, Karina asked that question foolishly. Axe. Axe. Karina looked at Shinra strangely. Why did an axe come from a distance and move into the castle? Everyone. What else? Probably an assassination. The king and others aren't exactly good people, right? Well, that's true. Karina nodded. Everyone. Was Neptune a good king? The answer was hard to say that he was good, and in the end, he was just normal. He wasn't exceptional, but he wasn't bad, yet with much grief and hatred in this kingdom, it was normal for those who had the power to aim their hatred toward Neptune, wishing to change the status quo or overthrow the kingdom. Still, as Neptune and others heard their conversation, they could only swallow their sigh and just kept quiet, yet they couldn't tell the truth. After all, compared to the flying axe that would split and kill that precious one in their heart, they felt like Shinra was more dangerous. If Shinra knew what they thought, he would be speechless, thinking that they were stupid, but he was in a deep thought of the power that could send a weapon from a distance. But if this guy wanted to kill the king, why wasn't this big guy the one who was attacked? Even if such an accident happened, Neptune and the others were all calm, seemingly not to be perturbed by the flying axe that could kill others easily. King Neptune. Jinbei couldn't help but look at Neptune, waiting for the king's answer, especially when this big guy didn't seem to do anything despite such a huge problem existing. Should he say it? Should he not? Facing all the eyes on him, Neptune felt a cold sweat and almost broke down, as he wasn't sure whether it was a good thing to let Shinra know about the existence of the one that was targeted by the flying axe until... Crack! Boom! Kaya! Shirahoshi! At that moment, Neptune lost his composure and quickly ran in a certain direction, and the others naturally followed. However, some still faced Shinra, knowing they had to explain this problem to him, especially after the actions of Neptune and the others. The truth is, someone aimed for Shirahoshi Princess life. Princess Shirahoshi. She is the daughter of King Neptune and Queen Otoheim. Where is the queen, by the way? Ah, she passed away. Oh, my condolences. Shinra thought that it was time to go back, but Robin somehow moved him closer and asked, Say, Shinra, can I ask you something? What's wrong? Do you think the princess is the ancient weapon, Poseidon? Should we see? Why not? They had been on this island for a while, so it didn't really matter if they stayed for a little while. as it would take time for them to go back to this place, or they might not return at all, yet regardless, they had to say the princess of this kingdom was immense. Chapter 104, There is one thing that a human can do and not. Whether it was Shinra, Robin, or Karina, they were quite surprised by the size of the Princess Shirahoshi, but when they thought of Neptune, they felt that it was okay. The only problem was the queen of the Ryugu kingdom, Otoheim, who was about the size of a normal person. Inwardly, they wondered how such a petite woman could give birth to such a giant. Yet, regardless, the scene before them made them feel uncomfortable and even a little angry since they could tell that Shirahoshi was still young, yet she was completely frightened with her large door being destroyed, and she hid in the corner of the room, seemingly in horror as the others tried to comfort her. What happened? It's... While the minister hesitated, he couldn't fight Shinra, and as Shinra had seen everything, in the end, he told everything, especially about Vanderdecken 9, the Fishman pirate, who had sent those axes, swords, and all other dangerous weapons to Shirahoshi, and threatened her that if she didn't marry him, then she would kill her. Has it happened so long? Shinra asked curiously. It had almost been a decade. That cursed Vanderdecken. He is evil. Shinra, Robin, and Karina. I am just curious. Shinra looked at Shirahoshi, who was crying in fear, and asked softly, how old is she? 13. 3x. How old is Vanderdecken? 33. Scum. Trash. The moment the age of Vanderdecken was heard, whether it was Robin or Karina, all of them were enraged, thinking that this pirate was scum worse than trash. Yet, Shinra also agreed that since this world was a place where everyone could get what they wanted by force, he felt a certain bottom line was needed. Still, while Vanderdecken was wrong, was the Ryugu kingdom so powerless that they couldn't do anything against Vanderdecken? Have you asked Jimbei's help or given 100 million bounty to Vanderdecken, whether it is the Whitebeard pirates or strong people in your kingdom? If you do so, then this trash will vanish, you know. The minister, but Neptune was the most dumbfounded. Can I do that? Is 100 million bounty more precious than your daughter's life? Of course not. Neptune quickly made an order. Make an order. Quickly, those who can kill or catch Vanderdecken 9 will be rewarded with a bounty of hundreds of millions. Add to that reason, too, that so many people will hate him. Add that too. Watching all of this, Shinra wondered whether the reason why Vanderdecken 9 wasn't caught till now despite staying near the Fishman Island was all due to the plot, so that way, Luffy, the MC and the savior of this world, could make a connection with the Fishman Island. If Neptune asked Jimbei or the Whitebeard pirates to do this, would they do it? Or are they really his children? Shinra, do you think they are all the king's children? When Karina asked softly, Robin and Shinra, who understood the thoughtfulness, were speechless and just quiet. Still, as Karina asked, Shinra could only say, their bodies are different from ours, and their appearance might come from their grandparents or ancestors. I see. Robin nodded. That might be the case. Shinra. Children usually resemble the appearance of their parents, as they inherit the DNA of their parents. Naturally, they could be different as well, since children might inherit their ancestors' DNA or have a specific mutation. Still, as the appearance of Neptune's children was too different from Neptune himself, especially the three princes, whose appearance was so weird, a certain wild thought emerged on the minds of Shinra, Robin, and Karina, but at this moment, similar to Shinra and Robin, Karina's mouth wasn't as knot as before, which was quite a relief. Say, can you just catch this Vanderdecken 9, Shinra? Karina asked. It's hard since I don't know where he is. Yes, Shinra might have become so powerful that he could defeat most of the people in this world and even destroy the kingdom with ease, but the ocean was vast, and he wasn't even sure where the Vanderdecken 9 was. You can get the bounty, by the way. Then again, this ability is quite interesting, isn't it? Robin suddenly said as she looked at Shinra. I can't use this power forever, you know. Once again, unless Shinra had evolved his Manjikyu Sharingan, his Eye of Usurp wasn't invincible and could be used forever. Instead, there was a limited amount, but as he had gained the Kaiju's abilities, his regeneration was better, so this regeneration helped him a lot to recover his eyes. Father, who is this? When Shirahoshi, who was comforted, saw the three of them, she was quite curious since, despite being small, Shinra's appearance was better than what she had seen in her life. She might be young, but everyone, whether they were young or old, had always been attracted to a good appearance. On the Fishman Island, where most people had a strange appearance, without a doubt, Shinra was like sunshine during the darkest moment. They are small and cute. Shinra, Robin, Karina, Neptune, Jinbei, and everyone else. I am sorry. If it were anyone else, Neptune wouldn't say this, but facing Shinra, he quickly bowed down, including the others. Small and cute. Shinra took a deep breath and then used the ability of Bane no Mi to expand his body, making him bigger like a giant. Shirahoshi was huge, inherited the giant-like body of Neptune, and if Shinra wasn't wrong, she was about 16 meters in size, but Shinra could grow much bigger. Now, am I still small and cute? Shinra, who had grown to 18 meters, looked down at Shirahoshi and asked. Karina and Robin. The two were speechless, but their eyes quickly narrowed as they drew closer to Shinra's nether region. If he were this size, they were sure that they would be broken by him. Meanwhile, Neptune and the others weren't much better, and they were even more nervous, thinking that Shirahoshi had angered Shinra. Wow, amazing. Please teach me how to become small, too. Yet, instead of feeling afraid, Shirahoshi quickly approached Shinra and begged him to make herself smaller. Being large meant that she felt lonely, especially when everyone around her was so different. Neptune and other princes might be her family, but she couldn't be excited and felt even closer when Shinra could become a giant. Watching his handsome face so close, Shirahoshi wanted to become even closer. Shinra quickly transformed back to his tiny size, and it was better to stay in this small size when he was with Shirahoshi, unless she was of a legal age. Yes, Shirahoshi was beautiful, but as a human being, there was one thing that one could do and couldn't do. Ah, you have become small again. Shinra. Still, as Shinra thought to leave the Fishman Island, a silvery, sharp item moved from a distance, revolving, and shot toward the direction of Shirahoshi. Watch out. Everyone quickly took notice of this sword. Jinbei wanted to move, but as he was hurt so much, he couldn't do anything. Still, when everyone was panicking, Shinra just took his gun and shot the sword. Bang. Crack. The sword was destroyed by the bullet, shattered into several pieces, and fell to the ground. When did he take out his gun? As everyone was dumbfounded by Shinra's gunmanship skill, Shinra fell into a deep thought and asked, Neptune, do you want to work together? Ah. Wait here, and prepare a bounty for me. As he thought so, Shinra then jumped toward the sea, under the dumbfounded eyes of everyone, but instead of sinking to the ocean, dying as he was the devil fruit user, he swam skillfully like a mermaid. This. It was unbelievable, yet on their minds, a certain thought emerged. Was he a mermaid? As for the Fishman, no one thought so since Shinra wasn't ugly. Yet, regardless of his ability, his treatment had become different in the eyes of many. Chapter 105, Investment. Mato no Mi. While it was unexpected, Shinra gained the ability of this devil fruit as he showed the corpse of Vendor Decan 9 to everyone, causing all of them to be dumbfounded. Frankly, it didn't take much time for him to take down Vendor Decan, and while this guy might be one of the more noticeable villains, he wasn't strong, and pretty weak despite his unique devil fruit. So, what was the unique part of the Mato no Mi? It allowed one to mark someone, and this mark was impossible to remove, and with this mark, Shinra, the user of this devil fruit, could send anything to the one that he had marked, whether it was weapons, food, or just find the one that he wanted to get. Frankly, he wasn't sure about the potential of this devil fruit, but for one thing, he should improve this devil fruit so that it would allow him to mark others without the need to touch them. How? However, when he returned, Neptune and the others couldn't help but ask this question. How could Shinra swim in the ocean and breathe like a mermaid or fishman? What did you say? Facing this question, Neptune and the others quickly realized that they weren't in a place to ask Shinra a question. They were on the weak side, the lower one, so how could they ask him a rude question? As for why Shinra was able to gain the ability to swim and breathe underwater, of course, he had used the ability of Eye of Usurp on Hodi Jones before gaining the ability to swim like the mermaid or fishman, but of course, he wouldn't say that, and he wouldn't say anything. Yes, while there was a chance that they might tell everyone about his ability to breathe underwater, Shinra didn't really mind, as he could use it as a way to test all the people in this kingdom. Still, they didn't forget about their promise. Here's all the reward. All of the treasuries had been emptied by Karina, so they had to obtain a substantial amount of money for Shinra, which was accepted by Karina, whose eyes had turned into a symbol of bellies. By the way, what's the work that you have said before? Before Shinra left, everyone still remembered his words, who asked them to work together for something. If it was before, they might wish for Shinra to leave immediately, but as they saw how Shinra was able to breathe underwater like a mermaid, and even killed Vendor Decan 9, they felt an affinity toward Shinra as a certain thought emerged within him, yet with how handsome he was, it should be possible, right? Shinra wasn't sure what they thought, but he looked at Neptune and asked, "Have you heard about underwater mining?" Underwater mining? Yes, what was valuable about the Fishman Island had never been the island itself, but the mermaids and fishmen that worked within. As he had gained the ability of Suna Suna no Mi, he could detect everything within the sand, and naturally, under the ocean, sand existed, so like in the Arabasta kingdom, he could notice what was contained within the ocean, including precious minerals and even many resources. As fishmen and mermaids could breathe under the water, they were naturally the best workers for this undersea mining project. Still, as important people gathered, listening to Shinra's project, all of them knew that this was an important project that could change the fate of all of them, as it would give the fishmen and the mermaids value, money, and naturally a connection to Shinra, which made them protected by him. This project would give Shinra a lot of money, and at the same time, it would also help the Ryugu kingdom to solve the criminality in their kingdom, since the source of piracy, criminals, and all other bad things in their kingdom was due to the poverty. If those fishmen had money and could live in comfort, would they become a criminal? When the merits and amount of money were expressed on this project, whether it was Karina, Neptune, or the others, they became excited. As the land was limited, Shinra knew he should look to the sea to seek wealth, and naturally, he needed workers. The best workers were presented before him. When can we start this project? Who cares about what Shinra did before? In front of the overwhelming benefits that came from working together, someone could even sell their soul to the devil. Wait. Wait till when? Until I make my name and have a power that is comparable or better than the 4 emperors. Everyone. This project was the first of its kind, and since a significant amount of money would be generated, they needed someone to protect them. As their kingdom was located at the bottom of the sea, it also served as a natural barrier that protected everyone from those greedy people. Still, this wasn't enough, and they needed someone so powerful that they could protect them from anything, and that answer came from Shinra, and the little princess, who had learned that she could live outside peacefully. So, this is where Mom is buried. Shirahoshi, who was targeted by Vander Decken, couldn't even visit her mother's grave, and so when she was saved, she wanted to visit her mother's grave. Is this all right, Your Majesty? Why not? Even if I want to stop them, do you think it is possible? In the castle, when Shinra, Robin, Karina, Shirahoshi, and the others walked toward Odoheim's grave, Neptune and the others started their conversation about Shinra, who had made such a plan. Unlike Odoheim's unrealistic plan, which wished to live on the surface just by asking the people in this kingdom to sign an agreement that they supported her to live on the island, thinking that all the human would definitely agree to let them live on the land, Shinra's plan gave the fishmen and mermaids a value that they had never thought of before. Even if they didn't do anything, as they would show this value, many kingdoms would beg them to live in the same place as them, as they would generate a lot of money for them. In front of money and interest, all other things could be put aside. Yet, Neptune sighed inwardly, never thought that the one who saved this kingdom would be the one who was about to destroy this kingdom. By the way, did you ask how old Shinra-sama is? Neptune quickly asked and changed how he talked about Shinra. If I am not wrong, he is about to become 17. That's great. Only 4 years difference. Everyone. But, let's wait till she becomes an adult first. That's right. As for Robin and Karina, it didn't matter since for the strong, wasn't it normal for him to have more women by his side? This was an investment toward the sovereign that would rule and colonize this planet. Chapter 106, New World. Ah, you are going to leave, Shinra-sama. When Shirahoshi heard that Shinra was about to leave, her eyes were covered in tears. Yet. Yes. Shinra nodded. Also, I can't bring you. You are too weak. Shirahoshi. So, when we meet, be strong, so I can bring you with me. Why yes. Instead of taking care of a crybaby like a babysitter, Shinra hoped for Shirahoshi to grow up and be a strong ruler for a people. While he had taken control over the Baroque Works, he still lacked people that he could trust, and after a moment of thought, The Ryugu Kingdom was a good place to take control since the Fishmen were stronger than most people and they could also help him to get resources from the bottom of the sea. As for the thought of them betraying him, Shinra had never thought of that at all since they needed him. Their relationship wasn't a symbiosis mutualism where they would benefit each other, but a dependency where they couldn't achieve what they dreamed without him. Without him, they would be doomed. So, they needed to please him, and as they knew about his power, too, Jinbei said, "Let me help you." "Help us." Yes. Jinbei, who had recovered, had decided to help Shinra. Yes, the Whitebeard pirates might have helped him a lot, but for the future of the Fishman Island, instead of being with a pirate who could only rob others, he knew well that it was better to be with Shinra, who would build the future of the Fishman Island. Jinbei wasn't sure what Shinra wanted to do in the new world, but if he could help, then he would help. "Then, can you help us to find those islands?" Those islands. The location of the Bato no Mi model vampire was still a mystery, and it was hard for him to search for where it was, as Shinra was unfamiliar with the new world, but Jinbei was different, as he had a connection with the Whitebeard pirate. Okay. Jinbei agreed and decided to help Shinra. "Should I follow you, then?" "No, let's be on our own. When you find the locations, tell us with the Den Mushi." Okay. When everything was decided, Shinra didn't waste his time and left the Fishman Island, as Robin and Karina couldn't help but gaze upon this miracle island that could stay under the water. "I hope your plan can be implemented." Karina sighed helplessly, thinking that all the treasures on the bottom of the sea would be under their control. "I agree." Shinra couldn't help but look at Robin, who also agreed with Karina. Karina aside, "It surprises me that you agree with this plan, Robin." "What do you mean by that?" Karina was annoyed. The two ignored Karina's anger, but Robin said, "Why not? It's good for us, too, right? And it's good for them." As Shinra could make the Ryugu Kingdom become his subordinate, they would gain money from the undersea mining project and the ancient weapon, Poseidon, and on the other hand, the Ryugu Kingdom could also get a lot of money, and in the future, being his underling meant that they would be protected by him. Yes, at this moment, Shinra was weak, but in the future. Robin believed that Shinra thought the best for all of them, and she would support him. "But it's good that you have seduced the ancient weapon." Shinra. Stop saying something stupid. Shirahoshi, despite being a crybaby princess, was the fact that the ancient weapon, Poseidon, a biological type of weapon that was capable of controlling the Sea Kings. As Shinra got closer to Shirahoshi, he had more or less controlled the sea itself. Shira believed in his own power rather than relying on the others. That said, your purpose in the new world is for the Bato no Mi model vampire, right? Yup. Is that devil fruit that powerful? They had nothing to do on their trip to the new world, so Karina couldn't help but ask about how powerful the Bato no Mi model vampire was, since it didn't seem that powerful, especially when it couldn't cause a tsunami or earthquake like Whitebeard's Gura no Mi, or become the strongest creature like Kaido's Uo no Mi model, Surayu. Vampire. It was a legendary, mythical creature that drank human blood to survive. The ability of this devil fruit would definitely be related to blood, and while it had a strong vitality, its means of attack were quite limited. Still, what Shinra thought wasn't the quick improvement where he could destroy the world instantly, but the potential that one could gain from the devil fruit. "I seek the potential of the devil fruit, and being a vampire is the best suit for me." "Well, that's true. It seems that you will become more handsome by becoming a vampire." Shinra. "Being handsome or not isn't what I look for, but well, whatever." While Shinra had shared most of the things, especially about his plan to Karina, he still hid many other things, as she wasn't his now, yet when he decided to rest, after using his power to hypnotize the Sea King. It was troublesome to manage the ship all the time, so in the end, he had one of the largest Sea Kings to pull his ship and work as a bodyguard to lead him to the new world. His hypnotism was one of his strongest abilities, and most people wouldn't be able to protect against this ability as it attacked the mind and spirit, and unless one had a powerful will, it was impossible to protect against this ability of his, especially the Sea King, which was nothing but an animal. Yes, some of these creatures might be as smart as humans, but in the end, they couldn't fight against their nature, which had always been the one that dominated humans, and be a pet. Still, when he thought of resting, he opened the blanket, but what he saw wasn't Robin, but a cute young woman with long purple hair. "Where is Robin?" "She told me to help you." "Are you okay?" "Why yes. Karina blushed, shy, yet her determination was firm. So, Shinra also didn't hesitate, moving closer and kissing her lips softly, which made her sigh helplessly, wondering why she had fallen in love with such a scumbag. Yet, as she felt an indescribable pleasure that made her cry sweetly, she understood why Robin was so in love with him. Meanwhile, Robin, who was on the outside, reading the book that was collected on the Ryugu Kingdom, heard their exchange, and her body started to feel hot before she stood up and joined them. To which Shinra felt a little helpless happiness, but while his journey with his women was smooth, his trip to obtain the Bato no Mi model vampire wasn't as smooth as the first place he arrived, which wasn't the location of the devil fruit, but somewhere else. Looking at the place that was filled with poison before them, they wondered where this place was. Chapter 107, The Punk Hazard. Where is this? The first island they saw after arriving in the New World was unusual, as it resembled a deserted island polluted with a strange, poisonous gas. Is this Punk Hazard? Robin subconsciously said as she looked at the records that they had collected. While it was their first time in the New World, it didn't mean that they were unfamiliar with this place. After all, while the weather, geography, and other things were so weird and ruthless that it would cause those who were unfamiliar with the sea to sink into the deep ocean, it didn't mean that the New World was an uncharted sea. Many people lived in the New World, and naturally, many of them made records about this sea, whether it was the locations of the islands, the weather, or various phenomena that occurred in this place. Except for the Laugh Tale, the location of One Piece, and most of the locations of the islands had been recorded. While many might say that it was weird, 800 years had passed since the world government ruled over this world, and while the New World was an exception, it was because it was an exception that the people of this ocean tried their best to make money by sailing in the uncharted area that had never been hoping to become rich, so it was perfectly normal for them to have the records of the New World, the geography, and even maps. Yes, Shinra might not possess the super-ultra navigation talents of Nami, but even so, all of that could be compensated for by knowledge, technology, and money. Then again, the navigation wasn't that hard for him, so even without Nami, the super-talented navigator, it didn't really matter. Punk Hazard. Karina looked at the two and asked, isn't that the abandoned island by the world government? It should be used as a secret experiment facility by the world government, right? She might appear lazy, but she didn't hate to learn, especially when it was related to money. If it was before, her thought would be limited to steal, rob, and that's it, but as she was with Shinra, her mind also started to become smarter, and instead of stealing or robbing, which wouldn't make much of a money, it was better to invest and do business, thinking what kind of resources that could be developed and make money from an island. Yet, as she looked at the island that was covered in the poisonous gas, was there a value that one could get from it? Yes. After receiving a confirmation from Shinra, Karina asked, so, do you want to move on to the next island or enter? Let's enter. This island might be abandoned, but as the facility is left behind by the world government, we might be able to find something interesting there. Such as technology. Shinra suddenly thought of the smartest men in the whole world. As this is an experimental facility built by the world government, it must be led by the best scientist, and who is the best scientist? It is Vegapunk, and because of that, I can tell that we might find something interesting here. Vegapunk. 2x. When they thought of this name, their expressions quickly changed since, while Vegapunk might not be the strongest, he was the smartest man in the world. As this experimental facility was led by Vegapunk, they should be able to find something worthy of attention. Okay, let's go. Karina was all excited, but Robin was calm as she asked, do you think there is a Poneglyph here? It shouldn't be. Why can you be so sure? I don't know, but strangely enough, the Poneglyph has always been located in the place where the world government doesn't have much of an influence. When you say it that way. 800 years have passed, yet instead of collecting the Poneglyphs all over the world, so that no one would be able to read the past that should have been erased, the world government allowed this record of the past to exist in the world. Shinra wasn't sure whether the world government was too lazy, or the Poneglyph could somehow hide away from the world government, but frankly, he felt that it was the plot hole of the story. Yes, the Poneglyph might be said to be indestructible, but that doesn't mean that it couldn't be moved, right? If the world government moved all the Poneglyphs, hid them, or even threw them to the bottom of the sea, then would anyone be able to read the past history? Yet, somehow, even though the world government had ruled for so long, it just let the Poneglyphs exist as if it didn't care about the past history, whether it was known or not, before making a decision to destroy an island just because the scholars on that island wanted to learn the past. It was quite peculiar, but Shinra also understood that it was impossible to comprehend what was on the minds of the world government, as they were either too arrogant or simply foolish. By the way, how are we going to enter this place? As Robin had accepted Shinra's explanation, she wondered how they could pass the island, which was covered in poison gas. Let's look around the island first. Okay. The island wasn't that big anyway, and they could look around first, searching for a chance to enter. Moreover, with the Iro no Mi, which made them able to appear invisible, no one would notice them. Shinra, look. There are people. As their ship sailed around the island, they noticed a group of people who wore a hazmat suit-like outfit, seemingly coming in and out of the island. At that moment, the three looked at each other and knew that a certain secret existed on the island. Let's go. Shinra didn't hesitate and approached the ship, using his hypnosis, and took away the suits before he entered the island with Robin and Karina after they had disguised themselves. The suit is too ugly. Be patient. Let's see what's inside first. We might find a lot of treasures here. And Shinra was correct, he discovered many treasures inside this place, especially a certain devil fruit that made him stronger than ever. Meanwhile, the people inside didn't seem to realize the danger that was about to come to their world. What is a crocodile doing on the Sabaody archipelago? A certain man looked at the newspaper, and reading the news about the disaster of the Sabaody archipelago that destroyed his auction house, which made him annoyed and angry, yet as he saw it was all sand, he decided to shut his mouth, wondering whether crocodile had become stronger. Suna no Mi. No matter how he looked down on crocodile, the power of the Logia type of devil fruit couldn't be underestimated. Did he seek a treasure? Young master, we found the trace of that young man from before. Where is he? It seems he appeared on the Sabaody archipelago before. Sabaody archipelago. The man frowned, confused, but then he smiled arrogantly. It seems that we don't have to move as he will come to us, and when he arrives, let's welcome him with the grandest party. His words might seem light and kind, yet the voice that came from his mouth was cold and filled with a killing intent. Yet, what he didn't know was that before he made a move, Shinra had already made his move. Chapter 108, Trash. 1 year had passed after the poisonous gas spread across the Punk Hazard Island, devastating the island's ecosystem and killing all life on it. Many of the survivors were evacuated in time, but the prisoners were left behind. Caesar Clown, the perpetrator of this incident, also escaped but was later captured and imprisoned for his actions. It was at this time that the Marines and the world government shut down Punk Hazard. 1 year after his imprisonment, Caesar escaped and returned to Punk Hazard, where he had been working on the island, purifying it with his devil fruit to improve the environment. In addition to this, he continued his usual role as a scientist, conducting research on various topics. As a genius scientist, Caesar never lacked anything, and many people would seek him out despite what he had done to the island, which had caused many people to die. Still, for every great invention, a sacrifice was necessary. Yes, many would think that he was evil, but he didn't think so, as he felt it was for the greater good of the future. Regardless, while he said that, it wasn't so easy to gain budgets and people to trust him, especially when every experiment required a lot of money. Fortunately, he was in luck and he met Doflamingo, who wished for his help to develop an artificial devil fruit, a man-made devil fruit, something that was born from the hands of a human instead of naturally appearing like the original. Naturally, the artificial type wasn't like the original, as it depended on luck, and instead of gaining a new power, the eater of this type of devil fruit might end up in failure and gain the weakness of the devil fruit and other bad disadvantages. As for the ones who were successful, what they gained was just the power of the Zoan-type devil fruit, and their bodies became non-human, and their transformation wasn't as natural as the real Zoan-type devil fruit. Yet, despite all of those failures, in Caesar's genius mind, he had successfully created this artificial devil fruit, in the better version than what Vegapunk had created. Despite the fact that he created this devil fruit by mimicking what Vegapunk's record, he didn't think that all of those drawbacks were failures. Instead, he felt that those drawbacks were simply due to unlucky factors instead of acknowledging his incompetent mind. Moreover, instead of trying to do research on the artificial devil fruit, it was better for him to do a better experiment on a better issue. So, what kind of important experiment was more important than the artificial devil fruit that made a lot of money? Naturally, it was the topic of life and women. Yes, women. By using all the money that was given by his collaborators, Caesar went to the famous pleasure district to have fun with women and spent all of the experiment's money there. Shurororo. Caesar laughed lewdly as he wrapped his arms around all the beautiful women who surrounded him. Unfortunately, his good days ended when he lost his money, but fortunately, with his genius mind, everyone wanted to give him money, and he got a job from Big Mom to create a project to turn normal people into giants. Naturally, he accepted. After all, by then, he would get more money. So, after he received the money, he immediately had another party, having fun before he returned to Punk Hazard, and was still feeling dreamy about the softness and warmth of those beautiful women. Shurororo. They smell so good. As he laughed happily, a woman's voice was heard as if trying to remind him. It's good that you are happy, but don't forget about your experiment, Caesar, or do you want to be targeted by the Big Mom pirates? Shurororo. You don't have to worry, Monet. With my genius mind, I can turn those children into giants. Instead of urging me, you should collect more children for me. Guinea pigs are needed for every experiment. The more the better. You are sent here by Daffy as my assistant, so you should work to your best. Okay. A beautiful young woman with light green wavy hair let out a helpless sigh, but she didn't try to stop Caesar's wish to kidnap more children for experiments. Fortunately, many countries and kingdoms in the New World weren't part of the new government, so it was easy for them to kidnap, rob, and fool those people and take their children by saying that those children were sick. As for the Marines, who were the dogs of the world government, as long as they didn't attack the countries and kingdoms that were part of this organization, it was fine, but even if they did, it didn't matter since their boss was the future of the Pirate King, Don Quixote da Flamingo. By the way, tell Daffy to add more budget for my experiment. I believe that the artificial devil fruit can be better. No, it will definitely improve, so tell him to get me more money. Okay. Monet smiled sweetly, ignoring Caesar's lewd smile. Shurororo. I can't wait to go to the pleasure district. No, I can't wait to do my experiment. Yes, an experiment. Yet, even so, Caesar's smile was so vulgar that he couldn't hide the fact that he tried to rob to get more money for fun with women. Still, that said, he had to say money was attractive, but as this woman was part of Doflamingo's pirate group, he wasn't so stupid as to touch her, as he was afraid that he would be killed. Yes, he might be lascivious, but he wasn't stupid. Instead, he was the smartest man. Vegapunk. That guy didn't even reach his fart. As Caesar thought so, he thought to get more budgets, so that he could show the world that he was the best scientist in the world. Shurororo. My future is bright. Shaking her head, Monet didn't intend to talk with Caesar anymore and reported everything to Doflamingo, her hero and the one who would become the Pirate King. Come on. Let's get more guinea pigs. Before that, she still needed to get more kids so that they could do more experiments. Only the group of people in the hazmat suit didn't move and just stood in place until all of a sudden, one of them, who stood near Caesar, formed his hand into that of a spear as it was clad in black armor like Haki, to which, stabbed and crushed Caesar's heart cruelly. Cough. Caesar coughed up a lot of blood, as his consciousness became dizzy, realizing that he was being assassinated. What is happening? Why did he see his own heart? Why did he feel such intense pain? Why did a hand stab into his heart? He was a fucking Logia type of devil fruit user. How could he die? Yet, due to desperation, Caesar, who wanted to run away, turned his head, trying to see who had killed him, but unfortunately, his killer was covered in the Hamzat suit before everything turned dark, and he died. Caesar. Monet screamed in a panic, yet several hands emerged on her joints, twisting her body. Unfortunately, she was the user of the Yuki no Mi, a Logia-type devil fruit that allowed her to turn her body into snow. You bastard. You will definitely regret this. Young master will definitely kill all of you. As Monet's body turned into that of snow, all of a sudden, a gunshot echoed. Bang. It's meaningless. Bullets won't work on me. Before Monet finished her words, she screamed in pain. My leg. Instead of passing through her snowy body, a bullet hit her smooth leg as she screamed in pain before her body was wrapped in hands again as her joints were broken by Robin. Arg. Monet knew that she had to report to her young master. If not, then. Still, despite many people in Hamzel suits standing nearby, no one moved even if Monet kept screaming, asking all of them to attack her attackers. Why my power won't work. While Monet wondered why she grew weaker as she couldn't use her power, Karina ignored Monet and looked at Shinra while asking, "Can I take off my Hamzel outfit?" "Go ahead. It's so hot." As Karina took off her Hamzel outfit, Robin also removed hers, as she asked, "Did you get something?" "Yup." Shinra also took off his Hamzel suit as he said, "I really got a lot in this place." Throwing away the trash in his hand, Shinra cleaned up his arm from the blood as he gained his new power, as he was glad that he had come to the world of Kaiju number 8 first. Chapter 109, I Am Coming. Gas no Mi. This was the power that Shinra gained from robbing Caesar Clown of everything. Yup, this guy might seem like a clown, scumbag, and the worst type of human out there, but Caesar had a lot of potential, especially his mind and his devil fruit, which was a Logia type. If Shinra had to say, he loved this devil fruit more than the Suna no Mi, as it was more environmentally friendly than the gas no Mi. More importantly, it was more subtle as the gas was invisible, and for him, who was a ninja, it was the best ability ever, as he could even become gas, merge into the surroundings, become invisible, intangible, and simply undefeatable. His words might seem exaggerated, yet how could one defeat a gas when one needed to breathe oxygen? As long as his enemy was a living being, then with the gas no Mi, Shinra was simply undefeatable. Unfortunately, Caesar was an idiot, or was he too arrogant? Yet, without a doubt, Caesar might be one of the best scientists in the world, but he lacked fighting talent. Well, it is unexpected. Yes, Shinra didn't plan to rob Caesar, but as he saw Caesar, he couldn't help it since in his mind, gas no Mi was better than Suna no Mi, at least when he fought on the top of the sea. The Suna no Mi might be good, and on land, he was invincible as he could turn everything into a desert wasteland, but when he was on top of the ocean, especially when he was on the sea, it was quite troublesome to fight, even if it was possible for him. Meanwhile, the gas was nice as it was everywhere, and unlike sand that had a weakness to water, and made him be defeated when he was exposed to water, he wouldn't have such a weakness in the gas no Mi. Naturally, this didn't mean that the gas no Mi was invincible, since if his opponent didn't have to breathe, then his gas manipulation would do nothing. As for wind, while there was a possibility that his gas would be blown away by the wind, he thought that such an effect was minimal. Still, in his hands, this devil fruit had a higher effect, and at the same time, he sighed in relief since the regeneration ability that he had taken from the Kaiju in the world of Kaiju number 8 had helped him a lot. It should be okay to get the Bato no Mi, model, vampire, right? By the way, what are you going to do about those kids? Karina asked. All the children in this experimental facility were kidnapped from nearby islands. While some of them had arrived, some of them had been experimented on, and many also had died, so even if Shinra had killed Caesar, whether it was Robin or Karina, they thought that Caesar deserved it. Young master will definitely kill all of you. You will definitely die. Before Shinra said anything, Monet, who was being chained by chains made from sea stones, shouted, showing her hysterical side as she looked at them with killing intent, but Karina smiled, then stomped her foot on Monet's thigh that was shot by Shinra. It hurts. Stop. Yet, despite Monet's plea, Karina stomped on her even harder. It hurts? Then, can you imagine how painful those children are when they are being experimented on by you guys? You make me sick. When she got angry, Karina stomped on Monet hard, and Robin joined in for a bit before she went to Shinra and asked, "That said, your power is really convenient." Their infiltration was so smooth because of Shinra's hypnotic ability. Under his eyes, no small fries could escape his control, and all of the soldiers on this island had been hypnotized by him, which made them able to take control over this island, and take down Caesar and Monet. Still, the young master in her lips before seemed to be Doflamingo pirates. Are they powerful? Karina asked curiously. Doflamingo is one of the 7 warlords of the sea, one of the 7 chosen legal pirates by the world government, but Shinra had defeated 2 before, so, it should be okay. Robin knew that Crocodile and Jimbei were members of the 7 warlords of the sea, and they were all defeated by Shinra, but what about Doflamingo? Yet, while she didn't realize it, even if they might be targeted by a pirate with a bounty of 340 million bellies, she didn't feel that tense or nervous like before, who thought that she was just an unlucky woman that would bring a misery and disaster to any groups that she joined. After all, Robin knew well how powerful Shinra was. It should be okay. Compared to the 4 emperors, who were the 4 strongest pirates in the world, who also happened to be his target after he gained the Bato no Mi model vampire, he felt that Doflamingo was just SOSO. Moreover, if Shinra was defeated by Doflamingo, how could he go back to the world of Naruto? Lastly, with 2 Logia types of devil fruit in his hands, he felt that everything should be okay. What troubled him wasn't the fighters who relied on their devil fruit's abilities, but those with an alien-like body, which made them virtually unbeatable, especially when they had strong Haki proficiency and a unique body. Monet, who heard Shinra's words, snorted, thinking that a dirty rat that could only make a sneak attack, like an assassination, definitely wasn't her young master's opponent, yet she wouldn't say it out loud since she wasn't good with the feeling of pain. Still, let's think about the children first. Are you going to send them home? If we're not being targeted, then it might be fine, but I can tell that Doflamingo will come to us soon, so it will be dangerous to have those children with us. Then, what idea do you have? Robin and Karina aside, the group of children on this island would definitely become a burden for Shinra as he had to protect all of them when he fought. Shinra thought for a moment and recalled the face of one person who was about to go to the New World. How about I call them Marines? Marines. 2x. While Robin and Karina tilted their heads and were dumbfounded by his words, they somehow agreed as they recalled the face of a beautiful, mature woman who seduced Shinra on the Sabaody archipelago. As expected, the moment Shinra called Doll, she accepted his call, and asked him whether she wanted to become a Marine, but he told her about something else, a group of children that were kidnapped on the Punk Hazard, and wondered whether he could leave them to her. Huh? Punk Hazard? That abandoned island. Yes. What the hell are you doing there? It's my first time in the New World. What do you expect? Well, that's true. Doll also felt that it was too much if she thought that Shinra wanted to do something on the abandoned island that was supposed to be the experiment facility created by the world government. Moreover, as it was abandoned, why couldn't he be there, right? Wait there. I will get my subordinates and ship to go there as soon as possible. Yet, Doll knew well that something must be happening on that island, something that no one knew, especially when a group of children was discovered by Shinra, and when she heard that those children seemed to be treated like genu pigs for experiments, she started to urge her subordinates to go to the Punk Hazard as soon as possible. Thanks. Shinra thanked Doll, then said, if possible, tell your superiors too. My superiors? Well, just to be careful since it isn't wrong to be careful, right? Okay. After he got Doll's answer, he could only wait as he tried to search for something that took his interest in this place. Yet, what he didn't know, as he killed Caesar, a certain someone quickly noticed it as Caesar's Vire card was burnt, and vanished, which showed that Caesar was killed. As he got that fact, the men became angry as veins bulged on his forehead, ready to massacre those who wanted to destroy his plan. Chapter 110, Are They Going to Be Okay? So, did you find something interesting? Karina asked curiously. As Shinra manipulated the computer screens, looking at various data, he transferred all of them into the SSD that he discovered in the laboratory as he answered Karina's question. There are many experiments that people have done on this island. Such as? Well, there are many, but the main experiments are about the most dangerous poison gas, a method to turn a human into a giant, and the creation of the artificial devil fruit. Wait. Artificial devil fruit? That devil fruit? You mean that it is possible to make it? It is. Karina and Robin. Has it been created? Robin asked curiously. Yup. Shinra nodded. Doflamingo has even sold it. Karina and Robin. By the way, how much is it? Also, what about the cost? Is it a lot? Karina asked, causing Robin to look at her speechlessly. Profit aside, if the cost of the artificial devil fruit was high, then the profit would be low, so Karina needed to take all of that into account. At this moment, instead of becoming the best thief in the world, Karina wanted to become the best capitalist and suck all the money, resources, and everything in the world dry like an octopus that reached its tentacles everywhere, greedily eating many things. The artificial devil fruit is about 1/10 the price of the real devil fruit, which is about 10 million bellies. As for the cost of creating it, Shinra made signs with his fingers, to which Karina's eyes widened, then she clung to him like an adorable kitty, rubbing her cheek against her master. Shinra, let's make an artificial devil fruit, okay? I will wear that costume tonight for you. This was simply a money-printing business. As long as they did this business, they would get a lot of money. Robin. But it isn't so easy, right? Robin asked curiously. She didn't hate money, but she wasn't as greedy as Karina. If that was enough for her to live in comfort, then that was enough. Even if she lived uncomfortably, it was also fine as long as she could be at peace, but when one thought about her rough childhood, it was perfectly normal. I can't say that it is hard since it is pretty simple technology. Really? 2x. Wasn't this guy so smart? Somehow, they wanted to see what was inside his head. Stop looking at me with those scary eyes, okay? Shinra let out a helpless sigh and said, all the methods are written in this laboratory, so if I want to, it is pretty simple, but this artificial devil fruit has a lot of weaknesses. Such as, it can only be a zoan type, and the other types are difficult, or almost impossible, at least for now. Even if it's only a zoan type, I don't think that we will lack buyers for those devil fruits. What was the one thing sought the most in this world? While it was weird, naturally, it was a power, and if they could get a power from the devil fruit, even if it was just a zoan type, they would do their best to get it. After all, devil fruits were rare, but if they could be mass-produced, then it would be a different problem. What about other weaknesses? According to the record, while the people who ate this devil fruit gained the power of the zoan type of devil fruit, it isn't a perfect ability, which unlike a normal zoan type of devil fruit that can allow the user to transform into 3 types of a forms, which was a beast form, a human form, and a mix form, but this artificial can only allow a certain trait of the animal to emerge on their bodies. A certain part of an animal. 2x. Robin and Karina thought that the artificial type of devil fruit might gain 2 cat ears. Wasn't it kind of cute? It isn't so cute, okay. Let me give you an example. If you somehow eat a giraffe type of artificial devil fruit, you can get the power of a giraffe, but your lower body will become like a giraffe's, and your upper body will be connected to that long neck of a giraffe, and you can't even return to normal. Robin and Karina. When they heard Shinra's weird example that caused the eater of the artificial devil fruit to become weird, such as having an elephant's head on the stomach, having large mouse ears, and a strange alpaca head, the two had a cold sweat and determined not to eat the artificial devil fruit. But this isn't all. That isn't all. Yes. Shinra nodded. Lastly, it isn't concluded that you might get the power of the zoan type of devil fruit. Instead, when you eat it, you won't gain anything, yet you will be cursed by the sea, unable to swim, and become weak when you are exposed to the sea, and you will laugh. Laugh. 2x. The weakness of the ocean aside, they felt confused by the laugh. I don't really know, but the failed artificial devil fruit will probably destroy the nerves of the eaters, and can only make them laugh on their facial expression. 2x. Can you fix all of those disadvantages? I should be. You can. 2x. With a confident smile on his face, Shinra said, who do you think I am? 2x. What should they do? This guy was just so handsome. They wanted to have his children somehow. Monet. On the corner, Monet only snorted, thinking that Shinra was just all talk, and this pretty boy was nothing but a face without any essence. So, do you want to make it now? Karina asked curiously. No, let's wait till everything is calm. Calm. Ah, you are going to fight that Daffy first, right? That guy aside, I am thinking of someone else. Someone else. I have told you all the main experiments on these islands, right? Let's see. Robin thought for a moment and listed all the experiments that Shinra mentioned before. The artificial devil fruit, the most toxic bomb, and also a method to turn a human into a giant, right? Is it the most toxic bomb? Are we going to fight weapon dealers or something? No, it's a method to turn a human into a giant. A method to turn a human into a giant. Frankly, whether it was Karina or Robin, they felt that this was a weird experiment, as they wondered what the point of turning a human into a giant was. After all, with the development of the technology, a giant wasn't as invincible as before, and with the increasing price of the food, it would just waste resources to create an army of giants. What's the point of doing that? That aside, the one who requested this experiment is one of the 4 emperors, Big Mom. Shinra looked at the two, who showed dumbfounded expressions, and said, "So, let's make sure everything is peaceful." 2x. Being targeted by Big Mom, could they live peacefully? Chapter 111, The Key. 4 Emperors. It was the title given by the world government to the 4 powerful pirates who had dominated the New World, only one rank lower than the Pirate King. Yet, frankly, instead of the title to show how dangerous those pirates were, Shinra knew that it was nothing but just a conspiracy, so those 4 pirates that had dominated the New World would be targeted by the pirates, who entered the New World, having them fight each other, and defeat those strong pirates without doing anything. Even so, the fact that these 4 pirates were able to gain such a title meant that their powers couldn't be underestimated, and each of them was really an existence that most people could only look up to in their lives. Was the world government helpless towards them? Shinra didn't think so, since if the world government wished to, they could erase one of the 4 emperors easily, and he knew well the power of the world government. The ruler of this world for the past 800 years wasn't just a simple marine. On the other hand, the 4 emperors hadn't been created for hundreds of years, so naturally, their power was limited, and they could only control the New World. However, the enemy of the world government wasn't just the 4 emperors, and with their budgets, instead of using them to defeat one of the 4 emperors, it was better to maintain their status quo, as the benefits that came from defeating those 4 strongest pirates were minimal. The essence of the war was about profit. Whether it was resources, money, lands, or others, as the 4 emperors lacked that compared to the world government, it was better to just bully those small countries or kingdoms that didn't have powerful fighters and got an easy money, than having to fight powerful opponents and spent a lot of their incomes, budgets, power, and times on those 4 emperors. Meanwhile, instead of fighting the world government, the 4 emperors just wanted to maintain the status quo, or tried to aim to become the illusionary goal known as the King of Pirates, which was declared by the Gold Roger. Regardless, everything was in balance, and everyone lived peacefully on their own, so why should they cause trouble and make their lives uncomfortable? Nevertheless, as Shinra had killed Caesar, he knew that he had made an enemy of one of the 4 emperors known as Big Mom, the strongest female pirate, the leader of the Big Mom pirates, and also the founder of Tato Land, Charlotte Lean. While the reason why Big Mom wanted to turn humans into giants was still unknown, Shinra knew well that she was a formidable opponent. Still, when he thought of Big Mom, he wondered why the old woman in this world was just too horrendous. Even though she was so beautiful when she was young. When Shinra compared Big Mom's appearance when she was under 40 and when she was above 40, he could only let out a helpless sigh. "What did you say?" "Nothing." "So, are we going to be okay?" Robin asked with a hint of anxiety, feeling worried since their opponent wouldn't be on the same level as they had fought before. "Well." Shinra thought for a moment and recalled all the records about the 4 emperors, including their strength, abilities, and everything, then came to a conclusion. "Whether it is a direct battle or assassination, I don't think that I can defeat them. Karina and Robin. However, if I run away from them, then they won't be able to catch me. Karina and Robin." Shinra's strength might not be comparable to the 4 emperors, at least, currently, but it was just a matter of time since sooner or later, he wanted to face the 4 emperors, especially after he gained the Bato no Mi model, devil. Still, before he got that devil fruit, he thought for a moment and looked at the record of the laboratory until he discovered what he sought. Frankly, compared to Caesar's research, he was more interested in Vegapunk's research, and fortunately, it was still recorded within this faculty. As for why Vegapunk didn't erase all the data records of his research on this island, Shinra could only think that it was because this guy was so saintly that he wanted to share his knowledge with the world. While Shinra didn't understand Vegapunk's thought, since how could one share what they had been working hard to everyone without any greed, the only way to explain this was because Vegapunk probably felt that the knowledge that he had learned wasn't worth mentioning, or it was simply the arrogance of a genius, like how wealthy people would share their money to those without money like a charity. Charity. It was probably the best word to describe Vegapunk's actions. Still, while Shinra was calm, the others weren't calm. "You are dreaming. Do you think that you can escape from the Big Mom and young master? You are all going to die here." While her body was all weak, Monet's mouth was still as strong as ever. Shinra stared at Monet's fleshy, pink lips for a moment before he stood up, ready to get the last piece for his escapade on this island. "Where are you going?" Karina asked curiously. "Well, there is something interesting here that will help me to escape easily." "Huh?" 2x. Monet, who heard this, was dumbfounded, but Karina and Robin didn't doubt him and followed him to the place that he wanted to go. While Monet was curious, she couldn't move, and at this moment, she also realized Shinra's weirdness, as she realized that Shinra could control all of the soldiers on this island, yet the problem was, how? What did Shinra really do? This young man was an enigma, mysterious, and all of his means were just too weird for her to understand. Monet might have confidence in her young master, Doflamingo, but if he wasn't careful enough, then... No, young master is the strongest. As she thought so, Monet continued to think, imagining Shinra's horrible fate when Doflamingo arrived on this island. Still, Shinra had never thought much of Doflamingo. Instead, his focus was on the room where he discovered a fruit with the shape of a blue apple with double ring patterns throughout the fruit, the outer rings being darker green than the inner ones, lighter. Is this a devil fruit? Karina and Robin looked at the devil fruit that was held by Shinra curiously. Yet, Shinra didn't answer their question, but activated his Eye of Usurp, aiming to take away everything on this devil fruit before slowly transforming into a different creature before he returned the devil fruit in the box again. 2x. There were many things that the two wanted to say, but before all of that, they had to face the guest who had come to this island first. Chapter 112, Betray. There are many children here. As I have told you, right? The guest, who came to visit the punk hazard first, was Doll, who happened to be nearby, and as expected, when she saw many children and what had happened on this island, her expression became ugly. The other Marines also weren't better, especially when they thought about what would happen to those children. Who did all of this? It should be Doflamingo. Doflamingo. That Shichibukai. Yes. How could you be so sure? She is his subordinate. As Shinra said, he pointed his finger at Monet, who was caught by him. By the way, you can catch her, but return the sea stone chains to me since they are expensive. Everyone. Can you tell me from the beginning? Also, can you introduce yourselves first, young men? The one who asked those questions wasn't Doll, but someone on the Den Den Mushi. When Shinra looked at the Den Den Mushi, it formed into the appearance of a gentle old woman, which made him doubt. You are. I am Vice Admiral of the Marines, and also the great staff officer, Tsuru. Tsuru. One of the legendary female Marines, who stood side by side with the current fleet admiral, Sengoku, and the Marine hero, Monkey D. Garp, was also known as the brain of the Marines, the great staff officer, Tsuru. Yes. That's me, so can you tell me? Okay. Shinra then told everyone from the beginning how he arrived at the New World, and also discovered everything, including how he killed Caesar. If he wasn't wrong, Caesar's bounty was about 300 million bellies, and it would be a shame if he didn't exchange that for money. Still, while he talked about his discovery, he naturally hid many things, especially many of his gains on this island. Then, as Shinra rubbed one of his eyes that was slightly dim due to the aftereffects of using the Eye of Usurp on the devil fruit that he discovered in one of the rooms within the facility, he finished his story. I see, thanks for your hard work. It's fine. You don't have to worry. You have helped me to take care of those children, after all. Shinra could tell that Doll had just arrived in the New World, but as she heard his report, she quickly gathered her subordinates to save those children and take care of them, telling him that she would return all of them to their parents. The other Marines were also the same, and toward such people, how could he hate them? Still, Tsuru, who heard Shinra's words, was silent for a while, then asked, by the way, young man, have you thought of joining the Marines? Even though Doll had told her that she had invited Shinra to join the Marines, she couldn't help but try to reach out to him. After all, Shinra's power was obvious, considering he had defeated the treasure pirates alone, and was even able to sail to the dangerous New World by traveling through the Fishman Island, before finding the secret facility of a criminal on the punk hazard and saving many children. Tsuru could tell that Shinra's heart wasn't bad, and more importantly, she could tell that he didn't even think about becoming a pirate. No, Shinra wasn't even a pirate. Probably, if one had to describe him, he was a bit like a bounty hunter, but most of the time, he was an adventurer. With such a clean background, why should she hesitate? Still, if it was before, Shinra might have disagreed, but this time, he said, sure. 2x. All of them were somewhat dumbfounded by his answer, including Tsuru, as she had never expected him to give such an answer. But later. Later. When? After I challenged the 4 emperors. Everyone. If I am defeated and need to run away, then please take care of me by then. Everyone. At the beginning of his time after he came to this world, Shinra had planned to become part of the Marines, especially when it had complete systematic training, many good instructions, extensive facilities, and even being paid with good salaries. However, as Shinra met Robin, his plans were interrupted, and all of a sudden, there he was on the new world, and probably soon, he would be targeted by Big Mom. After all, Shinra had killed Caesar, the scientist in charge of Big Mom's dream to transform humans into giants. Sooner or later, he would become Big Mom's enemy, so he thought to join the Marines to have a moment of respite. So, would the Marines accept him? Okay, then, but don't die, okay? I am waiting for you here at the headquarters. Unexpectedly, Tsuru didn't seem to care much about the threat of Big Mom, but wasn't it normal? The Marines and the pirates had always been enemies, and as one of the strongest pirates, even if Big Mom was powerful, Tsuru didn't care and wished for Shinra to be able to successfully return and join the Marines. As for why Tsuru could make such decisions, it was clear that if Shinra fought the 4 emperors, he would become their enemies, and by then, his relationship would definitely be impossible to become an alliance with the 4 emperors, and he would be fully dependent on the Marines if he wanted to live. More importantly, if Shinra could really get out alive, it showed his potential, which definitely wasn't weak at all. So, why should Tsuru hesitate, especially when Shinra was so young? Thank you. Yet, as they talked again, a marine ship was seen in the distance. Huh? Marine ship. Doll was confused when she saw a large marine ship come to Punkhazard, even though she didn't even call for reinforcements. That flag, is it G5? G5, officially the Marine Grand Line 5th branch, is a marine base located in the New World, near the Red Line. As for why Doll quickly concluded it was the G5, and didn't even doubt it, it was because of the state of the ship that was so bad that it wouldn't be weird that it would sink to the bottom of the ocean. At the same time, the qualities of the soldiers of this base were so bad that they appeared more like pirates than the soldiers of the Marines. Huh? Is that Doll Vice Admiral? So beautiful. Vice Admiral, I love you. Doll had anger veins on her forehead as she watched the uneducated and undisciplined soldiers. G5. Tsuru was also confused, and Shinra didn't say anything, only staring at the men with a crew-cut hairstyle, who stood at the front area of the ship, completely solemn, cool, but with a piece of bitten patty on his cheek. Vice Admiral Virgo. Virgo, who was standing at the dock area, also quickly noticed Doll, which caused his expression to frown before he looked at Shinra for a moment. Shinra was targeted by the Doflamingo pirate after he had killed Bellamy and Saquis, but while many could describe his appearance, his photo wasn't taken, and with the level of intelligence of the people on Jaya Island, it would be a miracle if they could describe Shinra's appearance properly. Moreover, the thought of someone appearing in the New World after they became the enemy of the Doflamingo pirate never crossed the mind of Virgo at all. Why did Virgo think so? It was because in Virgo's mind, his young master was the best of the best. What are you doing here, Virgo? Doll had a similar position to Virgo, so she didn't have to be polite. My base is close here, right? Why can't I be here? Instead, I am more curious about what you are all doing here. Is there anything that I can help with? While Doll wasn't sure, she felt this man was suspicious, and somehow along the way, Tsuru never talked and just remained quiet as if she tried to eavesdrop on their conversation. Naturally, without being asked, Shinra also helped by helping to hide the Den Mushi that was connected to Tsuru. No, it's fine. Everything is over. You should go back to your base, and I will handle the rest. Virgo didn't move even after Doll said those words, but his eyes landed on Monet, who was caught and beaten. Who did this? What is that? Only, his question was ignored as Shinra suddenly asked when he noticed a flying dot in the sky. Huh. The dot might have been a little small, but slowly it grew larger until it formed into the shape of a person. No, it was a person. The man seemed to walk on the sky, moving his fingers dexterously and in nimble ways as if holding something. Is that Doflamingo? Doll asked with a frown, feeling even more confused. Huh? That Shichibukai. What is that pirate doing here? You bastard. Go home. While the soldiers under Doll were all in silence, waiting for Doll's order, the soldiers under Virgo were also rude and directly mocked Doflamingo, but... Bang! Splash! All of a sudden, the head of the soldier was blasted like a crushed watermelon. Virgo, who held a long bamboo stick, smashed it on the head of his subordinate and killed him directly. "It's young master. Call him by his name respectfully, you mongrel." "What are you doing, Virgo?" Dal looked at Virgo in anger as Virgo had killed his subordinate all of a sudden. Also, why did Virgo call Doflamingo young master? Wait. Were they working together? As Dal made such a conclusion, Doflamingo, who had arrived, directly used his strongest technique. Torikego. As Doflamingo's voice fell, the island was surrounded by a gigantic cage of string that trapped all of them inside. Chapter 113, Swift Battle. Dal, you should hold on. I will call the reinforcement immediately. As Tsuru's voice echoed from the den mushi, all of a sudden, it was hung up, and couldn't be connected. Doflamingo. While Tsuru cursed Doflamingo, her movement wasn't slow, and she decisively sent reinforcements to help Dal and everyone. She wasn't stupid, and she knew well that Punk Hazard must have a relationship with Doflamingo. No, all the evil experiments that happened on Punk Hazard must have all been due to Doflamingo. What about Virgo? While her expression was ugly, Tsuru understood that Virgo must have a certain connection to Doflamingo, or even worse, Virgo was someone who was sent by Doflamingo secretly to infiltrate the Marines. If that's the case. So it was understandable why the situation of the G5 had always been the worst, and it continued to become worse. You have to hold on, Dal. As Tsuru prayed, everyone on Punk Hazard was in a gloomy and despairing state. Virgo. Dolamingo. What do you mean by this? As Torikago had put it, Doflamingo was quite leisurely since he knew well that no communication could be established as everything was blocked by his cage of strings. Fufufu, can you not realize it by yourself? You should all be clear, right? Huh? Why did you do all of this? Hey, Vice Admiral Virgo. What's happening? Yet, while Dal's expression became gloomy as she thought of the possibility she didn't want to believe, the others were still confused, wondering why Doflamingo appeared and why this member of Shichibukai, a legal pirate chosen by the world government, would suddenly create a cage of strings. You are all idiots. Doflamingo mocked all of them. Isn't it obvious that Virgo is working for me? And all of you here are going to die. Doflamingo didn't know who had made a mess on the Punk Hazard, but for one thing, he had to kill all of them. No evidence, witnesses, or anything on this island could be discovered by the world government, and the best way to do that was to kill all of them. Huh. Yet, without a doubt, the words of Doflamingo caused all the Marines to show dumbfounded and shocked expressions. It's a lie, right, Vice Admiral Virgo? You are not working under that hateful pirate, right, Vice Admiral? Vice Admiral, tell us that he is lying. Still, Virgo only snorted, showing his disdain toward all of those pitiful and weak trash. Young master, your order. Isn't it obvious? Kill them all, Virgo. Yes. Vice Admiral. As everyone was getting frustrated when Virgo and Doflamingo were ready to make a move, ready to kill all of them, Shinra looked at the Torikago created by Doflamingo curiously, as it also started to change the surrounding environment into that of strings. The Awakening. This was the strongest stage at which one had developed the ability of their devil fruits. As they had reached this stage, they became so strong that they could become one of the powerhouses in this world. Still, while Doflamingo was serious and even showed one of his strongest abilities that he developed from his devil fruit, had Shinra developed his devil fruit's ability to this stage? Shinra wasn't sure whether he could say that he had developed his devil fruit to the awakening stage, but for one thing, he had developed his Bane no Mi so that it could also affect his surroundings, or items that he wished to be. As a Paramecia-type devil fruit, the Bane no Mi entered the category of the body modification type, which altered his body, giving it a trait similar to that of a spring mechanism, and that was the limit of the devil fruit's ability, which only affected his body, and it couldn't affect the environment or create springs out of nothing. The Bane no Mi was different from the Ito no Mi, which was eaten by Doflamingo, that could generate and manipulate strings from his body, since despite the two coming from the same Paramecia type, the Ito no Mi entered the category of substance generation. This had always been the rule, and even Luffy, the MC of this world, could only turn his body into that of a rubber instead of turning the surrounding environment into that of a rubber when he awakened his Gomu Gomu no Mi into Nika Nika no Mi. Yet, there had always been an exception in this world since some devil fruits could do all types of paramecia, whether it was substance generation, body alteration, or environmental manipulation. Still, why couldn't it be his devil fruit? Was it because his Bane no Mi was wielded by a side character? However, as the power of this devil fruit was taken by him, Shinra would develop it well. Can you handle Virgo, Doll-san? Yes, Doll answered subconsciously. If it were only 1-by-1, even if she faced Doflamingo, even if she wouldn't be able to win, she wouldn't lose so badly, but if it was the combination of Virgo and Doflamingo, she knew that she would die. Still, if it were only Virgo, then Doll believed that she would win. Yet. Are you going to fight Doflamingo? Doll asked with a hint of doubt and tension, as if trying to remind him that Doflamingo wasn't a weak opponent. Yes, Shinra might have defeated Mad Treasure and all of his followers, but did he think that Doflamingo was weaker than Mad Treasure? Then, I will leave that weird Vice Admiral to you. Shinra knew that talking too much would lead to a defeat, and as Doflamingo laughed happily as he saw the despair of all the soldiers, it was time to make an attack. All of a sudden, a gun appeared in his hands, and he shot all 9 bullets at Doflamingo. Bang. 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 Upper arm, collarbone, windpipe, temple, diaphragm, rib, testicles, and thighs. All 9 points of Doflamingo's body were all shot almost at the same time, and reached the supersonic speed so easily. Yet, this was far from enough as Shinra also covered each of those bullets with armament Haki, turning them into a dark bluish color, making them stronger and adding a piercing effect. No, it's far from enough. In his mind, a battle would always end swiftly, in a second, everything would be over. So, after he shot his gun, he took the blade that he gained from Hodi Jones, Kirisame. While the shape of this blade was weird like that of a shark's dorsal fin, the quality of the blade was nice, as it was one of the highest quality blades that was crafted in this world. In Hodi Jones' hands, this blade would be put on Hodi Jones' dorsal fin and used to cut as he swam to his opponent in the sea. However, in his hand, Shinra gave the blade a handle, turning it into that of a jambia, a type of dagger with a short curved blade with a medial ridge that originated from the Hadramaut region in Yemen. As the bullets were shot, Shinra held this blade, then bounced toward the sky as the ground turned into that of spring, soaring high before the air also turned into that of spring again before bouncing around, increasing his speed, and stabbing his blade into the blind spot of Doflamingo. Make it sharper. With his delicate control over his chakra, it didn't take long for him to manipulate his armament Haki, covering it on the entire length of his blade, increasing its durability and sharpness. Still, as everything was done in less than a second, Doflamingo, who was still laughing, was dumbfounded as many parts of his body were shot. Splash. The pain quickly woke him up and subconsciously made a defense measure to create armor made of strings as he covered himself in armament Haki, increasing his defense, and also tried to dodge, yet as Doflamingo did all of that, a quiet assassin emerged to his side and stabbed his heart from behind. Stab. Goa. As Doflamingo coughed blood, he looked at his heart, which was stabbed before he fell on the ground. Young Master. 2x. Under the panic scream of Monet and Virgo, Shinra defeated Doflamingo. Chapter 114, Sheathed. When everyone thought that the victor would be in the hands of Doflamingo and Virgo, no one had ever thought that Doflamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, would end up being defeated by Shinra so swiftly, almost instantly. As Doflamingo fell, Virgo and Monet were in despair as if their hearts were grabbed tightly by invisible hands, which made them know that they couldn't escape from their death. Yet, as Monet was completely captured and couldn't even use her ability due to the sea stone bullet that was still inside her thigh, Virgo quickly moved, dashed, and even used the special martial art of the Marines to come to the side of Doflamingo as soon as possible. There is still time. As long as Virgo stood and protected Doflamingo for a moment, he knew that his young master would rise up and show them the power of the one who would become the king of pirates. Yet. Rock and Roll Blaster. Doll made a move and chased after Virgo as she covered her entire arms in armament Haki. Bang. 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 Even if Virgo showed his back, Doll didn't show her mercy and sent a barrage of punches into his back brutally. 2x. Karina and Robin, who who had been hidden by Shinra with the ability of Iro no Mi, were speechless and also amazed by Doll's power as they could see how Doll's fists didn't seem to touch Virgo, yet even so, each of those punches was as heavy as cannons. "Don't bother me, bitch." Yet, while Virgo was enraged by Doll's sudden attack, he was also helpless since each of Doll's punches damaged him heavily. Yes, his armament Haki might be powerful, but Doll wasn't weak. Even though Virgo had covered his entire body in the armament Haki, increasing his defense and durability, he could still feel the pain that came from Doll's punches. The two of them were on the same rank, and their strength was more or less about the same. However, as Doll attacked Virgo when he turned his back, naturally, she had the advantage of being the one who made the first move, and she kept sending her punches, without giving Virgo a chance to attack. Still, without a doubt, all of them were surprised by Shinra's power and his swift attack, which could end Doflamingo directly. Then again, Shinra didn't think that Doflamingo was that special, especially when Doflamingo didn't have special bloodlines and his devil fruit couldn't enhance his physical ability. The special things about Doflamingo were just his mastery over devil fruit and the Supreme King Haki. Yes, Doflamingo might be a descendant of the world nobles, one with the highest status in the world, and naturally, due to that inheritance, he also developed his talents further, yet it was still far from enough to make him the strongest. More importantly, in this world, the best way to become stronger definitely wasn't due to the devil fruit. Many of those who stood at the top didn't even eat the devil fruit, including Gold, Roger and Monkey D. Luffy. Well, it isn't surprising. The Suna no Mi was too dangerous, and it was just too destructive, as he felt that it was a shame to destroy this island just to defeat Doflamingo and his group. Moreover, even if he mostly used the Suna no Mi, it didn't mean his training on his other abilities had stopped. His Bane no Mi could also start to affect the environment, giving the ground, water, or even the air the trait of that spring, which made him able to bounce around freely. At the same time, his armament Haki also developed, and he could clad or shroud anything he wished with his armament Haki. As for his observation Haki, while it wasn't developed to the advanced version, at least, for now, it was okay, but he knew that he should develop it further as it would be useful in the future. Still, besides observation Haki and armament Haki, Shinra also found that Haki could be used to erase his presence, erasing his aura, concealing himself, and making him almost impossible to perceive with any of the five senses or extrasensory perception. This was also the reason why Doflamingo couldn't even react when he was attacked previously. Doll is strong. Yet, he had to say, Doll was very strong, and he also nodded at the way she applied her armament Haki, and inwardly, he wondered whether there was a way to further develop the armament Haki and observation Haki. Well, let's defeat Virgo first. As Doll bombarded Virgo, Shinra suddenly appeared before Virgo and stabbed his blade into his two lungs. Stab. Stab. The sudden two stabs to his lungs caught Virgo unprepared, and he wanted to curse at how dirty Shinra was, yet before he even said anything, he was beaten by Doll mercilessly to the pulp. Fuck, you shithead. Doll smashed her fist into Virgo's face, breaking the nose, teeth, and jaw. Crack. Boom. Virgo passed out as he fell into the large crater. Kill. No, killing him is too easy, Doll grumbled as she thought of letting Virgo taste the feeling of endless punishment in prison. By the way, did you kill Doflamingo? Is it not okay? Well, it can't be helped. After all, Doflamingo wanted to kill them, so he should be prepared to be killed, right? But unexpectedly, you are so strong. Shinra's speed was just too fast, and the way he fought was just too different from what Doll had seen mostly, especially when the people in this world were full of muscle heads, yet without a doubt, he was strong. You too, Doll-san. Doll was, without a doubt, the strongest woman that Shinra had ever seen. Regardless, everyone was still at a loss since, in just a moment, they met their despair, but then, in just a single moment, everything was over in their victory. The swift change in their situation made all of them so speechless that they couldn't say anything, but for one thing, they could see Torai Kago had slowly disappeared, and they knew that they were saved. Only, all of a sudden, Shinra's eyes turned in the direction of where Doflamingo had fallen. Fuck. Doflamingo, who had fallen and almost died, was filled with hatred and frustration as he fell with just a single blade, but as he heard their laugh, it made him even angrier and caused him to develop an obsession to kill all of them. No, it's far from over. Even if his heart was stabbed, Doflamingo used his Ito no Mi, using the strong to reconnect and recover his heart, and when he recovered, he would kill all of them. Wait. 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 As Doflamingo thought so, he waited for the right moment to make an attack until his eyes widened when he saw Shinra staring at him with a smile from above. "Oh, you are alive." W. Doflamingo couldn't finish his words as his face was stomped and his nose, teeth, and jaw were broken like Virgo's. Yet before Shinra decided to finish Doflamingo's life, his leg was clung to by someone. "I beg you. Please don't kill young master. I will give you everything. I will." Shinra looked at Monet, who kept crying as she crept toward him despite her injuries and weakened state, clinging to his leg as she kept muttering incoherently as she passed out due to the blood loss. Staring at the trail of blood from the path where Monet had crept as she tried to beg him, Shinra thought for a moment before he sheathed his blade again. Chapter 115, Silent. "Thank you for your help, young man." "Ah, no, it's okay." Shinra showed an awkward expression when he received this thanks. "No. No. You have helped us a lot. If you don't stop him, then we might lose our Dalchan here." "Admiral." As Dal showed a dead-like expression, one of the admirals of the Marines, Kizaru, didn't joke around anymore, as he looked at Shinra curiously and asked, "By the way, I have heard that you planned to join the Marines after you had fought the 4 emperors, right? Is that true?" "Ah, yes." Yes, Shinra was quite nervous, as he didn't expect the reinforcement sent by Tsuru to be Kizaru. Yet, this was also a perfectly normal operation since Kizaru was the fastest man in the world. However, Shinra was also nervous since he knew well that among all the admirals, Kizaru was the most troublesome. Pika pika no mi. When Shinra thought of this devil fruit, he had only a headache. He might have taken 2 Logia-type devil fruits, but even so, he didn't think that he could defeat Kizaru. Why did he think so? It was because there was really no one in this world who could defeat Kizaru since his speed was just too unbelievable. Becoming a light and having the speed of light. Speed is power. If the speedster type of fighter was serious, Shinra knew well that the world would crumble. Fortunately, while Kizaru was powerful, his power wasn't overwhelming, and even if something happened, he believed he could escape. As for his plan to become a Marine, compared to the safety of his women, it was nothing since being a Marine wasn't the only way for him to grow stronger. Regardless, as all of them spoke, Robin and Karina also came out from their hiding places, but unlike Karina, Robin had Shinra use the Iro no Mi to make a modification on her face. As if that wasn't enough, Robin also wore a hijab and a burqa to hide her face. Where did Robin buy them? Well, where else if it wasn't the Arabasta kingdom? Nevertheless, it would be too weird if Shinra left immediately, and he also wanted to test whether Kizaru would notice Robin, but it seemed that Kizaru didn't have much interest in Robin or Karina, as Kizaru's focus had always been on Shinra. "You know how to enjoy your life well, young man." "I have worked hard." Shinra, who baked the fish on the bonfire, focused on his baking process without looking at Kizaru. "If I don't enjoy the fruit of my labor, then what's the point of working hard?" "That's true." Kizaru nodded as he asked, "When is the fish ready?" "Here, you can eat it first as my thanks for coming to save us." After lightly seasoning the fish with salt and spices, Shinra gave the baked fish to Kizaru. "Thanks." Kizaru happily accepted the fish as the 5 of them sat near the bonfire as they talked to each other. Shinra, Karina, Robin, Dal, and Kizaru. The 5 of them discussed what had happened on Punk Hazard, including Big Mom's commission to Caesar for a method to turn a human into a giant. "Now, I understand why you want to fight the 4 emperors." Kizaru sighed, feeling exhausted when he thought about the 4 emperors, yet what could he do? Could he ignore the children who would be used as experiments on this island? It was impossible, right? If so, then he wouldn't have become a Marine at all. "But are you really sure that you want to fight? Isn't it better for you to join the Marines now?" "I want to test my limit first, and it won't be late to join later." "Well, you have your own considerations, so I won't say much, but be careful, okay?" Unlike Doflamingo, the 4 emperors are on another level. "I know." That said, Kizaru thought for a moment and said, "Try to avoid the red-hair pirate." He didn't hate Shinra, and he also had a good impression of him despite how Shinra had 2 women by his side, and probably would have more women by his side, too, yet compared to pirates that would ravage and destroy everything, Shinra's lust was nothing, especially when the strong could gain everything. More importantly. Okay. Shinra nodded and didn't ask why he should avoid the red-hair pirate, which showed that he was smart. After all, in this world, there were some things that it was better to leave unknown, or else, they would enter a huge problem, and a problem was troublesome. That's good. That's good. Kizaru nodded in satisfaction. By the way, are you not going to ask about what will happen to Doflamingo? No, it's fine. Shinra shook his head, but he asked, should I keep everything here a secret? Ah, can you? Well, I don't mind if you just tell the world that it is Marines who have solved everything here. Shinra knew how the world worked, and the world government definitely didn't want Doflamingo, the legal pirate that it had chosen to be exposed, to kill all the Marines to silence, so no one would know what had happened on the Punk Hazard, and even sent his follower to infiltrate the Marines. If such news were exposed, then the world would be chaotic. Frankly, the world government led by the five elders wanted to silence everything and keep everything under wraps. Was it possible? Naturally, especially when this island was completely isolated and no one except for the Marines and Shinra's group knew about this problem. Regardless, no one should talk about what happened in this place. At the same time, while Virgo and Monet would enter the prison, Doflamingo was different, as he might be okay. It might be unfair since even after what Doflamingo had done, the Marines were unable to do anything, and they could only follow the direct order of the government, even though they knew what Doflamingo had done was wrong. While Karina and Robin didn't say anything, they felt inwardly dissatisfied with how the Marines worked, but they knew well the world couldn't work the way they wished, and watching how mature Shinra's way to handle this situation was, it made them sigh inwardly, thinking that they weren't mature enough. Meanwhile, Doll clenched her fists, feeling angry and annoyed, yet what could she do? The Vice Admiral might be one of the positions that many could only look up to, but she knew well that in the end, she was nothing but a dog for the world government. Yet, wasn't it normal? The military was, in the end, a tool for the ruler to maintain the order and stability of their government. Thanks. Kizaru felt guilty, yet what could he do? It's fine. I like to keep a low-key profile, too. Don't worry. You can be my direct subordinate when you work under me. Won't you put all of your work on me, sir? Ha ha ha. Kizaru laughed. I might be, but I will reward you well. By the way, have you eaten the devil fruit? If not, then when you enter the Marines, I will try to get you one. No, not yet. I haven't eaten the devil fruit. Then, when you join, I will ask the world government to prepare. Okay. Yet, was everything going to end like this? Would Doflamingo escape all the punishment even after what he had done? Shinra thought for a moment and decided to cause a little mischief. Chapter 116, Gains. Has he agreed? Yes, Kizaru answered the Den Mushi. He even took the initiative to keep everything under wraps and secrets. Did he ask for anything? No. Yet, as Shinra didn't ask for anything, it meant that they owed him a favor, which showed that his intellect and political talent were high. Yes, Shinra might not ask for anything, but when he joined the Marines, would they forget what he had done to them? How strong do you think he is? Strong, Kizaru answered. He might be young, but his talents on the Haki, physical ability, and also swordsmanship are high. Is he a swordsman? He seems to be interested in the devil fruit, too. I will report that too. Thanks, Fleet Admiral. I hope that you can tell them everything. Don't worry. This young man has a lot of potential, and I won't let him down. As they talked for a while, the Fleet Admiral of the Marines, the one with the highest position in the Marines, Sengoku, reported everything to the five elders, who were at the highest position in the world government. I see. You did a good job. The five figures listened to Sengoku's reports with a nod, thinking that Sengoku and Kizaru had done a good job. Doflamingo might be wrong, and even shitty for even sending his subordinate to infiltrate the Marines, but even so, no one should know what had happened. Everything should be kept under wraps, or else, it would cause the stability of the world government to be shaken. As for the Punk Hazard that was destroyed, the five elders didn't care since they had abandoned this place before, and they had a better one. Even if Doflamingo had Caesar, it would cause nothing as Caesar's intellect was nothing compared to Vegapunk, the most genius human that had ever lived. As for the Big Mom pirates, they didn't have much of a care either since Big Mom, Charlotte Lingling, was old, and as long as they waited for a while, this vile woman would die as they outlived them, but some news made them interested. A powerful young man. Yes. Sengoku told everything about Shinra, including how Shinra had taken down the treasure pirates, his meeting with Dahl, and Shinra's plan to join the Marines. He is smart. The five of them nodded, thinking that as a mortal, Shinra knew his place, and he knew how the world worked, which made them comfortable. Young, smart, and full of potential. If this continued, Shinra would probably become the future of the Marines, especially when he had the power to defeat Doflamingo in just a second. So, what do you think of a devil fruit that is suitable for him? The best is the mythical type Zoan devil fruit. That's a good idea. The stronger Shinra was, the better, as he would become a tool for them, and toward an obedient tool, naturally, they wouldn't treat him badly. That said, one of them suddenly thought for a moment and said, "Do you think that we should give him to the Marines?" "What do you mean?" "You know, after that bastard exposed the One Piece, the sea has become like this, and many of those Marines can't follow our order faithfully." "Then, what do you plan to do?" "We have another organization, right?" "You mean?" "Let's try it. 2 identities in one, but first, let's wait to see whether he can get out of the 4 emperors or not." The rest nodded and couldn't wait to see the result of what would happen after Shina really faced the 4 emperors. If Shinra could get out alive and join them, then they would treat him specially. "Are you really going to join the Marines?" Karina asked curiously. As they had left Kizaru, Dahl, and the other Marines, she didn't waste her time and asked Shinra this question. "Do you think I will join?" Shinra asked curiously. "I think you will." Shinra looked at Karina for a moment, then looked at Robin, who had removed her hijab, letting her beautiful hair fall freely on her back. "What do you think, Robin?" "I don't know, but whatever you want to do, I will support you." Like how Shinra had supported her to find the Poneglyph, Robin would also support him with any of his decisions since she knew well that he thought of the best for them. Only Karina suddenly leaned on Shinra and said with a smirk, "You know this guy, Robin. He might appear like he wants to join and become a follower of the world government, but I know well that he is planning to rebel and take down the world government for himself." Shinra. "Right, Shinra." Watching Karina smirk, Shinra rolled his eyes, but he didn't deny her since his plan was to colonize this planet, and the fastest way to take away the ruler of this world from the original ruler. Like how Shinra took away crocodiles everything, he would take away everything of the original rulers. Instead of starting from zero, it was better to rob others as it was faster, so the best way to join the world government was to take them down when they were all unprepared. "I can't wait for that, then." Robin smiled as she rubbed her belly softly, as she had confidence that Shinra would truly become the king of this world. This action of hers made him a bit nervous somehow, but Shinra calmed himself as he thought of his other gain on Punk Hazard besides the result of various experiments. Mythical Zoan type of the devil. Yes, the devil fruit that he took on the Punk Hazard was the mythical Zoan type of devil fruit, but this wasn't the original type, instead, it was the artificial type. Yet, even so, even if that devil fruit was the artificial type, he didn't think that it was worse than the original. No, instead, Shinra also gained the power of the talents, powers, potentials, and everything within the DNA of the original user of this mythical Zoan type of the devil fruit, as this artificial type was created based on the DNA of the original user. Due to this, Shinra could feel that his body was stronger than ever, and he could feel a huge improvement in his physical abilities, whether it was power, speed, durability, endurance, or even recovery. Yet, this was normal since this artificial being was created from the DNA or lineage factor of the strongest creature on land, air, and sea, one of the 4 emperors, Kaido. Yes, by using the Eye of Usurp on the artificial devil fruit that he discovered on Punk Hazard, his potential and abilities had more or less been combined to be similar to those of Kaido's. If there was a reason why the original user of this artificial devil fruit could become so strong despite not having proper training and just growing older, it was because Kazuki Momonosuke also gained the DNA of Kaido inside his body. Yet, as this artificial devil fruit was taken by Shinra, naturally, he also gained the DNA of Kaido inside his body, giving him more or less similar potential to this strongest creature in the world of One Piece. By the way, you can become a pink dragon, but you still want that vampire devil fruit. I do. Shinra nodded. That vampire is necessary for me. I need it. As soon as he gained that Bado no Mi, model, vampire, it was only a matter of time before he grew so strong that no one would be able to defeat him. A dragon might be good and all, but a vampire was more versatile in his opinion, especially when the possibility of his idea was considered. Regardless. But let's think about that later since we have arrived on Dressrosa. Yes, before going to the island where the Bado no Mi, model, vampire was located, they decided to visit the Dressrosa kingdom. As for why they did this, it was because Shinra wouldn't feel satisfied if he didn't cause trouble for the world government. Chapter 117, Easy and Fast. The Land of Passion and Love, Dressrosa. This was the kingdom that Doflamingo conquered and used as his base in the New World. As Doflamingo became the 7 warlords of the sea, he took away this country from the previous king, whose name didn't really matter to Shinra. It might be cold, but the truth of this world was like this: the loser lost everything, and the winner took away everything. If the previous king was a competent king, then would they even lose? Regardless, as Doflamingo had lost to him, Shinra would take Doflamingo's everything. The first step was to take down this kingdom. When we're over, can we take a holiday in this kingdom? Karina asked. Okay. That's a great idea. They had been working hard on many things after their first meeting on Jaya Island, and whether it was Shinra or Robin, they felt that it was good to take it easy on the Dressrosa kingdom when they took down Doflamingo's ruler in this kingdom. Still, while Shinra, Karina, and Robin were on Dressrosa, on a certain island on the Grand Line, Mr. 3, or Galdino, wanted to cry without tears, wondering when his boss would go back. So, when is he going back? Soon. Soon. He will go back. Please be patient. Yet, Shinra knew nothing of Galdino's trouble, as he had made his Den Mushi not accept all the calls, and with camouflage space ability from Kaiju number 9, it was impossible for this person, who had pressured Galdino to reveal their location, to know where they were. So, what are we going to do? For Shinra, it was easy to enter the island undetected with Karina and Robin. Moreover, Karina was a super thief, and Robin had experienced being chased by many people for her bounty, so her infiltration ability was quite good, especially with her Hana no Mi, which made her able to create eyes or ears in many places to detect her surroundings, like surveillance cameras or drones. If the two of them mastered the observation Haki, then their infiltration skills would be enhanced further. Still, like how they infiltrated Punk Hazard, with Shinra's hypnotism, they quickly dressed in the costumes of Doflamingo's followers as they entered the underground trade port of this kingdom. Let's see the secrets behind those toys. Toys. 2x. While this kingdom was nice to see, especially the Spanish-like architecture and culture, what made them curious the most were the living toys that lived alongside the people of this kingdom. In this world, many races existed, but what were those toys? Were they living beings? Were they machines created to live with the people in this country? Or were they the products of the devil fruit? Among all of the possibilities, Shinra knew that it was the latter. Yes, his memory of this world might not be complete, especially when he died in his previous world. The story of One Piece hadn't finished, but even so, with the ability of the previous king or Doflamingo, it was impossible to create living toys with their brains. So, you think that all of those toys are humans that are transformed with the devil fruit? Robin asked curiously. Yes. Shinra nodded. If we take down the user of this devil fruit, and return all of those toys into their original form, what will happen? Why were those people turned into toys? The answer was easy, and that was because before all of those people turned into toys, they had caused trouble or simply were enemies of Doflamingo. Doflamingo might be one of the most successful pirates, and was famous for being known as the broker of the underworld, selling weapons, and many illegal items by using his status as the 7 warlords of the sea, and also the Dressrosa kingdom, which was part of the world government. With Doflamingo's status, while he might be able to escape from the punishment just by sacrificing Virgo and Monet to the prison and probably also paying a certain amount of money to the world government, if Shinra released all of those toys and exposed everything in this kingdom, would Doflamingo be able to escape from his punishment? Whether the world government wished to or not, they had to punish Doflamingo, or else, this organization would lose the image of justice or righteousness in the eyes of people. For Luffy and his group, in the original story, they had a hard time doing all of this, but for Shinra, who would infiltrate deep into the hidden area of the Dressrosa kingdom and even hypnotize all of the small fries of the Doflamingo pirates to become loyal to him, it was so easy. Who made his main profession a ninja, after all? That said, is Doflamingo rich? Karina asked with shining eyes. Shinra and Robin. While Shinra was speechless, he nodded. He should be one of the wealthiest men in the world. How did he make his money? Pirates make money by robbing, but this guy is different since he has several businesses, including usury, weapons, slavery, illegal goods, drugs, and many others. Moreover, as the king of this kingdom, he can also tax the people in this country, so you can imagine how wealthy he is, right? Shinra thought of this kingdom for a while, then said, while that guy might not be that powerful, his talent in management is high, and the way he manages this kingdom is even better than the previous king. Compared to the previous king, as the new king of this kingdom, Doflamingo was 100 times better since everyone in this kingdom had become quite wealthy due to him. At the same time, as he was also quite powerful, the safety of this kingdom had become better, as no pirates and nearby kingdoms dared to rob this kingdom again. The previous king might be famous for his gentleness, but could gentleness protect everyone? So, while Doflamingo might be shitty, he was a better king. Well, no one is perfect in this world. That's true. 2x. The two of them nodded since even Shinra was such a lustful guy. Shinra. Nevertheless, the three of them walked like they strolled in the park, and even if the protection of this place was so tight and had even an executive member of the Doflamingo pirate protect this place, no one could stop them. Is that the executive? The three of them saw a large man with a snotty nose and a strange appearance yawning and seemingly sleepy, standing near a large dome-like room. He seems weird. Karina frowned, thinking this executive was a bit shabby. The weirder the people are, the stronger they usually are. Yet, Robin understood the rules of this world. If they are normal and have no individuality, they aren't that powerful, but when they have a certain individuality, they are powerful. How did you come up with such a conclusion, Robin? Karina asked curiously. Shinra told me. How did you come up with that conclusion, Shinra? Can you two be more serious? We're going to take down Doflamingo's rule, but why the heck are you two joking around? Shinra sighed helplessly as he walked forward. Wait here. As he used his Iro no Mi, he turned himself invisible, and also used his Haki at the same time to conceal himself. As expected, the snotty man, Treble, didn't notice him, but he didn't stop or try to attack Treble, as this man wasn't his target. Instead, he looked at the little girl, who ate grapes greedily, and walked forward before he made a hand knife to make her pass out. Ah. The girl passed out, then in that moment, all the living toys in the kingdom quickly turned into humans. Per 119, low-key. Ah, it's a shame that the kingdom is at war now. After Shinra gained the Hodi no Mi and stayed on Dressrosa for a day, the three continued their journey, especially when Jinbei had discovered the location of the island that he was looking for. The island where the Bato no Mi model vampire was located, the ruined and ancient island, where a past civilization existed, according to the record that Robin stumbled upon in the past. Still, as they were on their journey, Karina sighed helplessly as she looked at the Dressrosa kingdom that had entered the Civil War period. As Doflamingo and Sugar were taken out, the group that was led by the previous king started their attack to gain what they had lost. While Doflamingo's rule was good, the way he gained the throne of the Dressrosa kingdom was just too domineering and evil. As in the past, the previous king, King Riku, was controlled by the Ito no Mi, killing all the people like he was a maniac before Doflamingo stepped up and saved everyone and became the king of the Dressrosa kingdom. With trickery, deceit, and brutality, Doflamingo became the king of the Dressrosa kingdom, the kingdom that was previously owned by the Don Quixote family, a member of the 20 kings, who founded the world government before they left the kingdom. As they left and lived in the Holy Land, they became the world nobles. Like how Crocodile became the hero in the eyes of the people of the Arabasta kingdom to become the king, Doflamingo also did the same, but unlike Crocodile, it was easier for him to control the Dressrosa as he had the power of Ito no Mi, which could control people, and also Sugar's ability, which could transform people into toys, manipulated them, and erased the memories of those individuals from the minds of everyone. The power of the Hodi no Mi was just out of the chart, dangerous, and simply outrageous, especially the memory erasure part, which made everyone forget. Even if the signs, such as photos, records, and everything, existed, or the feelings of someone else toward those individuals that had been transformed by Hodi no Mi were strong, all of them were meaningless when they were transformed into toys by Sugar, as the power of this ability was really that dangerous. Say, who do you think will win? Robin asked curiously. Who would be the winner of this civil war in the Dressrosa Kingdom? Would it be the previous king of the Dressrosa Kingdom, King Riku, or the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates? The answer was obvious. I think it's the Doflamingo pirate remnant, Shinra said. Ah. Really? Even though they had done many evil things. Karina was dumbfounded. Moral is pale in front of might. 2x. No matter how unwilling the group under King Riku was, the strength of the remnant of the Doflamingo pirates wasn't weak, especially when the three executives lived well. Sugar might not be there, but everyone was strong enough to face the group under King Riku, since while Shinra was a bit rude, King Riku was an incompetent king. Instead of trying to make his kingdom strong and safe, King Riku gave the treasuries of the kingdom to those who were weaker, especially the kingdoms nearby that were in distress. Even when Doflamingo launched an attack, he would ask for forgiveness and was weak. Probably, so the kingdom can be at peace, this previous king might give up the throne and let the Doflamingo pirate rule this kingdom. 2x. As Shinra had said before, the Doflamingo pirates weren't weak, and their ruler over this kingdom was better than the previous king, since they had made their country wealthy. The pirate group aside, those individuals, officers, and many other people with authority who benefited from Doflamingo definitely wouldn't let the previous ruler destroy their good days. King Riku might not wish to return to the stage, but his subordinates, those who had followed him, wanted to go back to their previous place, living a good life like before, taking away Doflamingo's everything, yet could they? Without a doubt, this civil war would be a long one, and it wouldn't be calmed down so easily. After all, unlike in the original, the group of King Riku had no help from the Straw Hat Pirates. Similar to the Arabasta Kingdom, even if Shinra had killed Crocodile and moved the base of the Kyuka Island, the rebellion and troubles that were left behind by Crocodile hadn't disappeared, and it was still on the verge of exploding at any moment. Yes, whether it was King Riku of the Dressrosa Kingdom or King Cobra of the Arabasta Kingdom, the two of them were kind and gentle kings, yet for the troubled times, a power was needed other than gentleness. In that way, everyone could live peacefully. If the world government and the Marines make a move, King Riku might be able to win, but what kind of price will Dressrosa have to pay when that happens? Karina and Robin. The Doflamingo pirates might be shitty, but the world government was even shittier. Still, if the Doflamingo pirates are ruthless, then they might ruin everything by calling their patron. Patron. 2x. You know that Doflamingo pirates created the artificial devil fruit, right? Well, yes. Karina nodded, then she realized, and asked, who bought those artificial devil fruits? It isn't the world government, right? If the world government really bought the artificial devil fruits, they might be able to see alien-like creatures mixed with animals on the Marines or another group under them, but as she hadn't seen anything like that, the patron for this item definitely wasn't the world government. Yet, the answer that came from his lips always staggered them. The beast, Kaido. It's the patron of the artificial devil fruit. 2x. Karina and Robin felt weak all of a sudden. As the only person who could read the past history, Robin was targeted by the world government, yet, Shinra, who had caused a mess on Punk Hazard, was directly targeted by two of the four emperors, Charlotte Lean and Kaido. In this stagnant pool of water, Shinra directly threw a large rock, causing the water to splash and mess up everything, causing those who waited for the promised days to be unable to do anything, yet they were pulled by him, and no one could escape. Fortunately. It's nice that we've always been low-key. Shinra had always been low-key, and he hardly showed his presence unless it was necessary. Yes, the Marines and the world government might know his presence, but they definitely wouldn't be able to tell that it was he who had caused a mess in many places, as no one thought that he had eaten the devil fruits. Still, for some people, his existence was simply an unwanted trouble that had caused the disruption of the balance of this world. Who is this? A certain man with red hair frowned as she saw the balance of the world was broken before the promised day. Only when Shinra was on his way to meet Jimbei did he receive a call from someone whom he had never expected. CP0. Chapter 120, Bato no Mi, Model, Vampire. I have found it, Shinra. While Jimbei was surprised when he saw how fast Shinra had come to meet him since the distance between the Dressrosa Kingdom and his current position wasn't short, he was even more confused by their expressions. What's wrong? He had been busy doing the task given by Shinra, so of course, he knew nothing about what had happened in the world, especially with all the messes that Shinra had caused to the world government and many kingdoms. No, it's fine. Shinra shook his head and wouldn't tell Jinbei about his meeting with the CP0 members, who got his Den mushy numbers from Kizaru, making him wish to kick this yellow monkey. Yet, why the CP0? Well, being an agent is also nice. What Shinra wanted to do by joining the Marines was the systematic training that could help him to grow stronger, and being an agent of the world government known as CP also wasn't that bad either, he thought, as their training was more or less the same. If there was a difference, the agent was behind the scenes, the one who managed the situation from the dark, and did all the dirty jobs. Meanwhile, the Marines were the face of the world government, the ones who became the symbol of righteousness, and mostly fought the evils, such as the enemy kingdoms, countries, pirates, and many others. Which one was better? Each of them had their merits and demerits, but no matter what path was given to him, Shinra didn't hesitate to take it, especially when some presidents also started as the agents of their countries before they rose to prominence. Still, he was also curious as to why the CP0 contacted him, but for security purposes, they decided to meet face-to-face, and their meeting location would be held on the Trans Town, which was located on the Island of Promises. As for why he chose this location, it was because that town was close to the location of the island where the Bato no Mi model vampire was located. What's wrong? Shinra noticed that Jinbei kept staring at him, to which he asked, "Are you not going back?" "Ah." Jinbei was stunned and asked subconsciously, "Should I go back? Do you want to stay here?" There were many things that Jinbei wanted to say, but in the end, he could only say, "What about our cooperation on the undersea mining?" As he had heard about the undersea mining, Jinbei supported this cooperative relationship greatly since he knew well that those fishmen didn't have jobs and their only ways were either becoming rascals, coolies, slaves, or even pirates. The higher being might have given the fishmen 10 times the strength of an adult human, but they lacked the brain. Even Jinbei, despite how strong he was, could only become a pirate or guard in the Ryugu kingdom. Let's do that later when the situation has calmed down. Did something happen? A lot of things happened. Shinra patted Jinbei's shoulder and took out stacks of money from his pocket. "Here, use this money for a trip or whatever." Jinbei blinked his eyes and quickly refused. No. You'd better use that money for the business cooperation between you and the Ryugu kingdom. As for helping you to find this island, this is what I should do as I owe you my life. Shinra, Karina, and Robin. Shinra thought for a moment, then took out more money and gave it all to Jinbei. Jinbei. Use that money to take some people with you, and ask them whether they want to work under me on this project. You can use that money to treat all of those mermaids or fishmen that decide to follow me. Give them the salaries first, so they can have a better life. You know the situation of the Ryugu kingdom better than I do, so please help me with that. Oh, okay. This time, Jinbei didn't refuse Shinra's help since even as a member of the 7 warlords of the sea, his income wasn't high, as he only targeted pirates more or less, and did pirates ever think about saving? While many people were strong in this world, they lacked the intelligence to make their lives better. Shinra gave all the fishmen and mermaids a chance to live a better life with a proper and honest job that everyone could be proud of. So, should Jinbei hesitate to support that great cause? Holding all the money that was given by Shinra, Jinbei took a deep breath, before he bowed his head deeply, and said, "Thank you. My life is yours. You can ask me anything." His words might seem exaggerated, but as they had fought, and Shinra gave him a mercy that he didn't kill him, Jinbei swore to give his everything for Shinra. Just go. Help me with the projects, so it can be smooth. The living Jinbei was more beneficial than the dead Jinbei, so of course, Shinra wouldn't let Jinbei take his life. Oh, keep everything a secret. The less people know about me, the better. Yes. Jinbei nodded solemnly, then bowed his head again before he left. That Fishman is different from the others. He is trustworthy. As one of the members of the Straw Hat Pirates in the original story, of course, Jinbei was trustworthy, especially toward those people who had helped him. Still, you took too much money. To make more money, you need to spend money. Aren't you worried that he will take away the money? Even if he is, it doesn't really matter since he helped me to get the Bato no Mi model vampire, and to learn people's nature, whether they are trustworthy or not. Such an amount of money is cheap. Moreover, they had gotten a lot of money from their trip to the Sabaody archipelago, Fishman Island, the Punk Hazard, and even Dressrosa. When all of their money was combined, it was impossible to put them on their boat, as he could only keep them on the storage seal. As for money, I can get more of it later. Well, that's true. Compared to Shinra's strength, his ability to make money was more frightening, as he could turn worthless trash into priceless treasures in the eyes of others. Regardless, as they had arrived on this island, the three quickly tried to search for the Bato no Mi model vampire with the records that they had collected. It was tough, yes, especially when it was located on the old ruins that had been abandoned for so long. In the past, this island was a large, wealthy kingdom with a large population, but as many things happened, this island was abandoned for centuries until no one thought to reach this island again, especially when all the treasures, wealth, and everything were taken away. However, all of them forgone one important thing, but because of that, Shinra was able to get this one thing that he sought after he entered a complex, delicate, and dangerous maze within this island and found the devil fruit that he sought the most. The fruit had the shape of a tomato with purple swirl patterns around it and a curly green stem resembling a tail. The bottom of the fruit is dark red, resembling a pool of blood, and it is small enough to fit Shinra's palm. Bato no Mi model vampire. As Shinra activated his Eye of Usurp, he took away everything within this devil fruit. His eyes glowed in a crimson color as two large demonic wings emerged from his back and gained the power of a vampire. Chapter 121, Transcend. Congratulations. 2x. Robin and Karina looked at Shinra happily as he finally gained the power that he sought the most. Thanks. Shinra hugged the two, then brought them out by flying, as it was too dusty, dirty, and stuffy inside the maze, yet without a doubt, the two were curious about the abilities that he had gained from the devil fruit. How strong had he become after he gained this devil fruit? They were all curious, especially when he started his journey far away from the Jaya Island, Arabasta Kingdom, Sabaody Archipelago, Fishman Island, the Punk Hazard, the Dressrosa Kingdom, and finally, found the Bato no Mi model vampire. Was it so powerful? I have heard the Zoan-type devil fruit will make the user more powerful in physical ability and recovery, right? Robin asked as she gazed curiously at Shinra's lower body. Oh. Karina felt her legs go weak, as Robin was pregnant and she was the one who had helped Shinra in that area. Frankly, it was tough. Fortunately, Robin could help Karina with her devil fruit's ability, as the Hana no Mi was one of the most perverted devil fruits. Yet, well. Karina had to admit that being with him felt good, though. Should I get pregnant, too? Still, as Robin was pregnant, Karina wondered whether she should get pregnant, too, as it felt wonderful to think that she had his children. However, let's do that later since the two of them knew well that they needed someone who could help them. If possible, someone with a strong physical ability. Big Mom? Definitely not. Well, the overall improvement in my power due to this devil fruit is great, but it is far from the artificial devil fruit that I have eaten. Is it? Yes. Shinra nodded. Compared to other mythical type Zoan devil fruits, this devil fruit is at best mid-level in terms of improving physical ability. Compared to the artificial devil fruit, Uo no Mi model dragon, the Bato no Mi model vampire was lower. When compared to other mythical type Zoan devil fruits, it couldn't be said to be the most exceptional in terms of physical ability. However, in terms of recovery, it is the best. It is even better than the phoenix. Yes, what made the vampire better than others was the recovery. The Tori no Mi model phoenix might have a better regeneration as it could heal the user instantly. Meanwhile, the Bato no Mi model vampire was almost instant, a slightly lower, but in terms of recovery, it was far better since as long as he consumed blood and life force, he could continue to fight forever. On the battlefield, would he lack blood? The blood of his enemies, friends, and everything, as long as one was living, would all become fuel for his energy. Luffy with the Nika no Mi might be powerful, but to use this devil fruit, he would use a lot of energy and would become old, shrink, and frail due to the excessive energy consumption, but Shinra had no such problem, as he could gain more energy by consuming the blood and life force. The key to every power was energy. The more energy one had, the more powerful they were. This was why Shinra sought the Bato no Mi model vampire. It might not give him unlimited energy, but as long as his opponents were living beings that had flesh instead of incorporeal beings like ghosts, spirits, gods, or mechas, then they all would have become his source of energy. The ability to absorb the blood of others as a source of energy, this was why he sought this devil fruit. Yet, even without such an ability, this devil fruit was one of the best abilities, as he could do many things that a vampire in legend could do. Such as becoming a bat, manipulating bats, blood manipulations, flight, intangibility, mist manipulations, and many others. All the legends about the vampire and its abilities, after Shinra ate this devil fruit, were possible. Still, without a doubt, the ability to suck other life forces to regain youth was the most buggy ability, as it made him an immortal creature as long as all living beings existed in this world. Karina and Robin. Immortality. 2x. Yup. Shinra nodded. Even if we can't defeat our enemies, we can outlive them, and when they are old and weak, they are at our mercy. Naturally, he could share the life force that he had absorbed with his lovers, families, or allies, which made them able to heal faster and live forever. I wonder whether I can turn you two into vampires. 2x. Vampirization. The ability to turn others into vampires. If Robin and Karina could become vampires, then, wouldn't it be better that way, so they could get the life force by themselves? Can you? Karina asked excitedly. Robin didn't say anything, but her eyes showed the same excitement. The two of them had been a burden for him, and if they gained the power of vampires, then they could become stronger, too. I will develop it, but it is better to test it on something else first. You are right. It was too risky to test this ability on them, but the two of them trusted him as they loved him. By the way, do you need to drink blood like those vampires in the story? Robin asked. Before Shinra could say anything, Robin bit her index finger, causing it to bleed, then pointed it in his direction. While he was speechless, he felt quite tempted and even got hard somehow, as Robin's blood seemed to smell sweet, like the most delicious nectar, which made him subconsciously stick his tongue, licking her wounded finger, and licking it like a lollipop. Robin and Karina. The two of them felt their bodies scorching in some way as they had to say Shinra was too lewd. While he didn't realize it, his charm was even better, as he had eaten the Bato no Mi model vampire. Originally, he was handsome, probably one of the most handsome in the world of One Piece, but as he ate this devil fruit, he had this supernatural charm that made his appearance even flawless, perfect, and the ideal form of men sought in women. As he took the devil fruit by using his eye of usurp, and he just took the merits and left the demerits, he didn't become an ugly character like Patrick Redfield, the original user of the Bato no Mi model vampire. Here, you can have mine, too. Karina made her finger bleed, which made Shinra speechless, but as he released Robin's finger, her finger became smooth, white, and clean from any wounds, which surprised them. There is no wound anymore. Robin was surprised. Shinra ignored Robin's surprise and sucked Karina's finger like Robin, but this wasn't because of his desire to suck the blood of women. Instead, it was because of another reason why he sought this devil fruit besides the ability to replenish his energy from blood and life force. What is contained within the blood? Naturally, it was DNA, the information of the individual, and as Shinra could ingest the blood and read information of that DNA from the blood, couldn't he also copy the talents, skills, and everything from the blood that he had ingested? Yes, as long as he gained the blood of others, their talents, potentials, and everything would be copied within his body. This is one of the most buggy abilities of the Bato no Mi model vampire. When I eat everything, then. By then, Shinra would no longer be a normal vampire, but transcend further into a higher being, like that of a god. Still, before he reached that stage, he had to deal with his meetings with the members of the CP0. Let me be straight. On the Den Mushi that was held by the two members of the CP0 in front of him, one voice said, "Do you want to become a member of the CP0? Shinra." Chapter 122, Who is the most handsome? After gaining the Bato no Mi model vampire, Shinra was more relaxed, and he also wasn't in a hurry to do the next thing, as he had gotten what he wanted. Instead, he had leisurely days in the Land of Promises, which was the location of the trans town, where the appointment with the CP0 would happen. During those times, he also learned the abilities of this devil fruit further, whether it was the life force absorption, blood manipulation, etc., and more importantly, the possibility of turning others into vampires, and also gaining the abilities of others from their blood. Robin had eaten the devil fruit, but she had no special ability like him. As she was a native of this world, it was impossible for her to eat more devil fruit unless her body received special surgery, turning her body special, like a certain villain in this world, but she was pregnant and was about to become a mother, so whether she or him didn't want to do a dangerous activity to her body. On the other hand, Karina didn't really want to eat the devil fruit as she still wanted to swim freely and enter the water. Handsome and also has 2 lovers, it should be him. Should we help him? One among the 2, seemingly a woman with large breasts, asked her partner. No, let's see his power first, whether he is worthy of the position or not. As the 2 stayed hidden, many eyes were on them, curious to see the conflict that would unfold before them. Oh ho! Chapter 123, Being Handsome is Troublesome. 3x. Whether it was Shinra, Robin, or Karina, the 3 of them could only think how bizarre this situation was, and thought that there were surely many types of people in this world, but they had to say, this was a bit too much. Though if only they traveled further, they would see someone crazier. Regardless, many eyes were staring at them since the 2 men who stood against each other were so handsome. Cavendish, the White Horse. The captain of the beautiful pirates, one of the most talented swordsmen, was a former royalty-turned-pirate because most of the women in his kingdom refused to marry him due to his beauty. While Cavendish was narcissistic and a foolish man who loved being fawned over by many, everyone also had to admit that he possessed a beauty that was admired by both women and men. If Shinra didn't exist, then probably Cavendish would be the most handsome guy in the world. No, Cavendish was the most beautiful man in the world of One Piece. Unlike a certain pirate who had a devil fruit that made her into the most beautiful pirate, Cavendish was an original, without relying on anything, yet even so, his beautiful appearance could make both men and women scream hysterically. Yet, everything changed when Cavendish saw Shinra for the first time. Unlike the screams and cheers that he had expected when everyone looked at him, everyone stared at Shinra with a longing and forlorn expression as he had his fun with his women. Yet, for Cavendish, it was unforgivable. Cavendish wouldn't allow anyone who was more handsome, no, beautiful than him to appear. Everyone could be obsessed and think of him as the most handsome. No one else could be more handsome than him. Then again, while it was humiliating, Cavendish had to admit that Shinra's charm was more or less about the same as his. No, I am more handsome. As Cavendish thought so, Shinra stared at this man with dead fish eyes. Crazy. Shinra shook his head and walked away, ignoring this crazy guy, who stopped them as he didn't have much interest. Robin and Karina also thought so, but all of a sudden, a sharp, slender blade stabbed into the back of Shinra's head. Shinra, who felt a tingling danger premonition, moved his head to the side and grabbed the 2 to move away. Still, while Cavendish was dirty, he didn't make an attack on the women or try to pursue Shinra, who took care of his women first. Instead, he knew that a duel was about to start between them, and as he expected, a battle to determine who was the most beautiful among them. Gah! Cavendish and Hakuma, Cavendish's white horse, were in intense pain as they couldn't breathe, and their bodies were scorching as they felt they were about to die. Everyone. Yet, for everyone else, all of them could only watch this bizarre situation with a dumbfounded expression. What is happening? What power did you use? Is it the power of a vampire? Karina asked curiously. Unlike Robin, who knew that Shinra could get the power of others, Karina knew nothing, but even so, she could more or less understand his ability, as she wasn't an idiot. While Karina never asked deliberately, Shinra also never hid his power, which could rob others of their abilities, especially when he had shown many of his powers, such as the Suna Suna no Mi. Well, yes. If it were in a different place, Shinra might explain everything, but as he knew well that there were many troublesome opponents in this area, he only nodded since it was impossible for him to say that he used the gas no Mi, right? The gas no Mi. This was his second Logia type of devil fruit, which made him able to manipulate gas, including oxygen. Shinra's previous martial art in the world of Kengan Ashura, vacuum hand, was a technique that created a lower percentage of oxygen with his palm. However, with this devil fruit, he could now erase the oxygen and create a vacuum environment. Frankly, if it was a normal person, they would die immediately, but as Cavendish wasn't a nobody and his power was quite high, he could hold on. Yet, even so, it was extremely painful as Cavendish felt that he was about to die, as all the fluids in his body were boiling. Still, during that moment of crisis, a part of him, an entity that had caused a tragedy in his kingdom, emerged. In the past, if there was a reason why Cavendish left his kingdom, it was partly due to the great numbers of women who didn't want to marry as they wanted to be with him, and it was also due to an unusual condition that he had, which gave him a double personality when he was sleeping, and caused several slashing incidents that took the lives of many. Yes, he, Hakuba, the sickle weasel of Rommel, was awoken. In this state, Cavendish was uncontrollable and only followed his killing intent and madness. He massacred everything. Only when he was about to be awoken, his lung was pierced by something as he looked at the men who had taken him down for the last time, manically, yet with deep fear and hopelessness, realizing his life was about to disappear. Shinra, who sharpened his nails like those of a beast with the power of a vampire, enveloped them in armament Haki and the power of Supa no Mi, turning his hand into the devil lance that would pierce anything. Still, as he was thinking about what he should do with Cavendish, someone interrupted him. "Hey, isn't that enough? You should let him go." Shinra looked up and saw a freckled man, half naked, with a bowl of ramen in his two hands, staring at them with a gentle smile. That's Porges D. Ace, the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates. Why is he here? Everyone was startled as they didn't expect to see this famous man on this island. "Hey, pay for the food, you bastard." "Ah, sorry, I will pay it later." Everyone. Yet, watching Ace, one of the men with the highest position on the Whitebeard Pirates, apologize awkwardly after he ran away without paying for his food, all of them felt at a loss, thinking that the image of one of the powerful men was hurt. "Should we do something?" One of the two figures in a white suit that was hiding nearby couldn't help but ask. "There is no need to be in a hurry. Let's see his limit first." Yet, inwardly, the two of them thought that Shinra was stronger than they had imagined, especially when he could defeat Cavendish with ease. However, what about Porges Ace? However, Shinra ignored Ace and used his ability to rob Cavendish of everything, and also did a certain experiment. "Oi, did you not listen to me?" Still, as Shinra ignored him, Ace became angry and launched his attack directly. Fire Fist. Pushing his fist, Ace launched a powerful fire blast at Shinra. "Run away. Ah, be careful of the fire. My house. I just bought it and there were still 32 years of loans left." While everyone was in a panic as the fire that was launched by Ace burned everything in its path, including the nearby buildings, and harmed the people, yet, while the civilians could do nothing as they were weak, Shinra was all calm without even glancing at the fire, but somehow as the fire was about to get close, it disappeared completely. Chapter 124, No Sane Person Eats Mara Mara no Mi. What is a fire? It is a chemical reaction called combustion, where a fuel source reacts with an oxidizer, usually oxygen, and releases heat and light. In other words, to create a fire, one needs oxygen, and without oxygen, a fire can't exist. So, for Shinra, who had eaten the gas no Mi, and could control the oxygen, never thought of Ace, who had eaten the Mara no Mi, and could control a fire as his enemy. No, frankly, no sane person would eat the Mara no Mi. Even if Shinra was given this devil fruit, he wouldn't eat it either, as he felt that this devil fruit had a certain jinx. At the same time, Ace wasn't smart. This guy was stupid, emotional, and reckless. If it wasn't because of him, the Whitebeard Pirates wouldn't have been destroyed. Facing this guy, Shinra knew that instead of talking, it was better to beat the shit out of this guy thoroughly. Well, it is a bit too much to say that the Mara no Mi is bad. The problem was that the two people who ate this devil fruit in the story were just too reckless, so they brought trouble to their families. Only when the dangerous fire that was about to swallow everything was erased by Shinra did everyone go silly. "I feel like I am pregnant somehow," Karina said softly as she rubbed her belly. Robin was speechless, yet she also understood Karina's feelings, as when they were with Shinra, they felt that he was magical, knowing many things and full of mystery, which made them unable to get away from him, and wished to be impregnated by him since having his children meant that their children would obtain his trait, which was just too irresistible. "Did you see what he did?" "No." "Is it a devil fruit?" According to the data, he hadn't eaten the devil fruit. Then, he might have eaten it as he arrived on this island. Well, let's talk to him later. That's true. Yet, for Shinra, who could stop the power of fire just like that, what kind of devil fruit did he eat? Still, among everyone, Ace had the strongest shock as it was his first time for his fire to be stopped like that. However, it wasn't his character to give up, as he swore that he wouldn't lose to anyone except for his father, Whitebeard, Edward Newgate. You bastard. Take this. Crossfire. Ace placed his index fingers together in a cross shape before launching a cross-shaped column of fire directly at Shinra. However, like his previous attack, before even that attack hit Shinra, it disappeared. While everyone was at a loss, Ace was even more so, yet Shinra's attitude, which never looked at him as if he were a weaker being, made her angry and annoyed. You force me, boy. At this moment, Ace didn't care about anything. All he thought of was defeating Shinra and probably even killing him. Still, wasn't this the world of pirates? It was a place where the strong devoured the weak, and the weak could only succumb. As for Shinra, who had overestimated himself, Ace would teach him a lesson. In that moment, the world became bright and hot. Ace transformed into a gigantic fireball resembling the sun as he continued to amass spiraling flames at his location, growing brighter and hotter, causing all the people to feel a sense of impending doom. Should we stop it? The man with a white suit asked the woman by his side nervously. No, should we run away? No, let's wait for a bit. While saying those words, the woman looked at the two women, who wore hijabs and hid most of their features except for their beautiful eyes. Despite only showing their eyes, she could see that it wasn't fear, anxiety, or nervousness that was reflected in those eyes. Instead, it was confidence and belief that their men could truly defeat Porga's Ace, the second commander of the Whitebeard pirates and the user of the Mera Mera no Mi. Now, will you look at me? Ace looked at Shinra, waiting for the fear to be shown on Shinra's face, yet Shinra still ignored him and didn't even glance in his direction. Taking a deep breath, Ace turned fierce. Then, go to hell. Diankai, NTI. As his voice fell, a gigantic fireball that resembled the sun was hurled in Shinra's direction, yet. Poof. The fire disappeared, and Ace turned into his human form once again, unable to create a fire. Everyone. You are weaker than I thought you would be. Shinra thought that Ace would be able to give him a surprise, but it seemed that he was thinking too much. Yet before Ace could say anything, Shinra's body suddenly appeared in front of him as if he had teleported before. Stab. Goa. Like Cavendish, Ace's chest and lungs were pierced by Shinra's devil lance. How? Ace widened his eyes, wondering how he, who had eaten the Logia type of devil fruit, could be stabbed. Since he had eaten this devil fruit, he had relied fully on it, and never thought to grow stronger, as everyone that he faced, all had been defeated by his fire, yet when he looked at Shinra's bluish dark arm, his expression was ugly. Armament Haki. Yet, it was too late, and soon, Ace lost his consciousness and entered the world of darkness. Shinra then used the Eye of Usurp on Ace, but he didn't take Ace's Mera Mera no Mi's ability, but the unique talents Ace gained from his father, the King of Pirates, Gold Roger. The talent of Haki. While in the original story, Ace was very over-reliant on the power of Mera Mera no Mi, and he lacked the training in the power of Haki. In the original novel, it was described that he was one of the very few people in the world who could use all three types of Haki, and his Haki had a fiery nature that his presence could stop blizzards on an island for as long as he was there. Yet, this guy was a weakling, Shinra thought. Still, that ability was Shinra's now, and as he threw away Ace to the ground, and used the blood to recover his stamina, he looked in a certain direction as he said softly, "Do you want to come out by yourselves or? Excuse us." 2x. Two figures, dressed in white suits and masks that concealed their appearance, stepped out from their hiding place. You two. Shinra frowned, looking at the two with doubt. Let me introduce myself. The man with a white suit bowed lightly. My name is Guernica, and she is my partner. Nice to meet you, Uchiha Shinra. While the man was polite, the woman was playful, despite having a mask covering half of her face. She used her tongue to lightly lick her fleshy, tender lips, which were covered in the charming red lipstick. Shinra. So, what are you? We're the Cipher Fall Zero, Guernica said. We're also the strongest intelligence agency among Cypherpol, working directly under the world nobles. As he was afraid that Shinra didn't know about the CP0, he decided to introduce him. While it might not be necessary for others, it might be required for someone who could defeat Cavendish and Ace so easily that Shinra didn't even seem to be exhausted, making him realize how much potential he held. So. Shinra appeared even more confused. What does the CP0 need from me? Let me take it from here. The man and the woman quickly bowed down as the men held the Den Mushi respectfully, as if they were worshipping the very existence of the men who talked on the Den Mushi. Uchiha Shinra. Be a member of the CP0. Shinra. Well, being invited as an agent was nice and all, but could they do this invitation in a more discreet place? Chapter 125, You Are Hired. Frankly, the agent, Shinra, thought that Cypher Fall would be more secretive, yet while they wore masks to hide their identity, the two CP0s, in front of him, wore white clothes, seemingly trying to show that they were special, like a peacock with its beautiful tail. Still, he tried to fix it by inviting them to a nearby cafe where they could talk privately, as there was no need to be high profile, right? If you are worried, then there is no need to. Yet, while Shinra tried to be careful, the men on the Den Mushi had a cold attitude. Those mortals are nothing but ants, and you can kill them even if they have heard our conversations. While Robin and Karina were shocked, Shinra and the two members of the CP0 didn't feel surprised by the attitude of the men and felt that it was normal, as the man before them was the one who was high above, beyond the heavens, and could be called a god in this world. Regardless, Shinra could only laugh awkwardly. I am sorry, but I don't like meaningless killings. Then, as you work on the CP0, you should try to work hard to throw away your emotions. What is an agent? It is a tool for the government to maintain its sovereignty over its territory, and to do that, they are expected to throw away their emotions, as their sole purpose is to listen to their superiors. Shinra knew that, and he didn't feel disgusted since, as a ninja, he had seen many missions where the goal was to kill others, whether it was children, women, old people, and many others. For a mission, they would do anything. In the Konoha, the world of Naruto, some people might say that those who break the rules are scum, and those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. But in reality, could it work that way? No way. Regardless, while Karina and Robin felt uncomfortable, they didn't say anything as they had complete trust in Shinra. That said, can I ask who I'm talking to here? I am one of the 5 elders, in charge of science and security, J. Garcia Saturn. I will be your boss from now on. Shinra was quite speechless and said helplessly, Am I really worthy of your attention, sir? You are. Unexpectedly, J. Garcia had such a soft attitude toward Shinra. You have shown your ability to show those scum on the sea easily, and because of that, you are worthy of my attention. Thank you for your praise. Shinra thanked J. Garcia, then said, Then, I will become the CP0. Everyone. The man and the woman quickly bowed down as the men held the Den Mushi respectfully, as if they were worshipping the very existence of the men who talked on the Den Mushi. Uchiha Shinra. Be a member of the CP0. Shinra. Well, being invited as an agent was nice and all, but could they do this invitation in a more discreet place? Chapter 125, You Are Hired. Frankly, the agent, Shinra, thought that Cypher Fall would be more secretive, yet while they wore masks to hide their identity, the two CP0s, in front of him, wore white clothes, seemingly trying to show that they were special, like a peacock with its beautiful tail. Still, he tried to fix it by inviting them to a nearby cafe where they could talk privately, as there was no need to be high profile, right? If you are worried, then there is no need to. Yet, while Shinra tried to be careful, the men on the Den Mushi had a cold attitude. Those mortals are nothing but ants, and you can kill them even if they have heard our conversations. While Robin and Karina were shocked, Shinra and the two members of the CP0 didn't feel surprised by the attitude of the men and felt that it was normal, as the man before them was the one who was high above, beyond the heavens, and could be called a god in this world. Regardless, Shinra could only laugh awkwardly. I am sorry, but I don't like meaningless killings. Then, as you work on the CP0, you should try to work hard to throw away your emotions. What is an agent? It is a tool for the government to maintain its sovereignty over its territory, and to do that, they are expected to throw away their emotions, as their sole purpose is to listen to their superiors. Shinra knew that, and he didn't feel disgusted since, as a ninja, he had seen many missions where the goal was to kill others, whether it was children, women, old people, and many others. For a mission, they would do anything. In the Konoha, the world of Naruto, some people might say that those who break the rules are scum, and those who abandon their friends are worse than scum. But in reality, could it work that way? No way. Regardless, while Karina and Robin felt uncomfortable, they didn't say anything as they had complete trust in Shinra. That said, can I ask who I'm talking to here? I am one of the 5 elders, in charge of science and security, J. Garcia Saturn. I will be your boss from now on. Shinra was quite speechless and said helplessly, am I really worthy of your attention, sir? You are. Unexpectedly, J. Garcia had such a soft attitude toward Shinra. You have shown your ability to show those scum on the sea easily, and because of that, you are worthy of my attention. Thank you for your praise. Shinra thanked J. Garcia, then said, then, I will become the CP0. Everyone. It was so easy for Shinra to become the CP0, which made them feel a bit of a loss for a moment. Can I ask why you agree so easily? J. Garcia asked. Is it weird? Shinra was the one who felt weird about J. Garcia's question. You have invited me by yourselves, the god of this world, so of course, why should I reject it, especially when CP0 is one of the highest positions in the world government, and I am sure that you won't treat me badly. You are different from what I have imagined you to be. Is it? As you have the Supreme King Haki, I thought you would be arrogant. I am not stupid. You are right. You are a smart young man. To become pirates and become the enemy of the world government, only stupid guys would do that, but unfortunately, this world was full of stupid guys. Though, if I have to say, another reason why I accepted your offer so easily is because I made a woman pregnant. Everyone. By the way, I am pregnant, too. Karina said timidly. Everyone. Shinra looked at Karina in a moment of silence, then hugged her calmly, but inwardly, he wondered why his semen was so potent that it made many women easily pregnant. Well, you have heard it, right? As I am about to have children, I thought I should get a stable job to provide for my family, and working under the world government is the best choice. Everyone. Shinra's words were weird, and it might be the first time for someone to have such reasons, but it wasn't bad, and they also understood it with their logic, since instead of going on the adventure and seas, which was unpredictable, it was better to work under the world government, who had been the ruler of this world for 800 years. While this ruler wasn't perfect, the fact that the world government had been the one who managed this world for 800 years showed their reliability, and it was the best choice for someone who wished for a stable life. The money that Shinra gained probably wasn't as much as if he had made a business by himself, but many forget that when he was within the system, and part of the world government, he could make money in many ways, such as corruption, nepotism, bribery, influence peddling, embezzlement, and many others. Being a pirate, a criminal, or others might be good in the beginning, but in the long run, especially when one is old, it is quite troublesome, as one's energy isn't as good, and would you spend all of your life fighting till you are old? If you have a choice to have a stable, healthy, safe, and wealthy life till the end, or a dangerous, yet wealthy life till the end, which one would you choose? The answer is obvious, isn't it? It was the former, right? You are really smart. If all the people in this world were like Shinra, would J. Garcia have a headache like now? Especially when the age of pirates started, and those young people wanted to become the king of pirates and gain one piece, making the world government have to do extra work, so without a doubt, someone like Shinra, who understood his situation well, was rare, and because of this J. Garcia trusted him as this guy was logical and smart. If one wants to live well, one should pursue the world government. Why should you become a pirate? But before I work, I have some requirements. Still, Shinra, who knew that he had values, decided to make his requirements. What is it? Is it money? J. Garcia's eyes quickly turned sharp as he knew that Shinra must have other motives. Was it money? Based on what he had heard, Shinra was quite greedy for money, so he thought that Shinra wanted more money, or did he seek the secret of the world government? Yet, unexpectedly, it was none of that. No, money is fine. You can give me a salary like other CP0 members. Then. I want to work only Monday to Thursday from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening, and 3 days of holidays on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Also, I want annual leave, sick leave, force majeure leaves, additional pay for overtime work, employee benefits. Shinra listened to all he wanted one by one, conditions for his work, causing J. Garcia, Robin, Karina, and 2 CP0 members to fall into silence. Are you sure that you want to ask all of that? I do believe that I am worthy of that treatment, sir. Still, Shinra was strong on his principles. I am good at martial arts, swordsmanship, hockey, and I also just ate the devil fruit. Devil fruit? Really? What kind? Mythical type Zoan devil fruit. Mythical type. Everyone was dumbfounded, but J. Garcia quickly asked, what kind? Bato no mi, model, vampire. Everyone. Why did Shinra say all of that? It showed that Shinra had choices, and even if the world government wouldn't hire him, he could live well with just his own powers. So, what kind of a choice did J. Garcia make? Naturally. You are hired. Naturally, Shinra was hired. Chapter 126, The Consultant. Thank you. I will work hard, sir. Shinra smiled and was happy that he could be part of the system, but Robin and Karina were helpless. Karina was fine as she started to think of using her man's influence to make money, but Robin felt conflicted, especially when she didn't like the world government, yet when she thought of the threats, salaries, benefits, and everything given to Shinra, could she refuse it? More importantly, as Shinra had said before, they were about to have children, and it would be great if he had a stable income and a safe environment to live in. Wasn't working under the world government the best choice? That said, do you need to do something, sir? If you have any problems, I might be able to solve them for you. You can? J. Garcia asked with doubt. If it's killing someone, I can do it now, or do you want to destroy a country or a kingdom? Well, I can do that for you, too. Everyone. Shinra's voice was light and easy, seemingly saying as if destroying a country or a kingdom was nothing for him. No. It's not about killing. If it was killing and destroying something, it was easy. J. Garcia didn't need Shinra's help and could just ask the Marines to destroy something that he didn't like. Then. It's about one of the 7 seas of warlords. Oh, is it Doflamingo? Are you aware? I have always read the newspaper. So, what do you think of it? The 7 seas of the warlords. It was the 7 chosen pirates by the world government who were given permission to become legal pirates. Like any other pirates, they would loot others, attack the merchants, and many others, but only those countries and kingdoms outside, and the enemies of the world government. If those countries or kingdoms were part of the world government, those 7 pirates would sometimes help those members, too. However, Doflamingo had broken the rules by robbing the Dressrosa kingdom of the previous king and his family, and turned many people into slaves in the shape of toys, making all the people angry and questioning the existence of the 7 seas of the warlords. Until now, the world government hadn't made a decision about what to do, and had just silenced everything, but sooner or later, it would explode and cause dissatisfaction among many. So, J. Garcia and the others wondered what they should do. Before, they planned to hide everything about Doflamingo and release him when everything calmed down, but now, could they do it? If they remained silent about this problem, then the members of the world government would be angry since, as the Dressrosa kingdom could be attacked, the other members could be attacked, too, right? If that happened, their decisions as the 5 elders would be questioned. To be honest, I don't think that the 7 warlords of the seas is a bad thing, as it helps to balance the threat of the pirates that grow larger due to Gold Roger. Right. Moreover, as the world government has no need to pay them, and even has to pay a percentage of their looters, they bring more benefits than demerits. Right. J. Garcia was excited when Shinra understood the decisions of the world government to create the 7 warlords of the seas. The number of pirates increased due to Gold Roger, and his declaration made many stupid young people go after that ambiguous treasure known as One Piece, but while the number of threats increased, the number of taxes and heavenly tributes from the members of the world government was even higher. Moreover, as the number of Marines continued to increase, the budgets they needed to maintain everything were even higher than one could imagine. It was also impossible for them, as the leaders of this world, to reduce their consumption for those mortals, right? So, in the end, the 7 warlords of the seas were created, and this move was correct as it balanced the influence of pirates that continued to increase, yet those mortals were too stupid to understand that. Damn it. If it wasn't because of those damn pirates. Probably, it was because J. Garcia and the others had a hard time maintaining their rule after Gold Roger's declaration, so he started to chat with Shinra, talking about all of his unhappiness. So, what did Shinra do? He just needed to listen and comfort J. Garcia. Even the gods of this world needed to rest and be comforted, too, especially when many members of the world nobles were shitty and idiotic, only leaving a few that could be relied on, making J. Garcia even more unhappy. So, what do you think I should do? There is no need to destroy the 7 warlords of the seas, especially among all of them. Crocodile is even known as the hero among the Arabasta kingdom, and it shows that this organization brings more benefit than harm. You are right. J. Garcia nodded at Shinra's words, but Robin stared at Shinra with a speechless expression, then looked at the Den Den Mushin with a complicated gaze, thinking that the highest authority on the world government wasn't as scary and even an idiot somehow. Still, the fact that Crocodile died was only known by a few since Shinra had asked Mr. 2, Bentham, to become Crocodile to hide everything and maintain his hero status. But no matter what, the world government has to be on the side of justice, the righteous, the one that is right. You can't make others think that the world government is wrong. The decision of the 7 warlords of the seas, while the others think that it is wrong, you must make the other believe that you are right. Do you have any ideas what to do? Just tell the world that Doflamingo had colluded with one of the 4 emperors to take down the country or kingdom members of the world government, and as you discovered that crime, the world government made a swift judgment to take down Doflamingo. Huh? One of the 4 emperors? Who? How about the beast, Kaido? Do you have the evidence? Do you need the evidence? I don't need the evidence. Why do you need the evidence? You are the god of this world. If you say blue is red, then it is red. If you say that Doflamingo is wrong, then he is wrong. What the world government needed to do was to maintain its image as one of justice, and other things weren't important. As they had discovered Doflamingo had colluded with Kaido, they made a move on him despite his status as one of the 7 warlords of the seas. Those who break the rules, no matter who they are, will be punished. World government is fair and just. Shinra mimicked how politicians in his previous world were, to which J. Garcia nodded so many times, feeling happy with his decision to talk with Shinra directly. You are good, Uchiha Shinra. I hope that you will continue to work hard for the world government. This is what I should do, sir. By then, Shinra and J. Garcia talked about the appropriate response to what they should do to handle Doflamingo's case, while Karina, Robin, and 2CP0 listened quietly as their expressions looked weirdly at Shinra. By the way, have you thought about your alias? Working under the government was dangerous, and it was better to have an alias than to use one's real name. Let's see. Shinra thought for a moment and said, how about the consultant? If it were the Marines, he might use a combination of colors and animals, but the CP0 was a different matter, as their name was often abstract, so in the end, he chose a name that was easy to understand. Okay, from now on, you will be the consultant. Thank you, sir. Shinra smiled. I will work hard for the world government. Giving a respectful bow, he couldn't wait for everything to be his. Chapter 127, The Future Boss of the Cipher Pole. As Shinra gained his new nickname, he smiled and couldn't wait for J. Garcia to give him more trust, and at the same time, he sighed helplessly, thinking that the old one really lacked innovation. Yet, this was normal since, as the world government had dominated this world for 800 years, and naturally, it never tried to improve, and just stayed as they were, as it was enough for them to maintain their sovereignty over this world. However, in his previous life, many powerful empires, kingdoms, and countries, which had dominated for so long, such as the British Empire, the Mongolian Empire, the Roman Empire, and many others, in the end, fell. Why was that? There were many reasons, yet it didn't matter since the more the world government gave him trust, the more this world would soon fall into his hands as everything would be under his control. If Shinra had to say so, his method was similar to that of the CEO of a certain company, who took over the management of the company from the hands of the owner, slowly corroded their control over it, and took control of everything. To do that, he had to make the 5 elders trust him more and let him manage everything. By the way, do you need anything else? Since Shinra had done a good job giving them a way to solve the trouble that they had been having, J. Garcia didn't mind giving him a reward. Is it possible for me to learn Rakashiki, advanced knowledge of Haki, and other skills? Go ahead. Unexpectedly, J. Garcia was more generous than Shinra had thought. You can get that knowledge if you wish, but can you learn it? I will. Then, I can't wait for you to grow stronger. I will show that I am the best tool for you. Ha ha ha. J. Garcia laughed. Then, please do so. I will. By then, the call ended, and Shinra didn't bother to talk with J. Garcia anymore as he was afraid that he would be troubled with many tasks again. Still, his boss told him that one among the CP0s would teach him, so who would teach him? I will teach you. the female CP0 said with a gentle smile toward Shinra. Then, please take care of me. Stussy. While Stussy said so, she removed her mask as she showed her beautiful face. Since you will be our partner, I don't mind if you know my identity. Stussy. 3x. When Shinra, Robin, and Karina saw Stussy, they could feel the gaze of Robin and Karina on him, which made him slightly lower his head, and Stussy giggled happily. As expected, Stussy was beautiful, with short blonde hair and a lewd body that could charm any men and even women. Yet, if they thought that her identity was just that, then they would be wrong, as she was also part of the known underworld emperors, known as the Queen of the Pleasure District. How did Shinra know? It was due to Caesar Clown's memory, as Caesar was one of the big customers at Stussy's place. Yes, as the influence of the world government on the New World was minimal, that influence was taken by those people in the underworld. Among those who were in the underworld, those known as the strongest were the underworld emperors. There were several of them, and each of them took control over one part of the illegal businesses, and Stussy was the one who took control over the prostitution in the New World. By the way, what are you going to do with that captain of the beautiful pirates and the second captain of Whitebeard pirates? Guernica asked. The captain of the beautiful pirates aside, you can take the second captain of the Whitebeard and take half of the bounty if you want. Huh? Really? How much is the bounty of Ace? 550 million bellies. Half of them are 225 million bellies. But share it with everyone, okay? Leave it to me. Why did Shinra do this? It was to make his relationship with others on the CP become closer, and they could easily be manipulated by Shinra. Yes, Shinra might have gained the favor of J. Garcia, but it didn't mean he gained the favor of the other members of the CP0, so to that, he had to invest in them, making them corrupt, and work together with him, and if possible, to follow his words like obedient pets. Don't forget about my parts, Stussy said seductively. Greedy vixen. Guernica murmured, then looked at Shinra with a gentle gaze. Then, I will exchange the bounty first. Is it okay, boss? His mind was simple since, as Shinra was favored by J. Garcia, it was better for him to follow Shinra, especially when Shinra also shared some of the bounty with him, and it might be a time for Shinra to become the leader of the CP0. Shinra was in silence, thinking that the people of this world were easier to manage than they appeared to be. Don't call me boss. Just call me by my alias. Okay, the consultant. If possible, can you just say that the CP0 is the one who caught Ace, too? Okay. Shinra only wanted to stay low-key as he knew what kind of a troublesome identity Ace had, but Guernica was different, thinking that Shinra wanted to share this achievement with everyone, gaining good feelings from everyone. After all, unlike him, who knew Ace's background, they only thought of Ace as the second captain of the Whitebeard pirates, one of the 4 emperors. Still, when Guernica left, Stussy looked at Shinra with a naughty smile. You are so cunning, Shinra-kun. Are you going to buy the hearts of your followers, so you can be the boss of everyone? Will you support me if I am your boss? Why not? You seem so generous. Shinra looked at this slut for a moment, then sighed helplessly. How about you start to train me now? So impatient. I have something to do after this. Oh, what are you going to do? I plan to go to the Dressrosa Kingdom. Dressrosa Kingdom. What are you going to do there? Let's talk later since the more you teach me, the better. Well. Stussy was curious, and because of that, she quickly taught Shinra everything she knew, whether it was the Rakashiki, Haki, and everything else to make him stronger. Still, why did Shinra go to the Dressrosa Kingdom? Well, it was because he felt a little guilty. The plan that he had told J. Garcia would clean up the mess of the world government, but it also endangered the Dressrosa Kingdom, as it would be targeted by Kaido. If Kaido went on the rampage in the Dressrosa Kingdom, who could stop him? No one. By then, this kingdom would be ruled by Kaido. Frankly, Shinra wasn't sure whether he could fight Kaido, but as he was the one who created this mess, unlike in the Arabasta Kingdom, which he just left behind as he wasn't the one who caused all the mess, this time, this trouble was his responsibility and because of that, he would take care of it. Only facing his tsundere reply, the gazes of Robin, Karina, and Stussy became gentler. You are kind of cute. Can you just teach me now? Yes. Taking a deep breath, Shinra gave his all, ready to face one of the 4 emperors. Chapter 128, The Time That I Have Been Waiting For. Are you really going to the Dressrosa Kingdom? Part of her was surprised by how impressive Shinra's learning ability was since he quickly mastered all the special martial arts of the world government, Rokushiki. Jeppo, Tekai, Rankyaku, Soru, Shurgon, and Kamii. All of those 6, which were the keys of the Rokushi, were mastered by Shinra in just a single day, including the Saimai Kikken, or the Life Return, a martial art that made him able to control every part of his body perfectly, increasing his metabolism, recovery, or simply manipulating his body at will. Nevertheless, Shinra had to say that despite the simplicity of the Rokushiki, this martial art was quite nice. Jeppo allows users to push themselves off the air itself with superhumanly strong kicks, allowing them to travel through and remain in midair for an extended period of time. Tekai hardens the user's muscles to the level of iron, an effect that seems to extend to their skin, greatly boosting their physical durability. Rankyaku is a powerful projectile technique in which the user starts by kicking at very high speeds and strength, which results in a sharp compressed blade of wind or sickle wind that can slice through objects and greatly damage a human body. Soru allows the users to move at extremely high speeds in order to avoid attacks, as well as to attack at higher speeds and with greater power. Shurgon is a close-quarter combat technique in which the user uses their finger to pierce the target's flesh at a very high speed. Kamii allows users to relax their body and make it take on the characteristics of a piece of paper. This grants the user extraordinary flexibility that allows them to avoid any attacks. Lastly, there is even the last secret technique known as Rokugan that is similar to the 1-inch punch. That said, while those martial arts were simple, some were more or less similar to some martial arts in the world of Kengan, such as Shurgon, which was a finger stab similar to the Devil Lance used by Kuroki Gensai, an attack that Shinra often used, but as the world of One Piece had crazy physical ability, those martial arts could send powerful compressed air attack, which made him able to attack from a distance. Even though the improvement wasn't much, as Shinra mastered the Rokushiki, he knew that the destruction caused by his martial arts was further enhanced. At the same time, there was also Haki, and since the world government had been in control of this world for 800 years, it was natural for them to be able to gather all the knowledge of the possibilities that Haki could do. Armament Haki, besides covering the user's body with invisible armor, provides incredible offensive and defensive capabilities by manipulating the life force. It also allowed them to harden their bodies or imbue their weapons or attacks with it, such as Shinra with his blade. Still, this was far from the end since in the advanced development, which is known as emission and internal destruction. Outside and inside. The emission allows the user to let the armament Haki flow out from a part of their body, usually their hand, and emit it over a short distance without a medium to carry it. This allows the user to unleash a small invisible burst, which will knock back anything in the aforementioned body part's immediate vicinity with the force of a very powerful punch. Thus, the user becomes capable of striking and harming people and objects without making physical contact with them. Internal destruction enables the user to infuse the armament Haki into a target's body, causing it to be destroyed from the inside out. This can be achieved by touching, grabbing, or even emitting Haki towards the object. Yes, they might be simple, but Shinra felt that he had grown stronger, though Stussy was speechless at how easily he was able to master all of them. Yet, even though the armament Haki was easy for him to master, the observation Haki was different, as they were more complex. Still, while the armament Haki was for attack and defense, the observation Haki was akin to that of a support, as the master of this ability allowed them to gain an extrasensory sixth sense that enabled them to sense the presence of others. If one wanted to develop it further, then there were several paths known as strength sensing, which made one able to gauge the strength of others, emotion sensing, which made one able to tell the emotions of others, and intent sensing, which made one able to sense another person's intent to act. If one mastered this ability, could they even see the future, hide their presence, read minds, or use hypnosis? He wasn't sure, but thought that the mastery of the observation Haki was limited, so there was still much room for development. As for the last type of Haki, the Supreme King Haki, Shinra only knew that it was a Haki that allowed others to dominate others, which would incapacitate others, making them pass out or weaken with just their aura alone. To develop it further, it was to infuse the Supreme King's Haki into the attack. Then again, the development of the Supreme King Haki was similar to that of observation Haki, as only one among millions possessed this ability, and its development was extremely limited. Regardless, while the devil fruits were amazing, the power of the Haki and the martial arts couldn't be forgotten. Yet, no matter how complicated and complex the future developments of those abilities, the foundation, basics, and simplicity were sometimes the keys. As Bruce Lee said, "I fear not the man who has practiced 10,000 kicks once, but I fear the man who has practiced one kick 10,000 times." Then again, no matter how amazing the abilities were, in the end, the core of everything was energy, but fortunately, he had eaten the Bato no Mi model vampire, so if he needed energy, he could use the blood of his enemies. Still, even so, Shinra continued to train in everything, whether it was the observation Haki, armament Haki, or even the Supreme King Haki. His training was so brutal that his women were worried about him, yet they knew that his battle would be different from others, and if a battle happened, then if he lost, he would die, and because of that, he had to give his all. "I have to win." If Shinra won, then he knew that he could return to the world of Naruto, and by then, he could start to develop his Manjikyu Sharingan ability, the Eye of Usurp and the Eye of Beyond, and also relax. As he thought so, he looked at his palm before he clenched his fist tightly, thinking that the time he had been waiting for was coming. Chapter 129, Crisis on Dressrosa. 1. Are you really going to fight Kaido? Yes. Are you stupid? Stop this idiot, you too. Shinra, who had determined to fight Kaido if one of the emperors came to destroy the Dressrosa kingdom, was being scolded by Stussy. In the beginning, she thought that what he had said was a joke, but their ship moved closer and closer to the Dressrosa kingdom, and at the same time, the world government also followed Shinra's advice to put all the blame on Doflamingo, who had colluded with Kaido. If it was before, the five elders just planned to hide everything till everything calmed down, but as Doflamingo's mess was too much for them to bear, they decided to abandon him, putting him inside the prison as they put all the blame on Doflamingo and Kaido, who colluded with each other. Justice is for everyone. As the world government made such a declaration, and showed they had worked to create peace for everyone during this era of pirates, putting much of the blame on Gold Roger, who had made the world into such ruins where everyone could only live in fear and tragedy, everyone's negative emotions quickly changed toward Doflamingo, Kaido, and Gold Roger, and the majority of people even felt that the world government was a just and righteous organization that worked hard for the peace in this world. While it was hard for others, it was easy for the world government since the majority of the media was in the hands of this organization, and they used their influence to clean up all their messes as if everything had nothing to do with them. Nevertheless, while the world government's mistakes were cleaned up, for Kaido and the Beast Pirates, everyone was dumbfounded. Do we want to take over the Dressrosa kingdom? I don't think so. There is nothing there, right? Then, why was it like the world government told everyone that boss wanted to take down the Dressrosa kingdom? Only Kaido was speechless before he became enraged. The world government is bitch. Yes, it was true that he had bought the artificial devil fruit from Doflamingo, but he had never shown interest in taking the Dressrosa kingdom. After all, Kaido knew well that the Dressrosa kingdom was a poor country with limited resources. In that place, what could he get? It was different from his current base, which had rich minerals, which made him able to create many weapon factories and make a lot of money for his pirate group. So, why did the five elders say that Kaido had colluded to rob the countries and kingdoms members of the world government? It was because they messed up and used him as a scapegoat. Bastard. Kaido was furious. Yes, he might not be the smartest, but even so, he wasn't stupid. Boss, what should we do? Everyone also understood that they were used by the world government to take the blame for what happened in the Dressrosa kingdom due to Doflamingo and the Beast Pirates. Yes, they might have a business relationship as Doflamingo often bought their weapons, and they also bought the artificial devil fruit from him, but they had never thought to take over the Dressrosa kingdom and create a conspiracy to conquer the New World. If you want to put all the blame on me, then don't think that you can get out unscathed. As Kaido roared, he soared directly into the sky as he turned into a dragon, ready to destroy the Dressrosa kingdom and every nearby kingdom, country, and even the marine bases, as those bitches had done something that they shouldn't have done. Yet, while Kaido's reaction was direct and destructive, for those in the Dressrosa kingdom, especially the group that came from the previous king, Riku, they were all in a panic. Why did they have such a reaction? It was obvious because they knew that there was a chance for Kaido to appear and really come to destroy their kingdom. The might of Kaido was clear to everyone, and probably, among all the four emperors, he was the strongest, as Whitebeard, Edward Newgate, and the Big Mom, Charlotte Lean, were already old. How is the Marine's response, father? Violet, the princess of the Dressrosa kingdom, asked with a voice filled with anxiety and fear. Those from other parts of the oceans might not understand the horror of Kaido, but as she came from the New World, she understood the horror of one of the strongest pirates. Facing the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates, they were all helpless as the executives of the Doflamingo pirates, whether it was Pika, Treble, or Diamante, weren't weak. Moreover, this remnant also had a lot of people with the power of devil fruits and many followers, as the only thing that the Doflamingo pirates never lacked was money. On the other hand, the Dressrosa kingdom was poor, especially when the previous king, Riku, was someone who was known for being gentle and pacifist, giving all the money to the nearby troubled kingdoms and countries, making his country poor and even letting a certain special race in this kingdom steal anything that they wanted. Even if King Riku was known as the righteous king, there was a limit on what his followers could do. "I will fight." When everyone was in their most desperate situation, a man with one leg stood up and showed his determination to fight. "Father." A beautiful girl with pink hair looked at the figure of this man with anxiety. She had forgotten this man for so long, yet would they have parted again? "Don't worry, Rebecca. I will be fine." Kairos, the legendary gladiator, patted his daughter's head softly with a gentle smile, since for his family, he would do anything. He couldn't save his beloved wife before, but this time, it was different. Even if he gave his life, he would stop the Doflamingo pirates and the Beast pirates. "Stop it, Kairos." King Rikudoldo III shook his head and said, "You aren't the opponent of the 4 emperors, and facing that monster will kill you instead." "But." "No, but." Riku quickly stopped Kairos, then looked at his second daughter. "Violet, how are the Marines? Will they come to help us?" Even if he wasn't the one who made the payment, the Dressrosa kingdom was still a member of the world government, so they still needed to protect their member, right? "They are delayed and need time to come." Violet didn't continue since the meaning of her words was clear. When the Dressrosa kingdom was in a crisis of having its kingdom attacked by Kaido, the Marines couldn't come to help. Yet, wasn't this normal? After all, the only ones who could fight Kaido were the admirals, and if possible, the Marines needed to send 2 admirals to make sure they could stop Kaido, yet was it possible for them to send 2 admirals and a group of soldiers to save the Dressrosa kingdom? The answer was simple. Impossible. Instead, the 5 elders had made up their minds to abandon the Dressrosa kingdom since, as Doflamingo was defeated, this kingdom wouldn't give much money, and even if this kingdom was the previous kingdom owned by one of the original 20 families of the creators of the world government, it didn't really matter. What was important was to maintain their rule, stability, and their image as the righteous, and to do all of that, what they needed to do was to abandon a single kingdom, which wasn't that cheap. Yes, they had succeeded, and they never ever thought to send the Marines except for the scouts till everything calmed down, since it would waste their weapons, money, and manpower. As for the Dressrosa kingdom, they had to apologize, but their crisis had to be handled by themselves. Chapter 130, Crisis on Dressrosa. 2. Diamante, what do you think? I don't know. Don't ask me, Pika. Diamante hugged his legs tightly, his face contorted in an intense headache. Treble thinks something. Even if Doflamingo, Virgo, and Monet were caught, the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates still existed, and they weren't weak. Whether it was Pika, Treble, or Diamante, they weren't nobodies, but as expected, without their young master, they were at a loss. At the same time, they knew that their young master was under the conspiracy of the world government. As for how they could tell all of that, it was because they knew, except for the world government, who could catch their young master. Yet, it was also because they knew that everything was done by the ruler of this world that they knew they could do nothing. Moreover, they knew that Kaido, the leader of the beast pirates, was about to come, but with Kaido's personality, they were afraid that instead of helping and supporting them, Kaido would kill them. It might be a little exaggerated, but with Kaido's brutality, they believed that Kaido would really kill them. Treble might seem disgusting with large snots on his nose, but even so, his mind was probably the sharpest among them. Still, he held his head for a while, and asked, should we swear our loyalty to Kaido? Everyone. When everyone heard Treble's words, they all looked at him with disbelief. Are you serious, Treble? Everyone in this place had sworn their loyalty to Doflamingo, and for him, he would do anything. Yet, Treble told them that they should give up Doflamingo and work under Kaido. Was he serious? Then, what do you want me to say? If we do nothing, then we will die. Treble looked at them, tears in his eyes, as he was afraid. Without their young master, they were all weak. Without their brain and the one to whom they swore their loyalty, they could do nothing. Yes, facing the group of King Riku, they might be able to hold on, but for how long? If the world government sent the Marines to take care of them, then what should they do? As Doflamingo had been caught, they had lost their status as the 7 warlords of the seas, and as there was also the problem of Vergen, which made them also know that they were seen in a bad light by the Marines. Should they wait for Doflamingo? However, as the situation had reached this point, they knew that they could do nothing, and with Doflamingo's crimes, he would enter Impel Down, the maximum security prison for the most dangerous criminals and pirates of the world government. Even if they wanted to save their young master, they could do nothing. Yet, if they did nothing, they knew that they would die sooner or later. In this sea, the weak could only be devoured, and as they had become weak, sooner or later, they would die, and had to return to their previous situation, where they could only hide and swallow their humiliation to stay alive. Moreover, with their situation, they had no way to live except for going to Kaido. Doflamingo had made a lot of enemies, and while he could handle them with ease, it was different with his subordinates. At least, our strength isn't bad, and with the connections that young master has made for so long, we can be the support for Kaido. And when the young master returns, then... With those words, all of them looked at each other, and they knew they had no choice but to do this. Yet, while the crisis in the Dressrosa kingdom was about to happen, many also put their focus on this kingdom, and also the reaction of the world government, which made them weird, as this wasn't their style. The style of the world government had always been known as overbearing, and if they didn't like something, they would send their warships to destroy an island, country, and kill all the living beings, including plants and animals, without leaving anything behind. Yes, it was cruel, but who could fight them, the gods of this world? What's wrong, Shanks? On the other corner of the new world, a man with red hair stared at the newspaper with doubt. No. I just feel that it is weird. Then, you are going to save the Dressrosa kingdom? No. One of the 4 emperors, red hair, Shanks shook his head at the question of his follower. The balance hasn't been broken, and we still need to wait for that prophecy to come true. Prophecy? What kind? Yet, they knew that until the one who had been entrusted by Shanks came, they wouldn't make their move. As for what would happen to the Dressrosa kingdom, no one cared much since it wasn't uncommon to see 1 or 2 kingdoms destroyed. Anyway, let's party. Oh. In another place, in a famous kingdom in the New World, a large, old woman looked at the newspaper weirdly. Why did Kaido want that kingdom? What's wrong, Mom? Well, nothing. Shaking her head, Big Mom, Charlotte Lean, thought that Kaido was still young, thinking that he could take down the world government with a small conspiracy done together with Doflamingo. By the way, where is Ace? Yet, the leader of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate, didn't care and even ignored the declaration of the world government as he knew well what kind of a bitch this organization was. Instead, he was more concerned about his favorite son, Ace, who seemed to have disappeared. Ace. Where is he? I don't know, but you know him, right? That's true. He will probably return soon, Pops. You don't have to worry since who dares to attack him? Well, that's true. Everyone, including Newgate, believed that nothing would happen to Ace since their captain, or father, was the strongest man in the world. Edward Newgate. Who would dare to fight against him? As everyone continued to drink happily, a large man with an ugly face looked at the newspaper with doubt and strange anxiety. Why the hell did I feel like this? He felt that the time shouldn't have come yet, especially when he hadn't found the devil fruit that he had been waiting for. Come on. Biting his thumb nervously, Marshal D. Teach felt intense anxiety as he couldn't wait for the devil fruit to come. Yet, even so, while all of them felt weird by the change that happened in the world government, no one thought much about it, as they lacked the intelligence to understand what its plan was, since in their minds, ruling this world was simple, and that was by using power. As long as one's power was greater than the world government, then they would rule this world. So, this public relations stunt was done by the world government under the lead of Shinra, and it was quickly forgotten, but even so, all of them knew well that to quell the anger of the beast, Kaido, the Dressrosa kingdom would be destroyed. Chapter 131, Kaido has arrived. I wonder why I came with you. Stussy felt herself going crazy as she followed Shinra and his women to the Dressrosa kingdom, yet she still did not run away. Why did she do this? Even she, herself, wasn't sure, as she just followed her feelings, yet if she could pick up one answer to answer that question, it was because she wanted to see him. Yes, to see whether he could really do what he had declared. Frankly, it was her first time to see someone as smart as him, turning the evil, reversing it into the righteous, and justice with just a few moments, yet as she thought of him as a naughty brat, who loved to impregnate women, unexpectedly, he said that he would clean up the mess that he had created. Why don't you say anything, you two? Stussy looked at Karina and Robin, who had always worn their hijabs, which made her speechless, wondering whether they thought of her as a lesbian. 2x. Why didn't they say anything? It was because the two of them knew that whatever they said to Shinra, it would be meaningless. He had made up his mind, and what they could do was to support him, yet even so, they also had to admit that he was reckless and careless, especially when the two of them were pregnant. There is no need to follow me, you know. Are you crazy? Of course, we will follow you. Do you want your children to become fatherless? Facing their anger, Shinra took a deep breath and apologized. I am sorry for being selfish. 3x. But I feel like I won't be able to sleep well if I think about how involved I've been in the innocent's death, or look at my children proudly later on, so let me be selfish this time. The problem with the Arabasta kingdom aside, as Shinra never thought to do anything to harm the innocents and even provided them with jobs as he tried to expand the business of the Baroque Works, the people of the Dressrosa kingdom were different, as he had made them target him. Yes, he did all of this to become someone who was trusted by the five elders, but for his conspiracy, it would take the lives of many, and frankly, he was quite uncomfortable. Even though it's better not to do anything. What he had to do was slowly, steadily, to grow his strength, and when he was sure, he would go out and fight many, using the Eye of Usurp, taking away everything, from the various cipher pole, the Marines, then everything on the world government. Still, all his plans would start when Luffy, the MC, or the savior of this world, came out and fought the world government. Since Luffy and his group fought the world government, he would use the chance to take everything. Frankly, he wasn't sure about the time, but for one thing, he knew that it should be about the time that Luffy went on the adventure and started his journey to become the Pirate King. In other words, he had about 2 years to prepare. There was a lot of time, and he could do that slowly as he had no need to fight one of the 4 emperors. Still, when he thought of all the people in the Dressrosa kingdom dying, killed by him, it made him quite uncomfortable. Moreover, unlike a ninja, Kaido was a physical type of fighter, or rather, all the people in this world were straightforward instead of being a ninja, so even though his chances of victory were quite small, he didn't think that he would die. Then, do it, but promise me that you won't die, Robin said softly. Thanks. Damn it, you too. Karina felt a little jealous of their trust. If you die, then I will kill you, and kill myself. I won't die. Shinra kissed their foreheads softly, then said, believe me, and it isn't like Kaido will make a move on Dressrosa, and if that's the case, then I won't have to fight. Well, that's true. 2x. There was a chance that Kaido wouldn't make a move on the Dressrosa kingdom, and if that was the case, then Shinra had no need to fight. As for the fight between King Riku and the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates, they didn't care much since Shinra had helped King Riku Doldo III and the residents of the Dressrosa kingdom escape from Doflamingo, so naturally, it was impossible for Shinra to become their babysitter when they didn't even give him anything. Was he cold? No, he was just being pragmatic and realistic since there were many injustices in this world, and if he cared about all of them, then he would be stressed to death. If people wanted to get their justice, whether they wanted to or not, they had to fight, struggle, and grit their teeth to break away from those chains that tightly wrapped them, almost suffocating them, and if they didn't want to do anything and just be lazy, waiting till the savior came, then it was naturally their faults if they loved in a misery. Frankly, there was nothing right or wrong in the way people chose to live, whether it was to fight or just let themselves be oppressed, but he would fight, especially when he couldn't wait to return to the world of Naruto and take care of those bitches. So, Stussy, you are familiar with Kaido, right? Tell me everything about him. Stussy looked at Shinra, who showed his determined and sincere eyes, feeling helpless, before she let out a hopeless sigh as she covered her beautiful face with her palms. Okay. Thanks. Facing his happy smile, Stussy felt her heart beating so fast as she felt her chest was so tight. Don't die, okay? I won't. Stussy didn't want Shinra to die, and because of that, she would support him. Regardless, as Shinra was preparing, the Dressrosa kingdom was filled with a gloomy and depressive atmosphere as they thought of the impending doom that was about to come to their kingdom. Those who were smart and wealthy had already made their move to run away, leaving the kingdom, but for the poor and helpless, they could do nothing and just waited. Nothing will happen, right? Hopefully. Well, he is one of the 4 emperors. Why should he target our kingdom? While some thought that this kingdom was as good as gone, many still tried to escape from reality, thinking that nothing would happen. Your Majesty, we should go, too. This place is too dangerous. King Elisabello too had told us that we could come to his country. As his soldiers persuaded him to run away, King Ricardoldo III shook his head and said, "No, I can't leave. I won't leave my people, and even if I do die, then I will die in this land with everyone." How could he run away? If he ran away and left everyone to die due to Kaido, how could he have a face? He had run away once, but this time, no more. Your Majesty. Everyone was at a loss, but they knew that they couldn't persuade their king. Also, I am not king. Still, similarly, Violet, Rebecca, and Kairos never thought to run away. Even if their destination was death, they had to fight since this was their home. Yet, while all of them had resolved their will to fight. Rumble, rumble. Rumble. As the storm came, the kingdom was shrouded in a fearsome dark cloud that blocked all the lights, which made everyone tense and feel that something was about to come. They didn't know what it was, but they knew well that it got closer and closer until finally, they saw the figure that crushed all of their hope emerge from the shroud that covered their kingdom. Worororo. You think I will rob this kingdom, right? Then, you are wrong. I will destroy this kingdom and everything. One of the 4 emperors, the beast, Kaido, arrived. Chapter 132, Hell on Earth. That's Kaido. You are lying, right? Is that something that a human can fight? No, that's a monster. Ah, we're all going to die. As they saw a monster in the shape of a dragon with a length of more than a kilometer soar on top of their kingdom, even if Kaido just glanced in their direction without doing anything, all of them felt like all their struggle was meaningless and what would come after this was just the deepest despair where death was their conclusion. Uo no mi, model, Surayu. Kaido was a human who had eaten a mythical Zoan, like Shinra, but unlike Shinra, whose devil fruit allowed him to become a vampire, Kaido's devil fruit allowed him to become the azure dragon from Chinese mythology. Shinra might have also used the Eye of Usurp on the artificial devil fruit of the Uo no mi, model, Surayu, before, and naturally, he could do what Kaido had done. No matter what Kaido could do, Shinra could do that since the artificial devil fruit of the Uo no mi, model Surayu that he had taken before was created by the lineage factor of Kaido that was taken from Kaido in the past. In other words, Shinra had Kaido's DNA potential within him. As expected of the strongest creature in the world. You are lying, right? That's Kaido. Do you think you can defeat him? Yet, while Shinra thought about how to improve his artificial devil fruit's ability, which gave him a similar potential to that of Kaido, it was the first time for Karina and Robin to see one of the 4 emperors, Kaido, and as expected, they felt at a loss since instead of a human being, they felt that Kaido was a monster. Yes, Shinra was powerful, and they had seen him perform a miracle that they had never thought possible, but this time, his opponent was on an entirely different scale. I advise you to run away. Still, Stussy hadn't given up on persuading Shinra to stop fighting. With your ability, it should be easy for you to leave, right? Bato no mi, model, vampire. While she hadn't seen Shinra use his devil fruit's ability previously, she saw him able to hide their presence, making them invisible in a dark-like shroud, which gave her hope that they could run away with ease. Yes, his devil fruit might be the mythical type of Zoan, but even so, among the mythical type, each devil fruit had its own disadvantages and advantages. Kaido's Uo no mi, model, Surayu, was clear, which was the ultimate destruction-like ability. Meanwhile, Shinra's Bato no mi, model, vampire was more like an assassin, which made him well-suited for his job as a Cypher Pole member, or probably the boss of this organization in the future. Still, Stussy didn't think that Shinra was weak, especially when she could feel his aura that made her submissive and probably even wished to get closer to him, which made her curse the devil fruit that she had eaten. Yes, her devil fruit came from the same model, but if Shinra's devil fruit was the mythical type that allowed him to become the Lord of the Night, vampire, her devil fruit came from the Bato no mi, model, bat, which made her part of creatures that he could control and directly became her superior. It could be said that the moment Shinra appeared before her, she could only become obedient and, frankly, quite protective. Yet, while the devil fruit might have affected her feelings slightly, when she saw him and understood more or less about his personality, she knew well she wanted a deeper relationship with him, like Robin and Karina. However, this guy didn't seem to have much interest in her, or Robin and Karina simply stopped him from going to her, especially Robin with her Hana Hana no Mi, making her ability extremely lewd. There is no need to be in a hurry. Still, even if Shinra faced Kaido, he was calm, as his mind thought about what to do. If I want to run away, no one in this world can stop me. With the Bato Bato no Mi, mode, vampire, and the Iro Iro no Mi, along with the presence concealment from observation Haki and Supreme King Haki, if he wanted to hide, no one could find him. Also, he had the Eye of Beyond, and if the situation forced him, it wouldn't be bad to run away to another world, too. Well. Yes, Kaido might be scary, but Shinra's ability to hide his presence was simply godly. If Shinra wanted to run away, no one could catch him, so they calmed down and quickly moved close to him. Yet while those who were close to Shinra had calmed down, the others weren't calm at all. Is there even a possibility of defeating that monster? It's over. This country is destroyed. King Rikudoldo III, Violet, Kairos, and Rebecca were at a loss as they had fallen to their deepest despair. What was scary wasn't fighting the strong, as they knew that they had a hope, but what was scary was when they fought, as they knew that they had no hope at all. Everything was over, and all of them would die. Governor Kaido. We are willing to follow you. Treble and the others, who followed Doflamingo, quickly came out to greet Kaido and bowed their heads, ready to worship this strongest creature as their new lord. Before all of them might hesitate, yet when they saw Kaido in his Sarayu form, all of them knew that being stubborn would lead to their death, yet. Heat Brait. Kaido gathered fire inside his mouth before breathing it out into a huge, conical blast toward the castle of the Dressrosa Kingdom, where Treble and the others bowed. Boom. Everyone lost their voices as a dazzling explosion destroyed everything. The beautiful castle that was located on a hill in the Dressrosa Kingdom was blasted, burnt, and destroyed. Treble and the others had no chance to say anything as they were hit by the blast, and no one really knew whether they all lived or died, yet they also didn't care since what they needed to do was to save their own lives. Run. We're going to die. We're going to die. Mama. Everyone was in despair and knew that they could do nothing to stop this disaster. Yet, Shinra took his blade and said, "Remove." His veins bulged as he removed all the limits on his body and transformed himself into a vampire as he held his blade, but even so, he suppressed his aura, compressing it, covering his entire being, especially his blade, which emitted dangerous, dark crimson Haki. Stay here. Hide well. His voice exuded calmness and gentleness, as usual, but they knew that they couldn't change his decision and could only stay back, so they wouldn't become his burden. Meanwhile, Kaido roared, destroying everything with the fire blast that he breathed from his mouth. Boom. 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 Facing this creature, no one thought that they could fight. Even Kairos, the legendary gladiator of this country, knew that he could only run away, bringing his family, even if he had to force them. If he faced this monster, he would die. Yet, Kaido never thought about the minds of the ants. At this moment, he just wanted to destroy everything, telling the world government that they had to pay a certain price as they had messed him up. If you want to blame, then blame the world government in hell. As he became the king of pirates and found One Piece, Kaido would soon settle everything with the world government, and destroy this world. Die. Along with the screams and cries of everyone, Kaido unleashed a blast of fire, bringing the purgatory to the Dressrosa Kingdom. Yet, during that time, as the world was covered in the crimson fire of hell, a single darkness emerged in the split of a moment. Rex Caligo. As Kaido was confused, he saw a sharp crimson, darkish lightning that chopped his neck, and he saw a figure that was similar to that of a devil, ready to behead him. Splash. Chapter 133, Kaido, the Beast. Oh! The dragon roared in pain as blood poured out from its neck before falling from the sky. The earth shook, the buildings were in ruins, but despite the apocalypse that had happened before them, instead of running away, Everyone rooted in their places as they saw the crimson handsome figure with devilish wings hovering in midair, causing all of them to be silent. No way. Stussy's fleshy, red lips were wide open as she saw Shinra, who had taken down Kaido, one of the 4 emperors. Yet, like Robin and Karina, Stussy was filled with excitement and also recorded everything here. Or rather, Stussy wasn't the only one, since many media workers in this ocean also came to the Dressrosa kingdom, hoping to peel away the hypocritical nature of the world government, watching them to do nothing as this kingdom was destroyed, exposing them to the world to see. But unexpectedly, they saw a young man that was capable to slay the immense dragon that brought the destruction. Who is he? I don't know, but with that power, he should be famous, right? Also, did he eat the devil fruit? If so, then what kind? The ability shown by Shinra, especially when he suddenly emerged on top of Kaido, then slashed his destructive blade, trying to behead this beast, and more importantly, his devilish wings made them think it was the power of the devil fruit. Yet, no matter what those journalists were thinking, all of the people in this country knew that Shinra was the hope of this kingdom. Have we been saved? Has that dragon been defeated? Oh, God, thank you. Thank you. Even if Shinra appeared like a devil, it didn't matter since he was the one who saved their lives. Violet. Meanwhile, Riku and everyone were startled when they saw Violet, whose eyes were bleeding. I am fine. Unlike the others, who didn't eat the devil fruit, Violet had eaten the devil fruit known as the Gyro no Mi, a devil fruit that gave the user the ability to see through everything and read the minds of others, allowing the user to become an inside human. I was the wrong one. When Shinra suddenly appeared to kill Kaido, Violet subconsciously used her devil fruit to see him, but unexpectedly, her power seemed to be blocked by something, and she seemed to be hit by something, causing her eyes to bleed, and naturally, she lowered her head, seemingly to lower herself as if she was afraid to cause Shinra to be angry. With just a single Doflamingo, their kingdom could do nothing. Then there was also Kaido. If Shinra were also angry at this kingdom, then what would they do? Regardless, without a doubt, Shinra was their only hope. Yet, Shinra, who had slashed Kaido, stared at him speechlessly. Unlike before, Kaido was no longer in his dragon form, but in his beast-human form, as a deep gash was on his back. Yet even so, Kaido could still stand up as his wound started to regenerate, which made him helpless, thinking that those who could stand on the top really had a perverted body, comparable to a monster. If it was Shanks. Well, Shinra was sure that that guy would die since, unlike Kaido, Charlotte Lean, or Edward Newgate, among the 4 emperors, Shanks had the most normal body. Also, even if Shinra planned to cut down the neck, in the end, it became a back, which made him feel speechless. Then he looked at his blade, which he got from Hodi Jones, with a helpless sigh. Being a swordsman was nice and all, but he needed a good blade. Ouch. Ouch. It hurts, bastard. Instead of dying and in a critical situation, Kaido cursed Shinra as his eyes stared fiercely at the young man, who had cut his neck all of a sudden. Yet despite saying so, his hand grasped his large mace fiercely as if he was ready to smash Shinra, especially if Shinra wanted to finish him off. Yes, Shinra could tell that if he dared to make a second attack to take down Kaido, he would be the one who would be smashed into a meat patty. Even if Kaido's body was immense, it didn't mean that his reaction was slow. Instead, the fact that he could come to the Dressrosa kingdom in just a few days from the base showed how ridiculous his speed was. Still, it didn't mean that Shinra's speed was slow. Instead, his speed was also as fast as he could easily reach a Mach speed due to his Bane no Mi, which made him able to bounce around, adding his Bato no Mi, model, vampire, and his experience in the weapon number 4 in the world of Kaiju number 8, he was simply a fighter jet in human form. Normal people will die if they are cut like that, you know. Who do you think I am? I am Kaido, the beast. How dare you compare me to those normal people? Kaido ignored his wound and said those words arrogantly at Shinra, who slowly landed on the ground, which made him comfortable since it made him annoyed and angry when Shinra was in the sky, staring at him condescendingly. Boy, why did you attack me? I think it would be weird if I didn't attack you. You are going to destroy this kingdom and kill all the people, after all. Worororo. Kaido laughed at Shinra's words as if he had heard the biggest joke of the year. Are you playing to become a hero? Do you seek death to help those people? How old are you? 17. Shinra had his birthday after his trip to Fishman Island before, and due to that, Robin celebrated that birthday by pulling Karina, giving him the fun of having a harem, and probably, during that time, Robin also got pregnant with his child. You are young. Thanks. By the way, what devil fruit did you eat? Mythical Zoan, Bato no Mi, model, vampire. Good devil fruit. Kaido nodded, and his eyes didn't hide his desire as if he looked at a precious treasure. After all, while people might say that there was no useless devil fruit, some devil fruits were definitely better than others, especially the mythical type of Zoan, which gave the user a perverted physical ability of Zoan, and unique abilities of the respective legend of the creature such as Kaido, who could send a breath of flame, manipulate wind, or create clouds to fly. As a mythical type Zoan user, Shinra must also have a unique ability. Now, I understand why my blood seemed to move weirdly before. Instead of being angry that Shinra tried to assassinate him by manipulating his blood, Kaido was even happier with Shinra's ability. Shinra was helpless, but while he didn't attack Kaido, he tried to use his blood manipulation to move Kaido's blood in a different direction to kill Kaido, but as Kaido's Haki was also powerful, of course, his ability was nullified. Haki. It worked like an anti-ability, nullifying any effects of the abilities. In other words, if Shinra wanted to defeat Kaido, then he could only do it in a direct way. Do you want to work under me? With you, we can shake this world and become the king of the pirates. Why should I become a pirate? It's because I asked you. Kaido showed a cruel grin. As you have appeared, do you think you can escape from me? At that moment, Shinra felt his body threatening death as his entire being, cells, soul, and everything screamed to run away, telling him to go as far as possible. However, was it possible? After Kaido said so, he suddenly appeared in front of Shinra, holding his mace high, which was covered in the black bluish lightning that emitted a pressure that caused everyone to bow down in front of the presence of a mighty being. Ray my hack. Ah, I am about to die. Facing this attack that was about to smash his head, Shinra knew that he was about to die. Tur 134, 0.5 seconds to the future. Shinra knew well that even if he wouldn't die from this attack due to the regeneration and crazy survivability talent that came from the Bato no Mi, model, vampire, which gave him an almost immortal-like creature, but he would definitely lose, and by then, what would happen to Robin and Karina? He knew that he was too arrogant, thinking he had the ability to fight one of the four emperors, especially given his extensive experience and the numerous famous characters he had defeated one after another. Even Rayleigh wasn't his opponent, but how old was Rayleigh? Meanwhile, Kaido was at his prime, he was at the age when he was at his strongest. As he was at his most desperate, Shinra saw the scenery before him change and return to the moment before the attack. Was it a dream? Shinra felt his mind overloaded as the information on his surroundings became so detailed that he could tell the voices, expressions, the changes of air, terrains, and everything within this world clearly. No, it isn't a dream. Instead, it was the ability of observation Haki that had been developed to its limit. In other words, foresight. Yes, Shinra wasn't unfamiliar with foresight, as it was an ability that was owned by Narumi Gen when he wielded the weapon number 1 in the world of Kaiju number 8. However, this ability wasn't limited to the world of Kaiju number 8. Instead, in this world, as one's observation Haki was developed to the limit, they would be able to catch a glimpse of the future, or, so-called, the foresight. While Shinra was dumbfounded as he never expected to awaken this ability by ability, he wasn't surprised since his Sharingan enhanced his vision to the limit, and he also had experience using the foresight with weapon number 1 on the world Kaiju number 8. More importantly, Shinra's opponent was Kaido-sensei, the one who taught Luffy to infuse the Supreme King Haki into his attacks and also helped him to awaken the Nika no Mi. This was the reason why Shinra said before that Rayleigh wasn't a good teacher. When Rayleigh taught Luffy for 2 years, the gains that Luffy gained from 2 years of training were less than what he got from being beaten by Kaido. In other words, if one wanted to become strong, then one should be beaten by Kaido. As Shinra was about to be beaten by Kaido, somehow, he understood why he could awaken this foresight ability. Yet, while feeling amazed by Kaido-sensei, it didn't mean that he had escaped from the danger. Instead, even if he could catch a glimpse of the future, it didn't mean that he understood that it was impossible for him to dodge this attack. Once he was hit, everything was as good as over. Kaido's attack was clad in the armament Haki and the Supreme King Haki, causing all the abilities that Shinra had to be nullified, and he would be hit by pure damage caused by someone who was called the Beast. Even Luffy, with the body of rubber that should be immune to blunt attacks, was smashed and defeated, so what about Shinra? Shinra might have the Bane no Mi, an ability that gave his body a spring-like trait, making his body work similarly to a shock absorber, and made his body immune to blunt attacks like Luffy's, but even so, it was meaningless in front of Kaido's attack. So, what should he do? Even if he caught the 0.5 seconds in the future, it was meaningless. Yet, even so, he didn't give up. At this moment, his head became sharper, everything moved in a slow manner, and his body moved in a way that he wished to be. If Kaido's Haki could nullify his power, then Shinra could also cover his entire body in a combination of the Armament Haki and the Supreme King Haki, which would erase the nullification effect from Kaido's attack and maintain the shock breaker-like effect on his body. Yet, even so, there was a limit to what his shock absorber-like body could do. So, should he run? Twisting his body, running away, whether it was by turning into a bat, soaring into the sky, transforming into gas as he dispersed, or digging deep into the earth as he became sand, everything, all of that was meaningless before Kaido's attack. So, he knew well that he should accept this attack. Yet, even if he decided to accept this attack, letting himself be hit, he should do it in a way that wouldn't hurt him. No, it was impossible to be unscathed from this attack, yet it was possible to reduce the damage caused by this attack. Ability might be useless, but what if he used something else? If ability was useless, then he would use Haki and martial arts. When everything was set up, his Haki that shrouded his entire body like armor changed its form into a calm, soft lull. Similarly, his body was no longer tense and became as flexible as paper, even water. Inwardly, Shinra was glad that he had learned the Kami, one of the Rokushiki that gave his body a property similar to paper or a feather, which made his body flow along with the impact instead of accepting it. Also, the martial arts that he had mastered in the world of Kengan, Water Stream Rock Smashing Fist, even if he thought that it was quite meaningless to be used in the world of One Piece before, started to become useful at this moment. Oh. Kaido, who saw the change in Shinra's eyes that was filled with despair before, became filled with determination and hope, making him amused. What could you do? In front of the overwhelming power, everything was meaningless. The metal mace that emitted a pressure that would shake the space, the earth, and everything was smashed into Shinra. The rumbling lightning tore and destroyed everything. Their hope at this moment was so fragile, like a fire on a candle, flickering, almost dying. Only, as the mace was connected to the blade instead of the force of resistance that Kaido expected coming from Shinra, it gave him a bad feeling. Shinra's eyes were red, and his arms burst, showing his red muscles as his bones cracked, seemingly about to shatter, yet even so, his eyes were sharp, and the pain woke him, forcing him to raise his focus to the limit before he let the force behind Kaido's Reimai hack to flow on his broad back. Crack. 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 Shinra endured the pain as his bones broke and his muscles were torn, focused further on softening his body. Softer. 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 Yet, even so, no matter how much he tried to soften his body, the impact still shook him and burst his organs. As Shinra could also master the internal destruction with the armament Haki, naturally, Kaido could also do the same. However, he knew that he couldn't fall since if he fell, then he would lose everything. His eyes lacked focus, blood kept pouring out from his eyes, nose, and all of his orifices, seemingly on the verge of crumbling between his consciousness, till all of a sudden, his senses were heightened further so that he could feel his entire body, feeling everything to the point of his cells. Then, all the environment in his surroundings turned into a viscous, dark red substance resembling blood. No, it turned into blood with enough amount to form a massive pool and completely cover the battlefield. At the same time, all the blood in the surroundings and the souls of those who were about to disappear were absorbed into him as his appearance changed with flaming dark hair and crimson dark shrouds with points resembling the stars on the Milky Way, regenerating all of his wounds. No, instead of focusing on healing himself, he should focus on this attack. Shinra ignored his wounds, erasing all the unnecessary information from his senses, and even shut down those that he didn't need, such as vision, taste, hearing, touch, and smell. Abandoning all of those things, he concentrated the strength left over. All of his flesh. All of his brain. All of his blood. All of his cells, everything from them. He mustered all the personal vitality, stamina, magic power, and potential he had and perfected all the mistakes in his technique until finally, he he was able to redirect all the force of Kaido's attack into his own attack. Horizon. His voice was completely lacking emotion as he launched the crimson-black flaming blade that was filled with the force of Kaido, which was combined with the force of his slash, the armament Haki, the Supreme King Haki, and lastly, the awakening power of the mythical type of Zoan. Slash. Kaido widened his eyes as this blade cut his mace and his body. Boom. Chapter 135, Awakened. Shinra couldn't feel anything, see anything, hear anything, or even feel anything. At this moment, all he saw was just darkness, an abyss-like environment where he could see nothing. It was like he was truly at the end of his moment, just a moment before his death. Yet, even so, he stood, holding his blade as his entire body was covered in blood, completely broken with his bones jutting out of his body. His red flesh was seen, so horrible that people would think that he had already died. However, despite his weakness and exhaustion, he stood still in his place as he held his blade in a relaxed form, as blood poured out. At that moment, everything was already squeezed from his body, nothing was left. If someone pushed him at this moment, no, even with the wind, he would fall. Yet, even so, he didn't let himself fall as he let himself stay in this state for a longer time, as if he talked with his own body, to exceed, to break away from his form, sublimating his flesh further to a higher existence. Vampire. Since Shinra had eaten the Bato no Mi model, vampire, he hadn't been able to further dare to go beyond, limiting himself to how a human should be, afraid of the change, despite how limitless his potential was. He was as concerned with his body as he was fearful and afraid that his children would become monsters. Yet, as he had become a vampire, he had become a being that transcended the line between life and death, a being that dwelled between existence and non-existence, holy and evil, life and death. Return everything to the mist of chaos from which it originated, that is what it means to be a vampire. At that moment, something broke within his mind, and he broke away the shackles that limited him. Yet, while Shinra continued to evolve, Kaido screamed in pain as his chest was cut open, a deep, frightening wound formed on his chest, and blood kept pouring out. However, while he tried to stop the wound, the blood kept pouring out seemingly as if a certain force wished to pull all the blood within him. You bastard. Kaido no longer thought of Shinra as a creature beneath him, but rather as someone who matched him. Even if Shinra appeared so weak, he could feel something fearsome was about to emerge, yet who was he? He was Kaido, the beast. Worororo. Boy, what's your name? He no longer cared about his ambitions, the wounds on his body, and everything else, and only focused on the young man before him. Uchiha Shinra. Shinra's voice wasn't loud, but there was a certain power that made it impossible for people not to hear. Good, if you die, I will remember you. It was impossible to subdue Shinra, yet even so, Kaido couldn't help but lament, thinking that it was a shame that he couldn't conquer him, since if he could, then he knew he would reach one step before the king of pirates. Yet, as they would become enemies, Kaido wouldn't hesitate to kill him thoroughly. Do you have more of that? Shinra could tell that Kaido had taken out another weapon that had a similar shape to the one he had used before. Who do you think I am? I have controlled the country with the best weaponsmith in the world. Isn't it normal for me to have more than one? Hasaikai, Kaido's special mace, is known as a kanabo. To match his stature, the weapon was enlarged many times, and spikes were added to the surroundings to cause damage. Do you think I am that samurai who loves their weapons like their own lovers? Weapon is a weapon. If it's destroyed, then change it into a new one. As he said so, Kaido, who was in his beast-human form, wielded his Hasaikai two-handed and jumped into the air, quickly spinning his weapon above his head as he imbued it with Supreme King Haki, making it exude black lightning. Kosan's Ragnaraku. He then, while descending, swung his mace down with great force, smashing Shinra into the ground. Unlike before, while Shinra blocked this attack, he wasn't crushed by the force that came from Kaido's attack. Instead, he was able to redirect the force of Kaido's attack, partly to the ground, causing the ground to shatter, and the rest of it into his own attack, adding more damage and causing Kaido to flinch in pain. Yet, how could Kaido scream like a woman? If his attack couldn't smash Shinra, then it did it more. If one wasn't enough, then two. If two wasn't enough, then three. Until he smashed Shinra down, he wouldn't stop. Bang. 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 Each of Kaido's attacks was like the impact of an earthquake and caused a tsunami, yet even so, all of those attacks were redirected by Shinra, partly to the ground, reducing the impact and side effects of his technique, and the rest into his attack, which made his attack even stronger and more dangerous. Yukami. This was a special technique of the Japanese martial arts, whether it was jujitsu, judo, or many other martial arts, to reduce the impact when one received an attack or fell. However, Shinra had gone beyond with this technique by accepting the attacks of Kaido, who was known as the Beast. If it was a normal person, they would become a meat patty, but as it was him, he could move the force of Kaido's attack into the ground, or his attack to take down Kaido. At the same time, this was the ultimate development of his water stream rock-smashing fist. Using the enemy's force, he redirected them and used them in his attack, creating greater damage. Despite being much weaker physically, he compensated for all of that with his technique. His Bane no Mi also worked well in supporting his technique, as this ability was the one that helped him to redirect the force of Kaido's attack in the direction that he wished. Fuck, what are you? This was Kaido's first time meeting such an opponent. Shinra was weaker, so weak that he could crumble, yet even so, Shinra's attacks were so vicious since they contained a powerful strength, adding to the sharpness that could even cut his flesh, and even worse, this bastard always hit the place that hurt the most. Yes, unlike the people of this world, who made their attack on the body as it was easy to hit, as it was wide, but Shinra had always aimed his attacks at the vital points. He knew well that Kaido was strong, but even so, while his appearance was different from that of a human, as long as they were living beings, more or less, they were about the same. More importantly, as long as he faced a humanoid opponent, his martial arts were working. Kaido wasn't stupid, and he knew that he would be defeated if he continued being beaten like this, so he directly turned into a dragon form as he soared into the sky. If it was before, he wouldn't do this, but as Shinra was at his weakest, it was impossible for him to fly. Staring at Kaido, who became the Azure Dragon, Shinra just stood in his place as he let out a helpless sigh before the debris in his surroundings burst and shot in the direction of Kaido. Ha! Kaido, who was in the sky ready to make his attack, was startled by the debris that was shot in his direction. Boom. 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 If it were normal debris, they wouldn't do much, but as they were imbued with the power of Super no Mi, they had become blades, which made Kaido feel like he was being shot by so many flying blades. It's meaningless. Yes, I know. In the end, the debris was just debris. With Kaido's body, how could he be hurt by just harassment? Kane Daiko. Kaido's immense body became even bigger as he was covered in the flaming inferno, causing all the people to think that they were truly inside hell. Only. Breath extinction. Shinra used his gas no Mi to completely deprive the area of air, creating a vacuum-like effect, and extinguish the flames on Kaido's body. Kaido was dumbfounded and felt even confused as to why he suddenly couldn't breathe and why his flames disappeared, yet, before he was able to react, Shinra was already before him. If you stay alive, then let's fight again. At that moment, Shinra felt that he was being burdened by an incredible weight that would crush him to death, yet even so, he pushed this weight, force, and bounced it into Kaido as his arm was crushed. Gaia Force. Using the power of the Earth's movement, Shinra bounced all of that into Kaido's body. Boom. The island, ocean, and everything shook as if it were the end of the world, yet during this moment, the world stopped for a moment as violent destruction blasted everything. Everyone was at a loss, but as his blade shattered, he slowly landed on the ground, and his women had been waiting for him. Is it over? Yes, it's over. Finally. Clenching his remaining fist, Shinra knew it was time for him to start his revenge. Chapter 136, Everyone's Reaction. 1. Resting on his ship, Shinra thought of his battle, which had ruined the Dressrosa kingdom, yet even so, there were still some people who were living, and probably, it would be quite hard for them to recover, especially when they had no money. Still, without a doubt, while the damage to his body was a lot and his body was in so much pain for several days, the gains that he got from this battle were immense, especially when almost all of his devil fruits had awoken. Bato no Mi, Model, Vampire, Bane no Mi, and Super no Mi. Those 3 devil fruits had gone beyond further, breaking away from the limit and giving him abilities that he had never thought would be possible, especially the Bane no Mi and the Super no Mi. The awakened Supa no Mi made him able to turn any object into a sword, and naturally, it could be applied to anything, whether it was the debris that he used before, the ground, or even the dust. In other words, everything could be turned into swords by him. Still, was this the end? Shinra had to say, naturally, it wouldn't be the end, as he could probably manipulate those things that he thought of as swords with just his mind, which worked like telekinesis, but limited to anything that he thought of as swords, or create legendary swords like those in the myth. Anyway, the mythical type of Zoan, which gave the user the power of mythical creatures, existed, so why shouldn't he create mythical swords, right? Yet, it was still far away from doing that, and he also wasn't in a hurry to do that. Instead of the Supa no Mi, the improvement of his Bane no Mi was greater since his body could work similarly to a shock absorber, moving all the dangerous force to the earth or his opponent, making him unscathed, or increasing his attack. At the same time, he could change the environment, giving it a spring-like spring, which could bounce most things, including the power of the earth's movement, which made him able to blast Kaido previously. Frankly, this technique was so dangerous that his flesh would directly disappear and his bones would shatter into pieces due to the immense force that came from the earth's movement, but fortunately, his Bato no Mi model vampire was also awakened, so it made him able to regenerate his body faster as long as there was enough blood and life force in his surroundings. Yet, was this the end of the Bane no Mi? Shinra knew that this wasn't the end, especially when the Bane no Mi was more or less similar to the Nikku no Mi of Kuma, which made him able to bounce most things, so in the future, his development would be to be able to bounce most metaphysical things. So, in the future, he might be able to control the concept of bounce. Well, reflection sounds better, I think. Still, it wasn't just the power of his devil fruit, but his mastery over his 3 Haki, whether it was the armament Haki, the observation Haki, or even the Supreme King Haki, that more or less had made him reach the level of the 4 emperors. His swordsmanship and martial arts were even more so as they had become so strong that it made Kaido unable to do anything to him. As for Suna no Mi, Iro no Mi, Mato no Mi, and Gas no Mi, frankly, it was enough as they were. What he needed to do now was to evolve his Manjikyu Sharingan, transform it into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, so he could further develop his Eye of Usurp and Eye of Beyond. Nevertheless, Shinra also had to admit that Kaido was the best teacher in the world. Shinra, do you want to eat? Karina asked as she came to his room on the yacht. Thanks. I am a bit hungry. I will feed you. Thanks again. As Karina fed him, Robin also came in as she brought newspapers. You have become famous now. Is it? The headline of the newspaper was clear, and it was the battle between Shinra and Kaido. After all, while Shinra was nobody before, his opponent was Kaido, one of the 4 emperors, and their battle had truly shaken the whole world as they wondered where he came from. Crimson Prince. His expression turned weird when he saw his title. That's your epitaph. Karina nodded. It suits you well. That's true. Robin also agreed. The crimson came from his ability to control blood and how he could even turn the environment into that of blood by using the ability of Bato no Mi, model, vampire. As for the prince, it was obvious that this name came from his handsome face. Yet, without a doubt, his emergence caused the world to shake as the balance that everyone had maintained for more than 2 decades was broken by him. One young man was able to take down one of the 4 emperors, but who was he? Was he a pirate? Was he part of the Marines? Shinra's information was so limited, as he was low-key and often used the Iro no Mi to hide himself. Yet, with this, it was impossible for him to hide anymore. It's the boss. There is a boss in the newspaper. Everyone at Baroque Works, who wondered when Shinra went home, was dumbfounded when they saw him in the newspaper. Kaido, the beast. Boss has defeated one of the 4 emperors. Wow. Everyone was at a loss, and couldn't believe that they cheered since the one that they served was so powerful. With this, they knew that their career was as smooth as it could be. Still, Galdino looked at the men before him and said, "And now, you can leave us, right?" The sleepy and lazy man no longer had his previous expression as his expression turned conflicted and doubtful as he saw the one who had taken Robin. Crimson Prince. As he muttered that name, he no longer stayed on the first Grand Line and decided to visit the new world as he thought of his old friend, wondering whether Robin had met that guy. Still, thinking of Shinra's power, was it okay? Yet, while he was confused, wondering what he should do, he planned to meet Shinra. However, when he was about to meet Shinra, he received a call telling him to return to Marine headquarters immediately. Still, while this man was surprised, the one who was shaken by the defeat of Kaido the most was the Beast Pirates, as they quickly sent an expedition to search for their boss. There is no way that the boss will die. Search for him. Kaido. Fortunately, their base was located in an isolated country, which was hard to attack, and the newspaper also didn't come, so at least, no one would try to attack them. Still, among all of them, one man with red hair looked at the newspaper as he muttered. No, it isn't time yet. The time hadn't arrived, but why was the balance broken? Chapter 137, Everyone's Reaction. 2. Shanks. One of the four emperors, red hair, Shanks looked at the newspaper with a complicated gaze as he looked at the picture of Shinra in the newspaper. The time for the prophecy hadn't arrived, and the balance shouldn't have been broken, or at least, everything should have started when the one whom he had entrusted to come. What do you want to do, Shanks? I don't know. Should we? The meaning of his members was clear, and that was to clean up everything, as they knew well that their captain was waiting for a certain someone. Shanks didn't say anything, as he thought for a while before he said, if there is a chance, let's go, but he is too elusive. After Shinra fought Kaido, he didn't stay in the Dressrosa Kingdom and directly left for Punk Hazard as he thought of using this place as his base, especially when it still had a complete research facility, which he could use. Yet, no one knew that, and on this sea, with a ship that could only rely on the wind to move, how could they try to discover him? Still, without a doubt, Shanks reminded everyone that as long as they saw the sign of Shinra, they should inform him, so that he could meet Shinra. As for what Shanks would do after he met him, Shanks would remind Shinra that no one should mess around with the prophecy since this world was waiting for someone, and before that, this world should remain as it was. On the other hand, Charlotte Lean stared at the news with doubt for a while before she asked, "Get me the Den Mushi." If it were Shanks or Whitebeard, she wouldn't care even if they died, but Kaido was different. After all, she had taken care of him when he was young. It might not be wrong to say that Kaido was her little brother, or she saw him as his son. Regardless, if their relationship wasn't close, it was impossible for Charlotte Lean and Kaido to make an alliance in the original story. Pops, look at the newspaper. At the same time, the Whitebeard pirates also reacted violently, never expecting that Kaido would be defeated. A man, whose standing was about the same as that of their father, lost to a young man. Are you kidding me? Edward Newgate frowned, never expecting something like this to happen, and then laughed. Gururara. Ah. Pops. What are you nervous about? Who do you think I am? I am Whitebeard. Who was he? Even if Kaido matched his status, it was merely a title bestowed by the world government. In Newgate's eyes, Kaido was nothing but a snotty brat. In front of his might, even if this young man tried to attack him, it was meaningless. Crimson Prince. When Newgate sailed on the sea and fought, Shinra hadn't even been born. More importantly, have you seen Ace? Where is he? Instead of Shinra, Newgate was more cornered about Ace, his son. Yes, he might have a lot of sons in his pirate group, but like any parent, he also had his favorite son, and all of his love was given to Ace. As for the others, Gururara. Even if they died, it didn't really matter. Only, Teach felt that everything became complicated, and he wondered whether he would die just like this without getting the devil fruit that he sought the most. Meanwhile, at the Marines' headquarters, they were discussing something else. The CP0 had caught the Fire Fist, Ace. While it was great that Ace, one of the most notorious pirates under Whitebeard, had been caught, they felt conflicted when it was the CP0 who had caught him. After all, even if they worked under the world government, the Marines and the CP0 were two different organizations, and instead of an amiable relationship, their relationship was that of a competition. When the CP0 caught Ace, it made them conflicted, as it showed that they were incompetent. Yet, without a doubt, they all felt relief when Ace was caught, except for one person. Garp. Tsuru glanced at her friend, who had fought with her from a young age. I am calm, Tsuru. Still, the gloomy atmosphere on Garp D. Monkey couldn't be hidden as his relationship with Ace, this young pirate, was a special one, and knowing Ace was caught, how could he maintain his calm attitude? Even more, he also understood what kind of attitude his dearest friends wished to adopt when they had caught Ace, especially when CP0 had gained the limelight after Ace was caught. So, when Garp looked at Sengoku, the Buddha, who was also the fleet admiral of the Marines, planned to use Ace for a certain goal, he could only sigh since he knew well why his friend did this. I have gathered all of you here for a certain purpose. Sengoku stared at all the high-level positions of the Marines with a solemn expression, causing all of them to tense. After the death of Gold Roger, the pirates had been rampant and brought ruin to this world. While it is currently impossible to stop all of that, I will do my best to reduce this effect by using the Fire Fist, Ace. What do you plan to do, Fleet Admiral? We will publicly execute him. Everyone was at a loss, but it wasn't because they were surprised by Sengoku's decision. Instead, they were confused, wondering why they had to publicly execute Ace since this guy was nothing special, right? Is there something special about this young man, Fleet Admiral? Kizaru, or Borsellino, asked curiously. Yes, you are right, Borsellino. Sengoku nodded and said, besides, known as the second commander of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace is also the child of the Gold Roger. Everyone. Waha away it. Is that true, Fleet Admiral? But if that's true, then all of them knew that the age of pirates was caused by Gold Roger, and because of that, many families died. If someone was at fault for causing all of this, without a doubt, it was this man, who was famous for being known as the King of Pirates. As the son of this King of Pirates, then, we will kill him, a man with a crimson suit nodded with a determined expression. You are too reckless, Akainu. A man with a lazy gaze glanced at one of the admirals of the Marines, Akainu. You are the one who is too soft, Kazan. Akainu frowned at the man, who tried to chide him. You are the one who is too brutal. Many will die. So what? Everything is for justice. For the order. It is time to end this age of pirates. So many people had died in the hands of pirates, and while Luffy might have created a good image of pirates, he was more like an adventurer than a pirate, but the real pirates were more brutal, savage, and even evil. Yes, this world might be shitty, as everyone lives in a dire state due to many problems in the world, but even so, the pirates' problem has caused the lives of everyone to worsen. As the two argued, Borsellino, also known as Kizaru, the last admiral, didn't join and just trimmed his nails carefully. Stop fighting, you two. Bang. Sengoku slammed the table, causing the two to stop, then said, I have made up my mind to publicly execute Ace. What we need to do is to prepare, since there is a chance for the Whitebeard pirates to come to save him. We have to prepare for war. Yes, sir. In other words, it was a chance to erase one of the four emperors, Whitebeard pirates, and because of that, all of them swore to give their everything. Also, there is another thing. Yet, this time, Sengoku's expression was happy, which made them confused. Have you heard of the Crimson Prince? Crimson Prince. Was it that young man who defeated Kaido on the Dressrosa Kingdom, Fleet Admiral? One among the group, a beautiful, mature woman with a spider tattoo and a cute mole under her lip, said. Yes, that one. Sengoku nodded. So, what's wrong with him, Fleet Admiral? Kizaru asked curiously since he had met Shinra before, and of course, he was dumbfounded when he learned that Shinra could defeat the beast, Kaido, but of course, he was happy as he knew well that Shinra was a good young man. The Crimson Prince has decided to join the Marines. Sengoku showed his confident smile and said, with him in our army, we will win this war with ease. Boo-hoo. Yet, while everyone nodded in excitement, Kazan's lips twitched as he frowned. What are you planning? As Kazan was in doubt, in another place, a group of people had just arrived at the first line of the Grand Line. Grand Line, we're coming. Only as they came, they were greeted by a gigantic whale. Wow. Chapter 138, I am a loyal worker. 1. You want me to join the Marines? When Shinra thought to relax on Punk Hazard, unexpectedly, he got a call from the 5 elders. This time, it wasn't just Jay Garcia as the other 4 were also talking to him on the Den Den Mushi. That's right. Taking a deep breath, Shinra asked, aren't I a member of the CP0? Frankly, as he had become a CP0, he didn't really want to become a Marine since it was far more relaxed to become an agent than the Marines. As an agent, instead of going out on his own, his job was just to order his followers, managing them, or rather, he was simply the supervisor, which was good, as it was easy for him, especially with how hard-working his followers were. There are no rules that say an agent can't become a Marine. Also, even if there are rules, it doesn't really matter since I am the one who told you to become one. Jay Garcia was calm despite how domineering his words were. Shinra knew that refusing was stupid, and it didn't match his character, which was obedient, yet how could he agree directly? By then, what was his difference with those tools in the eyes of the five elders? Instead, he wanted to make himself so valuable that they couldn't live without him. Or rather, he would kick them out of their position, overthrow them as he planned to become the ruler of this world and colonize it. Still, until that time, he would take his sweet time and let the five elders join their limited times. Did you think there were spies or something in the Marines? As expected of you. Jay Garcia was satisfied with Shinra's response. You could tell right away that there was a problem with the Marines. I can't think of another reason why you want me to become a Marine except for that, after all. If there was a reason why Jay Garcia wanted him to become part of the Marines, it was because he felt there was a traitor inside this organization. Still. You should have planted many agents inside, right? Aren't they enough? Don't mention that trash to me. Their work is horrendous, and all they can do is just make trouble. Whether it was Jay Garcia, the five elders, or everyone in the world government, they didn't really mind even if the ones that worked under them were corrupt and took some of the money for their own benefit, but under the premise that everything was okay. The world had been in chaos after the age of pirates that started with Gold Roger, yet those shitty slaves were just like parasites, taking all of their money without working. You want me to clean them up? Yes. Jay Garcia nodded. I think that you are suitable for this. Thanks for the trust, but you don't have to worry. We have prepared a lot of rewards for you. When your child is born, we will also prepare the devil fruit for him or her. By the way, I have made another woman pregnant. We will prepare too. So generous. Thanks. As expected of you, boss. I will be loyal to you till death. Humph. Jay Garcia only snorted, but his expression was comfortable as he was being fawned over by Shinra. Still, take care of your lower body, you are too playful. I will do my best to take care of my child by working hard under you, boss. That's not what I mean, but whatever. Jay Garcia sighed, thinking that Shinra was good and all, especially when Shinra showed his potential to defeat Kaido on the Dressrosa Kingdom, and frankly, this part of him that had a certain bottom limit was something that wasn't hated, even though the five elders thought of him as nothing but a tool. It was because Shinra still had a feeling that it was easy to control him, Jay Garcia thought. That said, did you really eat the Bato no Mi model vampire? Yes. Can you become immortal? Immortal. Do you think the power of the devil fruit can break away the fate of humans who will die due to old age? Shinra lied without batting an eye. Well, that's true. Jay Garcia sighed in relief when he heard Shinra's answer. But it's amazing that you could defeat Kaido. It was tough, though, and if possible, I don't want to fight him again, at least if I am alone. If I have one of the admirals to help me, then it should be okay. I like this part of you. Jay Garcia nodded since, instead of having a manly duel where their pride was being laid upon as they fought fairly, Shinra was a type that would do anything to become the victor. But yes, don't fight like Kaido again since without you, our work will increase dramatically. I might retire early by then, boss. It's too much work sometimes. The work of the agents wasn't troublesome, but they were just too troublesome, as he often had to stay awake for a few days to maintain the work of those agents. Oh, no, even if you die, we will try to keep you alive. You are joking, right, boss? Can you just let me die quietly? Ha ha ha. What was this? Was this really the five elders? Yet, the interaction between Shinra and one of the five elders, Jay Garcia, caused Stussy, Karina, and Robin to become speechless, especially Stussy, who had always thought of Jay Garcia as the highest being or even God, yet somehow, this God made a joke with Shinra, making her at a loss, but also felt relief for some reason. Oh, right, when you go to the Marine headquarters to accept your position, try to visit the Water 7, too. Water 7. That island that almost sank, but is famous for its shipbuilding. That's right. Jay Garcia nodded. We have our agents working for so many years, trying to seek the blueprint for one of the ancient weapons, Pluto. Oh. You are not surprised. Well, this weapon probably has the power to destroy an island or two. If I want to, I can do the same. Well, that's true. But, boss, do you have a budget to create this weapon? Even if we have the blueprint, it will be expensive to build, you know. There are also the problems of energy. Considering the level of technology in this world, while there were some that were so high-tech like those in modern times, generally, more or less, this world had just about entered the steam age, where people would use coal as a source of energy. With 99% of the world covered in water, how could one even think of getting coal? You understand science, Shinra. Well, while I am not at the level of the smartest men in the world, Vegapunk, I am not that bad. Then, I am relieved. Boss, you won't make me work on this project, right? Why not? Shinra. You won't have enough money to pay me. What do you want? Shinra took a deep breath, then looked at Karina, who was staring at him with doubt. Boss, what if we make a business together? Chapter 139, I am a loyal worker. 2. State-owned business. Not only Jay Garcia but also the other members of the Five Elders, especially Ethan Baron V. Nustero, who was in charge of the economy among the Five Elders, were curious. Can you explain it more? Yes, it is a type of business that we, the world government, will own, and if possible, we will monopolize this sector of business. Oh ho. Such as air. How about food? Everyone needs food. No matter how strong an individual is, if they are hungry, they can't fight, or even die, so as long as we control the food in this world, we can control everyone. Please continue. We're listening. Yes, sir. Shinra had to say that the way the world government controlled this world was still lacking, if he had to say. The world government is amazing, and Shinra couldn't deny that, especially when this organization had been in control of the world for the past 800 years. During those 800 years, the world was peaceful, and there were hardly any conflicts. Even if there were, it was inevitable since no one was perfect, and the world was fast, so how could the world government take care of this world perfectly? Even though they might have said that they were the gods of this world, they weren't gods as they couldn't be in any place to maintain everything. Regardless, after 800 years, after the start of the Age of Pirates, Shinra felt that they had grown senile, and their rule of this world started to crumble as many problems kept popping up one after another. Yes, the Five Elders might be powerful, capable as they were chosen to be in such positions, but even so, as they were old, Shinra knew that they lacked flexible minds or the thought to develop further, except for weapons, which was a shame, especially when the world government was full of potentials. Why did he say that? It was because this organization controlled many strong people, from the Marines, the Cipher Pole, and even the 7 warlords of the seas, and more importantly, they also controlled the money in this world. Yes, unlike in his previous world, when a certain strong country couldn't monopolize the currency of the world, as there were still many strong currencies such as the euro, the yuan, the yen, and even the ruble. In the world of One Piece, the world government had made all the people use the belly as the currency. With such an influence, it was a shame that they didn't use it. Still, as Shinra expressed his proposal, no one said anything, and they were just rooted in their places, as they thought of the possibilities, potentials, and futures that he described. Yes, he knew well that what he was doing was helping the enemies, as the world government was the enemy that was written in the story of One Piece, but he felt otherwise. The world government might not be good, but to maintain everything, how could one rely on kindness? Even the gods in many religions, even the famous ones, often caused disasters to humans, such as floods, earthquakes, and many others. Let's say that the world was liberated by Luffy. By then, what would happen? When Shinra thought of that idiot, who could only laugh, he was worried that the world would be as good as gone. He felt that the world would be similar to Europe during the Dark Ages after the destruction of the Roman Empire, which made the lives of people, which were already hellish, even more horrible. Yes, the world government wasn't on the side of that justice, but the world wasn't just white and black. Regardless, he had shown the Five Elders how to truly control this world. With weapons in the right hands and the economy in the left hands. When everything was combined, the world would be truly theirs. Frankly, was it necessary for him to tell all of that? After all, the stronger the world government was, the more troublesome it was to control them, right? Yet, Shinra thought differently. Since the stronger the world government was, the better it was for him, since that way, it would be easier for him to colonize this world. Moreover, if a fight broke out between them, Shinra wasn't afraid, especially since his power wasn't bad now. His experience when he fought Kaido had awakened most of his potential, and whether it was the five elders or the boss behind the scenes, he wasn't afraid. That said, if Shinra wasn't wrong, the boss behind the scenes of the world government was a woman, so, let's talk about that later. Good, do what you want. We will support you. Thank you. Shinra could hear their excitement and nodded calmly. I will do my best to make the world government exist forever. Good. As they talked for a while, Shinra was about to call Tsuru, telling her about his decision to enter the Marines. Ah, you are going to join. Is that not okay? No, please join. By the way, before I join, I hope that I can work only Monday to Thursday from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening, and 3 days of holidays on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Also, I want annual leave, sick leave, force majeure leaves, additional pay for overtime work, employee benefits. Nevertheless, even if Shinra joined the Marines, he decided to set up his work to follow the same schedule and benefits that he had as a member of the CP0. Are you Kizaru's son? What? Shinra was confused by Tsuru's question, but he thought for a moment and said, Do you think Admiral Kizaru is as handsome as me? You are right. When the two thought of Kizaru's wretched face, it was stupid of Tsuru to ask such a question. So, what do you think? Will you agree to my conditions? What Shinra sought wasn't that of a justice, so Tsuru couldn't help but ask, Why did you want to join the Marine? Is it weird of me to join the Marines? No, I am happy. No, we're happy, but I can see that you come with a purpose that you believe in, that of justice. You are right. Tsuru. By the way, don't talk to too many people, okay? What is it? As Tsuru frowned, Shinra said helplessly, I made someone pregnant. Tsuru. I thought I'd get a stable job, so I decided to join the Marines. Tsuru. Robin, Karina, and Stussy. Tsuru didn't say anything for a while, then looked at Sengoku, who also listened quietly by her side, as their expressions turned weird. I agree. Unexpectedly, Sengoku agreed immediately. But can you visit the Marines' headquarters after this? I will send someone to pick you up. Thanks. Where are you now? Punk Hazard. Punk Hazard? What are you doing there? It's my home in the New World. I bought it from the CP0 before. You know the CP0? This time, the expressions of Sengoku and Tsuru quickly changed. If you can't provide me with my requests, I will apply to the CP0. No, you can't. I will provide your requests, and if you want, you can also become an admiral. Admiral? Isn't that too much? And, isn't there only 3 admirals? No, you are worth the position, and it doesn't matter even if there are 4 admirals for the stability of this world. Let's get me the vice admiral position. They seem more comfortable in that rank. Really? How about you talk to your boss first? As you have your discussion, I will be on my way to the Marines' headquarters. Okay, I can't wait to meet you, Uchiha Shina. Oh, I will send people to pick you up immediately. Thanks. As they finished their call, with just that, Shinra became a Marine under the speechless gaze of Robin, Karina, and Stussy. Chapter 140, The Strongest Gigolo. What? Why are you looking at me like that? Shinra asked with doubt. Are you really going to become the Vice Admiral of the Marines? Karina asked speechlessly as she held her belly, thinking that the papa of her child was too amazing. I might not be. 3x. I mean, there is a chance that I might become an admiral directly. 3x. While it was easy for him to become a vice admiral directly, Shinra could imagine that he would become an admiral directly, especially when he had the backing of the 5 elders, and he also had a good relationship with Kizaru and Dal. More importantly, he had shown enough strength to show that he was suited for such a position. In this world, to determine whether people were in a high position wasn't their brain or the ability to manage, instead, it was their strength. What Shinra meant by strength was the pure meaning, fists, devil fruits, or simply fighting ability. As long as an individual's strength was good enough, they could become whatever they wanted. Whether it was Edward Newgate, Kaido, or Charlotte Leanlean was such a someone, right? Instead of their intelligence, the reason why the three could stand high as the world government wouldn't do anything to them despite their threat was because of their strength. Somehow, Shinra suddenly felt that the reason why the five elders stood at the top of the world wasn't because of their talents, but their strength, and it was because their jobs in the management of the world government were more or less, if he had to be polite, quite bad, but if he could be rude, then they were shitty at their jobs, since whether it was security, economy, environment, justice, science, and agriculture, all the sectors that were managed by the five elders were just bad. That's true. Stussy nodded. You might have a chance to become an admiral. Both admiral and CP0. Robin was speechless. I wonder whether the five elders are idiots. For them to give a single individual so much authority without feeling afraid that this individual might steal their authority, as they were deposed and might be killed by the new regime. They didn't know whether the five elders were idiots or had so much confidence that even if Shinra did something, they could kill him at any moment. Well, it's easy for me, so let's not think too much. That's true. 3x. Still, without a doubt, whether it was Karina, Robin, or Stussy, they had complicated emotions in their hearts as the godly figures in their minds were transformed into incompetent groups, which could be handled by Shinra like an adult facing a group of babies. That said, you seem to be okay with us talking badly about them, Stussy. While she asked this question, Karina looked at Stussy, who casually joined them. Frankly, she could tell that it was only a matter of time before Stussy joined them. No, she didn't think that Shinra would make a move as he was passive, and while he might seem like a scumbag, if they didn't force themselves on him, he wouldn't move on them as he wasn't such a pervert, who would jump into the arms of women like he was a hungry wolf in front of a fat, juicy sheep. Instead, Karina knew well that it was she and Robin, who just couldn't control themselves and fell at him. Yet, what could they do? Shinra was just irresistible, after all. Whether it was his mind, strength, ability, or everything, he was above the majority of the men in this world. Lastly, this guy was also handsome. When Karina thought of the faces of the strongest men in the world, she sighed in relief and thought that she was lucky. Why are you acting strange? Do you want to do it? The naughty kitty once again caused trouble, to which Shinra sighed helplessly, as he placed his large palms on her flat belly. Don't you know you are in a dangerous period? But I want to do it. Karina acted meekly, then moved closer, biting his earlobe lightly as she blew hot air into his ear, as she said, there is also another hole, you know. Feeling her bouncy, round buttocks as she sat on his lap, Shinra was silent for a while. Do you think it will fit there? Karina fell into silence and started to think deeply, as she was quite afraid of the pain. Regardless, while Robin shook her head and just calmly read her book on the side, Stussy's lips twitched, wondering whether Karina tried to make her jealous. No, this bitch is trying to provoke me. Stussy looked at Karina, who sat on Shinra's lap, her two hands raised, clinging to his neck. Her gaze met hers, showing that she was above her just because she was his lover, which made her let out a heavy breath, and then she smiled. By the way, are we going to the Mary Geos later? Robin asked. It should be. Shinra nodded. It is too troublesome to go to the Fishman Island. Well, that's true. When Robin thought of their trip to the Fishman Island, she also had to say that it was too dangerous. You are okay with that? Why not? I think it is interesting to go there. Robin smiled softly as Shinra observed her expressions, thinking that she didn't try to show blind courage. Instead, she really didn't have a fear, which made him wonder what had changed her. If Robin knew what Shinra was thinking, she would say that it was all due to him, who had shown a power that could defeat Kaido. If those five elders really caused him trouble, especially when Shinra was on the Mary Geos, it would be the end of the world government, Robin thought. Still, Robin knew that Shinra would take his sweet time, and when he had more or less taken control over everything, whether it was the Marines, the CP0, or all assets of the world government, it was only a matter of time before he took down the world government. If possible, when you go there, you should seduce a female world noble. If possible, the strong one, so that way, you can make her your wife, and make yourself part of the world noble. Shinra. That's a great idea. Karina clapped her hands happily as she thought the world was in Shinra's palms. Shinra. I can tell that you will become the strongest gigolo. As the owner of the Pleasure District, Stussy had to admit that Shinra's potential was frightening. Shinra. Yet, on the Mary Geos, the 5 elders gathered together as they discussed Shinra. I have a beautiful niece with him. I think to make him closer to us, I will marry her to him. No, J. Garcia. Your niece is a decade older than him. I think that my brother's daughter suits him well. Wait, why did you decide all of that? He is a single individual. You can't force him into something that he doesn't want to do. Anyway, he is still young. There is no need to be in a hurry. With those words, everyone nodded, deciding to back down from their silly arguments about who would marry Shinra. Regardless, Shinra was sought after by all of them, as bringing him into their family would further increase their family's strength. While the world government was the ruler of this world, it didn't mean that the 5 of them were truly the controllers of this world. Instead, a certain someone was the true leader of this organization, but even so, each of them had their own family, and as living beings, how could they not have a greedy wish to have their family become stronger than other families? As long as they had Shinra, they knew that their family would become stronger. So, at this moment, they swore to get Shinra into their family. Sneeze. What's wrong? Did you catch a cold? Karina asked worriedly. I think someone talked about me. Robin's eyes turned into crescents as she smiled under her hijab. Shinra wasn't sure, but without a doubt, his development in this world was so smooth. Chapter 141, New Ability. While many things happened, Shinra didn't immediately leave for the Mary Geos as the one who picked him up hadn't arrived. Instead, he went to check his new ability and his new followers. Please let us follow you, Lord. In front of Shinra, Treble, Diamante, Pika, and all the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates kowtowed, showing their submission and loyalty to Shinra. Previously, they thought of submitting themselves under Kaido, but as Kaido almost killed them, and Shinra had defeated Kaido, they decided to submit to this young man, who was even younger than their young master. At this moment, Treble, Diamante, and Pika felt that they had returned to the past, the time when they met their young master, Doflamingo, in the past, but unlike Doflamingo, who betrayed that trust as he was defeated, this time, they felt like this young man would become something that they would never have imagined, and because of that, they decided to give their everything to him. Shinra felt a little conflicted at this moment, never expecting that the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates would follow him. After all, I am the one who took down their boss. His lips twitched, thinking that this development was similar to, or more or less, what he did to Baroque Works on the first Grand Line, but unlike Crocodile, whom he had killed, Doflamingo was still living. Still, if Doflamingo knew what had happened to his family, who had decided to abandon him, and decided to serve the men who had defeated him, Shinra could imagine that Doflamingo would have a mental breakdown, he thought. Fortunately, Doflamingo wouldn't be able to leave Impel down, so at least, he wouldn't be crazy to know that his family had betrayed him, Shinra thought. Doflamingo. Still. If I am not wrong, you guys are underground brokers, right? Yes. Besides being known as one of the 7 warlords of the seas, Doflamingo was also a famous underground broker on the New World, selling many things, whether it was weapons, illegal goods, drugs, and many others, which made him so wealthy. Do you still have those connections? Yes. Good, you can work under me. Thank you very much. All of them were happy since they knew well that even if they had lost their influence on the Dressrosa kingdom and had been defeated, thinking that everything was over, finally, they got a good boss. Moreover, this boss understood their value, which was more or less similar to Doflamingo, which made them happy. Doflamingo. Was Doflamingo being NTR'd? However, it didn't matter as Doflamingo wasn't alone. Regardless, as Shinra decided to make a business, including the New World, then, of course, he needed someone to work under him, and naturally, the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates were a good choice as they had experience working as brokers rather than just a normal pirate, whose work was just to rob others. At the same time, those people also needed a certain strength, so they wouldn't be defeated so easily. Yes, his requests might be too much since he expected his followers to be smart and powerful, but fortunately, while he couldn't help with their brains as intelligence was sometimes an innate problem, he could do something about their strength. By the way, introduce yourselves and your power. Yes, Lord. With Shinra's order, each of them started to introduce themselves and their powers. Still, inwardly, Treble wondered why Shinra could own the punk hazard, but he knew that wasn't something that he should ask, and he should just wholeheartedly serve Shinra like how he served Doflamingo. That old man. Shinra looked at the elderly men and asked, "What's your name?" "Lao Ji." "That's my name, Lord." The elderly man with a trembling body, who might fall at any moment, answered firmly as if he had regained his youth for this moment. "Lord, he might be like that, but Lao Ji is strong." They were afraid that Shinra might kick Lao Ji, as he was old and appeared weak. "Don't worry. I am not blind to not see that he is strong." Lao Ji might be at the age where he should retire, but Shinra knew that Lao Ji was strong, and at the same time, Lao Ji was one of the strongest among the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates. Still, as Lao Ji was a pirate, he had nowhere to go except for staying with the Doflamingo pirate, and even during his retirement age, he had to work hard, which made Shinra sigh, thinking that being a pirate was definitely not good since even if one was old, they were forced to work. That's great. Still, all of them sighed in relief when they heard Shinra's words, yet when they heard his next words, they became nervous. "Lao Ji, I want to try my new ability on you." "Do you want to try?" "Yes." Unexpectedly, Lao Ji agreed without hesitation. "You can use me as you wish, Lord." "It feels weird when you say those words." Shinra could hear the giggling of Robin, Karina, and Stussy, which made him speechless. "By the way, you should know that I have eaten the Bato no Mi, model, vampire. Mythical type of Zoan." Unlike the other pirates, the Doflamingo pirates were literate, and they had understood many secrets as they were told by their captain, Doflamingo, before. "Come here. I have a new technique that I want to try." "Yes." While Lao Ji was confused, he couldn't refuse, so while trembling, he moved forward before he saw Shinra's nail turn longer and sharper, to which, all of a sudden, that nail became longer than pierced his heart. Goa. Lao Ji's mouth was filled with blood as he was about to crumble, feeling his body was hot and filled with pain. All the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates were startled, but no one dared to voice out their doubt as they were in deep fear, but inwardly, they felt nervous and afraid, thinking that they might die due to Shinra's whim. Yet, even so, no one dared to leave since they had made a promise before, and if they broke it, then. "How do you feel?" However, it seemed the development was different from what they had imagined. Shinra looked at Lao Ji, who had bat-like wings on his back. I feel full of power, Lord." Lao Ji was full of excitement as if he had regained his youth. Still, as he was old, so old that it wouldn't be weird that he would die any moment, he then touched his waist as he had a back pain. Ouch. 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 Watching Lao Ji, who had a back pain, Shinra was speechless, then pointed his finger at a random pirate that he had caught on his way to the punk hazard. "Can you absorb his blood and life force?" "Yes." Lao Ji had a certain expectation inwardly as he was bestowed the power by Shinra, then, as expected, as he took the blood of the random pirate and life force, he grew younger. This. Everyone was dumbfounded as they saw the miracle before them. "How do you feel?" "I feel strong, Lord." "Thank you. Thank you." What was Lao Ji frustrated about the most? Naturally, it was the fact that he grew older, and because of that, he grew weaker. His body didn't move the way he wished, and every day, living was just tiring. Yet, now, Lao Ji swore that he would give his everything. However, for everyone who saw all of this, their breathing grew rapid as they were full of excitement. Still, for Shinra, he sighed in relief since the new ability of the Bato no Mi, model, vampire that he had developed was successful. Chapter 142, Vampirism. Vampirism. To turn others into vampires. Since Shinra had eaten the Bato no Mi, model, vampire, he had been thinking of developing this ability, so that he could find someone whom he could trust to manage this world. However, people were fickle and they could betray him due to their own interests, and he was too lazy to play politics, playing a balancing act, so they would follow him. So, how do we solve that problem? Simple. It was by making them unable to betray him, and they followed him like he was their god. As they had become vampires, it was impossible for them to betray him, especially when Shinra was the progenitor, someone above, the one who gave them their power, and naturally, as he was the one who gave them their power, he could also take it away. Then, as expected, as they saw Lao Ji become stronger and regain his youth, even if he became a vampire, everyone was excited and wished Shinra to transform them into a vampire. Unlike Luffy and his group, who were young, after all, most of the members of the Doflamingo Pirates were in their 40s and more. Some might be young, such as Baby Five and Buffalo, who were still in their mid-20s, but most of them were old, and while they could still fight, it was impossible to stop the aging process. In the future, they would grow older and weaker. So, if they could become younger and gain a new power, how could they not be excited? Except for Lao Ji, without doubt, Giala was the most excited as she was in her 60s. If I regain my youth, then can I seduce the Lord? Giala was full of excitement as she knew well that she was quite hot when she was young. Shinra. Still, before the remnants of the Doflamingo Pirates, Shinra needed to take care of someone else. So, what do you think, Cavendish? Do you want to work under me? You are dreaming. I won't work under you. The most handsome man in the world can only be me. You have to die. Cavendish's expression was so vicious as he stared at Shinra with hatred. Shinra. You ugly bastard. Are you crazy? Lord, let me kill him. Blasphemy. I will kill you. Even if Shinra didn't do anything, all his followers, including the remnants of the Doflamingo Pirates, looked angrily at Cavendish as they filled with the killing intent. Still, Shinra also understood their feelings since this was a chance for them to show their loyalty to him, so of course, any of them wished to be the first one to take the life of Cavendish. Haha, say what you want. Now, I have become stronger. Killing all of you is as easy as killing ants. Similar to Lao Ji, Cavendish also received the power of a vampire from Shinra, and of course, with his strong body, he became even stronger. You really love to cause trouble. Robin sighed helplessly as she looked at Cavendish like an idiot. Shinra only laughed at Robin's words, ignoring Cavendish completely. Is it okay, Shinra? Stussy asked with doubt. Well, just watch. It's your fault for giving me this power. Cavendish's eyes turned fiendish as he looked at Shinra greedily. I will kill you and take away this power for myself. The power of the vampire was just too addicting as it gave Cavendish the physical ability of the Zoan-type devil fruit, a powerful recovery, blood manipulation, life force absorption, flying, and many others. Regardless, Cavendish thought Shinra was stupid to give him this power. This power suits me well. I will give you a painless death as you see me from heaven, as you have given me this power. Boom. All of a sudden, Cavendish's body burst and exploded. He dies. Everyone was at a loss, especially when they were ready to move, and showing their loyalty to Shinra, but somehow Cavendish died. And, this dead. When they saw Cavendish's grotesque and ugly corpse, all of them felt a chill of fear inside their hearts. Well, as I have given him this power, of course, I can take it back and control their death and life. If there was a reason why Cavendish was so arrogant, it was because he didn't know that Shinra had defeated Kaido. Yet, even if Cavendish knew, Shinra could imagine that Cavendish didn't care and just went on. Well, I just need a sword. Shinra's previous sword was broken, so he thought to get a new sword, and Cavendish's sword was quite good for him. So, after you see all of that, do you still want to become a vampire? The power of a vampire was amazing, especially when, as long as they consumed the blood or life force, they could become more or less immortal, but the price was that they had to be loyal to him, or else, like Cavendish, they would die. Still, their answer was, yes, Lord. Please make us your pawns. Their answers didn't change as they knelt down directly in front of Shinra. Yes, their life or death was in the hands of Shinra, but when they thought of the benefits that came from becoming a vampire, as more or less, they became immortals, and gained similar abilities to Shinra's, then why should they hesitate? More importantly, they had sworn to become Shinra's most devoted followers, and even gave their lives if Shinra needed them to, so they didn't feel afraid of having their lives controlled by Shinra. Instead, they felt more reassured since that way, they knew that Shinra would trust them. Please turn us into your family, Shinra-sama. Family. They weren't wrong since, as they had become vampires, they would become his family. This made him feel quite funny since, as Shinra had lost his family and all of his kin that day after Itachi, Obito, and Danzo massacred all of them, he had never expected that he would make a new family. Well, he had made many women pregnant, and he would also become a father soon, but everyone should understand what he meant, right? Still, fortunately, this family didn't have a strange tendency to go extreme by killing everyone, from children, old people, females, or males, Shinra thought. I am in a good mood today. Come here. I will turn you one by one into a vampire. Yes, Lord. As everyone was full of excitement, Stussy felt her breathing grow harder as she had never expected that the Bato Bato no Mi mode vampire was such a frightening devil fruit. Chapter 143, 34-year-old woman. Oh, this is the feeling of flying. Giala, you are young. Stop it. Even if you become young, too, you won't have a chance to be with me. Since my heart is on. Giala turned her eyes toward Shinra, but quickly lowered her head since Robin, Karina, and Stussy were staring in her direction. Being turned into a vampire by Shinra meant that they should understand their hierarchy. With Shinra at the top, and his women at the second, especially when they knew that Robin and Karina were pregnant with his child, which meant that the two were their queen. As for Stussy, even if she wasn't Shinra's woman, she was still one of the underworld king. Stussy's existence wasn't something that they could look down on, and they should look up to her. Still, while they were having fun with their new powers as they had become vampires after he turned them into one, Shinra thought about a certain possibility of new ability again, and it was easier than he had imagined to be, especially when their lives had been tied to him, so naturally, their everything became his. However, before that. Giala, Baby 5, I need you two to do something. Yes, Lord. Lord needs me. While Giala answered respectfully, Baby 5 was so excited that her face flushed red as if she was about to ejaculate. What's wrong with Baby 5? Shinra asked with confusion despite knowing something about Baby 5. Everyone. The remnants of the Doflamingo pirates looked at each other before Lao Ji moved forward after he stopped Treble, since even though Treble had become a vampire, his devil fruit, Beta Beta no Mi, made his appearance quite unique. Regardless, as Lao Ji was the first person to become a vampire, and he had thought of Shinra as his everything, which was quite creepy, he told him about the background of Baby 5. All the background stories of the members of the Doflamingo pirates were horrible, as everyone, all of them, came from brutal poverty, a life with no hope for the future at all. Yes, while many people died due to the age of pirates started by Gold Roger, it also gave many people hope, freedom, and a future that they sought after, even though in the end, their ending ended up in a cruel death, dying from comrades, enemies, or many other tragic deaths that was far from being peaceful. Yet, wasn't it normal? After all, the freedom of pirates came from the cries and misfortunes of the innocents. This was why Shinra wouldn't become a pirate and sought more stable jobs, which was working under the world government. Naturally, he knew that it was far from enough, and because of that, he started to prepare many things, whether it was his own powers or businesses, especially when he didn't want his children to have the same past as Baby 5. Baby 5 might be beautiful and strong, yet due to her past, where she was being abandoned by her mother in the wild as they had no money or food for the entire family, causing her to have mental disorders, she sought someone to need her. As long as someone said that she needed her, she would give them her everything, whether it was money, marriage, or even sex. Fortunately, the Doflamingo pirate members, while they were shitty, were good to their family, so they had killed everyone who had wanted to take advantage of Baby 5. As he looked at this tall, slim young woman with long, wavy black hair and a French-made outfit, Shinra stared at Baby 5 and softly caressed her hair. From now on, only listen to me, okay? Yes, Lord. Watching her excitement, Shinra knew that, more or less, he had taken care of the problem of Baby 5. Still, as he was about to leave, he told them about his plan of focusing on the business and also how Jinbei might bring his people to work. Business with the Fishman. Yes. Shinra nodded. I plan to make an underwater mining business with the Ryugu Kingdom, so can you help me handle that? Yes, Lord. Still, while they were in doubt about this underwater mining, they accepted the task right away, as their job was nothing but just to beat people up. Is it possible? It is. Shinra nodded. There are many things that I will do, so don't be surprised later. Yes, Lord. No matter what, all of them would support him. Also, I will leave the island security to you all later since I will leave for a while. Where are you going, Lord? Treble asked curiously, and the others were similar. I plan to go to the Mary Geos. Oh. All of them nodded and tried not to bother Shinra, but... What? This reaction was normal since the Mary Geos was the home of the Celestial Dragon, the masters of this world, yet Shinra planned to go there. Well, it's a normal reaction. As Karina said those words, Robin and Stussy nodded, thinking that the reaction of everyone was normal. However, when they saw his elegant, yet majestic figure, they gulped and asked softly with the utmost respect, Lord, are you a celestial dragon? No, I am not. Oh. They sighed in relief somehow. But I am a member of CP0. Oh. Wait, the CP0. Yes. Everyone. I will probably also become a Marine, too, later. Everyone. While the IQ of the members of the Doflamingo Pirates wasn't low and was quite good, they somehow felt like their minds were overloaded, so they couldn't think properly. There is no need to think too much. Just focus on your job. Ah, yes, Lord. Yes, there was no need for them to think too much, and what they needed to do was just to follow the order of their new Lord, since that was the best way. Also, Giala, Baby 5, help me, women, okay. They are pregnant. Oh. 2x. Weigh it. Regardless, without a doubt, their new lord was more amazing than Doflamingo since, unlike Doflamingo, who remained childless despite having many beauties, their new lord had many children. But, fortunately, they were all good at taking care of children. While Shinra wasn't sure what they thought about it, he returned to his place and decided to prepare for his visit to the Mary Geos, the Marine headquarters, and many places that he hadn't visited in the first half of the Grand Line. He prepared several weapons and many other things, especially for a battle, as he knew what the Marines were planning to do, especially after they had gained ace from the CP0 before. At the same time, Shinra also felt that he had to get that Logia devil fruit, even though he had enough power now. It would be a shame if I didn't get that power. His strength was good enough, and he believed that he could handle the devil fruit user, but if he had more power, why should he refuse, right? Yet, as he thought that he would rest with Robin and Karina, as the door of his room was opened, Shinra didn't see the two. Instead, what he saw was the figure of an attractive older woman with short, curly blonde hair and large breasts. Can we talk, Shinra? As her alluring voice was heard, Stussy closed the door of his room. Shinra. Chapter 144, Women's Affairs. What's wrong? Despite his calm attitude, Shinra knew well that he was quite tense at this moment, whether it was on his mind or body. Karina and Robin were pregnant, so it was impossible for them to let him enter that place and could only comfort him with their mouths, hands, and any other parts except for that precious place, as that place was still reserved for their children. What? Why are you so nervous? Yet, even if it was just a moment, Stussy quickly noticed the turmoil in his reaction, which made her giggle as the gap between his calm, confident, and even domineering attitude and his current one was just so cute. What do you want? Facing his gloomy expression, Stussy didn't back down, and her smile became even sweeter. You are trying to change the topic, huh? Aren't you a shy boy? Boy. Should he pop a boy out of her womb? But really, what are you doing here? Shinra looked at Stussy helplessly and asked, are you going to report everything to the 5 elders? I don't think that they will believe me. Stussy sighed as she looked at him with a pout. I wonder why you can gain their favor so much. She was a beautiful woman, and she also made a lot of money from the world government, especially when she was the one who handled the pleasure district on the New World, yet even so, the treatment between Shinra and her was so much different. If it were facing her, Stussy could imagine that the 5 elders would discard her right away, but if it were facing Shinra, somehow, she could imagine that they wouldn't do that and would even treasure him dearly. Wait. If the 5 elders didn't even show an interest in her, and even treated her like a tool, but treated Shinra specially, then, were they a homo? Yet, while it was strange, people's interests were diverse, and while some people couldn't accept those interests, they also couldn't stop it. Did you think something rude about me? Stussy stuck out her tongue cutely when she looked at his helpless expression, to which he lightly tapped her forehead. Ouch. While she acted like she was in pain, she covered her forehead cutely. It hurts. How old was Stussy again? Was it 34 years old? Yet, she still acted like a little girl. Somehow, Shinra realized that it wasn't just men who had always been boys, but women had always been girls, especially when she was in love. "Did you think something rude about me?" Stussy asked with a pout. "No, I just think you are cute." "Right." Chapter 145, The Moon. What could Robin say at that moment? She wasn't stupid, and she was smart, since if she weren't, then she couldn't become the youngest archaeologist on O'Hara Island. Her obsession with the lost history brought her more harm than good, especially toward her new family. Yes, a family. Robin had thought of them as family, and because of that, she didn't mind showing her face and exposing her lewd body in front of them. More importantly, she was about to become a mother, so would she become like her mother, who left her alone on that island, miserable and painful? Would her children have the same situation as her? When Robin thought of that, her heart became firm, but when she was about to say something, Shinra said, "It doesn't matter, Stussy. I don't mind. But you have become my woman, so of course, I wish you to be happy, okay?" Holding Robin's hand firmly, Shinra wished for her happiness, since he knew that Robin couldn't let go of her obsession, as she had been entrusted by everyone who had died on the O'Hara Island before. Yes, probably, for others, this Robin's obsession might cause harm, but it didn't really matter for him since. "Why are you so confident that we will be okay?" "Because I am strong." It was the key to his confidence, since Shinra was strong, but because of that, he needed to become stronger, and he thought of going back to the world of Naruto. Yes, after a long, hard work, finally, it was his time to go back to his hometown, ready to evolve his Manjikyu Sharingan to the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. Some might say that it would have been better for him to gain a Logia-type devil fruit like the Goro Goro no Mi, the one that he sought when he returned to the first Grand Line, but at least, for now, he didn't need it, especially with the target of his opponents: Danzo, Itachi, and Obito. Shinra had thought that it was his target, and he couldn't wait to return, as it would be enough for him to go back to the world of Naruto, then return to the world of One Piece again. Still, facing his arrogant words, Karina, Robin, and Stussy were speechless. "Say, what is this void history?" Karina asked with doubt, as she knew nothing about this problem. Before, she didn't have much of an interest, thinking that it was just Robin's hobby, like how she liked to collect money, but it seemed this problem was deeper than that. It is history that was erased by the world government around 900 to 800 years ago. What happened? Well, Shinra thought for a moment, wondering how to explain this problem. "Do you know what is happening, Shinra?" Facing Robin's excitement and rough breathing, Shinra was at a loss, then sighed. "It's just my guess, okay?" "It doesn't matter, tell me." "Well, you should know that in the past, before the world government, there was this big kingdom that controlled this world, right?" "Yes." It was written on the Poneglyph that a certain big kingdom that controlled this world existed in the past before the world government. While Stussy didn't want to listen, in the end, she sighed and asked, "Then, that big kingdom left the Poneglyph before it was destroyed?" "Yes. That's it." "Well, yes, that's it." What was it they sought from him? In his mind, everything was as simple as the big kingdom was destroyed by the world government, and before it was destroyed, it left the Poneglyph. That's it. Nothing more. Robin was speechless, but she asked, "But if that was the case, why did the world government try to hide that void history?" "Well, probably, the world government won by a dirty method. As it was a shame for such a fact to be known by the future generation, they decided to erase the history. Even in modern times, many countries have distorted their history, erased the cruelty that their country had done, and just left the general history, and erased everything that would cause their country to crumble. After all, people's belief and love toward their country had to be kept, or else, the country would fall, since the core of the country, in the end, was the people. When the people had no beliefs in their country, then their country, especially those who were in the ruler's position, would lose everything. It was like how Akiji, who lost his justice after seeing O'Hara Island, was destroyed by the Marines. Watching how ugly and disgusting the world government's practice was, he had become doubtful, as his trust and belief were tarnished and betrayed by the world government, which he had believed had been on the side of justice. Shinra also knew that, and because of that, he had always tried to make the world government be on the side of justice, the one on the right, even if that wasn't the case at all. Still, his words made them silent, as they thought that Shinra's guess was more or less correct. "Then, what is this big kingdom?" "I don't know, but..." Shinra looked at the sky, watching the shining moon, and said softly, "But I think they might come from the moon." The moon. 3x. The three quickly looked at the window, watching the moon high in the sky. "You mean, those from the Big Kingdom came from the moon?" Karina was dumbfounded. How could people live on the moon? It isn't impossible to live in the mood. Shinra looked at Karina calmly and said, "If you want, do you want to take a trip to the moon after you have given birth?" 3x. But, why the moon? Also, why did the people of the moon move to this land? Robin hurriedly asked. Well, it was said that the Big Kingdom in the past had advanced technology that went beyond the current technology in this world, and probably, the devil fruit might be one of those technologies, too. 3x. As for why those people on the moon moved to this land, it's probably because they had emptied all of their resources, so they decided to move to the land, bringing their technology, and as everyone was still living backward like barbarians, hunting or farming to live, this world was quickly taken control by those people of the moon. Shinra looked at the moon and said, "Somehow, I am not even surprised if the first 20 members of the world government were slaves in the eyes of that Big Kingdom, so if we looked at the fact that they might have such a low status in the eyes of Big Kingdom, then wasn't it normal for the world government to wish to erase the archaeologists, who wanted to learn about the history of the past? But, why? Why did they have to kill everyone? It was just the distant past, right? Shouldn't they forget about the past? Well, those archaeologists tried to expose that painful past of the world government, so. Robin. Let's say that a stranger tried to see, stalk, and try to uncover all of your secrets, then exposed it to the world, can you accept it? Like the world government, how could Shinra feel comfortable when others tried to sneak and uncover his past, which was hurtful, dirty, and even ugly? Robin. What could she say at this moment? While Robin didn't want to accept it, she felt like the deaths of everyone on O'Hara Island were really deserved. Still, she felt a soft touch on her head, which made Robin look up. Shinra. It doesn't matter. You just want to learn the past, right? I also want to learn it, too, since they have a lot of unique technologies. Moreover, as Shinra wanted to colonize this planet, it was obvious that he wanted to make it more comfortable, since what could he do if this planet was filled with nothing but seawater? Chapter 146, World Leader. So, we will learn about the past? Karina asked. It doesn't have to be now. We can do it slowly, or are you that impatient, Robin? Shinra looked at Robin when he asked that question. No, let's do it slowly, at least, wait till I am giving birth first. Frankly, Robin was satisfied since the gains that came from being together with her love were much better. How many poneglyphs had they discovered? In just a few short moments together, they discovered 2, and she had a feeling that they would discover several more soon. Regardless, she knew that it was impossible to find them all since 800 years had passed since the creation of those steels. Even if the materials of those poneglyphs were said to be indestructible, no one would think that they really were indestructible. Yet, without a doubt, it was strong. Regardless of the history of the past, Shinra was naturally attracted to the technology, which was quite interesting, especially the problem of the devil fruit. Yes, while others thought that the devil fruit was naturally created, he felt that it was artificially created, especially by the people of the past, especially when it was possible to create the artificial type by using the lineage factor, DNA in this world. He thought so, knowing well that he needed to live and evolve his first power, especially the core of his power, whether it was the Eye of Usurpation or the Eye of Beyond. Yes, he had grown stronger, but even so, the reason why he could become stronger and dominate many universes was because of the abilities of his eyes. If he lost the ability of his eyes now, it wouldn't really cause him any trouble, especially since he was strong enough to match the 4 emperors. It would be terrible if he couldn't return to the world of Kengan, especially when he had many women pregnant with his child. Moreover, while he wasn't as obsessed with his revenge at this moment, similar to Robin, who couldn't calm down until she could understand what had happened to the Void history, he couldn't stay calm until he finished his revenge. With that said, he couldn't calm down any longer and looked at Stussy, who seemed to be in deep thought, to which he asked, "Do you have anything to say? Can I ask what your plan is in the end?" What was Shinra's goal? In Stussy's eyes, Shinra was a man who was full of contradictions. He sought peace, yet he somehow continued to fight and endanger himself in many situations. While he was okay, the future prospects were simply limitless as she couldn't tell what he planned to do, but with just his career on the CP0 and the Marines, and also the fact that he had enough power to defeat Kaido when he was still in his 17 showed that no one could match his status except for the world noble. No, even among the world nobles, there was a hierarchy since no normal members of the world nobles dared to get angry or ridicule the 5 elders or the one who stood behind the scenes. The world noble might appear like a god in this world, especially in front of those mortals, but facing the kings or nobles of other countries, kingdoms, which were part of the world government, they still needed proper etiquette, and it was impossible for them to be unreasonable. Still, when Shinra thought of this fact, he felt that the wrong one wasn't the world government but the incompetence of the ruler. It didn't matter whether the leader was a king, a queen, a president, an emperor, a prime minister, a dictator, or many other types, but if the ruler was capable, no matter the shape of their country or kingdom, all the people would leave peacefully. But on the other hand, if the leader was incompetent, then those who lived under them would be miserable and every day was like hell for them. If it were before, Shinra wouldn't care much, even if the people below lived in misfortune, since even if he felt sorry for them, it didn't mean that he had the power to change everything. He wasn't a god, after all, and it was impossible to grant the wishes of people as long as they wished for it. Well, even a god wouldn't just grant the people's wish, right? Still, if the people had no hope, they would be lazy in their work and like a walking corpse or simply a zombie. There was also an organization known as the Revolutionary Army in this world, but Shinra felt that this organization was nothing but rubbish since, after 20 years, it had caused the deaths of many people and had its members hurt, tormented, and had meaningless deaths. If there was progress with the development of this organization, making the world better, then it was all fine, but Shinra felt that this organization was nothing but a thug group, as they could only fight, and it was impossible for them to manage the countries or kingdoms they had liberated. Instead, Shinra felt that this organization just waited for the prophecy, waiting for the liberator of this world to come, which made him even more helpless. So, let's see, my goal is a peaceful life. Peaceful life. Stussy was flabbergasted, then asked, "Is that it? Do you think it is easy to have a peaceful life?" Stussy wanted to nod, but when she thought deeply, it wasn't as easy as it seemed to be. Could Kaido, the 4 emperors, who was known as one of the strongest, live peacefully? That wasn't the case, as he was defeated by Shinra, and after his defeat, many tried to get his territory. Did the 5 elders live peacefully? It might seem the case in the eyes of many as they stood high above, but when one thought about the problem of the sea, the incompetent followers, who couldn't stay obedient and might betray them any moment, while it was partly their fault that everything was like that, Stussy had to say that it was truly impossible to live a peaceful life. No one knows what will happen in the future, and even if one could live peacefully now, could one live peacefully in the future? Even the wealthiest would lose all their wealth by the 3rd generation. No one could guarantee that they could live peacefully, and even the gods, who were above in their own religions, also couldn't live peacefully, as the other religions might try to rob their worshippers, like how the Greek pantheon lost to the Roman pantheon, before the Roman pantheon lost to Christianity. The essence of this world was survivability. If one couldn't survive, then they would die. Shinra wanted to survive, and because of that, he needed to continue to struggle, or else he would be erased. Still, if possible, I want to take the world government for myself, become the leader of this world. Like how the 20 kingdoms of the world government could take down the big kingdom that controlled this world in the past, if the leaders of those 20 kingdoms could do that, then why couldn't Shinra? What was the difference between him, the leaders of the 20 kingdoms, or the king of the big kingdom? Was it only the descendants of the leaders of the 20 kingdoms or the king of the big kingdom who could become the king of this world? In this world, Shinra might only be a commoner, yet was it impossible for a commoner to become the one who stood above many? In many of his histories, many leaders of the world had a miserable past, such as Liu Bei, the Chinese warlords, who sold straw sandals in his early life, or Toyotomi Hideyoshi, a famous Japanese ruler, who started as a peasant, and many others. If they could do that, then why couldn't he? Yet, as his will was exposed, the aura that came from his supreme king Haki was released and became stronger. Yes, it was overbearing and domineering, yet it also made them feel comfortable, knowing they were being taken care of. Chapter 147, finally. How long will the Marines come? It should be in 3 days if there isn't any problem. Okay, I need to make some preparations first. There were many things that Shinra could do in the 3 days before the Marines picked him up to go to the Mary Geos and the Marine headquarters, to properly become part of the Marines. At the same time, he also had a feeling that everything would begin, the chosen one in this world would start his adventure, and the big war that was started due to Ace would also begin. Shinra didn't think that he would lose, but even so, it wouldn't hurt to prepare himself, especially when no one knew what would happen in the future. "Huh? Where are you going?" Karina quickly asked. "I will need to prepare myself for a bit." Shinra looked at Karina and asked, "You are going to follow me back later, right?" "Well, is that not okay?" Karina asked. After all, while the prospects of staying in the new world were bright, especially when the underwater mining project between the Ryugu Kingdom and Shinra would start, she still wanted to follow him. Money might be important, but Karina felt that Shinra was more important as he was priceless. Also, she needed to keep an eye on him since she knew how attractive he was. Robin didn't say anything, but she knew well that her existence brought him pressure, which made him need to work harder. Still, she knew that she could do nothing to help him and could only silently support him. Regardless, she hoped to support him. "Is there anything we can do?" "Let's see." Shinra thought for a moment and asked, "Can you help me collect the information about those strong people in the new world? Their talents, specialties, or the devil fruits? Anything that makes them different from normal people, as long as they are great at their respective fields, gives me those lists. It doesn't matter even if it isn't complete, I will return in 3 days. Also, here." "Okay." Stussy nodded, thinking that it was her time to show her power and influence on the new world. "Oh, by the way, list me all the islands, too, including the resources, specialties." Naturally, Shinra didn't forget his purpose to make a business, too, especially if he could get good islands with many resources from the waters, minerals, or simply good soil. While it was strange, he felt that the water level of this world somehow increased, and sooner or later, he was afraid that this world would sink. Why did this happen? Shinra wasn't sure, but he felt that it might be related to One Piece, but enough about that, as he planned to use his 3 days to go back to the world of Naruto. His spirit was high as he was full of excitement. How long had he been waiting for this moment? When he thought of his previous helplessness as he lived in the Uchiha clan, knowing the ending of this family, he could do nothing as they were all massacred. Yes, this family was full of psychopaths, they were all extremists as their minds became weird due to the Sharingan. The people of Uchina were simple, as they only thought that the strongest could become their leader, and if their leader was weak, they would revolt, especially those who had awoken the Sharingan, as their weirdness became even more intense. Then, what about those who had awoken the Manjiki Sharingan? Those people were already on the level of having mental disorders, especially Itachi, who had massacred everyone, including his 2 parents, and even used the Koto Amatsukami, the ability of Manjiki Sharingan from Uchiha Shirshue, which was capable of mind-controlling the target, on his little brother. It was said that Itachi loved his little brother, Sasuke, but Shinra felt that this guy loved Konoha, his village, more than he would sacrifice everything for this shitty village. Shitty village. Probably, this is how he described the ninja village since this village was a village where they forced its members to become killers to get money. To work under the other to kill others for a small amount of money. When Shinra thought of that, he knew well that the future of the ninja village was nothing more than that. The existence of this village might be great in the beginning as it stopped the war that happened between many ninja clans and made them gain the peace that they longed for, yet this village had no future at all, and how could they expect peace when their main income came from assassinations and other dirty work? Frankly, after he lived in the world of Kengan, he had only been thinking of revenge, trying to get stronger with his limited power, and other ninja knowledge, but as he came to the world of One Piece, he realized that his thinking was too shallow and he started to see everything from a macro perspective, yet even so, it didn't mean that while he understood the Uchiha clan as an uncontrollable factor in the Konoha village, it also made him know how incompetent the leaders of the village were. There has always been more than one method. Destruction might be easy to do, killing everyone, erasing all the troubles, but it was just a momentary peace, and frankly, when he thought of how Itachi, Obito, and Danzo could live well after his desperation, it made him annoyed. Did he have mental disorders? Probably, yet without a doubt, his mental disorders were much better than Itachi, who killed all his clan members, Obito, who wanted to turn everything into an illusion so he could be with Rin, or Danzo, who had this paranoia where he had to put a cursed seal on his followers, or even the entire Konoha village, so he could become the true Hokage. As for Sarutobi, let's not think about how incompetent this guy was, since if he were stronger, then all the families in this village wouldn't be miserable. Regardless, as he made his preparations, he left Punk Hazard and went to a nearby island before he opened his Eye of Beyond, erasing his presence to the fullest. Then, as he used his special ability, he directly emerged at his house where he left with Mikoto, to the world of Kengan to escape, and built their small family there. If he was being honest, he missed Mikoto, especially when he thought of how her gentle and demure image turned into slutty and lascivious as he held her, marking her, which made him sigh, thinking that women had two sides to their faces, as mothers and women, who gave their everything to their men. Yet, regardless, finally, I am back. Chapter 148, Danzo has to die. Naruto. Still, when Shinra looked at the state of his house, he couldn't help but frown, thinking that those shitty people were really ruthless, as it was burned and destroyed thoroughly. Moreover, as no one took care of it, and it was being investigated, considering how he had vanished along with Mikoto, his place was under investigation by the village's higher-ups. Unfortunately, after so many months, or even a year or so, they couldn't find anything, and it was as if Shinra and Mikoto had truly vanished from the world. Were they truly dead? Or did they escape somehow? Yet, without a doubt, when Mikoto had taken everything, whether it was savings, jutsus, knowledge, and many important records, the gains that those higher-ups of the village gained from the death of Uchiha weren't as much as they thought they would be. After all, they had gained a lot after the destruction caused by the Ninetales accident, especially when Shinra had been focusing on developing the family business, so the Uchiha clan was so prosperous, but unfortunately, all of it was given to the village, as compensation, considering the village thought of the Uchiha clan as the cause of the accident before they had to start from zero, as they moved into the edge of the village. Regardless, no one asked for his opinion when all of that prosperity was brought by him, and he lost everything before. In the end, he could also follow the Uchiha family to the edge away from the central area of the Konoha village, which was prosperous and also highly valued. When he thought of that, he really wanted to blast the head of Uchiha Fugaku, the leader of the Uchiha family, but fortunately, Mikoto had calmed him down, so he was all okay now. Still, the past aside, he started to think about what he should do now. Unlike before, even if he was in a world of ninjas where everyone had many ways to detect people who hid with various abilities, whether it was a sensory type of ninja that could detect others from a distance, or the Hyuga family that had a unique eye ability known as Byakugan that allowed them to have a 360-degree vision and even see through walls from a far distance, he believed that he could hide himself. After all, the ability to hide his presence with the combination of the observation Haki and the Supreme King Haki wasn't something that one could take on lightly. Moreover, it also happened to be at night, and as a creature of the night, a vampire, Shinra was also easily becoming one with the night. Unless he wanted to, no one would be able to discover him, especially when there was also Iro no Mi, an ability to manipulate the color of light and could make him invisible, and lastly, the new ability he developed from the Bado no Mi, model, vampire, which was known as Provide and Receive. The Provide aside, as it was an ability that allowed him to turn others into vampires and gave them various vampire-like powers, depending on how strong he wished them to be, the Receive was an ability that allowed him to acquire skills from the subordinates under the user's influence. Yes, as his followers grew stronger due to gaining a new ability from him, in exchange, Shinra also could have access to their abilities, and naturally, as they grew stronger with their abilities, he could use any of them. The power of an individual might be powerful, but the power of a group also can't be underestimated. Unity is power. As they grew stronger due to him, he also grew stronger due to them. This was why he directly accepted the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates. Yes, they might not be good people, but they were loyal, and their minds were better than those of normal people. More importantly, most of them had eaten the devil fruits. And due to this, he could also use the power of their devil fruits. Sway no Mi. As he said so, the ground became like a liquid before he sank into the ground as if he were inside the water. This was the devil fruit of Senor Pink, a unique, yet manly, pervert middle-aged man, who wore a baby outfit, which allowed him to swim through the walls. Yet, frankly, in his mind, the best thing about this ability was to change the property of the environment, similar to that of water, which, if it were developed further, he believed that he could cause a tsunami in the inland. Should I get the Byakugan? No, he might as well get everything in the Konoha village, especially when this village was the richest ninja village in the world of Naruto. Ninja village. When he thought of the existence of this ninja village, it made him sigh helplessly, but still, he wondered what he should do. Should he just destroy everything? With his power, he knew that it was possible, especially when he had the ability of gas no Mi. As long as he released a poisonous gas into the entire village, everyone would die. Even if someone could escape by using the earth type of ninjutsu, he could use the Suna Suna no Mi to turn everything into sand, absorbing all the liquids, and turn this place into a desert wasteland. Yet, once again, being the bad guy definitely had no future. The antagonist had never been able to win, and it also annoyed him when he thought about how those people in the village, especially the one who had made his life a mess, labeled him as a villain before working together to take him down. By then, the last enemy of the world of Naruto wasn't Uchiha Madara or Kagaya Atsuki, but Shinra Uchiha. It would be great if I could take this village away. When Shinra thought of the expressions of Sarutobi, Danzo, Kohara Udatane, Hamura Mitakado, Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, and many others, who saw how he became the leader of the Konoha village as their lives were miserable, he felt that it would be the greatest revenge. Yet, how did he do that? While he was searching for a method, he noticed several presences of a ninja, and quickly controlled the nearby bats, as he focused on his sense and observation haki, before he clearly saw the two ninja in masks, similar to the dress of Umbu, a special squad of powerful ninja directly under the Hokage, but he knew well that those people weren't an Umbu since. Why did Danzo-sama tell us to come here? There is nothing here. Danzo-sama's words are absolute. Yes, his words are absolute, but all Uchiha clan members had died in Konoha except for that small one. In other words, this action was meaningless. We know nothing about the minds of great people like Danzo-sama. Let's just truthfully tell everything that we saw here. Okay. There was no more nonsense since the faster they did their job, the faster they could finish their job. Yet, what they didn't know, Shinra, who had been observing them, used the power of Mato Mato no Mi on them. He knew where they were going as they left, especially as the mark from the Mato Mato no Mi's ability was impossible to erase, so he wasn't in a hurry to follow them. Still, no matter how he did his revenge, for one thing, Danzo had to die. Chapter 149, Shinra will become the Hokage. Danzo Shimura. In Shinra's mind, without a doubt, if there was a reason why the Uchiha clan was destroyed, it was all due to this bastard. Using his status as one of the elders of the Konoha village, Danzo kept hunting those powerful ninjas in the Konoha village like a rabid dog. As long as one had the possibility to become a Hokage, he would destroy that someone as if he wouldn't allow any existence that was so powerful in the village, making this village become weaker and weaker. Meanwhile, Sarutobi, the Hokage and also the leader of this village, due to Danzo's relationship with him, acquiesced to all that Danzo had done as if he had no choice before he let out a helpless sigh, then blamed himself for being unable to do anything until everyone felt bad for him for blaming himself, and then once again maintained his pure and kind image. The two of them were villains, but Sarutobi was smarter as he was like those politicians, who could package himself as the righteous and just despite all the vile things that he had done. Still, Shinra also knew that the Uchiha clan members also couldn't be called good people, especially when they were all overbearing and looked down on the weak. Their faces were so arrogant, and they always appeared haughty. Moreover, he knew well that all of them had mental disorders, which made it hard for them to integrate into the village. As leaders, they definitely weren't good, but as soldiers, Shinra knew that they were perfect. Regardless, no matter how bad the Uchiha clan members were, not every one of them was evil. Like any other humans, some were bad, but some were good. How could they even massacre the children, too, and take out their eyes? Yes, for the higher-ups, especially for the Hokage and elders, the Uchiha clan was a trouble, but even so, there must be other ways to solve this problem instead of extinction. So, Shinra knew well that there must be another way for his revenge instead of killing everyone in this village. Frankly, if he wanted to, he could easily erase this village from the world. While the Konoha village might be known as the strongest ninja village in the world, it was just a village within the Land of Fire. Within the vast territory of the Land of Fire, the Konoha village was just a small part of the territory. In the end, it is a problem of mindset. After a ninja gained their power, instead of using it for production purposes that would benefit humanity, they became weapons, and relied on the commissions given by the one who hired them to live. Had any of them thought there was a better way to live? Or, did they think that living as weapons was more fulfilling? Or was it part of a conspiracy so that all ninjas would kill each other and die quickly instead of living a long life? Regardless, Shinra walked around Konoha village with ease without fearing anything, especially since it had been a while since he had been in this village, and he had to say, after living in the world of Kengan and the world of Naruto, this village seemed so cramped. Frankly, his action was reckless, especially when there were barriers that surrounded the village, reminding the ninja that intruders had come, but for him, it didn't really matter, especially since this barrier was as good as nothing, as many enemies often passed the village without being noticed. Nevertheless, as he had left the mark with the Mado no Mi, he wasn't in a hurry to chase after those ninjas who dressed like an umbu, since he knew that it would take a while for them to return to the place that he had been waiting for. Yes, instead of an umbu, a direct special squad directly under the Hokage. Those people came from the root, the special squad that worked in the dark and worked under Danzo directly, the one who had caused the death of all members of the Uchiha clan except for Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Sasuke. When Shinra thought of this man, he felt that this man was a coward, since even if Danzo often said that all ninjas should sacrifice themselves for the village, when it was his turn to sacrifice himself, he would just run away. In this village, despite being a bastard, many people would cry if Sarutobi passed away, but what if it were Danzo? Many people would laugh happily, and because of this, Shinra knew that he shouldn't become the villain. No matter how shitty this village was, without a doubt, it was the first attempt for the ninja to stop their war and end their cycle of hatred by joining together to form a village. While the shape wasn't perfect, since they still relied on the commissions and thought of themselves as nothing but tools for the masters of this land to strengthen their rule, he knew that no one was perfect. Yet, even if he wanted to have revenge, he couldn't become the villain. Yes, he had to be on the side of justice and righteousness, just as Sarutobi could do many vile things, yet be seen as a saint. Shinra knew what he should aim for instead of living like Danzo, Itachi, Obito, and many other villains, who could only hide in gutters like dirty rats. More importantly, why should ninjas be living in the dark instead of basking in the sun under the glory? Why were only the nobles, daimyos, and wealthy groups able to live in peace without being afraid of war, yet the ninjas still became tools to fight for their interests? Regardless, Shinra knew that instead of killing everyone for his revenge, he should think more deeply, in a more roundabout way, especially when he felt that it was just a shame to kill all of them. The value of all the people in this village and even the world was immense. Whether it was ninjas or normal people, they could become his laborers, workers, or even slaves. When they die, they could become nutrients for the earth, or they could just sell their organs. Yes, Shinra wouldn't be as wasteful as the world government, which would just kill people for fun. People are resources. Instead of wasting them for fun, they should be used in more beneficial ways, like how capitalists squeezed the value of someone till they no longer had any value. The best way to get revenge in this village was to do what he had always done, and that was to colonize this world. Did Mangekyo Sharingan cause me to think so extreme like this? Well, at least, his methods were far better than Itachi, who killed all of his family members, Danzo, who wanted to make all the ninjas in this village as weapons, or Obito, who just wanted to escape from reality. At least, in his methods, some people could get their happiness and hope. Well, if that's the case, everything is clear. When he thought so, he also knew what kind of methods he should use, and that method was: I have to become the Hokage. With that thought, he changed his plan to kill Danzo, since there were better ways for him to use this bastard. Like Sarutobi, who could control this village as if it were his own, by using Danzo. If Sarutobi could use Danzo, then why couldn't Shinra do the same? Chapter 150, Everything is for Konoha. In the hidden area outside of Konoha village, a certain base existed. The location was difficult to find, and it also had troublesome terrain, making it a challenging place to invade or visit, completely hidden from the sun, and perfectly suited for a villain to live. Danzo-sama. 2x. Yes, this was the base camp of the Root, the special squad of ninjas that worked in the darkness of the Konoha village, and would give their everything, including their lives, to their master, Danzo Shimura. How is it? An ugly, frail elderly man with bandages wrapped all over half of his hand and half of his limb, with many complicated seals and wrapping around half of his body as he held his cane, watching two of his subordinates, came as they bowed in respect toward him. As expected, we found nothing. There was no trace. Nothing could be found. Was he thinking too much? Danzo wasn't sure why, but he felt a sense of foreboding all of a sudden, and thought of that young man, who wasn't even a ninja. Regardless, even if that young man wasn't a ninja, he was still a member of the Uchiha. And as a member of the Uchiha, Danzo believed that Shinra was evil. If those evil creatures were weak, then it didn't matter, but Danzo knew well that he couldn't underestimate every Uchiha clan member, since as long as they awakened their Sharingan, their strength would increase dramatically. Shinra might be weak, and he also wasn't even a ninja, yet even so, his mind was sharp, especially in the area of business. Frankly, if possible, Danzo wanted to get all the wealth Shinra had collected for his greater purpose, especially when his root group needed quite a sum of money to manage. Well, he didn't pay the members of the root since they were armed. As weapons, it was normal for them not to have the will to seek money, right? So, all of that wealth was for him to support many of his missions and experiments to grow stronger. Unfortunately, his three friends didn't understand his great purpose, thinking that they were all greedy for money. When I become Hokage, I will erase all the rewards that are given for commissions. Ninjas shouldn't have wills, they were tools, so they didn't need anything except for food and other minimal needs, right? Regardless of what Danzo thought, all the root members were silent and agreed to what he had said. Still, did Shinra die? Or did he escape? Danzo didn't know, but it had been a while since that accident, and even with the help of Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Obito, Sarutobi, the Konoha village, Orochimaru, and everyone else, they couldn't find Shinra. Also, why did Shinra bring Mikoto? Shaking his head, Danzo thought that Shinra was evil, but he didn't hate that part, especially when he knew how much hatred Shinra had toward Fugaku. They are all evil. Still, no matter what, Danzo believed that all the Uchiha had to die. Only the dead Uchiha were the good Uchiha. Unfortunately, Danzo wasn't strong enough to stop that insane bastard, who had killed all of his family, and even worse, that insane bastard had Uchiha Shirsue's eyes, which contained the Koto Emitsumi ability, which made him able to change the mind of everyone. A perfect mind control, who dared to fight it? Fortunately, he also had this eye. Rubbing one of his eyes that was covered in bandages, his follower came once again, but this time, they came with different news. Danzo-sama, no Yakushi has come. Bring her in. Yes. As such, an order was given, and a beautiful, mature woman with a gentle and demure manner came to the base of the root. The woman's hair was light brown, shoulder length, with clothes that hid most of her womanly features, whether it was her breasts or soft hips. Still, facing this woman, Danzo's expression never changed, as expressionless as ever, except for Sarutobi Hiruzen, he had never thought of others as a human being at all. Danzo-sama. While the woman was tense, she was able to hide her emotions and still appeared calm. Go and infiltrate the Iwakagure, Yakushi. I have told you that I have quit the root. Yes, the identity of the woman before him was Nono Yakushi, who was known as the Wandering Nun, a famous female ninja with high ability in spying, as she could infiltrate any place without being known. However, she had retired, and at this moment, she was a caretaker for the Konoha village's orphanage and also one of the people with the highest positions within the Konoha hospital. Besides her infiltration ability, she was also famous for her medical jutsu. If it was before, Nono might not be able to refuse Danzo's order, as she was a member of the root, but as she quit, which was amazing since the only destinations for the root members to quit the organization were death, she could live in the sun once again, which made Danzo annoyed. In his mind, Nono was a dangerous factor in the village as she held many secrets that shouldn't be known, and because of that, she had to die. However, Danzo knew that it was impossible to kill her directly since even if he wasn't a good person, he still understood politics, and as his dream was to become a Hokage, he couldn't be too overbearing. Everyone. Danzo knew that Nono would refuse his request, but he knew how to control this woman. If you do this commission, I will release Kabuto. Really? Yes. A ray of hope and excitement came to her face. Danzo nodded calmly as he snorted, thinking that this woman had grown weaker, and if this woman was caught by the enemy, then, without a doubt, she would blabber all the secrets of Konoha, so he knew that before all of that happened, he had to kill her. Only when Danzo made up his mind to kill this woman with many conspiracies that he had made up inside his mind, a figure emerged from his back, seemingly coming out from the ground by swimming. This should be an impossible feat, yet even so, the presence of this figure didn't seem to be noticed by anyone despite the fact that he had come out, but for Nono, who stood in front of Danzo, she widened her eyes as she saw this immense figure that held a large blade and then swept his blade over the neck of Danzo. Slash. No one reacted, and they were all stunned as they saw Danzo's headless body. Still, even if Danzo was killed, it was impossible for him to die. Izanagi. While Danzo was startled, panicked, and even in fear, he used the secret jutsu of the Uchiha clan, applied the illusion on reality to erase his death, and reappeared several meters away from his killer. Yet, this figure moved even faster as he grabbed one of Danzo's eyes and plucked it out directly. Argah! Danzo-sama. As all the root members were panicking, Danzo ignored all of them since his expressions turned fierce, ignoring the pain that came from his eyes being plucked as he stared at the figure, who killed him with ferocity, slight fear, and panic. Return that eye. That eye isn't for the like of you. Yet, that figure ignored Danzo and looked at the eye on his mind with a smile as his Manjiki Sharingan emerged, then said, usurp. As his voice fell, the cursed eye that was feared by everyone was combined into one of his eyes and turned one of his Manjiki Sharingan into Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. Chapter 151, How Scary. Oh. Shinra ignored the scream of Danzo and felt the change in one of his eyes, transformed into a better form, as its defect disappeared. Unfortunately, it was only one of his eyes, but it was fine since he planned to get more later. While he knew that it might sound arrogant, as it was easy to get one Manjiki Sharingan, it should be easy to get another one, right? There were 3 days before the Marines picked him up in the world of One Piece, so before that, he planned to transform 2 of his eyes into Eternal Manjiki Sharingan. One of his eyes that had been turned naturally, the part of the Eye of Usurp, since as this eye was transformed, it meant that he had no need to worry about searching for another eye to steal, worrying that his eye would turn blind. Yes, his Eye of Beyond was necessary, as was the ability it gave him to travel to many places, and as he had used it to return to the world of Naruto, he couldn't return to the world of One Piece immediately as it might turn his eye blind, but if he didn't transform his Eye of Usurp, then he was afraid that he wouldn't be able to transform his Manjiki Sharingan to Eternal Manjiki Sharingan as soon as possible. One choice was to turn his eyes to the Eternal Manjiki Sharingan as soon as possible, and the other choice was not to be able to return to another world. Naturally, he chose the former since he knew several people who had the Manjiki Sharingan, and with his powers, he had no worries that he wouldn't be able to take them, so he chose to evolve his Eye of Usurp first. His chakra, body, and abilities. Shinra felt the improvements on his entire body as he took Uchiha Shirshue's eye from Danzo as he used the Eye of Usurp. Koto Ematsukami. He had to say that this ability was frightening, as it could manipulate the will of anyone as long as its effect was absolute. In another world, in a place that he had never been to, there were probably some who were able to protect themselves from this eye ability, but in this world, no one was able to do it. However, in this world, there was none. The effect of the Koto Ematsukami was absolute. And, it was also because of that, Danzo was in dire straits, and feeling in extreme fear as he saw Shirshue's eye was taken. Kill him. As Danzo's roar echoed, all the members of Root quickly made their moves, some throwing their shuriken and other weapons from a distance, and some prepared their ninjutsu. No one knew who this person was, but for one thing, they knew that they had to get the eye of Uchiha Shirsue as soon as possible. Unfortunately, none of those weapons were able to hurt Shinra as they passed through his body as if his body were a gas. What was happening? What is wrong with his body? It's like, he can turn into a gas. As they were all confused, some tried to attack Shinra from a close distance, but before they were able to get close, they stopped all of a sudden, clutched their necks, and then passed out. Huh. As they were confused, those who tried to use their ninjutsu made their attacks. Wind release, vacuum blade. Earth release, earth dragon bullet. Fire release, fire dragon bullet. As several ninjutsu with various elements were launched at his direction, Shinra smiled at the direction of one that used fire ninjutsu, then. Boom. Danzo-sama. Danzo, who was unprepared, was also hit by the explosion, swallowed by the reddish flame that exuded a powerful impact that crushed his body. With the ability of Gas Nomi, Shinra could create a massive gas explosion by filling the area with unstable gas, and as someone used the fire ninjutsu, they were as good as gone. Still, while the members of the Roots were all defeated, as he knew that the ninjas, while they had a high attack, their bodies, despite being stronger than normal people, were quite fragile. Even Kakashi, who was one of the strongest, died as he was stabbed in the head with a nail. Fu. Toryun. Danzo, who had recovered once again by sacrificing one of his Sharingan on his arm, shouted at his 2 strongest followers, who quickly stood by his side, then roared, "Yakushi, help me." Yet, Yakushi hesitated as she looked at the men who had appeared. "You are Shinra. Uchiha Shinra. 3x. When Yakushi voiced out that name, Danzo and everyone were stunned. Yet, how could they not be, After all, Shinra's body appeared so immense, with a height of more than 208 meters and a strong body filled with powerful, compact muscles, and an elegant rapier in his hand. Instead of a ninja, Shinra appeared more like a warrior, an elegant noble, which stunned them. Still, even so. Kill him. Danzo's decision didn't change as he slowly realized what had happened to Shinra after he killed him. After all, one of his subordinates, Fu Yamanaka, who came from the Yamanaka family, could use a jutsu that could read the minds of others. When Shinra was killed, Danzo made up his mind to take everything of Shinra, especially when he couldn't help but wish to get Shinra's powerful body. What's wrong with him? Was it due to Shinra's Sharingan? Danzo's eyes turned greedy when he looked at Shinra, but before that, he had to kill Shinra first. Naturally, with Danzo's orders, Fu Yamanaka and Torian Aburamain made their move. Mind-body switch technique. Fu made hand signs as he tried to convert his consciousness with Shinra to take control of Shinra's body. Jar of poison technique. Meanwhile, Toru directly used his strongest jutsu, using his special insects, Rinkachu, nano-sized, venomous insects that would destroy the cells of his target. Only, Shinra glanced in their direction, and Berg. Fu passed out as blood poured out from his orifices, falling to the ground as his body twitched, seemingly about to die at any moment. Meanwhile, Toru seemed to be hit by winds, then his skin turned dry as his body turned skinny, and all the liquid on his body disappeared as his insides became sand, as he was in extreme pain yet unable to cry, as he lost most of the water on his body. How scary. Danzo and Nono. Scary. Who? Shinra's bad acting made Danzo enraged since all of his subordinates were easily taken out. Yet, inwardly, Danzo wondered why Shinra didn't kill them directly. Was it because of arrogance? Or was it a pity? After all, Shinra was previously known as a philanthropist who often donated his money to those in need, including the orphanage in Konoha, which gave him a good image and a good relationship with Nono. Yet, no matter how good Shinra was, in Danzo's mind, what Shinra did was nothing but an evil conspiracy. After all, the Uchiha have always been evil. As expected of the elder of Konoha, Danzo Shimura, your followers are so powerful that if I am not careful, I will die. Shinra seemed to exaggerate when he recalled how strong Danzo's followers were, despite the fact that he had defeated them with ease. Shinra Uchiha. Danzo's eyes turned sharper and dangerous. Still, he knew that it was better to slowly calm Shinra, and by then, when he had the help of Sarutobi and everyone, he could take down this evil Uchiha. I will give you a chance. Apologize and return my eye. If so, then I can make you return to Konoha and have. Sorry, I have killed you again. Shinra directly killed Danzo once again by stabbing Danzo's other eye, which penetrated right into his brain with his rapier. Still, Danzo emerged once again as if the death itself hadn't happened to him. Yet, even so, his expression was filled with rage and brutality as he roared, "For Konoha, I will kill you, Shinra Uchiha." How scary. Shinra only lightly swept his sword, then a sharp air pressure blade emerged, and slashed in Danzo's direction. I am going to kill you again, Danzo. Shinra Uchiha. Chapter 152, Obey Me. Wind Ninjutsu. Danzo widened his eyes as tens of air pressure blades created by Shinra's casual waving slashes. Yet, how? He didn't even see Shinra's hand signs as Shinra just casually waved his blade, yet many dangerous, sharp air blades emerged, ready to cut him into pieces. As expected of evil Uchiha. Danzo didn't know how Shinra was able to do all of that, yet even so, he had to kill this young man, or else, the Konoha village wouldn't be at peace. Slamming his palms on the ground, all of a sudden, Danzo summoned a gigantic tree that sprouted out and blocked the air blades. However. Swish. 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 Despite how thick and durable the tree was, it was easily cut by the air blades, causing Danzo to have cold sweats, yet fortunately, this also gave him a chance to escape. Still, he had to admit that Shinra was a stronger opponent than he had thought to be, which made him frustrated, thinking that all the Uchiha were just too much. Even Itachi, that crazy insane boy, was also so strong despite being such a nutjob, making Danzo feel so helpless. Still, Itachi aside, Danzo felt an imbalance and intense jealousy toward Shinra, who wasn't even a ninja in the past, yet somehow, could gain so much power, making him so powerless. In Konoha village, it could be said that he was someone with the highest knowledge over wind ninjutsu, yet he couldn't even understand how Shinra could create so many sharp air-pressured blades with just the waving of that thin, yet long, strange-shaped blade. I don't know where you have learned that jutsu, but if you give all of your knowledge to Konoha, then I can ask Sarutobi to forgive all of your crimes and let you join Konoha once again. Yet, before Danzo could finish his words, he was killed, his head beheaded with a casual sweep of Shinra's blade, but once again, he reappeared several meters away as if nothing had happened. It's amazing that you can restart your life like that so many times. Shinra looked at Danzo calmly and asked with a hint of a tease, "How many times can you do that, thought?" Uchiha Shinra. Don't force me. Faced with Shinra's dismissal and understatement, Danzo was enraged. You have overestimated yourself. Have you not realized your situation now? You are like a mouse in front of me, and I am a cat. When I am tired of playing around with you, I will kill you. Why did you come to me? Danzo's face was ugly as he tried to seek a countermeasure to kill this bastard. If you want revenge, you should go after Itachi. That guy is crazy after he has awoken his Manjikyu Sharingan, killing all of his family except for his little brother. If someone should be killed, then it should be him. You want to have revenge on him, right? Then, join hands with me. I will help you to kill him. We can use Sasuke to threaten him to come. Oh-ho. Shinra appeared to be interested. You will do that? Of course. Danzo sighed in relief when he saw that Shinra was interested in his proposal, but snorted inwardly. If you want, I can also get you Uchiha Madara. Uchiha Madara? My ancestor. Wasn't he killed by the first Hokage? No, he was still alive, and he was the one who had caused the Nine Tails incident a few years ago. Really? Yes. Danzo nodded. If you want, we can hunt him together. As long as we're together, we will be invincible. You are a smart young man, unlike them, who are crazy, so. But you are too weak, Danzo. Once again, Shinra appeared in front of Danzo and swung his blade from up to down, cutting Danzo's body in half. Shinra Uchiha. Yet, Danzo once again reappeared as if he wasn't hurt. Don't underestimate me, boy. You will die. No, I will kill you here. Then, I will kill you first. Danzo wanted to curse himself for making his base camp so well hidden that Sarutobi didn't even know where the location was, and he also couldn't contact his best friend and rival, as he had no means to do so. Moreover, all of his followers had been defeated, and he had to get that eye back. Baku. On that moment, Danzo no longer hesitated and brought his everything, summoning his personal summon, Baku, a large elephantine chimera that had a size that was comparable to a giant. Baku, who was summoned, was ready to help Danzo in the battle, but when it felt Shinra's gaze, its body trembled and then submitted itself in a kowtow position directly. Baku. Danzo was dumbfounded. What was happening? Attack him, Baku. Yet, instead of attacking Shinra, Danzo saw that Baku appeared to be happy being patted by Shinra's palm. Danzo and Nono. Still, Shinra couldn't help but look at Danzo's ugly right arm, which had a strange color and several Sharingan planted there, making it even creepier. Even worse, he also saw the face of the first Hokage, Hashirama Senju, on the shoulder of Danzo, making Danzo's body even more grotesque. Is that all? Shinra wondered whether Danzo had another move, or else, it was his turn to move into the next plan. If you don't have any more moves, then you will really die, even if you have some eyes to perform as Izanagi, you know. Still, without a doubt, Izanagi's genjutsu was powerful, as it could trick the world and restart their lives when the user was about to die. Naturally, the price of this technique was high since every time Danzo used this technique, he would lose an eye. Fortunately, Danzo was so ruthless that he had several eyes planted in his arm. Don't look down on me, Brayotet. Holding his blade, Danzo imbued a wind element onto it, making it sharper and longer. Dai. Only when Danzo was about to cut Shinra down, Shinra moved faster and cut Danzo's body in half once again, including Danzo's blade. The swordsmanship of the world of Naruto and One Piece was different, and if someone asked him which was stronger, then naturally, it was One Piece, as the physical ability of the people in this world was like that of superhumans, and could cut steel as if it were mud. Meanwhile, while Naruto's swordsmanship was okay, adding chakra to it was an assassination technique instead of being used for a direct battle like this. Still, like a cockroach, it was hard to kill Danzo as he once again reappeared several meters away, but somehow, when he was about to do something, ready to run away, he couldn't move as he had lost his breath. Ka. Danzo then felt his neck being grasped tightly, as if it were about to be crushed by Shinra. Is that all? What do you want? You're still begging. Shinra looked at Danzo weirdly and asked, shouldn't you sacrifice yourselves for Konoha? You are the darkness of Konoha, right? You are the one who fights for the village silently in the darkness, so when an enemy, like me, comes, shouldn't you try to give your everything to kill me? The value of a life is different. Danzo had no shame when he said this, and even showed his determination to stay alive no matter how dirty it was. I am the one who protects Konoha from the dark. Without me, this village is as good as gone. Even if everyone has to die, I have to stay alive as long as the root exists, the tree will grow once again. As long as I exist, I will make Konoha the strongest ninja village. Shinra and Nono. Of course, if you want to be part of it, then I will welcome you, Uchiha Shinra. This time, Danzo appeared sincere as he looked at Shinra, who he knew wasn't an enemy that he could defeat. Yet, even so, as expected, all Uchiha were as silly and naive as ever, which made it easy for him to manipulate them. Take my hand. I will make you the sharpest blade under my hand. Regardless, what Danzo needed to do was to stay alive first, and by then, he should try to kill Shinra and try to get Shirshir's eye back, so. Okay. Really? Yes. Shinra nodded. I will let you go. Then. But you will be the one who is under me. Shinra then activated his Manjikyu Sharingan. No, it was his eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, which made Danzo filled with dread as he saw the eye that he was the most frantic and sought the most. You. Obey all of my orders, Danzo. Using Koto Amatsukami, Shinra decided to use Danzo as his tool. While trying to struggle, in front of the overwhelming power, Danzo could do nothing. In the end, he stopped as his eyes became devoted, and as Shinra let him go, he bowed his head as he said, yes, Shinra-sama. Like Danzo, who wanted to use him as a tool, Shinra decided to use Chapter 153, White Nape. While Shinra hated Danzo so much that he wished to kill him, he also felt that it was a shame to kill him right away, especially when he knew that there were many things that Danzo could do. Like how Sarutobi was reluctant to kill Danzo since, as a saint in the eyes of the public, there were many things that he couldn't do by himself, and he had to always be on the side of the righteous when he tried to do something, so whenever he wanted to do dirty work, Danzo would take care of it, which kept his image perfectly, and if there was a problem, Danzo could also take the blame. Without a doubt, Danzo was the best tool for Sarutobi, and as Sarutobi could do that, Shinra felt that he could use Danzo, too, as it wouldn't be too late to take Danzo's life when Danzo lost all of his values. As the darkness of Konoha village, Danzo had many secrets within this village that were impossible to know by the public, and those informations were important, Shinra thought. More importantly, Shinra could gain much information that he wanted from Danzo, secret connections, and many other things that he needed. Yes, like how he worked directly under Cheyenne Siryuan in the world of Kengan, or how he worked under the world government in the world of One Piece, instead of building everything from zero, which was troublesome, as he had to make his connections, trusts, and many others, it was better for him to use others, so he had no need to start from zero. Just as starting a business can be challenging without connections, information, money, and other essential resources, it will also be hard for them to maintain their business or even keep it going, right? While Shinra's career in the world of Naruto made him know several merchants in the Konoha village and the Land of Fire, they were nothing but merchants, and merchants were at the lowest of the hierarchy within the country, as the setting of the world of Naruto still maintained a feudalism concept. Well, he also knew some nobles, but his knowledge was limited to some area of the Land of Fire, and as all the Uchiha clan members died, killed, and Shinra also ran away to another world, he knew that he had to start from zero again, which was troublesome as it wasn't easy to build a group of trained employees, or followers. Even many elite companies would give several months of training to their new employees, to make them loyal, consuming much time and budget for their future workers. However, as Shinra didn't have time, it was better for him to take control over a group that existed, and he felt that the root wasn't a bad follower, especially when they were all loyal and wouldn't hesitate to give their lives. They also had some curses on their tongues, which made them easy to control as they would die if they didn't follow the rules. Sometimes, the power of an individual wasn't enough. Even God in the Bible had angels to support him, or the kings of the gods, such as Zeus, Odin, and many others, also had their own followers. Regardless, as Danzo had been controlled by him, Shinra should move to the next plan, but before that, he looked at Nono, who didn't even move from her spot, then smiled. "You're going to attack me, Dean. Do you think I won't kill you? You have a reason to do this and..." Nono Yakushi looked at all the members of the Roots calmly, including Danzo, who had been controlled by Shinra with Koto Amitsukami, and said, "With what they have done, they deserve it." What Danzo had done was all evil things, and something that shouldn't be exposed as it would definitely damage the positive image of Konoha village, even though, as a ninja, it wasn't normal for them to do dirty work. Yet, the members of the Roots might be brainwashed by Danzo, but even so, Nono didn't feel sorry for them, as this was the life of a ninja. "But I am glad that you are okay, Shinra-kun." Nono smiled softly as she looked at Shinra. The two had known each other for so long, since Shinra often donated the money from his business to the orphanage in Konoha village to make his image better. "How was the orphanage after I stopped my donation?" Still, after the Nine Tails incident, Shinra no longer donated his money. All his wealth was taken by the family as compensation for everyone who was hurt by the incident, even though the Uchiha weren't responsible for this incident at all. It just returned to how it used to be. Nono showed a helpless smile as she looked at the bright moon in the night sky. "I wonder why the village is like this." Shinra only smiled and said, "It's amazing that you can have such an expectation toward the village. It can't be helped, right? After all, who can we rely on except for Konoha? If they left Konoha village, their lives would be miserable as they would be labeled as criminals, who would be hunted by the village." Moreover, with the mindset of the ninja, Shinra could imagine that they would think that it was hard to get commissions for money except for those low-ranking criminals, gangs, or bandits, who weren't worth being mentioned in the story. "But you are different." Nono looked at Shinra with a smile and said, "You must have something that you want to do here, right? You can kill me, but please take care of the orphanage, okay?" Even if Shinra's purpose in donating to the orphanage wasn't pure, it was still far better than those who didn't give donations at all, as the lives of those without parents, and those who weren't supported, could die at any moment. Nono wasn't sure what Shinra was planning to do, but she knew that he would silence her. Running away. When she saw how easily Shinra decimated all the members of Roots, including Danzo, who had the ability of Mokutan, Wujutsu owned by the first Hokage, and several Sharingan on his arm, it was impossible for Nono to leave. Moreover, whenever Shinra moved, his speed was just so fast that she couldn't even follow him with her eyes. How could she even think that there was a possibility that she would run away? Everything that had happened in this place had to be kept as a secret, and the best way was to kill her. "Don't worry. I won't kill you." "Really?" Hearing his words, Nono looked at Shinra in surprise, then saw him move toward her as she quickly realized his growth. They had known each other for so long, and naturally, she had seen him when he was still a little snotty boy. Even if he wasn't a ninja, he was a genius at making money and also had many relationships with many wealthy people. Compared to the Hokage, many of the children in the orphanage wanted to work under Shinra more since their lives were more stable. Unfortunately, he died during the Uchiha massacre incident, but unexpectedly, he didn't die and returned to Konoha once again. Nono wasn't sure what Shinra planned to do, but she knew well that, just as Danzo treated her like a tool, Shinra would also treat her like a tool. Yet, compared to Danzo, who treated his tool roughly, saying that he wouldn't care even if he broke it, Shinra was more delicate with his tool, treating it carefully till it could no longer be used before being discarded or replaced by him. Still, as long as they were useful, Nono knew that Shinra wouldn't treat her badly and even took care of the orphanage like before. When she thought of the smile of the children that day, and after he was gone, she didn't mind. "Yup, but be useful to me, okay?" Feeling his large palm on her cheek as he caressed her softly, Nono's face reddened, but she didn't move away, then watched his fangs grew longer as he moved closer, licking her smooth nape, causing her body to shiver in a strange sensation. But despite her confusion, she didn't do anything and didn't even try to fight him until she felt his fangs bit deep into her nape as she leaked out lewd cry before two demonic wings grew out from her smooth back under her nun outfit. Yup, Shinra had turned Nono into his vampire. Chapter 154, Was It Okay? When everything was over, Shinra went to Danzo's office as he read all the information, especially about Uchiha Itachi, Uchiha Madara, and many others who were related to Sharingan. Mikoto might have brought many collections of the Uchiha clan, but it didn't mean that it was complete, since she was just the former wife of the Uchiha clan head, so it was impossible for her to access everything. Then again, even as the clan head, Fugaku couldn't control the entire Uchiha clan perfectly, showing his incompetence and weakness. If Shinra was powerful before, awakening his Manjikyu Sharingan before the tragedy, he might be able to do something, but unfortunately, his ability was only awakened after the incident had happened, making him helpless and filled with regret. Yet, once again, the Uchiha clan might be shitty, filled with many people who had mental disorders, but Shinra knew that everything was caused by the Sharingan, and the requirement for one to awaken the Sharingan was to feel an intense pain in their emotions. Many normal people would have decided to commit suicide when such intense emotions hit them, yet the Uchiha clan members were told to hold on and fight to give their everything, protecting their family, so Shinra knew well that even if they couldn't be said as good people, it was impossible to say that they were bad people, too, since their wish was simple and that was to protect their family. Originally, it was said that the Uchiha clan was a merciless and cold-blooded clan, and the Senju clan, which was the clan where the first Hokage originated, was a gentle and warm clan that cared about their family members. Yet, in reality, the Senju clan had all gone, leaving only their princess, Tsunade, as everyone probably died in the Wujutsu experiment. On the other hand, the Uchiha clan might appear arrogant, cold, and even bloody, but it was just because they wanted to protect their family, so that way, they wouldn't lose anyone. It's ironic. Shinra sighed helplessly, wondering why the people of this clan were just weird, whether it was Itachi, Obito, or Madara. All of them were simply nut jobs. As for him, Shinra felt that while he was just like any other conqueror or ruler, making him quite narcissistic, thinking that he could do better, yet despite his weakness, he had the ability. Naturally, while his method might not be perfect and in the process many might be killed or some might even be unhappy, but wasn't that how life was? When one is at the top, someone should be at the bottom. It might be unfair, especially for those who had no power, but Shinra had had enough of living as a ninja, who could only live in the dark, and he wanted to rise even higher, colonizing this world like he did in another world. Knock. Knock. Come in. Shinra-sama. Have you transformed all of them, Nono? As Shinra read the documents, he asked that question without looking up at Nono, who had returned from her task to turn all of the members of the Roots into vampires. Yes. While Nono was surprised by her new ability, she did what Shirna was told and transformed all the members of the Roots except for Danzo, who was controlled by Koto Amatsukami by Shinra. The ability to turn others into a vampire, as Shinra could do it, naturally, those who had been transformed by him could also do the same. Still, while those whom he had transformed were able to do the same, the ability to turn others into vampires, this next generation of vampires wasn't as strong, and the improvement wasn't as much as the one that he did by himself. So, in other words, if Shinra was the ancestor, Nono, and the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates were the first generation, then the Root members were the second generation. Naturally, as they were all connected to him, Shinra could control them, and if either of them tried to annoy him, he could erase them cleanly. This was the price of their power, which made their lives under his control, yet wasn't it fair? If one wanted to get something, they had to pay something, right? Regardless, as he continued to read, he didn't notice Nono's reddened face, as she was still thinking about his suggestive advances as he licked her white nape before biting it softly, making her cry a sweet cry that made her wonder whether she was such a lewd woman. All of her life had been spent as a spy, and she took care of the orphanage as no one took care of it, or loved those children, whose parents died due to the war. She gave her everything and thought of each of them as her children, and naturally, due to that, she never had any time for many other things, and with her reputation, what kind of man dared to get close to her? Danzo was there too. So, without a doubt, Shinra was the first man who had done something like that to her. As she thought of his handsome face, moving closer, lightly licking her neck, then somehow led into a naughty exchange, Nono tried to throw away all of her dirty thoughts, yet despite so, under her nun-like outfit, her two nipples were all taut as her plump thighs squeezed tight, thinking of the possibility between the two. So, what should we do next? As Shinra had decided to make her his follower, Nono thought that he must have plans to do something. Would he try to attack the Hokage and Konoha village? When Nono thought about Shinra's strength, she felt that it was possible, yet without a doubt, many people would lose their lives, and the Konoha village would be even weaker. Yet, facing his strength, was there anyone in the village who could defeat him? As she thought of Sarutobi, the god of shinobi, or the strongest Hokage, Nono wanted to let out a helpless sigh. Help me to collect all the information on markets, from food, minerals, weapons, clothing, population, gangs, connections with the nobles, and the number of transactions. Since Shinra had gotten all the roots for himself, naturally, he wouldn't waste them, but then, he looked up and saw that Nono was stunned in a daze. What's wrong? Are you not making notes? Have you remembered all of them? Wait a moment. I will make notes. Nono wasn't stupid, but even so, everything that Shinra had asked her to look up made her speechless, yet she didn't question him. What's wrong? If you have a question, then ask. Is that fine? It isn't wrong to ask since I want you to do this job perfectly. I see. Nono thought that Shinra was really different, but even so. What's the purpose of looking at all of that? Making money. Making money? Yes. No. There are many things that I want to do, and they need money. Money from commissions isn't enough, so let's just get all the money for ourselves. Information is wealth. As long as one controls information, one could get a lot of money. Shinra, who had the roots under him, naturally wouldn't waste these resources, and wanted to control the market of the Land of Fire directly, controlling the economy of this land. Still, he knew that with the numbers of the roots, it was a tough job, so he needed more people. Danzo, for Konoha, gathers more people for the roots. Get them from all the families except your clan, the 2 other elders, and the Hokage. Yes, everything is for Konoha. As Danzo made a nod, he brought several people with him to invite more ninjas to become members of the roots. Only Nono, who had written all of Shinra's requests, wondered inwardly. Was it okay? Also, Danzo, for the ninjas of Hyuga, don't take the one that has the caged bird cursed mark. Yes, Shinra-sama. No. Chapter 155, Only Older Women. What's wrong again? If you have questions, then ask. Shinra looked at Nono, who appeared hesitant. Is it really okay to invite the ninjas from a huge family to become the roots? Especially the Hyuga clan, who doesn't have the bird-caged mark curse on them. It's fine. Shinra was calm when he faced such questions. At this moment, in the village, no one is as powerful as the Sarutobi, Kohani, Mito Kaido, and Shimura clans. As long as I don't touch those clans that are related to the Hokage and the elders, it is all good. As for whether they might refuse Danzo, they don't dare. Why? Because their family might be killed like my clan. No. The fact that one of the strongest clans in the Konoha village could be erased just like that in a single night made all the ninja clans in this village afraid and docile to Sarutobi and his gang. If Shinra wanted to expand the members of the roots, then this was the perfect time. As for whether Danzo was punished or not, Shinra believed that Danzo would be okay since, while Sarutobi wouldn't cry when his wife passed away due to the Nine-Tails incident, he believed that Sarutobi would cry when Danzo died, which showed how much Sarutobi cared about Danzo. As for the Hyuga family, those with the bird-caged mark curses will only be obedient and loyal to the main family. Many things that we do are secret, and those with the bird-caged mark curses might betray us, so I need those who don't have the marks. As for whether the Hyuga clan would fight Danzo, Shinra didn't think that they would dare, as this clan could even abandon the leader of the family for the peace of the village during a certain incident, so he knew well that even if many members of the Hyuga without marks were taken, they wouldn't do anything. But Nono wanted to say something, but she knew well that Shinra's remarks were correct. This was the best moment to expand the root members, and as long as they didn't touch the family of the Hokage and the elders, everything would be okay. But are you not worried that those families might fight back? They don't dare. Really? Yes. Shinra nodded. As long as I don't take more than half of their ninjas, everything will be fine, as they will silently endure their humiliation as their families are taken into the roots members, since if they dare to fight, their clans will be erased like my clan. No. More importantly, they lack a leadership figure. Leader. Let's say that all of them decide to band together to overthrow the current Hokage, Sarutobi. Even if they win, it doesn't mean their battle will end, since everyone has to decide who will be the new Hokage. If such a conclusion doesn't come up, then they will have an endless battle, and in the end, this village will be destroyed. What if they come up with a leadership figure? They won't. Well, if Kakashi wants to make a move, then it might be possible. Kakashi. Nono thought about the masked ninja, who was also the disciple of the fourth Hokage, who had passed away due to the Nine-Tails incident. If Sarutobi and his crew were overthrown, then the only one who could become the next Hokage would be Kakashi, who was in the village, or... Oh, there is also Jiraiya and Tsunade. Among those who could become the next Hokage, only those who were related to the Hokage could do it. Unfortunately, none of them have the interest to become one, and as long as Danzo doesn't touch them, everything is fine. No. Watching her reaction, Shinra smiled and asked, "Do you want to ask what my purpose is? Do you want to destroy this village, Shinra-kun?" Why did Shinra do all of this? The only explanation that Nono could come up with, given her limited political talent, was that he wanted to destroy the village. No. I am not stupid enough to destroy this village. It is such a shame to destroy it. Really? Yes, but then again, those ninja clans should be punished slightly as they live okay while my clan is destroyed, right? So, their punishment is by making them members of the roots. Yes. What about the families of the Hokage and the elders? Are you not going to do anything to them? If there were families that Shinra should destroy, then it should be the families that were related to the Hokage and the elders, right? Yet, why didn't Shinra do anything to them? No. Let's let them have fun. High, so high that they will be so happy then, when the time is right, I will take away everything. No. Don't worry. I won't do meaningless killings. That's good, then. With that reassurance, Nono knew that, except for those that were related to Danzo, the two elders, whose presence wasn't so important except for causing trouble, and Sarutobi, the rest were fine. However, for the others, especially those who thought that they had escaped, they would be put inside the roots, being his loyal followers as they would work for him till death. As for the rest, they were all the same, but his methods to control them were different. So, is there anything that you want me to do again? No, I can't stay here too long, and it is better for my existence to be kept a secret since the higher-ups in Konoha aren't the only enemies I have. Do you have other enemies? There are, but it's better that you don't know since you can't do anything about them, either. Well. Nono was obedient and nodded softly. By the way, you can take some of the money from the missions to the orphanage later. Thank you. Nono showed a sweet smile as she let out a sigh of relief. But don't be too extravagant since it might cause you to be targeted. Yes. After the Nine-Tails incident, then also the Uchiha clan incident, and along with Shinra's plan to gather more members for the root, everyone's life definitely wouldn't be well, and if the orphanage lived well, then wouldn't the orphanage be targeted? After all, the origin of those orphans wasn't clear, and they hadn't given their everything to Konoha, unlike those ninja clans that had almost given their everything. Just focus on my tasks. As for the rest, wait for me to return later. Okay. Nono nodded as she looked at Shinra standing up, hesitating, but in the end, she said, "Please take care. I am waiting for your return." While he told her that it was okay for her to ask him questions, she knew that asking more than needed wasn't too impudent, especially when she was just his follower. "I will." Shinra smiled, then came closer to Nono once again, watching her beautiful, gentle face for a moment, and took her soft lips. "Nono. Take care of the rest. I will return soon." As he hugged her after he kissed her, Nono was helpless and shy, yet she also returned his hug and expected him to return. Still. By the way, what about Mikoto-san? Oh, she is pregnant with my child. No. Chapter 156, Be the Ten-Tails Jinchurichi. Swish. 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 Even though going forward with Nono seemed nice, especially when Shinra wondered how her gentle and warm expression turned into a lewd mess as she cried like a charming succubus under him. However, as a man who had experienced it, he endured all of his desires and focused on his next objective, which was Uchiha Itachi. While the plan to take over Konoha village was on its way, it still needed some time to develop, especially when it came to overthrowing Sarutobi. It wasn't as easy as it seemed. If Shinra killed Sarutobi and everyone else, even if he could somehow take over Konoha, some who were chill or didn't like Sarutobi might be fine, but for those diehards who would give their everything for this old fart, he knew well that he had to use another method. Yes, he could use the Manjikyu Sharingan ability, Koto Amatsukami, but did he need the ability of such powerful eyes to control those extras, who didn't even have to say anything in the story? If normal politicians could control people without even the need for special ability, then why couldn't Shinra do the same, right? Even a failed art student could become one of the most influential people in the 20th century, so why couldn't he? Regardless, his plan started by taking over the roots, then caused the dissatisfaction of all the ninja families by taking most of their members into the roots. So, what was his next plan to become the Hokage and take control over the Konoha village, the land of fire, and the world? There were many things, but before that, he had to put his hand on another Manjikyu Sharingan to develop his Eye of Beyond into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. After all, Shinra knew well that if he forced himself to return to the world of One Piece immediately, or the world of Kengan to visit Mikoto and his other women, his eye might turn blind, and because of that, he had to evolve his Eye of Beyond like the Eye of Usurp. So, who should he target? There were two people who had the Manjikyu Sharingan in this world, Uchiha Itachi and Uchiha Obito. As the Eye of Usurp gained the ability of Koto Amatsukami, he knew that as he robbed the eyes of others, he would gain the ability of the eye that he had robbed. So, who was better? Itachi's Amaterasu, a pinnacle of fire that was impossible to subdue, or Itachi's Tsukuyomi, one of the powerful genjutsu that could trap the target in the illusion for so long, or Obito's Kamui, which made him able to manipulate another dimension. Let's get them all. Yes, all of those eyes' abilities were powerful, and he didn't mind getting all of them. Still, if he were asked what he wanted to get right away, then without a doubt, it would be Itachi's Tsukuyomi. Why did he want that? It wasn't that Shinra was interested in the illusion technique or genjutsu, but there was something interesting that he believed he could do with the Tsukuyomi, which had been combined with the Eye of Beyond. As for what it was, let's see who he met first. Regardless, he knew well that if he took away Itachi's eyes, his existence would be exposed, especially in this world where there were many unique creatures known as Zetsu that had been spying in many places in this land. Then again, with his power, he didn't feel afraid of Zetsu. Instead, Zetsu should be the one who should be afraid since he could do nothing when Shinra destroyed everything. After all, while Zetsu had a numerical advantage, it lacked power. Still, whatever happened after, Shinra didn't think too much since he had enough power to protect himself, and if the situation forced him, he could just run away to another world, as it was impossible for them to chase him to another world, right? No one had such a special power that could travel to another world except for him, after all. As for other characters, such as the MC, Naruto, and many others, Shinra felt that they could do anything. Moreover, instead of thinking about those troublesome characters, he might as well think about how to make himself stronger, except for turning his eyes into the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan. He thought about it, and the answers that he came up with were to copy all the blood limits and unique abilities, whether they came from blood, eyes, or also learn all the jutsu in the world. Should I get the 10 tails, too? In the original story, Obito became the strongest in the world by making himself into the Jinchuriki, humans who have tailed beasts sealed within them, of the 10 tails, by taking away all the tails. Shinra felt that this method was feasible, as the 10 tails would give him almost unlimited energy, and with the combination of his physical abilities and the power of his eyes, even if the ancestor of the ninja, Hagoromo Atsuki, came out, he believed that he could beat this ungrateful son. Ungrateful son. Shinra felt that this title suited Hagoromo Atsuki, who had decided to seal his mother inside the moon, even though, as a son, he was treated favorably by his mother just because of the prophecy from the frogs. Yes, Kaguya might not be a good woman, especially when she wanted to use the energy of the entire planet, turning it into the nutrients of the chakra fruit, but once again, there should be another method to handle this than killing your mother, right? Frankly, Shinra felt that many people in this world were crazy and had mental disorders, but it was fine since those people were nothing but strangers to him, and he should just focus on his own life, getting stronger as he tried to take care of his family. Naturally, if someone tried to provoke him, he could rob away their everything, turning them into his toy slaves, and when their values disappeared, they would become the nutrients for the planet. He thought so as he kept moving fast, searching for the direction of his target, and continued to use his observation Haki to the limit as he moved in the direction of the land of the rain, moving into Omega Kure. While he wasn't sure where Itachi and Obito were, he knew that as long as he made a move on Omega Kure, those two would come out, and in this place, there were also amazing eyes that could boost his powers further into something that couldn't be imagined. Rinnegan. The most powerful eyes in the world of Naruto. Shinra never thought to get these eyes before, but as Itachi and Obito were moving around the world, which made their positions hard to grasp, it was better for him to target the Rinnegan, as the owner was a shut-in who stayed in a Megakure all the time. Still, could he defeat the owner of the Rinnegan, Nagato? Well, Shinra wasn't sure since all the knowledge of Rinnegan that he knew came from his memory in a previous life. Well, if I can't beat him, then I will just have to run away. Nevertheless, as he made up his mind, he came to the land of rain. Chapter 157, Fight the God. A Megakure. It is a small but highly industrialized village, hidden in a Megakure, where it rains almost constantly in the surrounding area, to which all the water seemingly ends in a large lake that surrounds the village. Frankly, it was his first time to go out of Konoha village or the Land of Fire, and he had to say that it was tough. As he easily gained the information from one of the Megakure ninja, he knew well that it was raining almost every day, making this land wet and humid. While rain was a good thing, as it would provide a source of water, so the people wouldn't lack water, and also help to water the crops, if it was too much, then it would cause trouble, as it would cause a flood, so it was hard to grow crops and had to rely on industry to make money. Except for that, what else? Frankly, most of the ninja villages were more or less the same, as they got their money from commissions, especially to do the dirty work, but as the wars had become less frequent, the number of commissions continued to decrease, and the reward of the commissions also became smaller. When Shinra thought of that, it was definitely impossible to continue to work as a ninja, especially when the income of a ninja wasn't stable, and every time they did the commissions, they would encounter danger, and there was even a chance of them losing their lives. The risk is high, and the reward is low. Were there more unreasonable jobs, such as a ninja? In the future, the profession known as ninja might probably not even exist anymore, yet frankly, Shinra felt that it was okay even if this profession disappeared. Like in the world of One Piece, where the pirates should have been erased, the existence of ninja in the world of Naruto was just quite strange. Couldn't they just call themselves mercenaries? Or a security company might be better, Shinra thought. Yet, as he walked around a Megakure, tasting various specialty foods, which were mostly about fish. Still, as he had fun, staying there for a while, the god of this ninja village didn't seem to notice him, and he was like a wild salmon that swam freely on the river. Regardless, compared to the Konoha village, the Megakure was more strict with its security. Yet, this was also normal since Megakure was located between 3 of the 5 great shinobi countries. It had frequently served as a battleground during the various ninja wars, making most of its population war refugees. Megakure has adopted a heavy isolationist policy, resulting in the village's defenses being abnormally impenetrable. To be admitted to the village, visitors, even those coming for Chunin exams held in a Megakure, must go through a number of security checks and are under constant surveillance during their stay. Yet, for him, who had many unique abilities, especially observation killing, which made it impossible for him to be detected, to learn the history of this land, including its previous ruler, Hanzo. Megakure was led for many years by Hanzo, a notoriously powerful shinobi. During the Second Shinobi World War, he slaughtered an entire Konoha platoon, sparing only the young 3 sages of the Konoha village. Despite his power, Hanzo was deeply paranoid and would rarely appear in public for fear of being assassinated. When, during the Third Shinobi World War, a group called Akatsuki began advocating for peace between the warring Konoha, Iwa, and Suna, Hanzo interpreted this as a threat to his rule. In the anime, this fear was exacerbated by Konoha's Danzo Shimura. Claiming to be interested in cooperating with Akatsuki, Hanzo, with support from Danzo, ambushed Akatsuki's 3 primary members and attempted to kill them all. After Akatsuki's leader, Yahiko, died, Nagato retaliated and slaughtered all of Hanzo's men, though Hanzo himself escaped. At some point after the end of the war, a civil war broke out in the village to remove Hanzo from power. Led by an individual known only as Pain, the rebel faction symbolized their rejection of Hanzo by placing a horizontal slash across their forehead protector. With Pain's near-godly power and rumors that he was multiple people, Hanzo and his forces were overthrown, with Pain being the one to personally kill Hanzo. Pain then went on to kill anyone even remotely connected to Hanzo, from close family to distant acquaintances, so that none would ever emerge to take revenge. Despite this, loyalists to Hanzo still emerged from time to time, though all were crushed by Pain. Pain became AIM's new leader, revered as a god by the populace because of his contributions during the Civil War. No one ever saw Pain directly. His decrees instead were communicated to Amagekyu's citizens by his angel, Conan, who came to be revered almost as highly as Pain himself. The only thing that Ames citizens could conclusively say about Pain was that it only rained on Sundays or when he had to be away from the village. In other words, no one really knew about Pain, and most of them only knew that Conan was the one who led this place. Still, the knowledge of Amagekyu's civil war was not common throughout the ninja world, and news of Pain's victory was completely unknown to the point that other villages believed Hanzo to still be in charge. The only reason why Pain started to be exposed was because of his other organization, known as Akatsuki, whose purpose was to create world peace, a world without war, by collecting the tailed beasts in those large ninja villages. Akatsuki. When he thought of this organization, he knew that as long as he dared to make an attack on this village, he wouldn't face the all-out attacks of everyone, yet it didn't matter, he was prepared for it. As for the members of this village, he wouldn't hurt them since this place would become his after he defeated Pain, the god of the Omega-Kure. So, as soon as he finished his observation, he moved toward the gigantic lake before he shouted, "Pain, come out." As his roar echoed, causing the water to shake violently and the rain to stop for a while, he also released his Supreme King Haki, causing all the people in the village to crumble to the ground as they filled with fear. At the same time, he also used his Suna Suna no Mi from a distance, aiming toward those Zetsu, that creepy creature who hid inside the ground, killing all of them by turning them into sand without hesitation. Yet, without a doubt, his action caused all of the members of Akatsuki, including its leaders, Conan and Nagato, who disguised their names with the names of Angel and Pain. Who is it? Damn, who is so crazy? Let's see. Everyone had known the power of Pain, and it was also due to Pain's power that all of them were obedient and would work like cattle or horses without being paid much for the process of their missions, and even when they died, Pain didn't seem to have the intention to avenge them. Still, it was the first time they'd heard of someone daring to provoke Pain, and also, who was it? Nagato. A beautiful woman with short blue hair looked at the thin, stick-like man, who lay on the medical chamber, seemingly about to die any moment, yet even so, his eyes seemed to radiate in a dangerous light. Who was it? The existence of Pain was hidden well, as everyone thought that the leader of the Omega-Kure was still Hanzo. Yet, regardless. Chapter 158, Take Away. After Shira roared, he didn't move and just waited for all of his targets to come out, but unfortunately, as he tried to search, even though many powerful ninja came out, especially those members of Akatsuki, none of his targets were around. Oi, who are you? You are so arrogant to stand there, but I have to admit your courage. Come on. Tell us about yourselves before our leader kills you. Those followers had to admit that Shinra was brave, and because of that, they didn't think to make a move on him, especially when he was already targeted by Pain, their leader. Still, even if it was their first time meeting, while they didn't know who he was familiar with them, especially after Danzo's data had helped him to collect much information about powerful ninja. Daidara, Haiden, Kakuzu, Sasori, and Juzobiwa. Those were the members of Akatsuki that stood before him, and frankly, even if they were powerful ninjas that were feared by many, Shinra didn't pay them much attention since his target was two people. One was the owner of the Rinnegan, but unexpectedly, he got a pleasant surprise as his other target, Uchiha Itachi, also had come. I never expected to see you here, Itachi. While no one knew who Shinra was, Uchiha Itachi, who saw him for the first time, quickly realized who Shinra was. Their time of separation might be quite a while, and Shinra's change was huge, but even so, he would never forget about him since Shinra had always been on his thorny side. Despite how weak Shinra was, Itachi felt that he was blinding, and many approached him happily. It was even worse when those gatherings often caused a disturbance in Konoha village, causing the stable environment that everyone had kept to be almost broken. Yes, even if Shinra had lost his money, it didn't mean that he could swallow his anger, so he often caused a mess in the Konoha village, even though he wasn't even a ninja. Still, Shinra's words caused all the members of the Akatsuki to look at Itachi with curiosity. Do you know him, Itachi? Yes, what is his bounty? He has no bounty since he isn't a ninja, Itachi answered, but his eyes never looked away from Shinra. What are you doing here, Shinra Uchiha? Uchiha. They were all surprised, but then somehow, even though Shinra's body was so masculine and even taller than most of them, his black hair made them realize that he was also a member of the Uchiha clan. Eh? Didn't you kill all of the Uchiha clan except for your little brother, Itachi? Daidara, the most chatty and the one who was defeated by Itachi before joining the Akatsuki, couldn't help but look at this emotionless bastard with a laugh. Why did you let one of them go? Everyone knew how insane Itachi was, as he had massacred his entire family, including children, women, men, and even his own parents. As for Itachi's mother, Itachi didn't want others to know that her mother had become a whore, who ran away with a handsome young man, leaving his father, so everyone, those who knew the real incident, kept everything as a secret, yet without a doubt, it was an open secret. Ah, don't tell me that he was the one who took your mother away. Ahahaha, your father is such a loser. I can imagine that your mother is happy with him. While all of them were members of Akatsuki, they weren't friends, and just were together because they were forced by their leader, Pain, who was so powerful that they couldn't do anything. Still, Itachi was powerful, and all of them had been taken care of by him, which made them quite resentful, and because of that, when they saw a chance to tease him, they had no mercy. Itachi might not say anything, and his expression didn't seem to fluctuate, yet his expression became even gloomier as his anger kept rising. Ignoring the taunts of the members of Akatsuki, he looked at Shinra and asked, I will give you a chance. Where is my mother? Tell me where she is, and then I can give you a painless death. What are you going to do when you know where Mikoto is? You call her by her first name. Why not? I impregnated her. Your mother is so happy with me now. Everyone. Deidara looked at Shinra dumbfoundedly, then gave a thumbs up. You are amazing. As expected of a young man who could escape from this nutjob, Haydn murmured in amazement. How about you join my religion? I am sure that Jashin-sama will be happy to have you. What a waste, it seems that he doesn't have a bounty. Kakuzu, a man with a mask all over, sighed helplessly. What a stupid farce. Sasori shook his head and didn't intend to join. As for Juzo, he was Itachi's partner, and naturally, he knew how powerful Itachi was, so he didn't say anything as he knew well that Shinra would have a painful death. I will kill you. Itachi was full of killing intent, but Shinra only smiled and said, what a coincidence. I want to kill you too, Itachi. As Itachi had appeared, Shinra wouldn't let him go. Soru. Swoosh. Like a teleportation, Shinra suddenly appeared in front of Itachi as he stabbed his rapier into his neck. Stab. Ga. Itachi widened his eyes, never expecting that he would be attacked so easily, yet this was far from over, as Shinra's hand suddenly stretched forward as he grabbed one of Itachi's eyes. Eyes of usurpation. Taking one of Itachi's eyes, Shinra transformed his Eye of Beyond into Eternal Manjikyu Sharingan, and finally, he got a pair of the eternal eyes of Manjikyu Sharingan that wouldn't turn his eyes blind no matter how he used them. Amit. Before Itachi used his other eye's ability, Shinra slapped Itachi's face, causing half of his face, teeth, and lower jaw to be broken before he was thrown into one of the towers. Boom. Still, even so, Shinra didn't intend to let Itachi go as he wanted to kill this bastard. Only. I am being kind to ignore you, so why are you also stupid to attack me? Shinra stopped and just moved sideways, avoiding the large blade that tried to chop him down. Boom. As Shinra made an attack on Itachi, Juzo swung his blade, Kubikurabocho, the mythical blade of the Kirigakure that had a shape of a large broadsword like a butcher knife, chopping him in half. Unfortunately, even with such a sneak attack, Juzo's attack missed, and Shinra didn't give him any mercy. As his attack missed, Juzo was about to follow his attack, but all of a sudden, his head seemed to fall as his eyes filled with confusion. Still, for all of them, whether it was Sasori, Deidara, Kakuzu, or Haydn, they all widened their eyes at how easily Shinra killed Juzo. After avoiding the blade, Shinra just casually swept his arm, and it directly cut Juzo's head like a sharp blade. FFUCK. Deidara was dumbfounded. How long has it been? Those two have been killed. Haydn screamed in disbelief. You four want to fight too? Shinra asked as he looked at the four, as he leaked his aura, causing the four to tremble with fear, as Deidara directly fell on the ground with cold sweat on his body. Kakuzu just wanted to run away, Sasori felt a deep powerlessness, and Haydn passed out. Good. Don't annoy me. Stay there. You are not doing anything. Sasori looked at Kakuzu, who just remained silent despite Kakuzu having shown his secret techniques. He got no bounty. It's too wasteful to waste my heart on fighting him. Moreover, we're not his target. He just wanted to kill Itachi. Kakuzu then looked at Sasori and said, You are also a puppet. It's better that you don't fight, as he hasn't even used his Sharingan. Sasori fell into silence since he knew well that, as he had turned his body into that of a puppet, he was vulnerable to genjutsu. He couldn't even defend himself against Itachi's Sharingan, so how could he even defend against Shinra? Moreover, there is no need for us to move since. Shinra Tensei. As this voice fell, an immense pressure blasted away everything. Chapter 159, Mad. The earth shook, the buildings within the vicinity crumbled, and everyone's hearts were filled with terror. Pain. While Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, and Hinda were all embarrassed and hurt due to the sudden invisible pressure attack that could crush everything, Shinra easily dodged this attack as he looked at the figure who attacked him sneakily. I never expected that a god would play dirty. Is he not confident enough to fight me alone? There wasn't just a single figure, but several of them, standing on the top of buildings, looking down on him as if they were higher beings, and by their side, a figure of a beautiful woman floated in the midair with wings of paper, standing near those strange people. Who are you? What is your plan here? The men with orange hair who stood in the middle, had many piercings, and unique swirled pupils, stood emotionlessly as he looked at Shinra, but it was clear from his voice that he was filled with anger. Shinra didn't give an answer immediately. Instead, he observed those figures and noticed a thin connection that led them to the top of the tallest tower in Omegakure. I am asking a question. The men with orange hair seemed to be angry when Shinra ignored him, so he raised his hand and said, Shinra Tensei. Once again, a powerful repulsion blast emerged as it was about to crush Shinra. However, Shinra swung his blade, and the powerful repulsion blast was cut in half. Boom. Boom. As the blast was cut, it divided into two and exploded in two different directions, causing more damage in the area. Everyone. Oi, am I not dreaming, right? The boss's attack is cut in half with a blade. While Deidara screamed in disbelief, Sasori and Kakuzu stared in disbelief at the fight before them. Who are you? This time, the man lost his calm, never expecting that a simple swordsmanship could cut the power of God like that. Still, Shinra was more curious about the ability of Rin-Egan, which made the boss of Akatsuki, Pain, or Nagato, be able to control several bodies as his puppets. Yet, unlike Sasori's puppets, which could only use mundane weapons such as poison, sharp objects, and many other normal weapons, Pain's puppets, which were controlled by Rin-Egan, were on another level, as each of them had its own unique abilities. Deva Path, Asura Path, Human Path, Animal Path, Preta Path, and Naraka Path. The Deva Path has the ability to manipulate attractive and repulsive forces with objects and people. The Asura Path grants the user the ability to augment their own body to summon mechanist armor and various ballistic and mechanical weaponry. The Human Path grants a Rin-Egan user the ability to read the mind of any target by placing their hand on the target's head or chest and yanking the soul out of the body. The Animal Path grants the ability to summon various animals and creatures to aid it in battle. The Preta Path grants the ability to absorb chakra in any form. The Naraka Path grants the user two main abilities, interrogation and restoration. Each of the abilities of Rin-Egan was amazing, and if Shinra combined them with his Sharingan, he knew well that he was as good as a god in this world. With just the Rin-Egan, Pain, or Nagato could become a god, then what about Shinra, who had many various abilities? That said, Shinra was interested in the Naraka Path, which had the ability to restore, and also the Preta Path, which had the ability to absorb chakra in any form. The ability to restore, somehow, he believed that he could restore his Koto Amatsukami, so he had no need to wait for its cooldown anymore and could use it immediately as long as he had enough energy. On the other hand, the ability to absorb any chakra made him think of unlimited energy, so long as this world existed. With all of that, it would be stupid to let the Rin-Egan go, and instead of waiting for Nagato to become his future enemy, Shinra knew that it was better for him to take the initiative. Pain, or Nagato, is it? Who are you? When his real name was called, Nagato, who was hiding, could no longer calm himself. Yes, in the previous confrontation between Shinra and Itachi, everyone was clear about Shinra's name, but how could he become so powerful like this? Aren't you a god? Why did you lose your calm? Don't be so scary, okay? What if I destroy this village and all the people here? I will kill you. Nagato's voice was filled with murderous intent, as Conan also had a similar attitude, ready to attack Shinra at any moment to take his life, since this village was their everything. If Shinra were to destroy this ninja village, then he would become their enemy. Still, when Shinra thought about the future of Omega Kure, after Nagato had asked Naruto to take care of it, it made him laugh somehow. Didn't Naruto say that he wouldn't break his promise? Yet, when Shinra thought of the condition of Omega Kure on the timeline of Boruto, it made him sigh helplessly. So, Nagato, how about we talk first? Talk? Do you think you can have a conversation with a god like me? I do. Shinra nodded. I have planted many bombs in this village. If you don't let me talk, then I will let them blow up. As he had been walking around the village, he had kept many bombs, but it wasn't to take down Nagato. Instead, those bombs were used to take care of the dirty mice that were scurrying around, spying on him, and wanted to give him a sneak attack. Do you want to try? Nagato's breathing became harder with anger, but he tried to forcefully calm himself and asked, "What do you want to talk about? Give me your Rinnegan, then I will help you to realize your dream." What's wrong? Nagato's breathing became even harder, and he was filled with even more anger, but then, his expression quickly calmed down since behind Shinra, a swirl of void emerged, and from that void, a figure suddenly appeared, ready to kill Shinra. However, Shinra, once again, dodged the attack with ease, then cut the arm of the person, without giving it a chance to fight. Arageg. Still, when Shinra was about to kill this bastard directly. Shinra Tensei. Boom. As the explosion blasted everything, the figure, who came out from the void, disappeared, but Shinra still stood unscathed in the hollow that came from the explosion. I see. He looked in the direction of the tallest tower and said, "It seems you want to fight, so let's do it." Nagato felt tense as he saw Shinra staring in his direction, and their battle began. Chapter 160, The Strongest Creature. Obito. The strange plant-like creature asked worriedly when the men who came out from the void suddenly returned into the space, especially when this man failed in his assassination and lost one of his arms. "Call me Madara, Zetsu." The ugly man roared at the strange creature. "What should we do? What if that guy gets his hands on the Rinnegan?" Yet, Zetsu didn't care about Obito's anger, and asked worriedly if Shinra took away the Rinnegan from Nagato, what would his mother do? What if his plan to release his mother ended in failure? As he looked at Itachi, who passed out, and Obito, who was still in pain after his arm was cut, Zetsu cursed the two for being useless inside his heart. He had been planning for so long, yet everything ended in failure for those two useless people. If they didn't fail to kill Shinra, and didn't give that motherfucker a chance to return, then would all of this happen? As Zetsu cursed the two, Obito clutched his cut arm and said, "How can Pain lose? He has the Rinnegan." In his eyes, the Rinnegan was the almighty eyes, and no one could defeat it. Even if Shinra had awoken the Manjikyu Sharingan, it was impossible for him to defeat Pain. Well. Zetsu also tried to calm himself since he felt a tremor of terror when he faced Shinra before, but when he thought about it calmly, he knew that, as the user of the strongest eyes in the world, how could Nagato lose? Moreover, there was also Konan, and the other members of Akatsuki. More importantly, heal me. Damn it. That bastard. How dare he? I am Madara. How can he do this to me? Facing the scream of an adult, who acted like a middle school student as if he were the conqueror of the world, Zetsu fell into a strange silence, feeling pitiful, before he shook his head and healed Obito. So, what are we going to do now? I will try to attack him again. He has gone crazy. It's better for him to disappear. Every member of the Uchiha, especially those who had awoken their Manjikyu Sharingan, was crazy, and naturally, Obito thought that Shinra was crazy or simply a mad dog, as he would bite down on anyone. What if you die? I won't die. I am Madara. Obito Uchiha, who was still in the middle of delusion, continued to argue that he was Uchiha Madara, the ancestor of the Uchiha clan, the one who killed the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama. Zetsu. But, how could he have such power? Shinra was a famous figure, after all, since despite not being a ninja, he was wealthy and had many friends, from merchants, nobles, and many types of people, unlike those typical of Uchiha ninja, who were loners, cold, and even arrogant. He was even close with many women, and even took away the mother of Itachi and Sasuke, making Zetsu feel speechless, and Obito became even crazier since Shinra was someone that he wished to become the most. After all, Obito, who had lost everything, felt that this world had no meaning, and because of that, he had been thinking of turning this world upside down. Pain won't be lost. Pain will win. Yet, what if Pain lost? Would they lose the Rinnegan? As they thought so, the battle between Shinra and the 6 dolls of Pain also started. The Animal Path doll directly summoned several beasts as those beasts swarmed in Shinra's direction, ready to tear him apart. Yet, Shinra glared at those beasts, causing those beasts to quickly stop and show their submission, like a domesticated dog. Everyone. Azura. The Azura Path doll quickly made a move by launching several missiles-like weapons toward Shinra, to which Shinra suddenly appeared in front of it, and cut it down before it was able to do anything. Human Path. Preta Path. The Preta Path doll had already stood behind Shinra, ready to hold him in place as it would absorb all of his chakra. Meanwhile, the Human Path doll launched itself toward Shinra, ready to yank out his soul to kill him immediately. Yet, no matter how they tried to attack him, somehow, Shinra was able to dodge, taking out the Kubikurabocho that was thrown on the ground, imbuing it with the armament Haki and the Supreme King Haki, causing the space to tremble as the black crimson lightning crackled, eclipsing all the light and caused the world turn into dark and white until splash. The 2 dolls of Preta Path and the Human Path were all chopped by Shinra. The Animal Path doll that had lost all of its beasts also made a move from behind, but Shinra only turned his head, and from his eyes, bluish-black lasers were shot out as it melted its head directly. Yes, this was the new development of his armament Haki, which made him able to turn the armament Haki into a laser-like attack from his eyes. Shinra Tensei. As all the dolls were almost destroyed by Shinra, the strongest doll, Deva Path doll, once again blasted another repulsion force into Shinra, and at the same time, the Naraka Path appeared, ready to take away all the dolls to restore them, but once again, Shinra disappeared and appeared in front of the Naraka Path doll as it made a chop. Facing Shinra's brutal attacks and overwhelming power, no one could react, and all of them could only stare at his figure in a silly manner till Shinra put his focus on the tallest tower and leaped into it directly, causing parts of the building to crumble, yet at the same time, a sick, weak figure was seen, lying on the medical chamber as it stared at Shinra's figure with anger, and also another emotion that he had almost forgotten. Fear. As a god, the strongest being, and the one above many, no one could endanger his life, and because of that, he thought that the fear emotion had been erased from his body. Only when Shinra appeared did this feeling once again resurface and emerge. I will give you a chance. Shinra looked at Nagato and said, give me your Rinnegan. Still, that emotion quickly turned into anger, as Nagato used his strongest technique, in your dream, idiot. Chibaku Tensei. As he clapped his palms, a powerful force of absorption sucked away everything toward the sky, pulling everything into a form of the moon. Debris, people, soil, and many other things. As the gravity pulled everything, no one could escape. Vice Boss, help. Deidara quickly shouted at Conan for help, to which she sighed and helped him, and the others, who were still living, quickly moved toward her, as Nagato used the Chibaka Tensei, a technique that formed a moon into the sky, sealing everything inside. He definitely wouldn't hurt Conan, his only connection in this world. I see. Still, as Shinra was pulled into the sky, he could see Nagato's smug expression despite how bloody his situation was. Let me get your power forcefully, then. His figure suddenly expanded, grew bigger, longer, and erased all the traces of a human form within his visage. Oh oi, you are lying, right? What is that? What is that? As Deidara was already crazy, clearly unable to believe what he had seen, the others weren't much better since what was seen before them wasn't Shinra anymore, but a dragon. Ooh, ah. As his roar echoed, the earth shattered, the air shook, and the water became a tsunami. The strongest creature appeared in the world of Naruto. Chapter 161, Dragon. As Shinra was about to be trapped inside the moon-like object that was formed by many debris, soil, and everything on the Omega Kure due to Nagato's Chibaka Tensei, all of a sudden, his body became large, so large that it surrounded the entire sky. With a length of more than 4,000 meters, his visage had become that of a fearsome animal. A long, scaled, wingless serpentine creature with 4 legs, with features of several different animals, suddenly emerged, and it overlooked the earth like it was the god of this world. Oi! 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 You are lying, right? What kind of power is this? No one could remain calm at this moment, whether it was the members of Akatsuki, Konan, Nagato, Zetsu, and even Obito, all of them, who saw Shinra's transformation into an azure dragon had made them feel an intense fear. This feeling came naturally, like it was ingrained in their DNA when they came into contact with a higher being. Nagato's Rinnegan might give him the power to become a god, yet Shinra had become the dragon, the creature that ravaged heaven, and even stronger than a god. Shinra had become the symbol of power. Yes, this was the power of the artificial devil fruit that he had taken on the punk hazard before. He hardly used it, especially when he didn't want people to think weirdly of him, and the power of Bato no Mi, model, vampire was enough for him, but in this world, this Uo no Mi, model, azure dragon had much more of an impact. Moreover, despite being an artificial devil fruit, its power wasn't even lost to the original since it was created based on Kaido's DNA, the original user of the Uo no Mi, model, azure dragon. Well, probably, the original devil fruit was better, but the artificial one wasn't bad at all since it could turn the weak Momonosuke into a powerful character without even the need for training. If there was a reason for that, it was because Momonosuke, who had eaten the artificial devil fruit, got the DNA of Kaido from the devil fruit. The creator of this artificial devil fruit, Vegapunk, might say that this was a failure, but Shinra didn't think so since the only failure that Vegapunk thought was the color of the dragon, since Kaido's dragon had a color of blue, and the artificial devil fruit had a color of pink. Still, with Shinra's Iro no Mi, he could change the color of his dragon form, but of course, he wouldn't blindly follow Kaido's color. Instead, his color changed to black, making him appear more terrifying as if he came to the world to bring destruction and calamity. No, he was the calamity itself. Oh. His voice was deep, low, and beast-like, yet even so, it shook the soul of everyone present as if they knew that no matter what they did, everything was meaningless. Their despair was even further enhanced as they saw how the storm, lightning, and the environment itself seemed to become one with him, being controlled, and were about to bring complete destruction to this place. Still, besides this almost almighty power, Shinra also gained the ability to control several elements and the weather itself, and when he combined those abilities with his Supreme King Haki, he felt like he was simply invincible in this world. Yet, even so, it didn't mean that he was arrogant since he knew well that he wasn't invincible. If he lets his opponents a chance, he might be the one who is killed, since in the world of Naruto, those famous villains had many unique abilities, yet even so, he wouldn't be defeated. He would become the true god in this world. Obito, Itachi, Daimyo, Pain, Zetsu, the Sage of the Six Paths, all of them would bow down before him. Still, facing this disaster-like existence, Nagato didn't give up since he was a god. Stretching his hand, he clenched it tightly as he poured all of his chakra into the Chibaka Tensei. Even if you have become a monster, so what? I am a god. Rinnegan was the power that made him able to control the lives and deaths of everyone. No, similar to Shinra, Nagato couldn't afford to lose, and he had to become the winner, or else he would lose everything. Shinra's purpose was the Rinnegan, and if Nagato let Shinra get the Rinnegan, he couldn't imagine what would happen to this world. This world might even be destroyed, and he couldn't let that happen. As chakra was poured into this technique, more and more debris was collected by this absorption force as it tried to seal Shinra, who had become so immense, and soon, a miniature moon emerged in the dark sky. Has it ended? That huge body is nothing, after all. In front of the eyes of God, everything is meaningless. Yet, even so, as Shinra's body was so immense, it took time to completely trap him in an instant. Still, all of them prayed that Nagato could defeat Shinra, if not, then they could imagine that all of them would die. Only. Shinra shook his body slightly, and everything crumbled as they all fell to the ground. Everyone. Why, you are lying, right? How can the Chibaku Tensei be meaningless? God. Still, even as Shinra directly broke the Chibaku Tensei with his brutal strength, it didn't mean that it was the end. As he opened his dragon mouth, and inferno-like flames gathered in his mouth, and heat breath. Then, a massive blast of flames blasted in the direction of Nagato. Boom. If Nagato's Chibaku Tensei was similar to the moon, then Shinra's heat breath was like the sun. At that moment, all the moisture from the rain evaporated, disappearing as the miniature sun glowed in this dark sky and exploded in the direction of their god, Nagato. Oh. Nagato, who couldn't move, just stared at the gigantic explosion without doing anything, as he knew that he couldn't do anything until Nagato. As Conan's voice echoed, Nagato quickly realized what would happen if this blast exploded in his village. Everything was destroyed, everyone was killed, and no one would be able to stay alive. Everything that he had built would crumble as the world of fire would burn everything into a hell. Nuu. As the explosion was about to happen, Nagato used his remaining power to use his last technique. Shinra Tensei. An invisible repulsion force blew away everything as it tried to defend this village from the destruction of the heat breath of the dragon. Boom. As the two attacks met, the earth and the heavens turned asunder. Chapter 162, Ray. Cool. 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 Despite the destruction that had happened before him, Deidara was full of excitement as he almost kowtowed and worshipped Shinra, who was in his azure dragon form. It's an art. Art. This is art. Similarly, Sasori also looked at the shape of Shinra with amazement, yet deep inside, a feeling of hopelessness and despair was also mixed, knowing that no matter how talented he was, it was impossible to reproduce something similar to Shinra. Then, what if he tried to turn Shinra into his doll? Sasori couldn't even defeat Nagato, so how was he even thinking of defeating Shinra? The calmest among everyone was probably Haiden and Kakuzu, since Haiden passed out, clearly out of cold, and Kakuzu had already planned to run away. Yes, Kakuzu loved money, and he would do anything for it, but he had to stay alive first. Like how he could stay alive after meeting the first Hokage, Senju Hashirama, Kakuzu wanted to run away, but in the end, he decided to stay. Why did he do so? It was because he was afraid that if he left, what if he was targeted by Shinra? Moreover, it was easy to see that Shinra didn't have much interest in them, and it was better that he didn't annoy them since becoming the enemy of his monster might end his life forever. Anyway, Nagato also wasn't much better as he tried to force them to become his subordinates, using his strength to take away everything, and this time, he just received karma. As for what Shinra planned to do, they didn't care much. Still, Shinra quickly returned to his human form and approached Nagato, who was on the verge of death, yet even so, he could see that Nagato's eyes still exuded the luster of life, seemingly ready for a battle at any moment. You are so arrogant. Even if that confrontation had brought him to the limit, Nagato knew that he would use his life to really take down this beast. If I am afraid to approach you, can I really become the new god? Shinra wasn't afraid of anything anymore. He had gained the power that could take over the entire world of Naruto, and no one could stop him. Even if someone could stop him when he ran away to another world or just hid away by using the observation killing, no one would be able to chase after him. Even the so-called Eyes of God, the Rinnegan, wasn't so omnipotent that it could know all the information in this world. Then again, as the setting of the world of Naruto was Japan, while the gods in this country were powerful, they still had a limit, and they weren't as powerful as the monotheistic religion's god. New god. Nagato was at a loss, then let out a helpless sigh as he looked at the cloudy, rainy sky of Omega-Kure. Like Hanzo in the past, who was being called a god on the Omega-Kure, yet fell under him, dying, this time, it was his turn. Still, watching his strong body, Nagato said, "Don't hurt the people of this land. The weak have no rights." Nagato felt powerless when he heard those words, as he knew well that, unlike him, who was at the limit, Shinra was still full of energy, and if he really went all out to blast everything out, then this village would be as good as destroyed. But as I have taken everything from you, this village is mine, so of course, I will take care of everyone as long as they follow me. Thank you. Those words were enough since Nagato knew that he couldn't defeat Shinra, and becoming his enemy would lead to everyone's death, which wasn't something that he wanted to see. Enough, Conan. Don't do anything. You will die if you fight him. Also, he has noticed your presence. I thought you would lead her to attack me. Shinra looked at Nagato with a smile, thinking Nagato was such a good person to take care of his friend. But Conan, who was behind Shinra, seemingly ready to assassinate him with her blade, but Nagato said, "He is just playing with you. With your small knife, can it even pierce his skin? Even if it can, do you think you can hit him when Juzo, who was the best swordman, couldn't even touch him even if he made a sneak attack?" Conan knew that she was being underestimated by Nagato, yet the truth was like this. Just accept everything and serve the new god. Nagato looked at Shinra and asked, "Can you take care of her?" Shinra felt weirded out by Nagato's words, but he nodded. As long as she doesn't try to attack me again. Thank you. Only a swirl of void appeared once again, ready to take away Nagato, but Shinra was prepared as he directly appeared in front of Obito, and slashed his body in half. Argagaha. Half of Obito's body was cut, and Shinra wasn't also merciless, pulling all the blood from Obito's body, ready to kill him, but... Close the Kamui. Yet, before they closed, Shinra took out the nuclear bomb that he had kept and threw it directly into the Kamui space. As the space closed, Shinra didn't care what had happened to them, but he knew well that they didn't die since he could feel his marks on Obito, Zetsu, and Itachi. With the power of Mato no Mi, no one could escape from him, and no matter where they were, he would know their locations. Konan was at a loss, then in the end, she just slumped, crying, and understood that everything was over. Nagato looked at Shinra, who could easily take down Madara with a helpless sigh, then could only close his eyes in hopelessness. I changed my mind. I will take your eyes, but I won't take your lives. What? While Nagato was confused, his Rinnegan, which absorbed his chakra crazily, turning him into a skeleton-like figure, disappeared, and his eyes returned to normal, as somehow, his body was also stabilized. His body might still be weak, but Nagato had no sense of suffocation, as if a plastic bag that held too much water till it burst. Yes, the Rinnegan might be powerful, but despite his special physical ability, he couldn't control the power, which turned him into a weak, crippled person. Yet, Shinra was different, as he came from the Uchiha family, the Rinnegan perfectly fitted on his body, and he could control these eyes directly. It's a good power. Nagato looked at Shinra, whose expression was just normal, which made him feel helpless, thinking that the all-powerful eyes that made him think that he was a god in this world were seen as just normal eyes by Shinra. Well, follow me from now on. You two are my followers. Konan and Nagato. Do you want me to repeat myself? No, sir. 2x. The two quickly answered, to which Shinra smiled and said, I am very good to my followers, and as a gift, I will give you this. As he raised his hand, the cloudy, rainy sky slowly stopped, and then the warm rays of sunlight bathed the village. The sun. How is it possible? But, it's great. Everyone was so happy when they saw the sun after a while, and Nagato and Konan felt their breathing became harder as they couldn't stop their excitement, thinking of the future under Shinra. Chapter 163, Let's Go All Out. Nagato. Konan, who saw Nagato seemingly get up from his medical chamber, was startled and quickly approached him. Are you okay? Why yeah. Nagato felt weird as he felt like he was full of energy somehow. Give him blood. He will get better soon. Shinra, who had gotten the Rinnegan, tried to get used to these eyes, and at the same time, he had to say that the ability of these eyes took a lot of chakra. Nagato, as the descendant of the Uzumaki clan, which was famous for their rich chakra and healthy bodies, was transformed into a skeleton as he got the Rinnegan, which showed how ludicrous the consumption of these eyes was. The special eyes in the world of Naruto had always been like this, they had a high consumption, were expensive to use, and also had a high risk of use. Fortunately, they were all strong, so the high risk was okay, as it was fair. High risk, high return. If Shinra had to say, Nagato's condition was similar to Kakashi's, who had the Sharingan. Fortunately, Kakashi had a Sharingan. If he had the Rinnegan, he would die young, since despite being strong, he was just a ninja without a special bloodline like many others. Then what about Shinra? Was he okay? While it might be hard for others, as he was a Uchiha, and also due to his special eye ability, eye of usurpation, he could control the Rinnegan. Unlike others, who couldn't maintain their state, and always used their eyes all the time, consuming their chakra, he could turn them off, so when he didn't use them, they wouldn't trouble him. Still, due to this, he also knew the importance of a chakra. So, how could he get more chakra? The answer was simple, and that was to become the Ten Tails Bijou. Naruto could pop out one jutsu after another as if he were being supported by a nuclear power station due to the Nine Tails Bijou, Kyubi, on his body. If Shinra could get the 10 tails, then wouldn't he be stronger? Nevertheless, even if he had gained the Akatsuki, the purpose of this organization wouldn't change since he would still ask them to collect all the bijou in this ninja world. If there was a difference, the objective of Shinra was different. Stretching his hands high, Shinra was in a good mood, especially when beside the Rinnegan, he also gained Itachi's Manjikyu Sharingan, Tsukuyomi. Similar to Shinra, Itachi had two abilities on his Manjikyu Sharingan, Amaterasu and Tsukuyomi. Amaterasu gave Itachi the ability to create a hell-like flame that couldn't be stopped, and Tsukuyomi gave Itachi the ability to create a powerful illusion. Compared to the Amaterasu, Shinra wanted the Tsukuyomi, and frankly, he had been thinking of getting these eyes to combine them with his Eye of Beyond. What was his purpose? It was simple because he liked the effect of Tsukuyomi, which made the target caught in the illusion seem to be trapped inside for as long as the user wished, despite only a few seconds having passed in reality. In the original story, Uchiha Izumi, who was caught in the Tsukuyomi, was under the illusion of having a beautiful life to spend with Itachi till the end, but the truth was that it was just a few seconds passing. When Shinra thought of such an effect, he wanted to try to apply the effect of the Tsukuyomi to his Eye of Beyond, so that way, when he stayed in another world for many years, it would feel like only a moment had passed. His journey was tough, and it was impossible for one to get stronger in just a moment, but if he had the Tsukuyomi, even if it was for a long separation, it would feel like only for a moment for the ones that he cared about. For those who lived in the world of One Piece aside, those who he cared about that lived in the world of Kengan had a short life as they would die in old age, or somehow, if an accident happened and he couldn't be by their side due to his journey, what would happen? So, Shinra had been trying to get Tsukuyomi, and fortunately, he was successful. Blood. Still, when Nagato and Konan felt confused by Shinra's words, Shinra just threw a bag of blood to Nagato, to which he felt his body recovered and rejuvenated as he felt like the blood had become a sweet candy in his mouth. This power. There were many strange abilities in this world, but even so, with just a bag of blood, Nagato could feel that everything on his body started to heal, and he also regained his healthy body. You are healthy, right? Now, that works for me. Yes. Hearing Shinra's words, Nagato didn't have much of a rejection and quickly agreed. He might have lost his Rinnegan, but the new power that was given by Shinra was amazing. Compared to lying in the medical chamber as his body weakened, he loved this powerful body that was filled with more vitality. What do you want us to do, Shinra-sama? Konan hesitated, but in the end, she also followed. Deidara, Sasori, Kakuzu, and Haiden also timidly walked toward Shinra's direction, and when they saw Konan and Nagato bow down, they looked at each other before feeling Shinra's gaze on them, then followed. Damn it. 4x. Why was this guy so scary? Also, what was that power? When they saw Nagato's change, which made him appear like a devil as two wings emerged from his back and his body became stronger, this change made them curious. What? You want me to transform you, too? Can you? 4x. The four of them asked curiously. Ask Nagato, he will transform you. I am busy now. Shinra felt that it was too wasteful to leave this world without taking down Obito and Itachi. If he could do it now, why should he wait, right? Unlike Sarutobi and his group, for Obito and Itachi, it was better to end them directly. After all, no matter how strong Sarutobi was, in the end, he was just a ninja without a special bloodline. His power was only SOSO despite being called the strongest Hokage, which made Shinra laugh somehow. However, Obito and Itachi were different as they came from the Uchiha and were quite troublesome opponents, especially when no one knew what would happen if they let them live, especially when Itachi still had Koto Amatsukami. As for what you will do from now on. Shinra looked at Nagato and thought for a moment. Let's see. There is no need to change anything. When I get back, I will talk. Then, I will leave. Yes. As they bowed down, they saw Shinra disappear, following the mark that he had left for Obito and Itachi. So, what will he do? I don't know. Regardless, Nagato wanted to try his new ability, but he knew that as he gained this new ability, his life and death were as good as in Shinra's hands. Chapter 164, Comfortable. Damn it. Damn it. Damn it. As the explosion happened on the Kamui space, Obito still had a lingering fear, especially when the aftermath was just horrible. The space that he had been using to escape and travel somehow turned into a dangerous zone where his skin burned. Oh. Help me, Obito. Zetsu's body melted, and seemingly rotting into disgusting meat, but Obito ignored him and just saved Itachi before the two left the Kamui space, as he was filled with frustration. Why? 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 Obito felt that everything should be perfect, yet why would someone like Shinra have to appear? Why did you have to become so strong? The thought of making peace with Shinra was never expected, and Obito wished to kill him along with all the people in this world. Yes, in Obito's mind, this world had no value, especially when Rin wasn't here, dying, and to change all of that, he had been on his mission, becoming Madara, planning everything behind the scenes. Eye of the Moon plan. Even if he died, he would do it so that way, he would no longer live in this painful world. Everyone. Everyone. Why is it only I who is in pain? Obito was enraged, filled with frustration, as he tried to tear away his skin. Similarly, Itachi was also in much pain as his eye was plucked, his entire body was broken, and he was hit by the explosion of the nuclear bomb on the Kamui space. Yes, due to Shinra's brutality, the Kamui space was as good as being sealed, as the nuclear radiation was still inside. When Obito thought of the painful feelings that came from staying in that space, he didn't dare to open it, and could only stay outside. As for Zetsu, he was also in the deepest despair, wondering whether all the plans that he had prepared would just end up like this. He had been preparing everything for thousands of years. However, everything was as good as over when Shinra came, taking away the Rinnegan, and soon, Zetsu was sure that Shinra would take the Manjiki Sharingan of Obito and Itachi. While no one really knew what kind of abilities his eyes possessed, more or less, many could deduce that he had the ability to steal, robbing the others. If that were the case, then it would be terrible to meet Shinra. Someone who had lost everything returned and took revenge by taking everything that was owned by the one who had robbed him of everything. Somehow, Zetsu could imagine that Shinra would rob the precious Rin from maniacal Obito. Yet, as he thought so, he didn't know what to do, especially when what he wanted to do was just to release his mother. Obito. Madara. Itachi. Zetsu didn't care at all. So, what should he do? Yet, when he was thinking about what to do after his body was dying, returning to the other Zetsu, Obito was still screaming, feeling an intense pain in his body. Fortunately, with half of his body crushed, he was able to hold on to this pain, and the chakra was also able to somehow stop the effect of this pain. The only problem was his Kamui space, as it made him frustrated when he thought that he couldn't use it anymore. The role of Kamui space was his everything, and he was fully dependent on it, and without it, he was as good as useless. What did I do that I deserve all of this? There are many things. Obito couldn't even react as his head was kicked from behind, cracked, and at the same time, someone directly plucked his remaining eye as he could feel his body becoming weaker. It's you. I know that it was you, Uchiha Shinra. Shinra ignored Obito's scream and took Obito's Sharingan, but naturally, he covered himself with armament Haki completely, so he wouldn't be affected by the radiation emitted by Obito's body. Did he do too much? He had to say that using the nuclear bomb was overkill, but if he didn't do this, he was afraid that Obito would be a troublesome opponent, yet as he was exposed to Obito and Itachi, who had fallen on the side, he knew that the radiation had come into him, and to erase that. Give. While Obito was confused by Shinra's words, he could feel that his symptoms were worsening, which made him even more enraged. What did you do to me, Uchiha Shinra? As Shinra could take everything from others by using the Eye of Usurp, he thought to reverse this by trying to give something to others. Previously, he didn't really develop it as it was quite troublesome, and Manjiki Sharingan had a certain limit, and using more would cause blindness in his eyes. However, as his eyes had become eternal Manjiki Sharingan and he also had Rinnegan, which made him able to restore the damage on his body, he had no need to worry about anything. Naturally, the radiation on Kamui space had to be erased, but fortunately, as he gained Obito's Manjiki Sharingan, the Kamui space that he created was different from Obito's, and it seemed that he could create several spaces. What did I do to you? Why did I have to be in pain like this? I just wanted Rin. Why did you have to take everything away from me? As Obito cried, vexed, sad, and even in despair, asking why Shinra did all of this, his lips twitched, thinking that this guy was just too much. What did Obito do? Did Obito not remember that he had tried to kill Shinra before? Killing all the Uchiha members, whether they were women, children, the elderly, or many others. Moreover, Obito had also killed his teacher, Minato Namikaze, and his wife, turning their child into an orphan, who was being disliked and mocked for being the Jinchuriki of Nine Tails. Frankly, Shinra wondered what was on the head of Naruto, who could forgive this bastard, Obito, but he knew well that if Naruto didn't forgive Obito, Minato would definitely kill Obito, since, despite Minato's gentle appearance, he was just a normal person, and how could a normal person feel when the one who had caused a destruction on Konoha, to be forgiven and had a happy ending on the afterlife with his crush? Sighing inwardly, Shinra didn't bother to talk with this crazy guy and stomped Obito's head directly, killing him before he threw him inside Obito's Kamui space, letting his corpse rot and ignore it there. Still, when he turned, Itachi was there as he used the Kodo Amatsukami. Kill yourselves, Uchiha Shinra. Yes, as Shisui had two eyes, naturally, there were two Kodo Amatsukami. One of them was taken by Danzo, the other was taken by Itachi, given by Shisui before he died as he destroyed his body. Yet. Goa. What had happened was just the picture of the future, and before that future happened, Shinra had already cut Itachi's body in half as he used his Eye of Usurp to take Itachi's eyes. Whether it was the Kodo Amatsukami or Amaterasu, Shinra had taken everything. Some might say that Itachi should have killed Sasuke, his little brother, but then, Shinra also had a right to kill Itachi, especially when Itachi wanted to kill him, too. If Shinra didn't awaken his Manjikyu Sharingan, then could he leave? You are finished. I have put Kodo Matsukami on my eyes. You can't escape death. Yes, previously, Itachi also had put Kodo Amatsukami on his own eyes, so when his eyes were stolen, the one who took his eyes would be affected by the Kodo Amatsukami and die. Now, you are dead. Well, I am living well now. Itachi. Impossible. How did you do it? Well, the truth is. Shinra stomped on Itachi's face, crushed his head, and killed him as he erased the radiation on the area, including Itachi's body, to Obito's Kamui space, then manipulated the crows that were kept by Itachi to eat Itachi's body, giving this ungrateful child the bird's burial. Still, as he looked at the bright sky, he felt so comfortable. Chapter 165, Enjoy Your Stay. Itachi and Obito. The two of them were over, and Shinra felt comfortable, thinking that he had no need to endure his annoyance. Danzo was also his bitch, and probably, the only one in the Konoha village that was still a problem, but for this village, he couldn't be as rough as he was in the Omega Kure, since if he did that, he would become nothing but a villain. As for why it worked on Omega Kure, it was because it was a place of the villain, and the concept of its village was different from Konoha, which had a certain kinship, which made everyone a family. Regardless, it would take time for him to conquer this world, and he had used his limited time to clean up all the mess. So, what should I do now? Sitting on the sandy beach, Shinra stared at the blazing ocean as the sun rose from the east. It was comfortable, he thought. The feeling of the sunlight on his skin and the sounds of the rustling sands, waves, and birds all made him feel so relaxed and comfortable. This is what he sought after, he thought, a peaceful life without any worries or anxiety. A life where he and his family could live without worry. However, he knew that to reach that, he had to work hard, and fortunately, he had been working hard, so it wouldn't be weird of him to rest for a while, right? So, at that moment, after he had spent all of his days fighting Danzo, Nagato, Akatsuki, Itachi, and Obito, he decided to enjoy his life. Where would he enjoy his life? That was a good question, but he just decided to walk in the nearby area, trying some tasty food, as he thought of his other games, such as Amaterasu, Kamui, and the special blade, Kubikaribachu. Amaterasu was clear, it was the ability that was often used by Itachi or Sasuke, which made them able to release a hell-like flame that was impossible to stop unless the user stopped it. Even with water or without oxygen, this flame would continue to set ablaze, scorching the body of the target until nothing was left. By then, what should one do? Frankly, there were many ways, and the fastest way was to cut down the part that was burnt, as this was what Reikage had done in the original story. Still, if Shinra was hit, he should be okay as he could protect his body with the armament Haki, and with this Haki, he could create an invisible armor that protects his body from anything, or just turn his body into sand or gas, he thought. Regardless, it was a good ability. As for Kamui? This was even better as it gave him a space where he could keep many things. In other words, he gained a space inventory. The storage seal might be good, but it was a little troublesome, after all. It will be even better if I can plant something there. If Shinra could create an ecosystem in the Kamui space, he felt like he might be as good as a god. As for the intangible ability that came from Kamui, with the Suna Suna no Mi and the Gas Gas no Mi, he could become intangible, so he wasn't particularly that excited. Moreover, unlike Kamui, who could only become intangible for a moment, with his Logia-type devil fruit, he was more or less intangible if he wished to. Then again, no one could hit him as he could see the future with his observation Haki. Well, let's focus on the last. His eyes were more or less perfect, as he had gained the combination of the eternal Manjikyu Sharingan and also the Rinnegan. If there was something that he could add, it would be a chakra, and the best way was to become the 10 tails of Jinchuriki, collecting every tailed beast, and combine them into one. By then, even the Sage of the Six Paths, the ancestor of a ninja, wouldn't be his enemy. Still, could he be defeated by the Sage of the Six Paths? Well, never mind, this guy had died anyway, and he didn't think that this guy would do anything to him, especially when this ancestor of a ninja did nothing when the world was troubled by the Utsuki clan and many other enemies that could turn the world upside down during the Boruto. With that said, Shinra was quite interested in how the Kubikirabocho, the blade that could regenerate as long as it absorbed blood, was created. When he looked at this blade, he had to say that the quality wasn't worse than that in the world of One Piece, and what was better, this blade was like a living being since, with blood, it would continue to recover, and it would be impossible to destroy. As for the special blades in One Piece, while many might say that they were powerful, the reason why it wasn't destroyed was that the people of the world of One Piece, especially the swordsmen, had always imbued their armament Haki on their blades, so in that way, their blades would always be sharp and maintained. If Shinra had to say, it was like the coating method to keep the paint of the car, so that the car would always look new. Utsuki. If Shinra wanted to get stronger, then he should go after this clan, who colonized the planet, absorbed all of its value to create something known as the chakra fruit, which would make one become the strongest, like how Kagaya Utsuki, who was known as a slave, in the Utsuki clan, became the strongest on this planet. As for ninjutsu, while it was powerful, it was meaningless when one's power reached a certain stage. If one wanted to become stronger, then the only way was to use the power of the eyes and physical ability. Oh, right, senjutsu. By using natural energy to become stronger. Shinra almost forgot about this problem, but it didn't matter as he was more or less had become the strongest in this world, so he wasn't in a hurry, and he could learn it when he conquered the Konoha village. Still, before that, it was a time for him to enjoy his holiday and somehow, he met a mature woman, known as a tsunami, on a certain island that he was resting on, and then. There was no need to say anything. Yet, after he had fun, he didn't forget about his mission, and that was to go back to the world of One Piece, especially when Robin, Karina, and Stussy were still waiting for him. However, when he returned, on a certain holy mountain, a large creature, who seemed to be sleepy, opened his eyes, which had always been dull, becoming sharp as cold sweat was on his entire body. I have received a prophecy. By then, the world of Naruto had moved in a direction that no one could predict. Chapter 166, Fate is Working a Wonder, One Piece. I am back. Robin, Karina, and Stussy. The three of them, who had been worried as they couldn't find his trace anywhere, looked at his bright smile, who seemed to be in a good mood, before they let out a helpless sigh, and smiled softly. Welcome back. 3x. Shinra hugged the three and rubbed his face against them, enjoying their soft touch, which he missed, and even pressed his ear near their womb to hear the voice there. It's too early. You won't hear anything there, Robin said with a sigh, but she didn't stop him. Anyway, you are so smelly. Go and take a bath. Karina pushed him into the bathroom, and naturally, she joined in. Aren't you pregnant? I will just use my hands. Lick me too, though. Shinra couldn't refuse. Don't you want to join? Robin looked at Stussy curiously. Oh, I will. As Karina and Stussy came inside the bathroom, Robin felt a bit lonely and decided to join them, too. Regardless, after they had their fun, they naturally asked about his experience as they rested in the bedroom. What kind of a blade is this? Robin asked curiously as she looked at the Kubikirabocho. It's a blade that can regenerate as it absorbs blood. Really? 3x. Yes. 3x. Did it eat a devil fruit? Stussy looked at the large blade curiously. No. It's created naturally. However, when Shinra heard Stussy's words, he felt that it wouldn't be bad to create a weapon that ate the devil fruit. After all, among his subordinates, there was one member who had a weapon that ate the Zoan-type devil fruit. What is his name again? It's Lasso. Oh, right, Lasso. The strange dog with a bazooka body was owned by Mr. 4, the big guy whose dream was to become a pizza deliverman. Naturally, Shinra was able to help Mr. 4's dream, but before that, he had to watch out for what had happened in this world, as he had left for a few days. They haven't arrived yet. They should have come sooner. What happened after I left? The three looked at each other, then gave all the newspapers and information, which were filled with what had happened after he left, for a while. Yet, even though it was just a few days, many things happened, including the alliance between the Big Mom Pirates and the Beast Pirates, and also the Straw Hat Pirates. Shinra's expression was quite weird, as in the newspaper, the Straw Hat Pirates had become the perpetrators of the coup d'état and the unfortunate event that happened in the Arabasta Kingdom. Call, Galdino. Okay. As soon as Robin made a call, Galdino's pathetic voice sounded. Boss. Oh, you did well, Mr. 3. Your order is my everything, boss. Yes, all the messes in the Arabasta Kingdom were all done by Crocodile and also the Baroque Works, but even so, Shinra didn't want his organization to be tainted black due to this problem since everything was Crocodile's fault, so why should he be responsible, right? So, he had asked Mr. 2 to disguise himself as Crocodile, and acted as the leader, fighting many pirates, but as he wasn't weak, no pirates could defeat him till the Straw Hat Pirates came. Yes, this pirate group might be new, but frankly, for Shinra, Galdino, and everyone at the Baroque Works, it didn't matter who had defeated Mr. 2, but as Mr. 2 was defeated, Galdino did his best to pour all the dirty water on the Straw Hat Pirates, including the crime of killing Crocodile, and also all the problems on the Arabasta Kingdom, making them a clean and responsible organization in the eyes of many. So, the Straw Hat Pirates, who had no backing, a place to express their opinion, and were linked to many, all of them were completely turned into a group of villains, and this was the reason why the captain of the Straw Hat Pirates, Luffy D. Monkey, had a bounty of 100 million bellies. So, how is the Arabasta Kingdom? Ah, it's still on the Civil War. The Straw Hat Pirate isn't stopping it. Yes, but they should be in the kingdom. Where are you? Air. Well, it doesn't matter as long as you are not in the Arabasta Kingdom. There is no need to get involved with that pirate much since we're only looking for money. Yes, boss. Galdino sighed in relief since at this moment, he was having a holiday on the resort island that their organization had bought. Anyway, as long as he did his job, Shinra didn't pursue him much, and frankly, it was good to have the backing of a powerful individual like Shinra, who could even match the might of the 4 emperors. As for what would happen to the Straw Hat Pirates and the Arabasta Kingdom, he didn't care much since, as Shinra had said before, they were only thinking about money, and for the rest, it didn't really matter. Regardless of whether the royal or the rebel group won the Civil War, Galdino would support the side that offered them more money. As for the Straw Hat Pirates, who got angry or tried to haunt him due to being turned into a scapegoat, Galdino would only look at them with a snort, thinking that they didn't know how high the sky was, especially when he had a powerful backing. Still, Shinra felt like fate really worked in a wonder since even if Luffy didn't fight Crocodile, and all the Baroque Works were under his control, Luffy's bounty had become 100 million bellies. Yes, he might not have any thoughts toward Luffy, but had he become Luffy's enemy? Well, I am on the part of the world government, after all. He was also about to become a marine, but as he thought of Luffy, he couldn't help but look at Robin, who just looked at him in confusion. What's wrong? Shaking his head, Shinra talked with Galdino again. By the way, I will return to the Grand Line soon. I will prepare all the beauties for you, boss. Mr. 3. As Galdino was about to say something, expecting Shinra's coming with excitement, wishing to meet his boss as soon as possible, Robin's cold voice suddenly sounded and said, "Can you be quiet? In other words, could you shut up?" Galdino was obedient, yet inwardly, he decided to call Zala and Makita, who were excited to meet their boss again. Nevertheless, as they finished their call, the warship from the Marines had come to pick him up. Shinra. Fortunately, Shinra was familiar with the one who picked him up. Chapter 167, Let's follow Big Mom's route. Dull. Watching this beautiful, yet strong Marine, Shinra waved his hand with a smile. You have become even stronger now. Doll was so excited that she wanted to hug him, but somehow she held it, especially when she could see Karina and Robin, who were in their hijab, hiding most of their features, walking toward them. Still, the two aside, her expression couldn't help but feel weird, the one who followed his woman. What are they doing here? Baby 5 and Stussy. When Doll saw the two, her expression became ugly as Baby 5 was the follower of Doflamingo, the one who had almost killed her, and Stussy was the boss behind the pleasure district on the New World. Those two were criminals, yet why the heck did they follow him? Oh, my, Vice Admiral Doll, why did you get angry? Are you at that time? Stussy looked at Doll with a charming gaze. Meanwhile, Baby 5 was obedient and just stood behind Robin as she looked at Doll in surprise. She knew that her boss had made a deal with the world government to become part of the Marines, yet she never expected that it was the truth. Stop provoking her, okay? You care for her more than your own woman. Stussy looked sadly at Shinra as she clung to him. Doll had many things that she wanted to say, but no voices came out. Shinra rolled his eyes and knew that Stussy was just teasing Doll, as Stussy didn't really care about how many women she was with, but without a doubt, there must be competitions among them. After all, unlike Robin and Karina, who had a stable position due to their pregnancy, Stussy hadn't been pregnant, but somehow, Doll appeared, making her quite conflicted, wondering whether this was also his plan. If she gave birth to his children, then their child would control the CP, and when Doll gave birth, then their child would take control over the Marines. What about Robin and Karina? While his child with Robin probably took control over the Baroque Works, and also other education-related matters, his child with Karina would take care of the business. Did he plan to take the route of Big Mom? Yet, with how handsome he was, Stussy could somehow imagine that even those World Nobles members would probably be okay with being impregnated by him. How deep? Slowly, as his child grew older, Stussy could imagine that their family would take over the world government, which made her shake with excitement. Shinra wasn't sure what this woman was thinking, but it was better to leave since Luffy had arrived in the Arabasta Kingdom. He was afraid that the owner of a certain Logia type of devil fruit would run away. Anyway, I am going now. Do you want to follow us, too? Stussy, who felt his strong arm, sighed, wondering why she fell for this scumbag. I will handle his place, so you can handle the rest well. Besides the news about Luffy on the Arabasta Kingdom, the news about Ace, the second command captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, caught and on the Impel Down, was also released, and naturally, similar to the original story, Sengoku planned to execute Ace in public. This news, depending on how close Ace's relationship with Whitebeard was, could lead to a full frontal war between the Marines and the Whitebeard Pirates, or it could just be a simple public execution like how the Marines did to Gold Roger. Then again, Shinra realized that both father and son had a similar fate, which made him shake his head. So, how did he feel about Ace and his father? Frankly, nothing, since Shinra's goal was much bigger. Regardless, as many things had to be taken care of in the New World, especially when the remnants of the Doflamingo pirates would restart the arms trade, and also the many other business projects that had to be taken care of, it was better for Stussy to stay, especially when she had a lot of power in the New World. As for Karina, while she wanted to stay, she wasn't an idiot and knew that her power came from Shinra. If he wasn't around, it was meaningless for her to do anything in the New World, as she was just a weak woman. On the other hand, Stussy was powerful, and she had a lot of influence on the New World, especially with her connection with the CP0, world government, and also Big Mom. After all, she owned the largest prostitution organization in the New World, so it was impossible for her to be weak. If she were weak, then the others would take her business, right? Thanks. Kissing her forehead softly, Shinra rubbed Stussy's hair until it was a mess, then walked to Doll. Let's go, Doll. Bastard, you messed up my hair. While Stussy cursed him, Doll looked at Shinra with a complicated expression, thinking that this guy was really a naughty young man. If Shinra joined the Marines, could he really follow justice? Still, Doll wasn't someone who took this problem seriously since she knew well that the Marines weren't as white and followed the justice that everyone thought to be. Instead, as Shinra tried to grow his own power on the sea, wasn't it better? That way, he suited her taste more. Okay, come on. Moving closer, Doll looked at him helplessly, then said, come to my ship. Okay. Karina and Robin also followed, to which Baby 5 hesitated until. Come on, Baby 5. Okay. Baby 5 happily followed like a puppy, but her existence was necessary as they needed a maid to take care of their daily problems. Still, when they were about to go to the Marines' headquarters by using the warships of the Marines. Isn't it better to use our ship? Karina asked. The warship of the Marines might appear powerful, but even so, she knew well that its comfort was less than that of their ship. Is it okay, doll? Just do whatever you want. Doll's lips twisted. Do you even need my permission? Who could stop this bastard? But I will go with you, too. Okay. With that, the 5 of them entered his sail yacht while being guarded by the warships that would lead them to the Mary Geos. Yes, to return to the first Grand Line, one had to either travel to the Fishman Island again or climb up to the Mary Geos. Naturally, while his destination was the Marine headquarters, he would definitely have to meet the 5 elders first due to his other identity as the CP0. Still, as he thought that he would meet the 5 elders, he wondered whether Koto Emitsukami would work on them. Yet, without a doubt, as his ship left, Stussy looked at the distance with a forlorn gaze, hoping for his safe return. Chapter 168, The Era of Chaos. Damn it. Those bastards of the Baroque Works. Nami, the navigator of the Straw Hat Pirates, looked at the newspaper and felt angry as it put all the blame for what had happened in Arabasta on their pirate group. The rest weren't much different as they felt angry for being put to blame when they did nothing. Vivi Nefertari, the princess of the Arabasta kingdom, who had infiltrated the Baroque Works, was also helpless and filled with blame. I am sorry everything. She thought that as long as Crocodile was defeated, everything would be over. Yet, even though Crocodile was defeated, nothing changed, and the war continued. Then somehow, like lightning on a sunny day, all the Straw Hat members became the scapegoats for all the problems in the Arabasta kingdom. But the truth? But at least, we have defeated Crocodile, right? Chopper tried to raise everyone's mood, but even Luffy couldn't smile. As for them, this battle felt uncomfortable. Yes, uncomfortable. Every one of their fights was against those beasts and villains, especially on the East Blue during their first journey, but on the first Grand Line, their first fight against Crocodile was weird. It was as if there were no bad guys or good guys, and everyone fought for their beliefs, which made them believe that they were on the side of the righteous. Moreover, did Crocodile truly die? When they looked at the newspaper, they felt so weird, especially when the battle between Luffy and Crocodile seemed to be different from what they imagined. However, as they lacked knowledge about the Logia type of devil fruit, they didn't think there was anything wrong. Yet, as everything had happened, if they had stayed in the Arabasta kingdom, they would have been caught, and it would have been terrible, right? Vivi, do you want to follow us? Luffy felt that everything was weird, but with his simple mind, he decided to move on, and asked whether Vivi would become his partner, but... I am sorry, Luffy. I can't go with you. If the Arabasta kingdom's problem was solved, then Vivi might hesitate, but as no bad guy was defeated, and the war in her kingdom hadn't been defeated, it was impossible for her to follow Luffy. What would she do if she ran and left all of the people to a pirate? Vivi might not have the smartest mind, but she wasn't an idiot. More importantly, the situation in her kingdom was out of control and impossible to stop anymore. If Crocodile were still alive and all of his crimes were exposed, then everything could end in peace, but as the criminal no longer existed and the work of the Baroque Works turned into a pure business and was more low-key, hiding behind the scenes with many intermediaries in the middle, including those noble families, tribe leaders, and even people with influence, everything was in chaos, like tangled cables that were impossible to untie. I see. Luffy took a deep breath, trying to calm his restlessness, feeling the strangeness as if something that he had expected didn't happen, but as he felt at a loss, the newspaper announced something that he had never expected. Ace. Meanwhile, in Wano country, Charlotte Lean came to meet Kaido, who was hurt, but due to their relationship, as she often took care of him when he was young, and was still a trainee at the big pirate group in the past, she looked at him with a doubt, and asked, is he really that strong? He is. Kaido nodded as his entire body was still aching. Yes, he didn't die, but he was in a critical situation. Yet, as his vitality was high and the devil fruit that he had eaten was a mythical Zoan type, it was so hard for him to die. Probably, only Nika no Mi was the one who could defeat him. Shinra. Then, are you just giving up like this? Lean looked at Kaido angrily. Of course not. I am going to have revenge. Still, that guy. I think that he isn't so simple and he isn't a pirate. Then, who is he? Air. I don't know, but I am not surprised if he becomes a marine. Lean. Really. Lean. If Shinra, who could defeat Kaido, became part of the Marines, what would they do? Could they become the Pirate King? If it was before, Lean would only snort at the Marines, but as Caesar was caught and his experiment to create giants was exposed, which was something that she had asked, it made her the enemy of many, as Caesar's experiment was done by kidnapping many innocent children. While she was angry, she was also powerless since those kingdoms and countries, whose many children had been kidnapped by Caesar and his gangs and others, who weren't related, condemned her and her country together. She didn't fear them when they were together, and if the Marines also decided to go all out, even Lean didn't think that she was confident enough to fight all of them, so. Kaido, what do you think of an alliance? Oh. While it was still early, the alliance of the Beast Pirates and the Big Mom Pirates had started. Yet, as the two discussed their alliance, everyone on the Whitebeard Pirates was stunned when they saw the newspaper. Ace. Pops, Ace has been caught by the Marines. What the hell is happening? How did Ace get caught? Let me see. Edward Newgate also couldn't stay calm since among all of his children, Ace was the one that he loved the most, as if Ace were his own child, and if something happened to Ace, even if all of his children died, he would save Ace. So, what would Sengoku do? Also, CP0. It was clear that the one who had caught Ace was the CP0, the secret agent of the world government, showing their determination to stop the piracy, working together with the Marines toward peace, yet all the members of the Whitebeard Pirates snorted and couldn't continue to read due to how hypocritical the newspaper was. CP0. What everyone wanted to do was clear, yet among all of them, one had a panic and felt so irritated by how he was unable to find the devil fruit that he sought the most, and how stupid everything was. What the fuck are you all doing? Saving Ace. Do you want to die? While Teach felt furious, she didn't show it on his face and just showed an indignant look like everyone, but deep inside, he also felt Newgate's favoritism, which made her even angrier. Still, as nothing could be done, Teach knew that he had to think of how to increase the chance of their victory. As Teach was at a loss, all of a sudden, the weather turned gloomy, and they all felt a tingling sensation, which caused them to turn and see a familiar ship that made their expressions ugly. Red hair. Meanwhile, for Shinra's group. Uno. You lose. Take off one piece of your clothes. Damn it. I only have my bra left. Shave your pubes, okay. Shinra-sama, if you want to do something, baby 5 is okay. Shinra. Chapter 169, Devil Fruit. As they were on Shinra's private ship, they decided to play many games, which he brought. The trip was boring, after all. Usually, they would have sex, but as there was a doll, it was decided they would play a game. Still, it would be boring if they just played a single game, so they had to make a punishment, and the punishment was to take off a single piece of their clothes till nothing was left. Damn it, you two are cheating. Doll pointed her finger angrily at Karina and Robin. However, the two only shrugged their shoulders and wouldn't admit that they had cheated. You used your devil fruit, right? Doll looked at Robin, who had removed her hijab, watching her beautiful face, and somehow understood why Shinra made a move on her. I am not. You're a liar. You are the one who is too simple. Karina sighed helplessly, feeling that talking with Doll was easier than with Stussy, as the CP0 agent, and also the boss behind the Queen of the District, was too crafty. I might not be able to do anything in the new world, but what about the Grand Line? For her future children, Karina decided to work hard. Still, Robin kept observing Doll's expression, who had seen her real appearance, which made Doll confused. Why did you look at me like that? Nothing. Robin smiled softly, thinking that it felt great that she had no need to hide. However, when she thought of their destination, which was the Mary Geos, she felt a bit nervous, until she felt his arm around her waist. If there is trouble, I will just erase them into toys. You dare to do that? Why don't I dare? With the Receive skill, an ability that he developed from his vampire devil fruit, as long as Shinra turned Mr. 2 into a vampire, he would also gain Mr. 2's ability. By then, he could disguise himself as the 5 elders if he wished to. Still, unexpectedly, Robin gave him a surprise. By the way, we found a devil fruit before. Devil fruit, really? Yup. I brought it with me. As Robin said, she took out the devil fruit that she had kept and showed it to Shinra. What do you think? Shinra didn't know what to say. The shape of the devil fruit was unique, with a large, round, light purple fruit made up of many small teardrop-shaped components with swirl patterns, and green leaves sprouting from the top. Its overall shape and appearance closely resembles a pineapple or a bunch of oversized, teardrop-shaped grapes. You guys are rich. Doll sighed when she thought of her income as a marine. While it wasn't bad, it wasn't as much as Shinra, who could get many things without worry, including the devil fruit that had an average price of 100 million bells. If Doll knew that Shinra could develop the artificial devil fruit and sell it at the price of 10 million bellies, her expression might be even more wonderful. Yet, when the problem of money was set aside, since he could get it any time he wished, especially when he was part of the system, so if he wanted to, naturally, he could make some money. No, the money of the world government was his money, and his money was his money. Still, let's think of the devil fruit first. Do you know what kind of power that it will give you, Shinra? Karina asked curiously, touching it from time to time. The discovery of this devil fruit was by accident, and somehow, when they walked around Punk Hazard, they happened to find it. They weren't sure how, but they got it. Naturally, they didn't plan to eat it and thought to give it to Shinra as he would be the one who would benefit the most from this devil fruit. Even if the power that was found on this devil fruit was shitty, with Shinra's minds, they believed that it could shine brightly like a diamond. Then again, as long as the devil fruit wasn't a type of Zoan, which had a limited development, they were all good. As for the mythical type of Zoan, please don't dream that he was so lucky that he could get it again. So, what kind of devil fruit is this? Even if Shinra had a record of devil fruits and what kind of abilities they had, this devil fruit wasn't recorded, so they didn't know. Yet, Shinra, while he had a certain idea, he felt quite complex. Based on his understanding, the devil fruit had its own will, and it would choose its user. It was like the Gomu Gomu no Mi, which somehow always managed to evade the world government until it was eaten by Luffy. It was weird, Shinra thought, yet he got this devil fruit, the fruit that was eaten by Marshal D. Teach, the future of the four emperors, who could use two devil fruits at the same time. According to the rule of this world, one person could only eat one devil fruit, and if they tried to eat more, their bodies would explode and die, yet Teach could eat two, gaining the power of his previous captain, Edward Newgate, and also the unique Logia type of devil fruit, Yami Yami no Mi. Yes, it was the devil fruit that made the user able to manipulate the darkness. In the original, it should have been eaten by Teach after it was discovered by one of the captains of the Whitebeard pirates, and by then, Ace would chase after Teach to kill him. Naturally, Ace, who had always overstated himself, was defeated by Teach, then the war between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates started, resulting in many deaths, and everyone lost. Naturally, as Shinra came, the plot was different from what he imagined, yet at the same time, it also surprised him that instead of coming to the side of Blackbeard, or Teach, this devil fruit came to him, which left him at a loss for a while. So, should he take this devil fruit? Frankly, previously, Shinra felt that it was better for Teach to take this devil fruit, so that way, Teach could collect all the devil fruits for his army, and when the big war happened, to determine the ruler of this world, he would take away everything. Still, as this devil fruit came to him, then, let's just take it. It was just a waste of time to wait, and if he could get it quickly, then let's just do it. Then, as he used the Eye of Usurp, he gained the Yami Yami no Mi, taking away all of the power of the devil fruit before he put this devil fruit into his space storage from his Kemui. Vampire and darkness, huh? Somehow, the Yami Yami suited him well, especially when his dragon form was also black. Then, as he thought of what would happen to this world as the plot had changed, he finally arrived at Mary Geos. Chapter 170, Gods of the World. You are not coming. Sorry. Doll apologized, even though she wished to follow them. There are many things that I have to do, and I need to protect my base since it is related to an important location for the world government. While the war between the Marines and the Whitebeard pirates was getting close, it didn't mean that Sengoku would take all the Marines for the war, since if he did that, who would protect the rest of the parts of the ocean? Doll also wanted to be part of this war, but she knew well that she had a mission that she had to take, especially when it was related to their future. If this plan was successful, then the number of Marines that died in battle with the pirates would decrease, and the Marines would become stronger. Your task is more important than fighting the Whitebeard pirates? Karina asked in surprise. In just 3 days of his leaving, she had gained all the necessary knowledge to understand those 4 emperors, the 4 strongest pirates that were more or less similar to a disaster. Among the 4, without a doubt, Newgate was the strongest, as he could create earthquakes and many tsunamis. Destroying an island or 2 was like a child's game for him. So, despite the danger, Dahl would remain on the New World instead of joining the war on the Grand Line. My mission is quite important. Dahl looked around and whispered, I need to protect Vegapunk. The eyes of the 3 changed, but they didn't voice out their surprise when they heard Dahl's answer. Okay, then. Be careful. I will. Dahl smiled and said, You, too. I am waiting for you here. Waiting. Dahl blushed and lightly tapped his chest with her fist. You are clear, right? Don't make me say it. It was because Shinra was clear that he was helpless. Oh, what a sinful man. As Dahl left, Karina shook her head with a sigh. It can't be helped. He is so charming. Even if he doesn't do anything, those women will swarm to him like ants toward sugar. You are right. Karina nodded at Robin's words. But as he is so handsome, he must have a weakness. A perfect being doesn't exist, after all. Don't you see his weakness? Robin looked at Karina with a smile. You are right. Can we go now? While Shinra was speechless, the staff had been sent by the 5 elders, welcoming him with the highest respect. Yes, he might only appear once, and he had no reputation previously, but as he had defeated Kaido, no one could take him on lightly. At the same time, he had this special aura that made him appear majestic and made people subconsciously submit like they met their superior due to his supreme king Haki. For others, this might be weird, but Shinra didn't think so since many people with the Supreme King Haki had a great charisma that even worked similarly to brainwashing. If he gave an example, it was like how Luffy could make many friends with ease despite being idiots, who never listened to others, making them have such affection that they would do anything for him. Even someone with a high potential to become one of the kings in the world, Shanks, would sacrifice one of his arms. Shinra was also able to do the same, and frankly, with this aura, it made his life easier as he had no need to be afraid of being provoked, especially by those weaklings, who were like frogs at the bottom of a well. Then again, it might not work on Luffy. Still, anyway, Shinra didn't think that he would become Luffy's enemy, as this guy would simply laugh, walk away, and go on his adventure. But Vegapunk, huh? Haven't you thought to learn something from him, Shinra? Karina asked curiously. Probably, later. How smart do you think this smartest man in the world is? Robin asked curiously. I don't know, but I have heard that he has eaten Nomi, which enhances his brain, both IQ and size, that his head is so huge that it is like a tree. Robin and Karina. Really? Really? As they walked into the part, they were led into the lift that would lead them into the Mary Geos, where they would return to the Grand Line, but as expected, they wouldn't be able to return right away, as Shinra had to meet the 5 elders first. Still, while Shinra was calm, Robin and Karina weren't as calm as they thought to be since they knew well that they were about to face people with the highest positions in the world. Naturally, while they talked about many things, they didn't say anything about what Shinra planned to do since there might be a listening device. No, it should be that the people outside should listen to him, but with his ability, all the people in this lift were already being hypnotized by him. Those people might have appeared to submit to him, but he knew well that as long as he left, those people would be called by the 5 elders, as they asked about what Shinra, Karina, and Robin talked about. The listening device might not exist, but even so, as those who could be hired as the staff on the Mary Geos had a certain level of strength, of course, they had higher senses than normal people. By the way, how does this carriage pull us up? Karina asked. Was it also something created by Vegapunk? It might be, but 2x. It might be pulled by a human's strength. 2x. You are lying, right? You mean a group of people is pulling us from the bottom to a high position? Yes. 2x. Well, it might move with a steam machine, so don't worry. Yes, a steam machine existed, as it was the main energy generator on the Punk Hazard before Shinra appeared and killed Caesar. Caesar, despite how he was smart, and of course, it was easy for him to create the steam machine, especially when it wasn't so hard to create. If there were a problem, then it would be the source of energy, since as the sea level continued to increase, the coals, which were the source of energy, would also disappear. However, it was also due to this reason that he wouldn't be surprised if this lift was pulled by a group of slaves that were kept on the Mary Geos. The location of the Mary Geos was 10,000 meters above sea level, and while Shinra wasn't sure if this place should lack resources, or if there might be resources, but as only a limited number of people could come to this place, it was hard for them to search for it, especially when this location, which was known as the Red Line, circled the world. Still, there was one question on his mind. Was this naturally created or artificially created? Still, if somehow this red line disappeared, would the level of the ocean return to normal? Or, could everyone only wait for the true savior to return? Shaking his head softly, Shinra left the lift as he held Robin and Karina, as they had finally arrived at the Mary Geos, the home of the gods of this world. Huh? Who are they? Also, those around him seem to be women. Pull those masks for me. I can tell that they are beautiful and I want to make them into my next wives. 3x. Yet, no matter how the future may be, Shinra didn't think that this snotty idiot with a bowl of aquarium on his head was suited to become part of the group of gods. Only. Bang. Chapter 171, Hobi no Mi is scary. With an idiotic face and snot on his face, the man wore an aquarium bowl on his face, like he was an astronaut, as he stared at Shinra's group with lust. Even though Robin and Karina had hidden most of their features, they were still targeted by an idiot. Then again, despite wearing their covers and hijabs, their loose clothes showed the silhouette of their bodies, which were lewd, and as Shinra was so handsome, would someone think that the two women by his side were ugly? Moreover, his maid is so beautiful. I am sure that those two women are even more so. One of the gods said lustfully. Shinra, Robin, and Karina. The three subconsciously looked at Baby 5, who followed them from behind silently, but different from Robin and Karina, she wore a sexy, French-made outfit like usual, which attracted the attention of one of the gods of this world, who was known as the World Noble. Baby 5 was in despair as she knew well that she was the cause of all these problems. Frankly, as she arrived at this place, she was at a loss, as this was the place that Doflamingo had always wished to live, but was unable to, and because of that, she was in a state of disbelief, especially when Shinra was able to enter this garden of gods, yet, unexpectedly, her existence brought him trouble. So, what should she do? Should she kill herself? Or, should she let that disgusting god touch her? Yet, even if everything was given, would the World Noble stop? Baby 5 might not be the smartest, but she had seen many people, so of course, watching how greedy this pig was, it was impossible to stop her, and would reach his dirty claws to her master, and get the guy, too. Unexpectedly, the guy was wilder than they had imagined. Kill them. Shinra's words were simple, and all the guards that he had hypnotized raised their rifles under the confusion of everyone, and bang. 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 Under his control with hypnosis, those who followed him quickly killed the group in front of them, despite one of them being one of the World Nobles. The World Noble also didn't expect that he would be shot as he pressed his chest in pain, unable to breathe as his lung was shot, while still showing a disbelief expression as he had never expected that something like this would happen. Yet, Robin, Karina, and Baby 5, who saw how brutal Shinra was as he directly killed all of those people, including the part of the World Noble without batting an eye, felt a strange sensation on their bodies. One was that they felt their man was awesome, but then, a fear started to creep over them, especially when Shinra wished to become part of the Marines. Still, no one could say anything, especially when Shinra approached the World Noble calmly, looking at his ugly face that was about to die pathetically. Hurry up and bring me to the hospital. I am hurt, you bastard. What the hell did you do with them? Hurry up. Don't make me kill you. Shinra stared at this pig for a while before he snapped his fingers and turned the god of the world into a toy. Naturally, he also did something similar to everyone and erased their memories of those bad guys forever. The power of the Hobi no Mi was simply too buggy, especially when it had the effect of erasing everyone's memories about the individual who had become a toy. No matter who they were, as long as they turned into toys, they would be unable to be remembered, and they wouldn't be able to use their power, either. Shinra then looked at Robin, Karina, and Baby 5, and asked, "Did you remember?" "Remember what?" Robin asked with confusion. Was the Hodi no Mi so strong that it could make the people who saw what had happened before them forget directly? Or was the existence of the world noble so low that they didn't bother to remember? Then again, Shinra was sure that even among the world nobles, everyone's position wasn't the same. There were those who were above, and there were those who were at the lowest. Those at the top were strong and had a power matched by that of a vice-admiral, or even an admiral, but those at the bottom, the trashy ones, he could tell that no one wanted them and they could only satisfy their desire with the commoners at the bottom, as no lady from the world nobles would touch them. Let me make you remember. As he snapped, the three quickly remembered what had happened, before they looked at the group of toys near Shinra's feet, seemingly begging, with a shocked expression. With this power. Karina was full of excitement, thinking that no one could stop Shinra, but at the same time, she wondered when he got this power. Was it when he went on the 3-day training arc? As I have told you before, this power is necessary. Robin nodded. The rest of the members of the Doflamingo Pirates were all okay, but Sugar, with the Hodi no Mi, had to disappear as her power was just too dangerous. Shinra might be okay as he could protect himself, but what about his women? If he forgot his women, children, and family as they had been transformed into a toy, what would happen then? Fortunately, he got this power, and with this power, even if he had a conflict with the world government, it didn't matter as he could erase this problem by turning it into a toy. Or, he could even use the Koto Amatsukami. I am sorry, Shinra-sama. Only Baby 5, who remembered, didn't dare to meet him and even kowtowed at his feet. I have caused you trouble. I will die for you. This also reminded her of the past when her mother abandoned her as they couldn't raise her with low food, making her wish to be needed by anyone, even if the price was her destruction. So, when she had caused him so much trouble that he might even become the enemy of the world, she thought of erasing herself, as she knew well that she was nothing but trouble. Shinra, Robin, and Karina. Yet, watching Baby 5, who turned her hand into a pistol and was ready to shoot herself, Shinra slapped her. Slap. The tingling pain woke her up, and she looked at him with confusion. You are mine. I won't give you to anyone, even if those people are in the god of this world, so don't ever think that you are useless again. Baby 5 felt the pain in her body become even more unbearable as she looked at him with obsession. Karina and Robin. By the way, I know that it might be late, but I have the ability. Do you want to hide there for a while? Okay. 3x. Unlike Luffy, who didn't understand the difference between a male and a female, all the world nobles were lustful and took 10 wives at a minimum. Shinra might be loved by the 5 elders, but would they punish the trashy world noble for him? As expected, it was better for him to take control of this world. Still, before that, let's meet the 5 elders first. Chapter 172, Leave it to your most loyal follower. You have come, Uchiha Shinra. Yes, sir. In front of him, there were 5 people who had a powerful aura that could make anyone tremble, yet for him, whose power was much stronger than Kaido's, their power was nothing, but if they worked together, Shinra knew they would become troublesome opponents. Yet, without a doubt, they lacked the power to completely suppress him. Then again, even Sabo, Luffy's brother, could run away with ease from the 5 elders, which showed how weak they were. This place is as good as over. Nothing is permanent. Whether it was Nika or the world government, led by someone behind the scenes, all of them had once risen to the sky, becoming the god that was worshipped by people like a Chinese emperor, who got the mandate of heaven, becoming the son of heaven. Yet, even so, many of those with power fell down, like the Mongol Empire, British Empire, and even the Roman Empire, which was being worshipped by many. Still, as even Genghis Khan, who was once just a small hunter on the grassland, could become the highest emperor on the land, why couldn't Shinra do the same, right? The savior that was hoped for by the prophecy. Shinra rolled his eyes. Then again, he didn't intend to fight all the 5 elders since his goal had always been to take down this world government from the inside, and to do that, he had to be patient by understanding everything within this world, especially the parts where the world was sinking into water. After all, he wanted to colonize this world, so if the world sank, then wouldn't the world have no value, then? Yet, without a doubt, as he gave them a standard respect like that in the military toward the superior, the 5 elders didn't show much anger and felt happy since he could still show them respect. All of those with power, all of them had a certain amount of pride, which was the sin of those mortals, they thought, which caused Shinra to roll his eyes as he wondered what the difference was between them, except for where they were born. Then again, unlike those trashy world nobles, who were idiots and got everything based on their lineages, the five elders weren't weak, and they had a certain power that allowed them to destroy a country or two with ease. All of them were powerhouses that had a power comparable to a disaster. Still, as everything was too stiff, Shinra decided to break the silence by breaking his character. "Boss, I have always wanted to meet you. As expected, your visage is so handsome. I can tell the reason why this sea is so peaceful is due to your hard work." One by one, he praised all of them, making them feel comfortable. Why did the emperors love to keep eunuchs? It was because they were good at praising. Praise, praise, praise. By praising his superiors, he would continue to rise. Shinra might not be an eunuch, and he even had many women, but even so, he knew that, instead of using hard power, which was force, it was better to use soft power, so that way, they could trust him more. Moreover, with his education and experiences, who often worked along with the nobles in the world of Naruto to make money, it was easy for him to praise the five elders and make them comfortable. Enough, Uchiha Shinra. Let's talk about something more serious. Yet, Shinra's lips twitched since despite Garcia's cold expression, the smirk on his face was just noticeable, and the rest was all the same, but it was a good move that he lowered his status, so that way, all of them would feel comfortable. Please do tell. Even if you ask me to walk over the ocean of fire, I will do it. There is no need to do something as meaningless as that, but you should have heard about Sengoku's plan to wage a war against the Whitebeard pirates by executing Porges D. Ace. I hear that. Shinra nodded since he had read the newspaper, so of course, he knew the war was about to happen, and this also made him slightly at a loss, wondering whether he would lose his chance to get that Logia type of devil fruit. But will the Whitebeard pirates come? Even if Newgate treats all of his crews as his sons, Ace doesn't have a blood relationship with Newgate, and to sacrifice all of his sons for this single son, would he be so cruel? It might be so if it's a normal situation, but Ace is the son of that bastard. Garcia was happy to see that Shinra wasn't ignorant and decided to leak certain information. That bastard. Gold Roger. Ace is that bastard's son. When the five elders thought of Gold Roger, all of them had a hint of killing intent as they wished to tear this man's body into several pieces, giving him the cruelest death. Because of this man, the sea was in chaos. I see. Shinra nodded, as calm as ever. Then, it's better not to announce this problem till the day of the execution since the remnants of Gold Roger's crews might come to save Ace. Are you afraid? Ethan Baron V. Nustero, who was in charge of finance of the world government, asked. It's just wasteful. Wasteful. While the lives of those soldiers don't matter as we can invite more people to fill the void, it will be too wasteful if they all die, especially when the world government has given so many resources. This war, if it really happens, I hope that it can become a complete victory, an overwhelming one, to show how meaningless the struggle of those pirates, and show the might of the world government, especially those kingdoms and countries, so instead of a brutal victory over the pirates with many dead due to the unexpected factors that are related to the Gold Roger, isn't it better to just end the Whitebeard pirates with ease? 5x. The five people fell into a deep silence and thought that Shinra was more or less correct. While they had a lot of money, it didn't mean that they could spend it without hesitation, and those soldiers, even if they didn't think too much of them, had a certain value, and they had given a lot of resources to them, so wasn't it wasteful to just let them die? We must have planted the image of the world government as an absolute, and no one can deny or shake it, including those parasites of the world known as pirates, and crush them completely. Instead of the bloodshed of countless people, Shinra wished to build his rule by the blood of the parasites known as the world nobles. Hearing his words, the five of them breathed heavily and their faces were full of excitement, yet Shinra felt a bit overwhelmed, thinking that they didn't swing that way, right? Uchiha Shinra. Yes. We will leave the Marines to you. Shinra. Chapter 173, Cruel versus Cruel. As Shinra was speechless by the decision of the five elders, the Whitebeard pirates, who had known about the public execution of Ace, couldn't control themselves. Ace. Pops. We should save him. Yes, Ace might be impetuous, easily get angry, and have many other problems, but even so, he was loved by many, including the captain of the Whitebeard pirates, Edward Newgate. We will save Ace. Yeah. Let's do it. Let's save Ace. Those Marines. We will kill all of them. While many were in a jubilant mood, the number who felt gloomy wasn't low, especially Teach, who had just planned to stay low on the Whitebeard pirates until he got the devil fruit that he wished to be. If this pirate group were destroyed, then what would happen? Those around him thought that Newgate was invincible, the strongest, the one who was above many, yet Teach knew well that Newgate was old, so old that he couldn't even use his Haki. Supreme King Haki aside, Newgate's body, which was old, riddled with wounds, and had many diseases, was already on the limit. Even when he faced Red Hair, who was known as the weakest among the four emperors, the result was just a draw. Yes, Red Hair, Shanks might not be weak, but compared to those superhuman like Newgate, Kaido, and even Charlotte Lean, whose bodies were similar to that of a giant, Shanks' height was just like a baby. Moreover, there was also the alliance of Kaido and Big Mom. If they left to fight a war against the Marines to save Ace, what would Kaido and Big Mom do when they left their territory? Dad, are you sure that you want to save Ace? While everyone wished to save Ace, Teach decided to answer this question timidly, and as expected, everyone berated and got angry at him. What do you mean by those words, Teach? Don't you care about Ace? Do you want to see your sibling die? Facing their anger, Teach was the one who wanted to get angry the most. Sibling. Did they think that as long as they recognized Newgate as their father, it meant that everyone was siblings? Even among siblings, there were many who fought to the death. Still, when Teach saw Newgate's expression, which just remained blank, it made him irritated somehow, seemingly wishing to save Ace as soon as possible. It made him so stressed that his head might split. So. Look at the reality, idiot. Kaido and Big Mom have made an alliance. We even made an enemy of Shanks. Then, we will have to fight the entire Marine. If we leave for the Grand Line to the Marine headquarters to fight Marines and to save Ace, then what about our territory? Do you want all our territory stolen? And Teach looked at Newgate and said, what if Dad is dead in this war? Everyone. Yes, Newgate might be the strongest man in the world, and he could destroy an island or two with ease, but the question was, would he be by their side forever? If Newgate were gone, then who would take care of them? Moreover, did they think that this war with the Marines to save Ace would be so easy? In the worst case, all of them or Newgate might die. In the best case, some of them could stay alive, and Newgate could also return, but without a doubt, how could Newgate live a long life after that? Regardless, all of them were as naive as Ace and knew that this war would be brutal, and their father, Newgate, might even lose their life. Moreover, they knew that Newgate was sick and all others were clear too, especially when he wore many medical tools around his body to keep him alive. Marco, the captain of the 1st Division of the Whitebeard Pirates and also the doctor, knew the most about how horrible Newgate's body was. Pops. Everyone then quickly understood Teach's worry, and one question emerged on their minds. Ace's life or Newgate's pirate? Who should they choose? The answer is simple, right? Gururara. Yet, Newgate merely laughed. What are you worried about? I am Edward Newgate. Whitebeard. The strongest man in the world. Shanks. Kaido. Lean. The Marines. All of them will tremble under my might. He then looked at Teach with a soft expression and said, also, you all are my sons, and Ace is also my son. As long as you are in trouble, I will be there to save you, and even if you, Marco, or even Squard are caught by the Marines, I will be there to save you by destroying those bastards. Dad. Everyone was moved, and even Teach was moved as they could feel the love of their father. Yet, Newgate knew well that if it were others who were caught or killed by the Marines, he wouldn't do anything, but Ace was different. Ace was the future of the Whitebeard Pirates, especially with his identity as the son of Gold Roger. Yes, Newgate liked Ace, but at the same time, he also knew that as long as Ace became the new leader of the Whitebeard Pirates, all of those powerful pirates under Gold Roger, and those who worked with him, all of them would come to be Ace's followers and create a new and even more powerful pirate group. Newgate knew that he was old and he wasn't as strong as before, and it was also due to this that he had been thinking about how to keep everyone alive, and Ace was the answer. Even if many died, it didn't matter since as long as Ace was living, the Whitebeard Pirates would continue. The lives of those fuckers were nothing compared to the future of the Whitebeard Pirates and Ace. Yet, Newgate couldn't say that as he had to maintain his gentle and loving act as usual. Then again, Teach, who knew that it was impossible to stop Newgate, could only sigh and say, "Dad, our battle will be hard, so how about we get more helpers?" Helpers. Newgate frowned, but he also understood that this battle would be hard, so if they could get more helpers, it would be great. Was it the remnants of the Gold Roger pirates? Newgate felt that this was possible, or rather, he should do so, since as long as Ace lived, everything would be okay. Yet, Teach gave a different answer than Newgate had expected. Impel down. With a silly, yet cruel smile on his face, Teach showed his ruthlessness that made some tremble as he said, "Let's release all of those prisoners and make them our helpers." Their breathing became heavy, yet Newgate's eyes also became fiercer and agreed to Teach's plans. The Marines had planned to kill him, so why should he be polite, right? Yet, how could they save those people from Impel down? Don't worry. Newgate showed a confident smile and said, "I know someone who can take away all of those prisoners with ease." Chapter 174, Is Shinra a World Noble? Is it still necessary for me to go to the Marines? Isn't it better for me to stay at the New World, as you know that Big Mom and Kaido have made an alliance? As the execution for Ace was getting close, the 5 elders asked him to join the Marines as soon as possible, and naturally, Shinra had to hide his identity as a CP0 member, and frankly, this role of his was weird, as he had a double identity. Was it even allowed? Yet. Yes. J. Garcia nodded. Do your best to kill Whitebeard later. Even with your power, Sengoku will only put you on the Vice Admiral, but if you can increase your reputation, you can become the Admiral, and in the future, you can even become the Fleet Admiral. As J. Garcia said, Shinra sighed helplessly since that was just an empty promise, since if the world government lost to the pirates, then what would those promises mean to them? Boss, I am about to become a father. I want to relax for a bit. Then, just bring your wives and children with you to work. Except for us, no one can order you. J. Garcia snorted and said, "Do you want me to hire you as a babysitter? Or do you need obedient slaves? Let me give it to you. Many of them are beautiful and sexy. Oh, let me give you some, too. Me too. What kind of women do you like? How many do you want? Hundreds? Thousands? Stop. Stop." Shinra was speechless. "Boss, I am just working under you. How can I have so much money to take care of them?" At this moment, he really felt like Genghis Khan, who got so many beautiful women from tribes who were subdued or enemies. While it was wrong of him to say this, it felt like those beautiful women were treated like resources to make powerful men work under them instead of being treated carefully or like living humans. Frankly, in this world, there was no gender equality unless women were truly strong, and even if they were strong, in the end, they would succumb to their feelings, the men who had made them fall so deeply. Well, that's true. Shinra's salary, while it might be better than most, would be a burden for him to take care of so many women. Having more women was good and all, but moreover, as I want to focus on serving you, having more women will distract my work. While Shinra said so as if he had no interest in women, the 5 elders looked at him with a strange emotion. They should be happy for a strongman to serve them like they were his god, yet why did they feel like he was shameless? By the way, how many women have you impregnated? 2. Why does your answer end in a question? Shinra. By the way, how old are you? 17. Are you going to follow Big Mom's path? Shinra. Well, whatever. Then again, while many of the world nobles had sex with many women, their numbers were so low. Was it due to their low ability in that area? Yet, Shinra showed his power not just by his physical ability, but also by his ability in that area. By the way, where are your women? I left them in their hometown since the sea is dangerous, and I have also heard that the world nobles like to collect beautiful women, so. J. Garcia was angry and said, "Just bring them here if you want to. If some of those nobles want to put their hands on them, I will castrate them." Shinra. Regardless, instead of the problem of women, he felt that he needed to talk more about the problem of the New World, as it had become more chaotic due to the alliance of the Beast Pirates and Big Mom Pirates. There is no need to worry about those scum-like places. Ethan Barron snorted. That place is poor, and hardly anything important is there. Is it? I have heard the Wano country is wealthy. The 5 elders laughed when they heard Shinra's words. Well, that's true. That country is wealthy. By the way, your name is quite similar to that country. If you can throw away Kaido and the current regime, what do you think of becoming the king of that country? Marcus asked. CP0, businessman, the Marines, then king. Shinra rubbed his temple and complained. Boss, do you want me to die so early? Oh, don't worry. There is a way for you to live forever. Also, isn't your devil fruit Bado no Mi, model, vampire? Shouldn't you be able to maintain your youth almost forever? Youth and lifespan are different, okay. That's true. While they nodded, Shinra only nodded and didn't intend to tell them everything about his Bado no Mi, model, vampire. Frankly, when the 5 elders knew that Shinra had gotten the mythical type of Zoan, especially the vampire type, their hearts skipped a beat for a moment, as this devil fruit was a rare type, but due to its rarity, they didn't have much records, especially when the user lived in the new world where their control wasn't good. That said, let me give you rewards. Shinra was surprised since. Devil fruits. And a sword. His lips twitched as he looked at the rewards that had been given by the 5 elders. Your sword was destroyed, right? Here, we have Shusue, the treasured sword of Wano. Also, as for those 3 devil fruits, you can give them to your children. This is too much, sir. Shinra had much greed anyway, and he felt that their gifts were more like a trouble than rewards. No, take them. If you don't take them, then you can't go back. Then, thank you. Shinra was helpless, but decided to thank the 5 elders sincerely. The 5 of them might be shitty, but even so, they were good to him, so in the future, he should give them a proper burial, he thought. Then again, did they rob Moria to get the Shusue? While Shinra had many weapons, whether it was Durandal, Kubikiraku, firearms, bombs, and many others, he wouldn't refuse more weapons. Those 3 are Paramecia-type devil fruits. Paramecia. Yes. J. Garcia pointed out each of those fruits as he introduced them. Those are Sub no Mi, Noro no Mi, and Sabi no Mi. With your intelligence, you should be able to develop them well, right? At this moment, Shinra wondered whether he was an illegitimate child of the world noble. Yet, the 5 elders really thought so, thinking that he was the illegitimate child of the world noble, who had thrown him. After all, it wasn't uncommon to see those world nobles throw away their partners and children after they grew bored. Still, they felt like Shinra might come from the Don Quixote family as he tried to defend the kingdom where his ancestor had ruled before. Shinra. Regardless, they decided to compensate Shinra well, and as he was young, they were sure they would work for them wholeheartedly. Chapter 175, The Consultant is at Work. While there are many things they should talk about, their focus has always been on the public execution of Ace, as they had to make it as successful as possible. Those pirates are cunning, like rats. When they are cornered, they will hide in the corner, showing their desperation, but when we let our guard down, they will come out and cause trouble. Yet, no matter how cunning the pirates were, the 5 elders had never thought that those scums were someone that they should fear. Instead, it should be them who feared them, especially when Shinra had decided to join them. Okay, I will quickly make reports to the Marines as soon as possible. Good. J. Garcia nodded, then asked, if possible, can you also help us get the blueprint of Pluton? Pluton. It's an ancient weapon of the past that has the power to destroy an island. Shinra blinked his eyes, then asked, is such a weapon necessary? Who among us can't destroy an island or 2? Also, the energy consumption is high. Even if you have a lot of money from the heavenly tribute, there should be a limit to consumption, right? Ha ha ha. All of them laughed at his words, but at the same time, they also nodded at him with a smile, thinking he was sharp. As you have guessed, while the Pluton is powerful, it needs a lot of power, and with how the world is, it will be difficult to search for that power. Then. But don't worry. J. Garcia had a confident smile on his face. We have solved that problem. The energy problem. How could they solve it? Would they use the slaves that had been working tirelessly to pull the travelator on the Mary Geos? If that was the case, then Shinra would have to say that the 5 elders were just too lavish since the energy that was generated by the slaves was far lower than the cost that they spent. So, they must have another sources of energy, but what kind of energy it was, he wasn't sure, and he also wouldn't say much since he knew well that even if an infinite energy existed, the machine that was used to create an energy must have been maintained, and with how most of the islands were going to sink, he was afraid this world was as good as over, especially when the land on the red line wasn't exactly a good land, which could be used to plant crops, or rich with minerals. Still, he had no need to think much and just focused on his job to make the world government stronger, since by then, when he took away everything, it was far easier. If that's the case, then I don't have to worry. I will do my best to get this blueprint after I finish my registration as a Marine. Good. The 5 of them nodded. There is no need to be that impatient. But you know where they are, right? According to our information, those 2 items should be in the hands of Iceberg or Frankie, as they are the students of Tom, the damnable shipwright who made the Roger Pirates ship, the Oro Jackson. We have sent several CP9 members to disguise themselves with several identities. Shinra thought for a moment and asked, have you thought to just catch them directly? The 5 elders. All of them fell silent and weren't sure what to say at this moment. Why couldn't they just catch Iceberg and Frankie directly? Were they afraid of the consequences? Yet, who were the identities of Iceberg and Frankie? They were just a mayor and a bandit. The 5 elders could even destroy a country or 2, so why should they hesitate to kidnap Iceberg and Frankie? 5x. Should we? J. Garcia asked hesitantly. Why not? Just take them away, torture them, and even if we find nothing, then we will just threaten them to destroy Water 7. If they don't want their island to be bombarded by the Buster Call and completely destroyed, they will have to give us the blueprint of Pluton. The 5 elders. What if the members of the world government are angry with our actions? The consequences are high. Shinra. At this moment, he wondered why the 5 of them could even stand above everyone. Let's say that Iceberg and Frankie try to develop a dangerous weapon that can endanger the world, so the world government has decided to catch the 2 for the peace of this world. The 5 elders. What kind of weapons? Shinra took a deep breath and decided to explain everything from the beginning to the end. Frankly, he didn't have an interest in Water 7, this Venice-like island that was about to sink, yet famous for its shipbuilders. Still, as he was tasked to get to Pluton, he had to go to the city, but he didn't want to, as it was just too much of a waste of time, especially when he was in a rush to go to a certain island to get a certain type of Logia devil fruit. Also, with the CP9, it should be enough to take care of Iceberg and Frankie, right? The only problem that the 5 elders were afraid of the most was handling the aftermath, and also how they could make Iceberg and Frankie voice their secrets, right? As for Water 7, like Shinra, the 5 of them never cared about this place. If it was destroyed, then it was destroyed, so as long as they could get the blueprint of Pluton. So, at that moment, Shinra made a plan for all of them on how to get the blueprint of the Pluton by kidnapping Iceberg and Frankie, and threatened them with Water 7 if they didn't tell them where the blueprint of the Pluton was. When you get everything, just silence the 2, so that the world government can remain on the side of justice. If you are still worried, you can just put all the blame on Iceberg and Frankie of the pirate group. Can you just talk right away to those CP9? Sure, give me their phone, and I will talk to them about their plan. Someone, go and give our consultant a den mushi to recite all the plans to the leader of the CP9. Call all the members, too, so I don't waste my time. Do as he has said. Yes, sir. So, with the orders of the 5 elders, Shinra talked with the leader of the CP9, Spandam, along with all the other members of the CP9. Naturally, when they faced him, they were so respectful that he could talk with the 5 elders and stayed by their side. Then again, why did he call them? As they were confused, Shinra explained everything from the beginning and how they should take the blueprint of the Pluton. Naturally, everything had to be done in a quiet and low-key manner. Yes, sir. If we destroy Water 7 after that. Spandam swore loudly. No, there is no need to if you have gained the blueprint. You just need to get Frankie and Iceberg. As for Water 7, just let it be how it is since it will give a lot of tax to the world government. Oh, right. I am sorry for my impudence, sir. Don't worry. Just follow my plan, and I will back you up from behind. Yes, sir. Yet, as their boss, Spandam, excitedly and respectfully talked with Shinra, the other members of the CP9, their eyes flickered and filled with curiosity, as they got the first time to know this new member of the CP0, the consultant. Chapter 176, As expected, you are a member of the World Noble. Sir, we got the blueprint. Spandam said with excitement. Good, just silence the two, and return to the Mary Geos as soon as possible. Yes, sir. By the way, is there a famous pirate there? Do you want us to catch them, sir? No, they can be used as a scapegoat. I will use the media to put all the blame for everything on this group of pirates. Wait a moment. Let me ask. Spandam quickly asked his subordinates and urged them to search for a famous pirate, who could be used as a scapegoat. If there is no one around, just search for the closest one. Okay, sir. Please wait for a while. Shinra had just spent a few hours talking and communicating from a distance, yet the result was far better than those who had worked on the mission for so many years, making all of them speechless as they had never thought that they could get the blueprint of the Pluton in just a moment. Leave this matter to your subordinate, just go to Mary Geos to send the blueprint. Right away. Spandam didn't waste his time, then looked at Rob Lucci, the one with the highest power on the CP9. Lucci, I leave the rest to you. Just follow the consultant Sama's order. The blueprint of the Pluton was the highest priority, and he had to send it as soon as possible. After all, if it were gone, then Spandam was sure that he wouldn't be able to save his head. Yes, boss. Like Spandam, Lucci, and the others followed Shinra's words with great care as they tried to search for the nearby pirates who could be used as the scapegoats. As for Iceberg and Frankie, Shinra and the five elders didn't care much since the two of them couldn't do anything against them, and even if they could stay alive, it was impossible for them to talk badly about the world government, as they really did have the blueprint of the dangerous weapon. Still, without a doubt, the five elders were so happy. Good job, Uchiha Shinra. It's an honor. Shinra lightly bowed his head, then said, that said, as for the rest, I am sure that the others can handle it. Yes. J. Garcia nodded. You can leave the rest to them, since if they can't even follow those simple instructions, I will erase them personally. No, there is no need to erase them since the new agents might not be as capable as they are, and isn't it a waste to throw them away after you have used so much money to train them? You know what? Topman looked at Shinra with a smile and said, how about you become the leader of the CP0? Boss. Shinra was so helpless. I am so busy. How can I have time to manage the CP0? Be confident, young man. You have the mythical type of Zoan. Your physical ability is better than anyone's. It might be, but shouldn't we focus on this public execution first? Let's prepare for the worst, so everything can be successful. Oh. What's worse? In their minds, the execution of Ace was a simple thing, as the Marines had only fought the Whitebeard pirates, and this victory was as good as theirs. Sir, while Ace's identity as the son of Gold Roger is a secret, there might be a chance someone else knows it. Such as Edward Newgate. Oh. What's wrong with that? That guy is nothing but a fool who just collects children. That might be so, but what if an accident happens and he has become smarter, and when that happens? When that happens. 5x. The remnants of the Roger pirates might come. Everyone. Also, from the documents that I have read, I have concluded that Vice Admiral Monkey D. Garp was the one who helped Ace's mother escape the encirclements of the Cipher Pole in the past. Still, when Shinra thought of this accident, he felt at a loss, wondering how Garp could always show a silly smile and have fun, as he had caused many deaths of pregnant women on the South Blue, the place where Gold Roger lived with his lover, Porgus de Rouge. At that time, the news that Roger had a child was known, and as the world government wouldn't let those children be born, they had decided to kill the children. While Shinra couldn't say that it was the right decision, as Gold Roger and the world government were enemies, especially when Roger had provoked the world government, don't expect them to become gentle. Yes, Ace and Rouge might be innocent, and because of that, Garp decided to save the two, but was it okay for him to ignore those pregnant women who had been killed during the incident? While Fleet Admiral Sengoku and the Great Staff Officer might be able to stop Garp, there might be a chance that Garp decides to betray, and when that happens. Their faces became ugly, but they also had to admit that the chance for Garp to betray wasn't zero, especially given Garp's identity. He was such a bastard, who had always caused trouble and had a son, who was a terrorist. His grandson was even a pirate. So what do you think we should do? Just fight. Fight. No matter what, even if Garp is a hero, if he has decided to fight against the Marines and the world government, he has betrayed them, so just fight and kill. Why should they think too much, right? Still, this is just my hypothesis, and it is better to consult with the Fleet Admiral Sengoku. That's true. Yes, it was just a hypothesis, and the best way to handle this was to talk with Sengoku. Naturally, it was impossible for Shinra to talk with Sengoku directly, so everything had to be left to the five elders, as they were the ones who were cornered with the peace on this ocean, since when the world was in a peace, they had no need to spend money on budget to fight against pirates and just lived lavishly without worry. Lastly, there is more. Watching the ugly expression of the five elders, Shinra sighed and said, "It's the last, sir. The last one is about the 7 warlords of the oceans. 5x. We have lost Doflamingo and Crocodile, leaving only 5, so can they help us in this battle? Whether they want to or not, they will, and we will make sure of it. Please give a tough response, sir." Shinra looked at the 5 and said, "If they don't join, then you can let them know what it means to become the enemy of the world government." "We will." 5x. "As for the war, you don't have to worry." Shinra exuded a strong confidence and said, "As long as I am here, we will win." Uchiha Shinra. 5x. Without a doubt, their greatest gift in the last 800 years was to meet Shinra, and this also strengthened their thoughts that Shinra Uchiha. Yes. Are you a member of the Don Quixote family? As Shinra showed a dumbfounded and confused expression, the 5 elders nodded and thought that he was really a member of the Don Quixote family. "Don't worry. We will let you return to the family." Wait. Chapter 177, It's hard for everything to be peaceful. Are you a celestial dragon too, Shinra? No, I am not. Shinra rubbed his temple and asked, "How can I be the celestial dragon?" How could he be a celestial dragon? After all, he knew himself that he didn't come from this world, and he just visited this place because he wanted to colonize, so why did he suddenly become the celestial dragon? Do you think I have a noble origin? On that question, Robin, Karina, and Baby 5 nodded. Yes. They had seen nobles who were snobbish and even lacked qualities that were described in the story. Instead of those people who follow the motto of noblesse oblige, protecting those below them, they sucked the blood, tears, and everything of those who lived under them, like a greedy pig that wouldn't get satisfied no matter how much they had eaten. Meanwhile, while Shinra was far from the description of someone who followed the noblesse oblige, without a doubt, he was far nobler than those nobles. Still, no matter what his origin was, Robin smiled and said, "But it's all good, isn't it? Now, you have become the owner of the Don Quixote family." Yes, after the 5 elders made such an abrupt decision, they brought him to the Don Quixote family, and naturally, everyone in the family welcomed him. Why did they have such a reaction? It was simple, because Shinra had a power that matched the 4 emperors. He was like Shanks, who was, despite being a pirate, also a celestial dragon, and even if Shanks had such status, if he wanted to, he could return to become part of the world noble. As for Doflamingo, while he was also the celestial dragon, he couldn't return and could only live as a broker in the underworld. What was the difference? Naturally, a power. As long as one had power, even if someone from the celestial dragon was thrown away and became a pirate, they could return at any moment. At the same time, the world nobles also weren't a monolithic group, and even if everyone was a noble, there was a hierarchy among them. In front of the mortals, the Don Quixote family would be worshipped, and everyone could only bow when they saw them, but in front of the 5 elders, all of them were as good as little mice in front of fierce, hungry cats. So, when the 5 elders said that Shinra was a member of the Don Quixote family, they all agreed, and no one questioned their decision. Instead, they were happy that their family had a powerful individual among them. After all, the position of the Don Quixote family had always been quite iffy, especially when one of their members, Doflamingo Homing, the father of Doflamingo, wanted to release his status as the world noble and live among the mortals, as he thought that everyone was equal. Yet, how could the family agree with that and not have the same problem happen once again? They gave Homing a cruel punishment, letting him die, and many tragedies happened to his family, leaving him killed by his eldest son, Doflamingo. As for Doflamingo, if Doflamingo could be as powerful as Shanks, then they would welcome him without hesitation. Yet, without a doubt, no matter if Shinra was just a bastard child of their member, they all welcomed him since with him, the position of the Doflamingo family was as stable as it could be. Still, it was hard for them to maintain their polite attitude, and they wanted to discipline him, so he would follow all of their words faithfully, but all of them were directly hypnotized by him. Anyway, they were all just weak nobles who had no power, and frankly, even if the Doflamingo family was a royalty, at this moment, they were just one part of the world nobles and the money that they could get was limited, as they had no industry, and only relied on the pocket money given from the heavenly tribute. There was nothing valuable in this place, so Shinra didn't stay any longer and thought to go to the marine, to make a report, and this was also what the 5 elders wished for him. As for the Don Quixote family, if this family gave Shinra a hard time, then they would misunderstand him. Instead, they believed that he would control this family, and this was within their wish since his rise definitely worked to their advantage. Still, as they left, Karina looked around the manor of the Don Quixote family boredly, as their value was less than she had imagined, but Robin took many books, records of the Don Quixote family, which were covered in dust in the library. As for Baby 5, she had a complete belief in him and for him, she could do anything. As for Doflamingo, who was he? Baby 5 had already forgotten about Doflamingo. Say, Shinra, have you thought about why the original 20 kingdoms of the world government overthrew the big kingdom in the past? Robin asked curiously. Why? Yes. Robin nodded. There should be a reason, right? The big kingdom has existed for so long, so why should the 20 kingdom try to overthrow it? Well, if there is a reason, then those 20 kingdoms feel that their rights are infringed. Are their rights being infringed? Shinra thought for a moment to answer Robin, who had become so curious. In the beginning the 20 kingdoms were an alliance, followers, or even something lower, like subordinates of the big kingdom, but somehow, the decision of the king of the big kingdom made them angry, and because of that they decided to kill the king and take away the kingdom, and thus, the world government was born. Karina and Robin. While Baby 5's head was empty, thinking that Shinra, who was in deep thought, was as handsome as ever, Karina and Robin thought of his words seriously, and the more his words revolved in their minds, the stronger their agreement with his words. So, what was this big decision that made them so angry? I don't know. Shinra looked at Robin and Karina helplessly and said, "What do you think I am?" 2x. But I can guess. What is it? 2x. As expected of him, they thought. Well, probably, the king of the big kingdom wished to abolish slavery. Slavery. 2x. Karina and Robin frowned. They had seen slaves many times, and those kingdoms that weren't part of the world kingdoms had all become slaves, sold in many places, but somehow, they also understood why the original 20 kingdoms were angry at the king of the big kingdom, who wanted to abolish slavery. After all, slaves were property, they were all obtained with money, blood, and tears. If the king of the big kingdom wanted to liberate all of those slaves, would this king return all of their money? With that laughing, silly face, would that king even think all of that? Somehow, they understood why the king of the big kingdom was destroyed. Yes, the king of the big kingdom's wish was noble, yet he was naive. He is a good guy, though. Yup, he is a good guy. Still, as for his point of view toward slavery in this world, Shinra decided not to make a comment as it would take a long time to explain. Instead, he should focus on improving his power, since, instead of talking about ambitions and other things, if he had no power, then it would be impossible to change anything. Even Luffy had to do 2 years of training to become the Pirate King, right? Yet, regardless, as Shinra thought to have a peaceful journey to the Marines' headquarters, it seemed that it was hard, since I am one of the admirals of the Marines, Kazan. An incredibly tall, slim, yet muscular man with an afro-like hair, stood as his gaze looked solemnly at the young man before him. Nice to meet you, Uchiha Shinra. Everyone. Chapter 178, Longinus. When this man stood before them, Karina and Baby 5 didn't show much of a reaction, but Robin's pupils flickered, expanded, and subconsciously leaned on Shinra. It's an honor to have an admiral personally greet me. As Shinra comforted Robin, patting her hand softly, he returned Kazan's greeting as he wondered what he should do with this man. Yes, it could be said that Kazan was a good person, someone who believed in justice, and he even followed the belief in the burning justice that would help those who were weak and fight evil. In Kazan's mind, he was really that burning justice that would erase all of the evil in the world. Until that day, the day when he was told to destroy the island of scholars and kill his best friend. Even now, he hadn't forgotten that day, and because of that, while it might seem strange, as he was on the side of justice and someone who worked under the world government, he had been helping and supporting Robin from childhood till now. After all, with how young Robin was at that time, how could she even escape from all the dangers and those who were greedy for a bounty? Still, this time, Robin met someone unexpected, someone who didn't care about her bounty, especially when Shinra was so wealthy, and more importantly, he also had a power that was comparable to the four emperors. When Kazan stood before him, he could even feel an invisible pressure that made him unable to breathe, knowing that when they fought, the battle that they would have wouldn't be easy for him, and while he didn't want to admit it, there was a high chance that he might lose. Yet, this was also the reason why he came to Shinra, as he needed to know why he came to Robin. Why did Shinra take Robin with him? Yet, when Kazan saw Robin, who was next to Shinra, hiding most of her features with a hijab, appearing so dependent on him, it made him feel strange and confused. Then again, as he had been single most of his life, he also wasn't familiar with these types of emotions. "So, you are the one who will lead me to the Marine headquarters, Admiral?" "Yes." Kazan nodded, yet also frowned at Shinra's relaxed attitude as he wondered whether this young man hadn't realized his purpose. "But if you don't mind, how about we have a spar over there?" "You want to have a spar?" "Yes." Facing his doubt, Kazan made such an answer directly. "Fleet Admiral Sengoku has agreed to let you join the Marines, and without a doubt, you will be in a high position due to your feat in protecting Dressrosa from Kaido's anger, so, as we will be colleagues from now on, do you mind if we have a spar?" "Why not?" Shinra didn't mind having a spar with Kazan, but he knew well that this was what Kazan wished to do with him from the beginning. Unfortunately, there were too many people around them, so it was hard for Kazan to initiate their conversation directly, asking this young man about the question that he had always wanted to ask, but while talking was important, without a doubt, the strength was the most important. Yet, without a doubt, the duel between Shinra and Kazan caught the interest of many, and everyone quickly cleared the stage for the two, as they watched from a distance. Kazan's strength was, without a doubt, as he was one of the admirals, and more importantly, he was also the user of the Logia type of devil fruit, Hai no Mi, which made him able to manipulate ice. Yes, he was the ice itself. Was it an ice power? Of course, how could it not be powerful? Ice was the opposite of fire, yet even so, while it might not be blazing hot and burn everything in its path, and even had an image of being gentle, Shinra knew well that the power of ice was even more fearsome than anyone could imagine. The frigid ice could kill someone with ease. If Kazan could go further, with the ice ability, he might even be able to freeze time or other conceptual objects. Yet, what made ice was better than fire, it had no need for fuel. A fire needed oxygen to burn, but ice had no need for that, it just existed by slowing down the molecules and then killing all the living beings into a desert-like state similar to Antarctica. However, Shinra wasn't weak as he had even defeated Kaido. Also, it seemed that he had also eaten the devil fruit. But what kind? Still, regardless, Kazan looked at Shinra, who made a stretch in relaxation as if this battle would be easy for him, which made him frown. "Do you want me to hold back a little?" "No, it's fine. Just go all out." "Are you sure?" "Yup." Shinra nodded. "If you don't, you will lose anyway." "Oh." Kazan suddenly smiled, but this smile showed a coldness. "You think you are better than me? Then, can you defeat Kaido?" Kazan took a deep breath and said, "Let me teach you that an admiral isn't someone that can be underestimated." "Then, teach me." Shinra took out the new sword that was given to him, Shirshue, the treasured sword of Wano, while wondering how the five elders got it. Did they steal it from Moria? After all, based on his memory, it seemed Moria had taken Shirshue from Wano, along with all the corpses of powerful characters from that country, when he lost to Kaido. As this katana was taken, the sharp aura somehow exuded from him, and it caused everyone to shudder as if they were cut by him, even though they stood next to him. "What do you think, Robin?" Karina asked curiously. "Shinra-sama will win," Baby 5 said with extreme conviction. "I am not asking you." Robin didn't give an answer, yet as she stood behind Shinra, she felt like he was there, cutting down all of her fears, and protecting her, standing in front of her as if telling him that she would be okay. He will win. At that moment, the fear, nervousness, and everything about this world were erased within her, as Robin knew well that Shinra could do anything. Then, as expected, Let's start, Admiral. All of a sudden, Shinra's presence disappeared as if he didn't exist in this world. It was as if he had become one with the air, grass, soil, and everything, which made it impossible to detect him. Even if Kazan used his observation Haki, it was meaningless, yet even so, as he felt threatened, he used his strongest attack. Ice Age. At that moment, the world was about to become a frozen wasteland, yet before that happened, Shinra suddenly stood before him and slashed his blade, which had the concentration of his techniques, Haki, and everything. If Roger's sword technique, Divine Departure, was a technique that would make even a god run away, then Shinra would go beyond that. His sword technique would be one that could cut down a god. Longinus. Like a nuclear explosion, the world turned white and black as the aftermath destroyed everything. Chapter 179, Let's Deal with Kazan. The result was expected. Kazan lost miserably. It didn't mean that he had lowered his guard or made himself weaker, but Shinra was just too strong, after all. Shinra was just too strong, so all of Kazan's struggle was meaningless. Or rather, Shinra was different from those people in this world who love to fight for 3 days and 3 nights. Instead, if he could end this battle swiftly, then why should he waste his time, right? Moreover, he was a ninja, so why did he care about fairness or anything? Lastly, while the High Nomi was powerful, Kazan's physical ability was also quite good, as he was also a disciple of Monkey D. Garp, the marine hero, who did worship Punchbag, training his fists to the limit. Yet, even so, Shinra felt that as long as he didn't face Kizaru, who ate the Pika Pika Nomi, whether it was Akainu or Kazan, all of them would be easily defeated by him, since even if they were strong due to their Logia type of devil fruit, and their physical ability was quite good, their physical ability wasn't their forte. As long as Shinra went all out and attacked their blind spot, it would be easy for him to do so due to his martial arts and mastery over his observation Haki and the Supreme King Haki. They would be as good as dead. After all, even if one ate a Logia, they would be vulnerable in front of Haki, and they couldn't use their ability to turn into the element of their devil fruit. Lastly, he also didn't have a hobby to waste his time fighting for 3 days and 3 nights. In some sense, he was also quite similar to Shanks, who often went all out directly instead of playing around with opponents, as if showing them a mercy or respect. Shinra knew that his play might be dirty, but if one couldn't be the victor, then they would be the loser, and he didn't want to become a loser who would lose everything like Kazan. Regardless, after their duel ended, all the Marines quickly took Kazan to the hospital and led Shinra to their room as they went to the Marine headquarters with the warship. Naturally, their duel was known by Sengoku and all the high-ranking members of the Marines, and also the 5 elders. To think the Admiral would lose so easily. Did he use a dirty method? No matter what, he is the winner. Yes, Shinra won, and Kazan lost. It was just as simple as that. As expected of him. We can expect a change in the Marines. Our world government is the strongest. While the Marines had complex emotions as Kazan lost miserably, the 5 elders were happy with Shinra's victory, so this way, he quickly gained everyone's respect. After all, in this world, only the strong could gain respect. As for the weak, they only hoped for the strong to show them mercy. This was also the reason why the Revolutionary Army, which told everyone to fight on their own for their own fates, had never grown despite having existed for so many years. After all, if an individual could destroy an island or 2, what was the point of the power of quantity? Still, when Shinra was on the warship, he quickly slipped into the room where Kazan was being taken care of. Have you woken up? If you don't come, then I can continue to rest. Do you want me to leave you then? Kazan looked at Shinra, who stood by his side, and he knew well that if Shinra wished to, Shinra could kill him right away due to how powerless he was at this moment. As he looked at the deep gash on his chest, Kazan sighed helplessly, wondering whether he had grown weaker or if Shinra was too strong. Still, even if Shinra was stronger, Kazan wouldn't waver, as there was one question that he wanted to ask. Uchiha Shinra. With a blazing gaze, Kazan asked, "Why did you bring Nico Robin with you? Don't you know that bringing her with you will only ruin your life?" As long as Robin wasn't by Shinra's side, his life was as good as dazzling. Everything, whether it was careers, money, reputation, or anything else, could be gained easily, and the world government would give all of them to Shinra happily, as it would benefit their organization more to have such a powerful individual. However, once Robin's existence was known, Shinra's existence was as good as over, and he would be targeted by the world government, since no matter what, he would be suspected of trying to search for the lost history. Still, even facing this gaze, Shinra didn't flinch and just said simply, "Because I love her." That's it. Is there anything else? Why did he bring Robin with him? Wasn't it because he loved her? It was because he loved her that he wanted to make the world more comfortable for her. Being a pirate, or the party of the opposite of the world government, might be better than joining the one that had destroyed Robin's life, but then again, Shinra had never liked to be on the side of the criminal, and it was far easier to rob away everything from the leaders of the world government than making the opposite group, since the world government had made the system, and everyone would follow this order carefully, without breaking it. On the other hand, if Shinra became a pirate, would those pirates even listen to him when he conquered the world? The nature of a pirate was destruction, and they would rob others to live, which was simply non-conductive for their rulers. On the other hand, the Marines existed to protect, and this was nice, as what he wished was just a stability of order, so that way, he could colonize this planet. As for the Big Kingdom, the 20 Kingdoms, the true ruler, or many of the world nobles, Shinra didn't care much, and more importantly, as those individuals could rise to prominence, why couldn't he? Why was it that only those with destiny could become the supreme ruler? A men should control their own destiny. Then, why did you bring her to the Mary Geos? Why did you become a Marine? What was your ambition? Yet, even so, Kazan didn't stop his questions, since he felt that Shinra was dangerous, someone who planned something behind the scenes. What was Shinra's plan to bring Robin to all of those dangerous places and even become a Marine? As long as Shinra couldn't satisfy him, then Kazan wouldn't let him go, but what does it have to do with you? You, the loser, should be glad that I don't kill you. Kazan. Frankly, Shinra wasn't good with someone like Kazan, who had his ideal, following his justice, before becoming lazy, and degraded by making a strange belief in justice, and even went on to join the pirate group in the future. Probably, there were some reasons why Kazan wanted to join the pirate group in the original story, but Shinra felt that, as Kazan had joined that pirate group, Kazan's justice was as good as gone. Moreover, among all the admirals, Shinra didn't feel like he could befriend Kazan, since this guy cared more about his feelings and ideals. If something didn't fit him, then Kazan would fight it to the end, which was troublesome, especially for him, who would do anything for his ambition. He could imagine that Kazan would stand in his way to colonize this planet. As for Akainu and Kizaru, well, those were easy to deal with, Shinra thought. Then, you should kill me. Kazan stared at Shinra without fear. Since whatever your plan is, I will stop you. Shinra only chuckled and said, "Don't worry. I won't kill you since you are useful." As he said so, his eyes suddenly became strange, and Kazan was startled, feeling tense and afraid, but it was too late. Koto Amatsukami. At that moment, Kazan was as good as his slaves. Chapter 180, You Are Hired. 2. Welcome to the Marine Headquarters, Uchiha Shinra. Thank you for welcoming me, Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As Shinra and Sengoku met for the first time, the two greeted each other amiably, and naturally, everyone also stood there, staring curiously at Shinra, whose appearance was so dazzling that it easily charmed all of them. If a king or a prince from a storybook came into reality, then this is how they would be pictured. This was their impression of Shinra, and no one looked down on him, especially when the battle between Shinra and Kazan had already been seen by everyone. Still, Shinra also used this chance to observe his surroundings and saw many familiar faces, but... Do you want me to guide you around the Marine headquarters? Shinra looked at his women and asked, What do you think? Why not? Robin, Karina, and Baby 5 nodded, as they were quite curious about the Marine headquarters. Then, can you help us? Okay, let's talk along the way. This is the art of negotiation, as one can't be direct, and everyone has their own wishes. Sengoku might appear gentle and honest, yet Shinra knew well that this guy was crafty, and probably one of the smartest men in the world, as he had eaten the mythical Zoan devil fruit, Buddha. When Shinra knew Sengoku's devil fruit, he knew that it was impossible for Sengoku to be weak, and frankly, he felt that Sengoku should be more powerful, as his devil fruit was Buddha. How could Buddha be weak? Yet, Shinra didn't bother too much with the details and just talked with Sengoku about the Marines, and many other trivial things, but as they walked away, Kazan was also lifted, and Kizaru and Akainu came to look at him. Oh my, Kazan, How could you lose so badly? Kizaru asked with his exaggerated tone as usual, but on the other hand, Akainu, who should talk and mock his rival, Kazan, was silent and frowned. Kazan also ignored Akainu and answered Kizaru's question with his usual helpless tone. He was that strong, after all. Did he use his devil fruit? Kizaru asked curiously. No. Then only pure swordmanship. Also, a Haki. Akainu and Kizaru. Oh my, he really has grown stronger. Kizaru still remembered his first meeting with Shinra, and of course, at that time, Shinra's power wasn't as exaggerated as it is now. What kind of devil fruit did he eat? I don't know, but it should be a mythical type of Zoan. Like the Fleet Admiral. Yes. Oh, my, will he become an admiral like us, then? As Kizaru asked a question, Akainu and Kazan were silent, thinking about this possibility. Yet, while they talked, they didn't realize the reactions of those in their surroundings were stronger than they had thought they would be. Admiral. Would that young man become an admiral directly? Yet, when they saw Kizaru, who was still hurt, all of them could only remain in silence, since if they were in Shinra's place, could they directly defeat Kazan like this? Regardless, no matter what the decision of the higher-ups, those at the bottom could only follow. This was a military, the order of their superior was supreme, and all they should do was follow the order. Nevertheless, when Shinra finished touring around the Marines' headquarters, watching that group of soldiers training, and also the facility, weapons, and everything, Sengoku brought him to the main room where there were many higher-ups of the Marines, including Tsuru, Kizaru, Akainu, and Kazan. By the way, where is the Marine hero? Shinra asked. Among all of the Marines, without a doubt, Moki D. Garp was one of the legends, as this guy was so lawless. His son was the creator of the Revolutionary Army, and his grandson was a pirate. Garp was even the one who took care of Ace and even worked together with the pirates. Frankly, while Garp was strong and his achievements echoed around the world, Shinra felt that this guy didn't do much, especially when all of his achievements weren't done alone. Instead, Garp's reputation came from the world government's decision to hide away its shame of having its plight solved by a pirate. Still, Shinra didn't care about that since no matter how shitty Garp was, Garp's talent was good, and he thought to rob it. Anyway, Garp was already old, and sooner or later, he would retire. Instead of letting him work for Luffy and his son to overthrow the world government, it was better for Shinra to help him return to the East Blue to have an early retirement. Oh, I sent him back to his hometown. While Sengoku didn't want to, especially when he had a grand plan to publicly execute Ace in front of everyone, and even erase one of the 4 emperors before he retired, the 5 elders also reminded him about the consequences of having Garp by their side. Unlike the others, Sengoku knew all of Garp's bad habits and also his dirty secrets, and because of that, he agreed to the decision of the 5 elders. Yet, the problem was, would Garp even listen? Still, at this moment, Garp was still at the East Blue, and as for why Sengoku easily agreed, it was because Shinra would join the Marines. Shinra Uchiha. Sengoku looked at Shinra and said, "Let me be straight with you. Please join the Marines." Okay. Before Sengoku talked about his reason, Shinra agreed immediately. Can I ask the reason why you agree so easily? My women are pregnant, so I thought I should get a stable job. Everyone. There were many things that everyone wanted to stay at this moment, but somehow, they were all subconsciously looking at Kizaru, who gave a nod in acknowledgement of Shinra's purpose in joining the Marines. Without a doubt, Shinra and Kizaru suited each other well. Don't worry. I know your objection, especially with how active you are in promoting the public execution of the 2nd Division captain of the Whitebeard Pirates, and I will do my best to erase the Whitebeard Pirates, fighting wholeheartedly, so the ocean can be peaceful and free from pirates. This time, Akainu nodded at Shinra's words. Thank you, then. Sengoku was also happy, and the rest were even more so, especially when Shinra's answers were so firm and righteous. More importantly, as he was about to become a father, wasn't it normal for him to wish for the sea to be peaceful, so his children wouldn't have to fight? But before I join the Marines, can you agree to some of my requests? Requests? This time, Sengoku's expression changed as he knew that everything wasn't as simple as it seemed to be, but... Let me hear it first. Okay. Shinra nodded, then listed all of his requests. I want to work only Monday to Thursday from 9 in the morning to 5 in the evening, and 3 days of holidays on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. Also, I want annual leave, sick leave, force majeure leaves, additional pay for overtime work, employee benefits. As Shinra listed his requests, Kizaru raised his hand high. I want to have the same benefits as him. Everyone. Sengoku's lips twitched, and he wondered whether the second Kizaru had emerged, but with an ugly expression, he asked, "Do you think it is possible?" "It is." Shinra nodded. "I am good at swordsmanship, martial arts, all types of Haki, and I have also eaten a mythical type zoan of devil fruit." Mythical type? What type? Sengoku hurriedly asked. Vampire. Shinra didn't hide anything. "I can control blood. As long as their Haki isn't strong, I can make many people burst into a firework of blood." All of them gulped, feeling at a loss, but Shinra's request wasn't excessive, especially when he just wished for flexible and fewer working hours. Compared to his friend, Garp, who just lay around the office, stealing his snacks, Sengoku felt that Shinra's request was acceptable, especially when Shinra was young. Garp was old, and he had grown weaker and would retire. Meanwhile, Shinra represents the future, and with him, the position of the Marines was as stable as it could be, so. "Okay, you are hired." "Thank you." Shinra nodded and grasped Sengoku's hand. "I swear to protect this sea from evil." "I can't wait for that." "Fleet Admiral." "I want the same benefits, too." Yet, regardless, Kizaru and those who followed him also wanted the same benefits.